In the Nine Profound Continent, a realm where the strong reign supreme, there exist legendary forces like the Tumi Sword Sect, the Taizu Divine Heritage, the Divine Seal Tomb, and the Devil Clan of the Profound Realm. To make it easier for the world to keep track, people created a prestigious ranking list called the Heaven-Reaching List. Legends say that those on this list are absolute monsters, possessing immense supernatural power, capable of turning clouds and rain with a flick of their hands, and causing the earth to tremble with just a single sneeze. Especially the one sitting firmly at the #1 spot. He is even more formidable, with power that echoes through both ancient and modern times. He is strong enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with gods and heaven-defying generals. Beneath the pitch-black sky, flashes of white lightning angrily tore through the night, accompanied by thunder that shook the heavens. Below a precarious cliff, a solitary figure stood, proudly gazing into the distant void. He muttered, "Looks like the main event is about to begin." Just then, a group of people crept toward him, their leader looking incredibly tense. His voice trembling with awe, he whispered, "The body-refining old ancestor, Yi Shangxuan, is preparing for the heaven-defying longevity tribulation. He is the top of the heaven-reaching list." Yi Shangxuan merely looked indifferent, even letting out a long, jaw-cracking yawn. Yi Shangxuan. Amidst the furious lightning, a massive, giant sword descended straight from the sky. The blinding light exploded, creating a world-shaking roar. Yi Shangxuan smirked. "Finally, you've decided to show your face, huh?" He stood perfectly still, calmly watching the celestial sword plummet toward him. That's the god-slaying sword," the leader from earlier stuttered, his face pale as a sheet. "This is the first trial of the heaven-defying tribulation. The Heavenly Dao's divine weapon, the god-slaying sword." The henchman beside him gritted his teeth. Rumor has it, only those acknowledged by the Heavenly Dao can summon this divine artifact. They stared blankly at Ye Shangxuan, a terrifying question rising in their hearts. Has Ye Shangxuan truly reached such a monstrous realm? Yet, Ye Shangxuan simply raised a hand gently and caught the tip of the sword. He frowned at the blade, then pouted in disdain. "Huh?" A light sound echoed. Crack! The giant sword in his hand instantly shattered into two pieces. The onlookers were dumbfounded, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. Holy crap, he crushed it like he was squashing an orange. Ye Shangxuan dusted off his hands, still looking bored. Is there anything heavier than that? From high above, a furious voice echoed throughout the space. "You arrogant fool, the Heavenly Dao has manifested its rage. Oh, you mere body-refining mortal, you are nothing but flesh and bone." The old voice thundered from the sky. "How dare you be so insolent? Do you dare to challenge the Heavenly Dao itself?" Ye Shangxuan casually tossed a pebble into the air, looking utterly unconcerned. "You talk too much, old man." With that, he flicked the pebble. "Why don't you retire and let your grandkids take over?" The tiny pebble flew up. The Heavenly Dao shrieked in panic. "You insolent brat! How dare you!" Boom! A massive explosion erupted, swallowing the entire space. The agonizing screams of the Heavenly Dao rang out in despair. Ye Shangxuan watched the scene, a faint smile on his lips. The divine weapon is broken, and the divine spirit is defeated. Now, it's time for you to show your true face, isn't it? Suddenly, another voice echoed from high above, solemn and deadly. As soon as Ye Shangxuan finished speaking, 10,000 massive lightning bolts roared down continuously, leveling the surrounding mountains. The leader from before went pale again. That is the 100,000 heavenly tribulation. Ye Shangxuan clenched his fist, his smile growing even brighter. "Let's see. If I can finally punch your lights out." He spread his arms wide, his majestic aura erupting amidst the eye of the lightning storm. He raised both hands high, channeling all his power to unleash a world-shaking technique. Instantly, countless phantom hands appeared, rising to meet the wrath of the heavens. A giant, blinding beam of light descended, followed by a ground-shaking explosion. In the thick, swirling smoke, Ye Shangxuan's figure slowly faded. He sighed softly. In the end, it was still just. He wore a smile filled with sorrow, a step too slow. Then, his body gradually turned into nothingness. Before vanishing completely, he didn't forget to leave behind a surge of spiritual energy to protect the people below, along with a final message. "Don't disappoint me." The leader stood frozen, mumbling. Defeated? Is he truly defeated? The man beside him looked bewildered. Yi Shangxuan's peerless divine body couldn't escape the fate of having his soul scattered under the 100,000 heavenly tribulation? Ye Shangxuan, your fate rests in the heavens. From this day on, the heaven-reaching list officially changes masters. The 10,000 realms were in an uproar once again. At that same moment, deep within the immortal devil realm, A sinister voice echoed, Ye Shangxuan is dead. The day of my resurrection has finally arrived. At the desolate bone palace, the desolate bone immortal venerable sat on his throne, cackling. That body-refining old ancestor has perished. I, the desolate bone immortal venerable, finally have a chance to unify the 9 realms. But at the same time, in the Thunder Realm, another roar erupted. After all these years of waiting, that bastard finally died without a corpse. The Thunder Devil Venerable's aura soared, as he declared loudly, the seal is broken, the throne of the heaven-reaching list. I, the Thunder Devil Venerable, am coming to take it. At the Demon God Realm, Demon King Zhan Huang laughed, shaking the heavens and earth. The heaven-reaching list has changed masters. Freed from Ye Shangxuan's suppression, our Demon God Realm has finally reached the day to rise up. He roared into the sky. My children, start the celebration. Meanwhile, in the Holy Realm, a beautiful young girl like an immortal descended to earth, quietly gazed into the distance. Shangxuan, if you are no longer here, the 9 realms and 10,000 regions will surely fall into chaos, but I believe you wouldn't die so easily. Yi Qinghan, with unshakable faith, placed her hand over her heart and whispered, no matter where you are, even to the ends of the earth I will wait for your return. In the 9 profound city of Shangzhou, a man held up a wooden sign carved with the 3 words, Qingxuan Sect. He shouted, Brothers, I invite you to join the outer sect trials of the Qingxuan Sect. Come to me to register. Early tomorrow morning, I will take everyone up the mountain for the entrance exam. As a figure stepped forward, the crowd immediately broke into a frenzy. I want to register. Don't push. I was here first. Damn it, get out of the way. The person who had just arrived spoke in a low, contemplative tone, carrying a deep sense of nostalgia. The entrance exam of the Than Huyen sect truly brings back such intense memories. Ye Shangxuan slowly lifted his tattered conical hat, revealing a mysterious smile. 3,000 long years, with the world changing and stars shifting, who would have thought that I, the old ancestor Ye Shangxuan, would actually have a day where I return to the Than Huyen sect? The Than Huyen sect, a sect founded by my own hands, which in its golden age had hundreds of thousands of disciples and was known as the #1 great sect of the 9 mystic continent. Ye Shangxuan slightly furrowed his brows, looking around with concern. Having not returned for over 3,000 years, I wonder who is in charge of the Than Huyen sect now. Hey, Ye Shangxuan. A clear voice pulled him out of his thoughts. A cute little girl holding a candied hawthorn stick looked at him curiously. Are you crazy, mister? Why are you standing there talking to yourself? Shangxuan suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. He stared at the little girl clinging to his clothes, his heart surging with shock. The twin Tao body of yin and yang, to think that, on the 9 mystic continent, there exists such a supreme physique. A smile full of interest bloomed on Shangxuan's lips. Just arrived in the lower realm and already stumbled upon a gem with peak talent. I'm truly lucky. The little girl suddenly pointed at the sky and cheered. Ye Shangxuan, look, there's a giant, pitch-black python in the sky. The guys around them heard this and immediately burst into mocking laughter. Hey, little beggar, what nonsense are you spouting? How could there be a python in the sky? They all laughed uproariously, saying it was a hilarious joke. Yi Shangxuan looked up, his tone becoming serious. The senses of the twin Dao body, toward the outside world, are extremely sharp. He continued, his eyes flashing with a cold glint. It seems that today, Shangzhou City is about to face a great catastrophe. Suddenly, one of the men who had been mocking earlier pointed at the sky, his voice trembling with panic. Damn it, what the hell is that? A giant python was flicking its bright red tongue, its pitch-black body, coiling around the Than Huyen mountain peak. A thick, suffocating bloodlust spread, scaring everyone until they nearly wet themselves. People scrambled in terror. Ah, help! There really is a python demon. I haven't even had the chance to flirt with any junior sisters of the Than Huyen sect yet. Damn it. Are you kidding me? The giant python opened its wide, gaping maw. Its ferocious voice rang out. Indeed, the life force of hundreds of martial artists gathered here is just perfect for me. It created a terrifying suction vortex, immediately sweeping away those who couldn't run in time. Looking at the people lying scattered on the ground, the python laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha. After searching so hard for so many days, I can finally feast on the fresh blood of 8,000 martial artists to transform into a flood dragon and complete the Great Tribulation. Ha ha ha. To think you can actually speak human language. A cold voice interrupted its laughter. The python startled and turned around. A beautiful young girl continued. Dark Python, you are a wild beast in the tribulation stage. That girl was Han Zhengqi, a disciple of the Vermilion Bird Hall of the Than Huyen sect. A heavenly python tribulation requires drinking the fresh blood of 3,000 martial artists. It seems you, beast, have been occupying the area around Shangzhou City for a long time. Han Zhengqi tightened her grip on the whip in her hand, her eyes sharp. The dark python, hearing this, growled in anger. So what if I have? This beast is harming the living beings of Shangzhou City. No need to show mercy. Han Zhengqi swung her whip, charging straight at it, and ordered her fellow disciples to attack and slay the beast. The python roared in fury. A bunch of little girls still smelling of milk. You truly don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. It spat out a terrifying stream of dark energy. Han Zhengqi and her fellow disciples were struck by that energy, their bodies trembling as they screamed in agony. Ah! Han Zhengqi struggled to get up and shouted, "Quickly head toward the Than Huyen sect. Call for help from our senior brothers and sisters. This dark python is about to transform into a heavenly python. We are no match for it." "Yes." Han Zhengqi and another girl quickly replied, firing a stream of spiritual power into the sky. The power formed a stream of light, sending a distress signal. The dark python, angry, released countless lightning bolts and sneered, "It's useless for anyone to come. All of you will be swallowed into my belly. Obediently accept your deaths." The girls were struck by the lightning, their bodies convulsing, all screaming miserably. Ouch! Ah! The giant python swung its massive tail, creating a deafening boom, knocking everyone into the air. It triumphantly declared, "I will destroy this Shangzhou city first, wait for the corpses to fill the streets, then I'll take my time enjoying you all." The people around fled in a panic. "Help! Run!" The little girl, Xier, clung tightly to Ye Shangxuan in fear. Ye Shangxuan only lifted his head, calmly watching the giant python. Boom! It slammed its body toward the ground, aiming straight for the position of the two. Little Xier squeezed her eyes shut in fear, but then, curious, she peeked out. An unbelievable scene appeared before her eyes. Ye Shangxuan, using only one finger, had gently blocked the massive body of the giant python. He furrowed his brows slightly, his voice full of annoyance. "Just a common earthworm, and you dare to cause such a ruckus?" He gave a light flick, and the giant dark python flew into the sky. It screeched in pain before crashing into the ground, creating a deep, gaping hole with rocks flying everywhere. Han Zhengqi's eyes widened in shock. How could this be? The other girls also whispered, "Why did that giant python fly away on its own? What on earth just happened?" The dark python lay gasping for air, its body gradually disintegrating. Its voice was intermittent and full of spite. "That brat with just one strike, he has brought me to this state." Having said that, its body vanished into thin air, leaving behind a beast core and a monster inner pill floating there. Ye Shangxuan gently caught the two items, furrowing his brows in thought. The beast core of a tribulation stage python contained such potent energy. Could it be that it was being raised by a martial artist? He held the monster inner pill between two fingers and thought to himself, "It seems someone is plotting to cause chaos within the Than Huyen sect, which is why they deliberately lured this earthworm here." Xier looked at the sparkling beast core in his hand, her eyes lighting up. "Ye Shangxuan, the little python in your hand is so cute." Seeing this, Ye Shangxuan smiled and gave it to her. "This little python is useless to me. Take it as a gift. While you're at it, tell me your name." The little girl happily received it with both hands and murmured, "Thank you, Ye Shangxuan." She played with the beast core while happily saying, "My name is Xier." Ye Shangxuan suddenly startled, as if he had realized something, then let out a low humph. He glanced toward a group of people who were flying through the air on his sword. He thought to himself, "The disciples of the Qingxuan sect are finally here." The commoners below cheered in delight. "Look, over there, it's the senior brothers from the Qingxuan sect. Now that they know we're in trouble, they've finally arrived." A handsome young man with an imposing aura appeared. Someone recognized him and exclaimed in awe, "Isn't that Shen Yunfei from the inner hall? Brother Shen Yunfei is so handsome." That young man was indeed Shen Yunfei, the grandson of the Qingxuan sect's inner hall elder. Han Zhengqi bowed respectfully. Han Zhengqi pays his respects to Shen Yunfei. One of Shen Yunfei's lackeys reported, "Shen Yunfei, we've confirmed that the Yin serpent is dead. The cause of death is unknown, but strangely, both the beast core and the demon pill of the heavenly python are nowhere to be found." Shen Yunfei frowned slightly. "Not found, you say?" The lackey, looking grave, continued, "The disciples suspect the heavenly python failed its tribulation and died on the spot. Someone must have gotten here first in the chaos and snatched the demon pill and the beast core." Shen Yunfei glanced down at the crowd below. His voice was soft, yet filled with menace. You all heard that, didn't you? Who exactly is hiding those 2 items? On the surface, he wore a calm, polite smile. Hand them over, and I will spare you from the crime of concealing treasures. But deep down, he was grinding his teeth. The yin serpent was about to take humanoid form. The beast core and demon pill are priceless. They would be extremely beneficial to me. Otherwise, would I, Shen Yunfei, even care about the lives of this bunch of losers? The girls looked at each other, confused. Han Zhengqi spoke up nervously. Reporting to Shen Yunfei, we really don't know what happened, why the demon pill and beast core have simply vanished. One lackey held up a mirror and shouted, under the manifestation mirror, every treasure will reveal its true form. If we find out who dared to steal what Shen Yunfei wants, you know the consequences. The manifestation mirror immediately emitted a beam of light, automatically scanning and shining directly onto Xi'er. Holding the beast core, she gasped in shock and cried out. Xi'er trembled, sweat pouring down. Ye Shangxuan, what is this light? Ye Shangxuan replied calmly, it's fine. I'm here. Seeing this, Shen Yunfei's men pointed at them. Look over there. That's the Heavenly Python's beast core. He pointed the mirror at Xi'er and growled. To think it would be in the hands of a little beggar brat. Ye Shangxuan glanced at him and flicked his finger. Crack! The manifestation mirror in the lackey's hand shattered into pieces. The guy was stunned and blurted out, Motherfer! Shen Yunfei watched this, a smirk playing on his lips. How interesting. Then, he loudly ordered, capture them. A lackey rushed forward and shouted, you filthy beggars! Hand over the beast core now. Another lackey chimed in. Treasures of the Shangxuan sect are not things that 2 pieces of trash like you can touch. Suddenly, 2 hands appeared behind their necks, and a voice cold as ice rang out. To think you're just a bunch of bullies. They were stunned, their eyes wide. Ye Shangxuan gritted his teeth, his voice filled with anger. Disciples of the Shangxuan sect are acting more and more lawless. He waved his hand a few times, and the men instantly tumbled off the swords beneath their feet. They cried out in pain. Ouch! Arg! Ye Shangxuan landed on the ground gracefully, his voice laced with disappointment. The orthodox teachings of the Shangxuan sect for thousands of years. He turned around and looked up at Shen Yunfei, continuing, it's true that each generation is worse than the last. Their eyes met, and the air seemed to freeze. The crowd whispered among themselves, oh my God, am I seeing things? Is he that strong? Is this filthy beggar a martial artist too? That's strange. His cultivation only seems to be at the early stage of body refining realm. Shen Yunfei landed and looked down, his tone condescending. Interesting. A mere body refining realm trash. Dares to injure my Shangxuan sect disciples. However, if the beast core and demon pill aren't lost, I, Ye Shangxuan, am in a good mood, and might spare your lives. He threw a sword in front of Shangxuan, embedding it into the ground. Take this sword. Shen Yunfei ordered, his voice brooking no refusal. Cut off your own legs. Don't forget whose territory this is. His lackeys looked sullen, drawing their weapons. Shen Yunfei looked at Ye Shangxuan, his voice becoming icy. If you dare disobey, it won't just be a matter of losing hands and feet. Shangzhou. Suddenly, a figure dashed out to shield Shangxuan, shouting, please, Shen Yunfei, have mercy. It was Han Zhengqi. She spread her arms, frowning. Shen Yunfei. The 2 of them are just commoners from Shangzhou City. They found the beast core and demon pill by accident. They didn't know any better. I beg you to show mercy and let them go. Shen Yunfei responded irritably. Spare them? This filthy beggar dared to lay a hand on Shangxuan sect disciples. Letting him cripple his own legs is already me, Shen Yunfei, being merciful. Han Zhengqi clasped her hands, playing her trump card. Then I have no choice but to report this to the Saintess and let Ye Lingyan decide personally. Shen Yunfei laughed in spiteful mockery. Who do you think you are? Using the Saintess to threaten me. He radiated intense killing intent. A giant lion phantom appeared and roared. You ungrateful brat! Han Zhengqi was instantly terrified. The crowd outside trembled with fear. That is the profound soul projection, a profound master of the ice sect. Shen Yunfei is already a profound soul realm expert. How terrifying! Han Zhengqi stood in the middle, her heart in chaos. Damn it. A profound master of the ice sect is a 6th rank profound soul expert. This pressure is too strong. I can't even move my body. Shen Yunfei's spiritual energy surged toward her. Han Zhengqi. Be careful, her junior sisters screamed. At the most critical moment, a hand gently pushed her aside. Thank you for standing up for justice, but move. Han Zhengqi woke up, falling to the ground. Ye Shangxuan pushed her aside and said, his tone strangely indifferent, "It's merely a 6th rank profound soul projection. I, on the contrary, want to see just how terrifying it can be." Shen Yunfei was murderous. "It's you again. But that's good." He pointed at him with a sneer. "Let a filthy beggar like you be enlightened as to the difference between a martial artist and a mortal." Ye Shangxuan slowly took off his conical hat with a smirk. "Is that so?" A terrifying wave of spiritual energy radiated from him, engulfing the entire space. "Then let me be enlightened for a moment, and see." Shen Yunfei's eyes widened in horror. This is. You lack respect for your elders." Ye Shangxuan waved his hand. A giant hand made of spiritual energy appeared, easily slapping away both Shen Yunfei and his lion. Only at the 6th rank of the profound soul realm and already so arrogant and lawless? Truly shameless. Shen Yunfei and his lion flew off. Then he was smashed face first into the ground in a pathetic display. Ye Shangxuan stepped forward, placing a foot on him, his voice filled with weariness. "Thousands of years of orthodox teachings and they've only managed to cultivate a piece of trash like you." "My leg," he screamed in agony. "It really makes my head hurt," Ye Shangxuan continued. Shen Yunfei turned his head, his face twisted in discomfort, and asked, "You, who exactly are you?" Ye Shangxuan leaned down and pressed his head firmly into the dirt. "You? What you? Who I am has nothing to do with someone like you." Shen Yunfei's face went pale as he cried and screamed, "Someone, help me! There's someone trying to kill me!" Suddenly, a majestic voice echoed from somewhere. "May you show mercy and spare his life, sir. On behalf of the Thon Huyen sect, I apologize to you." Yi Shangxuan looked up and chuckled softly. To be able to transmit sound through the profound image, it seems the Thon Huyen sect isn't completely worthless after all. He stood up and looked down at the man on the ground. "Fine. Since someone is begging for you, I'll spare you this time." He then placed his hand on the man's forehead. "But what happened in this profound image world?" Ye Shangxuan closed his eyes. "I don't want a third person to know about it." After speaking, he flicked the man's forehead lightly. Inner scripture, divine sealing. Memory cleansing. Shen Yunfei fell backward in front of everyone. He clutched his head, panting heavily, his expression dazed. Just what just happened? A young woman stepped out and said coldly, "Are there going to be more times? Why attack the citizens of Thuangchao City for no reason?" The crowd around them had their faces turn red the moment they caught a glimpse of her graceful figure. Oh my God, a fairy descending from heaven. Such a peerless beauty. Could this be the legendary saintess of the Thon Huyen sect, Ye Lingyan? A man stammered in shock. "Standing before you is indeed the saintess." "Ye Lingyan," Duong Qian warned solemnly. Ye Lingyan spoke in an elegant, refined tone. "Let me tell you, even if your father is an inner hall elder," she continued softly, "you deserve to die today." Hearing this, Shen Yunfei scrambled up, his face livid with rage. "Ridiculous! Yi Lingyan, don't imagine that just because you're the saintess of the Thon Huyen sect, you can do whatever you want." He yelled at the top of his lungs. "I, Shen Yunfei." Suddenly, his voice choked off mid-sentence. His face, previously fierce, turned deathly pale as a cold, sharp sword tip rested against the tip of his nose. Ye Lingyan pointed her sword directly at him, a flow of sharp spiritual energy enveloping him. Shen Yunfei's face was drained of all color, his mouth foaming, looking beyond pathetic. Ye Lingyan frowned, her voice icy. "Who gave you permission to let your mouth make such sounds?" Han Zhengqi, standing nearby, widened his eyes. He stammered, unable to find his words. My God, a cultivation at the soul profound realm, like Shen Yunfei, couldn't even take a single strike from Ye Lingyan? This is unbelievable. Yi Lingyan turned around, sheathed her sword, and ordered, "Drag Shen Yunfei back to the sect to treat his wounds, then toss him directly into the law enforcement hall for processing. No one is to interfere." The underlings bowed and complied instantly. Yi Lingyan turned to the two strangers and bowed. "The two of you," she looked at them with an apologetic gaze. "Please forgive us. It is because our Thon Huyen sect failed to discipline our disciple properly that the two of you were frightened." But in her mind, a storm was brewing. The person I saw in the profound image earlier was definitely him, but he clearly only has the cultivation of the body-refining realm. How on earth is that possible? As soon as Xier saw Ye Lingyan, her eyes lit up. The little girl tugged on Ye Shangxuan's sleeve and chirped, "Ye Shangxuan, look, this big sister is so beautiful." Ye Shangxuan rested his chin on his hand, looking thoughtful. I didn't expect this little girl to possess a peerless sword body, a top-tier natural talent, the rarest kind in the world." He glanced at Ye Lingyan, thinking to himself, and she shares the surname Ye and is a saintess. Could she be a descendant of my eldest disciple, Qing Ye? Ye Shangxuan acted indifferent and dropped a bombshell. So what if she's beautiful? Can you eat beauty? Someone who cultivates the sword to the point of bringing a bunch of terminal illnesses upon herself. I'm afraid she'll be gone before long. Hearing this, Ye Lingyan froze, her eyes wide. Sir? Yuhan Zhengqi acted like a mother hen, ruffling her feathers. He leaped in front of Lingyan, shouting, "Hey, you beggar! What kind of nonsense are you babbling? My senior sister just saved you. Not only are you not grateful, but you're also talking crazy." Ye Shangxuan grabbed Shier's hand. He laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, talking crazy am I?" He leisurely turned his back to lead the little girl away, not forgetting to toss back a remark full of hidden meaning. The 10 decisions sword technique isn't as easy to handle as you think. If you want to resolve that mess, hurry up and prepare a top-tier room for me and Shier. Yi Shangxuan even threw a suggestive glance and added, "Oh, and by the way, tonight at the hour of the dog, you must come to my room alone." Han Zhengqi nearly jumped out of his skin upon hearing this. What? What did you just say? You dare to have the audacity to tell the saintess? To sneak into your room in the middle of the night? The surrounding crowd began whispering, their expressions full of contempt. Damn it, has this beggar gone crazy? Who do you think the saintess is to speak like that? He must be tired of living, right? Yi Lingyan was covered in cold sweat, her heart in turmoil. The 10 Decisions sword technique is a technique created by the founder himself. The Oral Heart Sutra has never been passed on to outsiders. How could he possibly know it? Thinking this, she bowed her head respectfully. Very well, I agree. I will be waiting for you in my room at the hour of the dog. The entire plaza went silent, then exploded. Some people gasped loudly. What? What is this? My worldview is shattered. Ye Shangxuan just smiled slightly. He raised a hand. A promise is a promise. See you tonight. That evening, in the prepared top-tier room, the dining table was a mess, with bones and leftover food scattered about. Ye Shangxuan clinked his glass. Come on, little girl, have another drink for spirit. Shier's face was flushed with excitement. Cheers to that drink, Ye Shangxuan. Suddenly, she pointed at the small snake, wriggling on the table, its mouth still covered in food. Oh, Yi brother, it seems like there's a human shadow moving inside this little snake's belly. Inside, a sinister-looking old man was screaming. You two cursed brats, release this old man at once. Shier had already fallen into a deep sleep, her face flushed red, a grin plastered on her face even in her dreams. Still clutching the wine cup, the quiet sound of footsteps echoed outside the door. Ye Lingyan stood there, sword in hand, bowing. Ye Tuo, the time has come. Lingyan, you're right on time. Yi Shangxuan took a casual sip of wine, his voice calm. Just in time. If you had been a moment later, the pure yang blazing origin within you would have erupted, and even a celestial being couldn't have saved you. Ye Lingyan was stunned. How? How did he know about the pure yang blazing origin? She thought to herself. The pure yang blazing origin is a fire attribute power of supreme yang. Its eruption follows no logic at all. Every time it acts up, my whole body burns as if consumed by 10,000 flames. Only the Grandmaster knows about this in the entire sect. Where did he get this information? She crossed her arms, frowning, trying to appear tough. It's impressive you can see the pure yang blazing origin inside me. But the Grandmaster already helped me suppress it. Don't try to scare me. Yi Shangxuan sneered. Suppress it? That's the biggest joke of the year. He reached out with a smirk. If you're so confident, why don't you try using your pure yang sword to block me? Enraged, Ye Lingyan swung her sword. Flames erupted. I'll grant your wish. Suddenly, the flames from her sword seemed controlled by an invisible force. They whipped around 180 degrees and slammed right into her. Lingyan spat out blood, barely able to stay standing by leaning on her sword. The pure yang fire origin, it's acting up. How is this possible? Ye Shangxuan walked over slowly. Your meridians have been burned to ash by the fire origin. 2 of your 3 sword apertures are blocked. He looked her straight in the eyes, his expression stern. Didn't your bastard of a grandmaster tell you? The 10 sword techniques fragment Ye Shangxuan left behind is incomplete. You can't just practice it blindly. At this rate, sooner or later, you'll suffer from cultivation deviation and die from a sword piercing your heart. Is the saintess of the Qingxuan sect really going to die such a pathetic death? Ye Lingyan went pale. She shouted back, You're spouting nonsense. The Grandmaster would never lie to me. Ye Shangxuan shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, really? He snapped his fingers. A fiery sword aura appeared at his fingertips. Then why don't you see how my pure yang sword aura compares to your Grandmaster's? Ye Lingyan's jaw dropped. she stammered. Pure yang sword aura? That's impossible. You're only in the body refining realm. How can you condense such a domineering mystic fire? Ye Shangxuan clenched his fist, smiling coldly. There's a lot you don't know. The Grandmaster of the Qingxuan sect can't save you, but a beggar in the body refining realm like me can. He scratched his ear lazily. Though, you're not my wife, so why should I bother? He suddenly reached out and lifted her chin. Unless he stared deep into her eyes. With a wicked, half-smirk, he added, Does Her Highness the Saintess agree to be my bed-warming servant after we reach the Qingxuan sect? You will be responsible for all my daily needs and chores. Ye Lingyan gritted her teeth in anger. You lecherous creep. Taking advantage of a crisis. You're too arrogant. I will never agree. Yi Shangxuan frowned, his smile deepening with implication. Humph. If it weren't for my respect for the Qingxuan sect, do you think you'd be qualified to be my bed-warming servant? Even then, I'd only take you for half a year. After that, you can go wherever you want, and I won't stop you. Yi Lingyan felt the hand on her chin, her mind in chaos. This guy is a lunatic, but his words carry such strange confidence as if it were all a matter of fact. Where does he get that kind of aura? Finally, she bit her lip and replied, Fine. I agree. As long as you can suppress the pure yang blazing origin in my body. Meanwhile, little Xier was fast asleep on the bed. Ye Shangxuan grabbed Lingyan's hand and pulled her. Follow me. Don't worry. I won't let you suffer a loss. He transmitted a cool, refreshing spiritual energy into her body. She closed her eyes, feeling a massive shockwave in her heart. The energy he sent had truly suppressed the pure yang blazing origin. He wasn't lying. Just who was this person? Ye Shangxuan placed a hand on Lingyan's back to transmit energy, gently warning her, No matter how much it hurts, just grit your teeth and endure it. Suddenly, he gave her back a firm pat, causing Lingyan to scream in pain. Ah! Lingyan quickly whispered. Be a little gentler. That little girl is still here. Don't worry, Ye Shangxuan replied flatly, still pouring his wine. That kid has been dead to the world for ages. On the bed, Xier was sound asleep, drooling, mumbling in her sleep. Big brother cheers. Meanwhile, outside the door, Han Zhengqi was pressing her ear against the wooden door. Listening with a serious expression, the sounds of, be a bit gentler echoed in her ears, causing her young, innocent mind to instantly conjure up a vivid, adult picture. Her face turned bright red, her heart pounded, and she muttered to herself, Oh my heavens, are they really doing that? That night, Ye Shangxuan looked at the two sleeping girls and wiped sweat from his forehead. That was a close one. If I had been any later, this girl's life would have been over. He looked out into the void outside the window, thinking to himself, however, the peerless sword body is truly extraordinary. Old man Qing Ye, you've really picked up a bargain. The next morning, the area outside the city was bustling. The three of them, Shangxuan, Lingyan, and Han Zhengqi, walked together. A female disciple saw them and cheered. Wow, the senior sister looks so much better today. A few men standing nearby whispered to each other, Hey, did you hear anything strange last night? I did. It sounded like Her Highness the Saintess. Ye Lingyan lightly hopped onto her flying sword. Yi Shangxuan looked at her and grinned. Do I and Xier have the honor of flying with Her Highness the Saintess? And while you're at it, could you introduce us to the landscape of the Qingxuan sect? Ye Lingyan blushed slightly and replied shyly. Yes, of course. Ye Shangxuan. Xier happily ran over and hugged her. So happy. Ye Lingyan caught both of them as they stood on the flying sword and said gently, Hold on tight. Han Zhengqi stood on the ground watching them, her heart full of turmoil. Ye Shangxuan, why is Ye Lingyan suddenly so respectful to a beggar like him? It's over. It's really over. This time, the Qingxuan sect is going to be turned upside down by this guy. The group then headed toward the Qingxuan sect. Stepping off a colossal flying ship, the entrance to the Than Huyen sect was truly imposing. The young men standing outside the gate were excitedly whispering to each other. If we can just pass this test and become outer disciples, it'll be enough to bring honor to our ancestors. But I've heard the outer disciple test is brutally difficult. We need to get our act together. We can't let the disciples from Thuangshao lose face. Yi Shangxuan asked as he walked. So, where do you plan to put me and Xier? Surely you'll invite us to stay at your Saintess Peak? It'd be more convenient for you to wait on me there, wouldn't it? He glanced at Ye Lingyan and grinned mischievously. Han Zhengqi couldn't stand it anymore. She rushed over, shoved him, and crossed her arms in frustration. You filthy beggar! Saintess Peak is full of sisters as beautiful as jade. I think you're just a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. She spun around and pointed straight at Ye Shangxuan's face. And furthermore, what did you do to my sister last night? Why on earth would she call a beggar like you? Yay. Ye Shangxuan leaned in close to her face. He broke into a sinister smile. When a man and a woman share a room, what do you think they could be doing? Aside from things too graphic to describe, if you still don't get it, I could demonstrate it for you. You know. You. Han Zhengqi was so angry her face turned beet red. Ahem. Yi Lingyan coughed dryly and quickly stepped between them. I will arrange proper accommodations for Ye Shangxuan, but first, I must take the Thuong Chao disciples to the plaza. Han Zhengqi heard this and turned to Ye Shangxuan, smiling triumphantly. Hear that? The test is about to start. When you step into the Than Huyen, don't you dare get so scared that you wet yourself, you filthy beggar, Yi Shangxuan pouted. I'm not scared at all. At the plaza in front of the Than Hujan Grand Hall, Sierre sat on Ye Shangxuan's lap. She asked impatiently, there are so many people here. How much longer do we have to wait? Ye Shangxuan whispered into her ear and then turned to order Ye Lingyan. Hey, little servant girl. Go bring a bed over here for me. At this rate, we'll be waiting until doomsday. Ye Lingyan obediently lowered her head to follow Ye Shangxuan's orders. Han Zhengqi watched the scene, looking visibly dissatisfied. Sister, he's not your grandfather. Why do you follow his orders so blindly? Ye Lingyan walked away while saying loudly, disciples from Van Chao, Loi Chao, and So Chao, hurry into the testing arena. I'll be back in a moment. The young men around her saw her and their eyes lit up. Look, it's the Saintess, and those Thuong Chao disciples. The Saintess is so beautiful, I want to have her babies. Suddenly, a huge explosion rang out from inside the testing arena. Several people were blown out, screaming, my clothes! It blew off all my clothes. The flames from the explosion spread, sowing terror. Oh God, save me! My butt is on fire. Those standing outside witnessing the scene turned pale. This is no joke. This test is absolute hell. This is the Than Huyen La Thien formation. It's not a game. What do we do? I don't think my strength is enough. An elder, Trin Bin, stood on the side, stroking his beard and sighing heavily. Even the Vermilion Bird, Scarlet Flame, and White Tiger Chi, both low-grade, couldn't withstand it. The talent of this year's batch is just too poor. Meanwhile, Ye Shangxuan was lounging comfortably on the long chair that Ye Lingyan had just brought. He let her fan him while he took a sip of wine and sneered. Just a little bit of difficulty, and they've already chickened out? Trin Bin made a surprised "oh" sound. Ye Shangxuan continued calmly. It's truly a pathetic display. Trin Bin rubbed his eyes, not believing what he was seeing. Am I seeing things? That is the Saintess. The subordinate beside him frowned in annoyance. Who is that beggar anyway? Could he be the long-lost father of the Saintess? The crowd around them began to boil over. What the hell is going on here? Is that beggar the father of the universe or what? How dare he let the goddess in our hearts fan him? I swear, I'm going to chop him to pieces. Han Zhengqi glanced at the enraged crowd. She smiled triumphantly to herself. Looks like the public still has some sense. Yi Shangxuan scratched his ear with an indifferent expression. Is it really necessary to make such a scene? After all, this little girl is only 3,000 years younger than me. What's wrong with her serving an old man like me? Just then, a group of 3 people with an overbearing aura appeared. The one in the lead shouted, "What kind of logic is that?" As soon as he landed on the ground, he spoke aggressively. Ye Lingyan is the noble saintess of the Than Huyen sect. The 3 of us, the elites of the outer sect on the Than Huyen ranking, joined this test specifically because we admire the saintess's beauty. That man pointed straight at Ye Shangxuan's face and growled, "A filthy beggar like you dares to win the saintess's favor? Are you tired of living?" The one who just spoke was Yun Longji. The 2 people with him were Lei Dao and Suo Changfeng. Trin Bin stroked his beard and sighed in admiration. Well done. Deserving of being the 3 elites of the outer sect, their talent is truly extraordinary. They were able to withstand the trial of the 4 symbols' power. The crowd was abuzz again. Those 3 have monstrous talent. The intersect elders have already got their eyes on them. I heard they might even be granted an exception to be accepted as intersect disciples right now. Han Zhengqi covered her mouth and chuckled to herself. These 3 are the strongest representatives of this year's batch. Filthy beggar, you're showing off way too much, right in front of Ye Lingyan. She glanced at Ye Shangxuan and the 3 guys, thinking triumphantly, let me see how you solve this mess. Ye Shangxuan swirled his wine glass, his eyes half closed. It's not actually that simple, he said. You see those 3? It actually took them an entire stick of incense to break the Than Huyen La Thien formation. But you, Yun Longji, laughed arrogantly. You flatter me. Lei Dao appeared humble. just a trivial matter. Suo Changfeng gave a cold glance. Too polite. Yun Longjie. He turned to look at Ye Shangxuan, who was sitting arrogantly, his voice full of provocation. To be taken care of so attentively by the saintess, your strength must not be trivial, right? Or perhaps he pointed his thumb toward the formation and offered a scornful smile. You should go up there and try it yourself, so we can all be enlightened. Hey, filthy beggar, one guy in the crowd shouted excitedly. It's starting, the good show is about to begin. The person next to him echoed. Get ready to watch the filthy beggar make a fool of himself. Ye Shangxuan glanced at them indifferently. Go up there and try, huh? He calmly took a sip of wine. Then he made a shocking statement. It's just a broken, trash formation that even a mortal could break. I really don't understand what kind of so-called skill you have to be so proud of. Lei Dao heard this and flew into a rage. What did you say? Even a mortal could break it? You damn beggar. How dare you speak so arrogantly? Acting so arrogant, Suo Changfeng appeared calmer, holding you back. Why get so angry? Why care about this beggar's boasting? He must have something to rely on. He flicked his fan and smiled arrogantly. If you say even a mortal can break it, why don't you go demonstrate, sir? Let us all broaden our horizons, shall we? Indeed, Yun Longjie immediately chimed in to support Changfeng, leaning his face close to Ye Shangxuan. Gritting his teeth, he growled. Listen here, you smelly beggar. Since you're so arrogant, why don't you go show us a few moves? Don't tell me you're scared. Ye Shangxuan flicked his hand, sending the wine cup flying, forcing the man to dodge quickly. He replied indifferently, even a mortal can break it? That's right, but I'm not a mortal, so why are you asking me to perform? He held the empty glass out in front of Ye Lingyan. He said sharply, Hey, a servant should act like a servant, don't you think? Can't you see the glass is empty? Pour me some more, quickly. On the surface, Ye Lingyan obediently complied. As you wish, Ye Shangxuan. But inside, she was screaming. Asking me to fan you was already too much, and now you want this saintess to pour you a drink in front of everyone? And you even called me a servant. She poured the wine with a fake, sweet smile. Ye Shangxuan, can the Xuanlong Latian formation really be broken even by a mortal? Well, even your little servant doesn't believe your words, does she? Ye Shangxuan answered. Ye Lingyan hurriedly waved her hands. No, I was just curious. Even a mortal can break it? What kind of nonsense is that? This is a level 5 profound formation. After all, Ye Shangxuan tilted his head back, finished the wine, and said, Fine. Then, if you're that curious, he flicked his hand and tossed the cup away, smiling slightly. Then today, I'll let you all broaden your horizons. The crowd was getting excited. He's finally going to make a move. Let's see how good he really is. Exactly. Imagine treating our saintess like that. I'm dying to see this. Yi Shangxuan called out. Sheer, come here. He leaned into her ear and whispered a few words. Now, when you enter the formation, after hearing him, Sheer happily waved goodbye to Ye Shangxuan. I'm going now. Ye Shangxuan also smiled and waved back. Yeah, go in and have some fun. The crowd was left dumbfounded again. Have some fun. Does he think charging into the death formation is like a walk in the park? And he's letting a child go in? He's definitely lost it. Ye Lingyan pointed at the little girl, her voice full of worry. Ye Shangxuan, are you really going to let Sheer break the formation? She hasn't even started cultivating yet. Ye Shangxuan nonchalantly flopped down on his chair and happily replied, That's exactly why. If Sheer had already been cultivating, she wouldn't be immortal anymore, right? Lei Dao watched this scene, burning with rage. He's really letting a mortal, a child. At that, enter the formation. Yun Longji laughed triumphantly. This is certainly going to be a sight to behold. This time, he'll surely watch that girl get torn to shreds right in front of everyone. Sheer skipped happily amidst the terrified gazes. She peeked at the squares under her feet and asked innocently, Ye Shangxuan, are you saying I should step on these? She lifted her foot, ready to place it down. Everyone around them held their breath, their hearts stopping. And then, Sheer stepped into the formation. Immediately, a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering surge of energy erupted, enveloping her tiny figure. However, at the center of the storm, Sheer just blinked her big, round eyes, her voice clear as a bell. Wow, is this the formation you were talking about? It's so amazing. She rested her chin on her hand, thinking. Ye Shangxuan said, I think so. Yes. She excitedly followed Ye Shangxuan's instructions, stepping forward 3 squares, and then turning left for 4 more. Suddenly, a massive monster slowly emerged. Everyone screamed in terror. It's here! The 4 symbols' power. The first symbol. the monster let out a sky-shattering roar. Xuanwu appeared. Ye Lingyan felt like she was burning up inside, restless as if ants were crawling under her skin. She turned to Ye Shangxuan, worried. That Xuanwu, although it's slow, its damage radius is terrifying. Sheer is just a child with no cultivation. If we send her in there, will she be all right? The young man just shrugged his shoulders and replied calmly. Why worry? Just keep your eyes peeled and watch the show. No sooner had he finished than a man in the crowd shrieked in panic. It's attacking. A giant Xuanwu roared with a world-shaking sound and opened its massive mouth, spitting out a barrage of razor-sharp hailstones. Yet, Sheer remained carefree and cheerful. After skipping through 4 squares, the girl suddenly crouched down, clutching her head and murmuring, "Sit down and count. 1, 2, 3. As soon as she finished, she popped back up, giggled, and ran forward 5 more squares. Upon arrival, Sheer covered her little eyes with her small hands and whispered, "Time to play hide and seek. Let's count to 4. And so, she just stood there amidst the hail of stones, ignoring the monster's frenzied roaring, her mouth still softly counting. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yun Longjie couldn't believe the absurd scene before his eyes. He frantically rubbed his eyes and gritted his teeth. Playing blind man's bluff inside the Latian Great Formation? You've got to be kidding me. Someone slap me so I wake up. Lei Dao slapped himself in the face with a thwack to steady himself, mumbling, "An illusion, it must be an illusion." Suo Changfeng pinched his own thigh so hard it hurt. It didn't work. Reality remained. Damn it! The 3 of us combined had to use 5 levels of profound energy just to withstand it. I must be dreaming of a nightmare. Contrasting with them, Ye Lingyan was overjoyed, thinking, "This is amazing." Even that overpowered wide-area attack from the Xuanwu, Sheer managed to dodge it all? Where could this girl have come from? Is she a deity? But then, her joy faded as her eyes widened in horror. Wait a minute, she watched Xier strolling, right in front of the giant tortoise. Her heart felt like it was on fire. Oh my god, why does she keep walking forward? Xier stood there, murmuring, "Take 3 steps forward, then 3 steps to the left, and finally, 1 more step." As soon as she said that, she cheered joyfully when she saw a tiny tortoise right in front of her. Wow, a super adorable little turtle. Xier gently picked up the turtle and cooed, "Let's play together, little turtle." She happily stroked its hard shell, then turned her back on the massive monster that was slowly dissipating behind her. "You let me touch your shell, so that's a yes." A disciple, watching the whole scene, turned pale and stammered, There's a way to break the formation like this too?" He couldn't believe it. The guys standing next to him were also clutching their heads in confusion. Less than an incense stick's time, and she's already shattered the black tortoise power of the first stone statue? No way is it actually possible for a mere mortal to do this? Once the incense burned out, Sheer already had a cute little red bird in her hands. She beamed, "The little bird is so adorable." After 2 sticks of incense, Sheer leaned down, stroking a snowy white cat, cooing, "Little kitty, let's be friends." Behind her, the image of the black tortoise completely vanished into thin air. After 3 sticks of incense, the girl held a tiny little dragon in her hands and innocently asked, "Huh? Is this a snake? Why does a snake have feet? How strange." Spiritual energy surged from the ground as the entire formation beneath her glowed with a mystical light. Xier stepped out, beaming with her 4 trophies, excitedly showing off to Ye Shangxuan. "Look, there are 4 little animal friends in here. They're so cute." The 3 guys, Vun Longqiat, Lei Dao, and Sir Chengfeng, were frozen in their tracks. Their jaws hit the floor, and they didn't even notice the snot and drool running down their faces from the shock. The surrounding disciples were also wide-eyed with amazement. She actually broke the formation and walked out? What on earth did she do in there? Xier skipped over to Ye Shangxuan, looking up with sparkling eyes. "Ye Shangxuan, can we keep these little guys?" The young man replied simply, "If you like them, keep them." He casually reached over and lifted the white cat, which was sitting proudly on her head, and continued, "This trashy black tortoise heaven-veiled array should have been thrown in the garbage 1,000 years ago." Diep Ye Shangxuan smiled, stroking the cat's soft fur, and kept mocking it. Using a grade 5 formation but taking beast cores as the array eyes? The flaws are so obvious that even a mortal could just stroll through it. You call this a test? It's more of a joke. Lei Dao was so angry he could see stars, grinding his teeth. That jerk, how dare he speak such arrogant words? Sir Chengfeng knit his brows, gritting his teeth. That is the sect's 1,000-year-old heritage array. Vun Longqiat stared, unable to deny the harsh reality. But the girl really did break it. Diep Ye Lingyan gently lifted the teapot, poured a full cup, and wore a charming smile. Ye Shangxuan is right, she said, looking at him with a meaningful gaze. But since that's the case, why not just replace it with a new array for the Black Tortoise sect? Wouldn't that be a win-win situation? Diep Ye Shangxuan frowned. You all are quite good at calculating, aren't you? Putting all the attention on me now, are we? Diep Ye Lingyan cheerfully replied. Ye Shangxuan, you're joking again. She picked up the wine jar, continuing to flatter him. With your earth-shattering talent, Yi Shangxuan, wouldn't setting up a higher-level array be as easy as flipping your hand? Diep Ye Shangxuan raised his wine cup, his expression calm. Don't try to use reverse psychology on me here. Just focus on serving me well. Once I feel comfortable, maybe I'll just toss you a new array. Diep Ye Lingyan clasped her hands, her smile growing brighter. But inside she was screaming, Fine. That's decided then. Diep Ye Shangxuan, you bastard. You're getting more and more demanding. As Diep Ye Shangxuan stroked the cat, he looked up at the sky and thought to himself, I never expected the descendants of the Black Tortoise sect to treat this piece of trash formation as a treasure 1,000 years later. This was just something I created on a whim to trap birds. It's time to change them into something better. He turned to the three guys, who were still petrified, and asked, Now that the formation is broken, do you have any other pointers? Van Longkiet jumped in surprise and stammered, No. He knit his brows, feeling bitter inside. What else could there even be? We exhausted all our strength to break the array, only to be outdone by a mortal girl just taking a walk. How do we have any face left to talk? Suor Trung Fong acted calm on the surface, but inside he was in turmoil. This is clearly a slap in the face to the three of us, but we can't even refute it. How painful. Only Loi Dao couldn't keep his cool, pointing directly at Ye Shangxuan and roaring. It was just blind luck. It wasn't based on your real ability, so stop acting so cocky. Diep Ye Shangxuan lazily stood up, stretched, and let out a long yawn. A grand entrance exam, yet not a single disciple catches my eye. He cast a glance around with a look of disdain, every single one of them acting so high and mighty. What a boring, self-important bunch. The guy was speechless, his face turning bright red. Diep Ye Shangxuan walked away, waving his hand. I'm going for a walk. Little girl, remember to take good care of Xier. Diep Ye Lingyan panicked and raised her hand, calling after him. Ye Shangxuan, there are many dangerous forbidden areas in the Black Tortoise sect. Diep Ye Shangxuan turned back with a mysterious smile. I know this place better than you do. Diep Ye Lingyan stood frozen on the spot. He knows it better than me? Diep Ye Shangxuan strolled toward a cliff. Drowsiness hit him, causing him to yawn repeatedly. Not bothering to watch his step or look for a path, he decided, just find somewhere to take a nap. With that, he stepped right off the edge of the cliff. Instead of falling, Diep Ye Shangxuan gently flew into the air and landed on a hidden rock ledge. There were countless wine jars scattered about. Seeing the stash, his eyes lit up. Oh, I didn't expect anyone in the Black Tortoise sect to know how to brew spirit wine. He sat down excitedly, grabbed a jar, and quickly popped the lid. But I have to taste it to know the quality. Just as Diep Ye Shangxuan brought the jar to his lips to enjoy it, a calloused hand suddenly grabbed his wrist, making him jump. A large, muscular old man with dark skin stood looming behind him, radiating murderous intent. You little brat! How dare you steal this old man's wine? The old man squeezed his wrist and roared. You rotten kid! Put that wine jar down for me. Diep Ye Shangxuan blinked, teasing him. And if I say no, then what? 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 You! The old man was furious, veins popping out on his forehead. I'll mince you into 100 pieces. But then, the old man froze. Even though he used all his strength, the young man's arm didn't move an inch. The old man was shocked, thinking to himself, this kid has such terrifying strength? He knit his brows and asked, You jerk, which mountain are you a disciple of? Diep Ye Shangxuan gently shook the old man's hand off and smirked. Which mountain I'm from has nothing to do with you. He tilted his head back and took a big gulp. I've claimed this sword mystery peak now. I'm going to set up camp here from now on. The old man was enraged, raising his hand to channel his energy, which began to glow intensely. Damn it! What kind of jerk raised a rude brat like you? How dare you be so arrogant? Let me replace your master. He launched a palm strike directly at Ye Shangxuan, who was still busy drinking, and teach you a lesson. Ye Shangxuan just gave a side glance. A faint smile played on his lips. The old man was stunned, completely bewildered by what just happened. His punch had passed right through Ye Shangxuan's body. He was startled and panicked. Old man. A voice echoed right beside his ear. Before he even knew it, Ye Shangxuan had appeared right next to him. He calmly said, You're too slow. He held the wine jar, smiling as he continued, It's just a bit of spirit nectar on this path of yours. Do you really need to make such a big deal out of it? When the old man heard the words mediocre path, his eyebrows nearly fused together. A mediocre path? The old man's killing intent exploded, surging around him as he roared. You little brat! You can say whatever you want, but you dare to call my spirit nectar mediocre? I'll tear your filthy mouth apart. The old man lunged forward with a murderous expression. I'll beat you until you're crippled, then force you to stay here as my furnace-stoking servant. Yi Shangxuan simply sat still, sighing as he watched the old man charge at him blindly. He has a bit of a hot temper. He tapped the wine jar lightly, but he's a fellow wine lover. That personality is actually quite like mine. With that, he nudged the wine jar, sending it flying. The wine jar whistled through the air toward the old man. The old man cried out in alarm, "Ah!" before the jar smashed straight into his chest, sending him flying over 30 feet away. Ye Shangxuan finished his sentence. Then I wouldn't mind taking on an old man as a servant at Sword Profound Peak to keep me company. The old man struggled to stand, his mouth spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Seeing this, Ye Shangxuan let out an "oh." In his mind, he analyzed. This old man's skills aren't half bad, but he has too many injuries, preventing him from reaching his full potential. Suddenly, a rich, alluring fragrance wafted out from a dilapidated building nearby. Ye Shangxuan sniffed, his eyes lighting up. In this ruined temple, there's actually good wine hidden? He immediately followed the scent inside. When the old man saw this, his expression changed, and he hurriedly waved his hands to stop him. Young hero, please stop. There's nothing inside. Ye Shangxuan turned his head, flashing a carefree grin. Old man, without my permission, you aren't allowed to enter. I'll hit you every time you try to go in. Remember that, he thought excitedly. Good kid, you're actually brewing this stuff too? Yi Shangxuan was incredibly thrilled when he saw the source of the scent. This is top-grade spirit nectar. He stared, stunned, at an old wooden chest used for brewing. He hadn't expected this old man capable of brewing top-grade spirit nectar. He rested his chin on his hand, drool nearly dripping down. This is the pinnacle of the wine world. You can count the number of people who can brew this on one hand. With that thought, Ye Shangxuan leaped onto the chest, eagerly lifting the lid, hoping the taste of this top-grade spirit nectar wouldn't disappoint him. But as the lid opened, he was startled. Inside wasn't wine, but a beautiful girl fast asleep. Isn't this the demoness from the demon prison hall? Ye Shangxuan's face darkened. Why did her soul escape? The demoness woke up groggily, lazily complaining, "Who is it? Who's disturbing my sleep?" Suddenly, she realized something, and she sat bolt upright in panic. Oh no! I've been found out! The demoness immediately turned into a red mist, looking for a way to escape. Ye Shangxuan watched her, laughing calmly. This little girl is pretty fast on her feet, huh? But does she think she can escape my grasp? He looked down at the unfinished wine jar in the chest and muttered, the celestial spiritual energy in this jar of top-grade spirit nectar has already been sucked away by that little girl's soul by 70 or 80%. Without that celestial energy, the flavor has dropped by at least 90%. What a waste of heaven's gift. He jumped down from the chest, frowning, but a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. This little girl needs a harsh lesson. Outside, the old man rolled on the ground, weeping bitterly. My wine. It took me over 40 years of hard work to brew that jar. It's gone. All gone. Suddenly, Ye Shangxuan stepped closer. The old man jumped, abruptly silencing his wails. Yi Shangxuan pointed his thumb back toward the building. Don't worry, there's still some left inside. Now, I have a few questions for you. Hearing this, the old man sat up, breathing a sigh of relief. Still there? That's good. That's good. Then, he suddenly flew into a rage, pointing directly at his face and shouting, You little brat! Who on earth do you think you are? Yi Shangxuan's face immediately darkened. An invisible pressure radiated outward, making it hard to breathe. Right now, I am the one asking you questions. The old man immediately cowered in fear and replied, Oh, go ahead and ask. On this Sword Profound Peak, besides you, is there anyone else? No! Sword Profound Peak has been considered a ruin for thousands of years. Yi Shangxuan crossed his arms and continued, Then do you know if there is any forbidden ground on Sword Profound Peak? No. The old man jumped to his feet, waving his hands frantically. No, absolutely not. He had lived here for nearly 100 years. If there were a forbidden ground, how could he not know? This Sword Profound Peak, other than being wide, there's nothing strange about it. Hearing this, Ye Shangxuan turned around and raised a hand. Fine, I see. I have business to attend to. You go on and play by yourself. The old man watched his retreating back, his expression full of tension. This kid looks familiar. Who exactly is he? At the true martial hall, Ye Shangxuan pushed open the heavy door and charged in. He glanced around. Dust was flying everywhere. It seems that old man was telling the truth. This place, I'm afraid, hasn't been stepped on in over 2,000 years. No wonder the demoness's soul was able to escape. He looked up at the giant statue of himself and continued. 2,000 years without anyone entering the demon prison hall to reinforce the formation. Yi Shangxuan turned and walked away. The profound energy of the formation has likely been depleted for a long time. He stopped before a blank wall. It's here. Immediately, the floor shook and slowly opened, revealing a deep, dark staircase leading underground. An ethereal mist rose up, revealing a prison gate sealed by countless ancient magical spells. The gate opened automatically. Ye Shangxuan slowly walked inside. He stopped to look around. Everywhere were human skeletons lying scattered. Near one skeleton, lines of dried, blood-written words appeared. Ye Shangxuan leaned down to read. It's been 2,000 years. The profound sword sect. Those bastards have no martial honor. They mistreated the prisoners. I'm dying of starvation. Someone come and kill me. It hurts so much. He frowned, looking at the skeleton under his feet. A great demon sect general from 2,000 years ago, once famous and ruthless, finally died of hunger? Really? He looked at the other skeletons. This notorious bandit also died of hunger, and this one too? How embarrassing for the demonic path. Suddenly, a mournful voice echoed from deep within the dark prison. It has been 2,600 years. That voice continued to echo. After you left, have you truly forgotten me? It's been so long, and you haven't returned even once. The demoness who just escaped is now back in her true form. She sat slumped over a stone table, her voice dripping with resentment. It's one thing to use sweet words to trick me into this hellhole and lock me away, but the least you could do is visit me every once in a while. She pouted and continued. Now, there's only some old geezer on Xuanfeng Sword Peak. His yang energy is terrifyingly strong. My soul can't even get close to him. Every day, I have to sneak up there just to steal a bit of spiritual energy. But how is that ever enough? If this keeps up, I'm going to starve to death in this godforsaken place sooner or later. Du went into a fit of hysterics, flailing her limbs about. You rotten man, you despicable jerk. Even if you're leaving, why keep me locked up here? You should at least have someone bring me food. You scoundrel, you bastard! She suddenly froze. Someone was coming. Du was overjoyed, her hands gripping the bars tightly. Finally, the disciples of the Than Huyen sect have discovered this place. She immediately blew a seductive cloud of pink smoke toward them. The mist swirled toward Diep Thuong Huyen. He stood still, thinking to himself, this brat still hasn't outgrown her habit of using demonic arts to bewitch people. As expected, sealing this place once more before I ascended to the upper realm was the right decision. If some Than Huyen disciple were seduced by her and she managed to escape, all of Thuong Chao would definitely fall into chaos. Seeing Thuong Huyen slowly approaching, Du smiled triumphantly. The fish is taking the bait. It's taking the bait. She clasped her hands together with a cunning smirk, pouring the last of her profound energy into her demonic art. With a boom, pink smoke billowed out. Du transformed into a stunning beauty, thinking, Diep Thuong Huyen, this is all your fault. I won't let this once-in-a-millennium opportunity slip away. You've kept me locked up for 2,800 years. This time, I'm getting out. Du exuded a lethal charm, waving her hand invitingly while plotting in her heart. Once I'm out, I'll hunt you down, lock you away, and turn you into my very own toy. You won't be able to escape me for even a single step for the rest of your life. Seeing Diep Thuong Huyen standing right outside, she cooed in a sugary voice. Diep Thuong Huyen, have you come to save me? Diep Thuong Huyen didn't bother paying attention. He pointed at her face and snapped. Stop being so noisy. You stole my premium-grade spiritual wine earlier, and I haven't even settled that score with you yet. Du was stunned. I stole your premium-grade wine? When? Then she burst into laughter. Oh, you mean that jar of wine? She thought to herself. He doesn't even have any cultivation base. Looks like a newly initiated disciple. Perfect. A clueless rookie like this is the easiest to trick. Du put on a seductive act, leaning against the bars, and said, Diep Thuong Huyen, dear, what's so great about wine? If you let me out, you can do anything you want with me. She licked her lips provocatively. Anything at all. Huh. Diep Thuong Huyen raised a hand to his forehead, helpless. This brat, she even dares to try and seduce me? It's been over 2,000 years, and your guts have grown quite a bit, haven't they? Du repeated, confused. You even tried to seduce me? After all these years? She frowned. Who are you? Have we met before? Aren't you a new disciple of the Than Huyen sect? Diep Thuong Huyen crossed his arms and smiled coldly. Since when does a demoness of the Huyen Ma sect only know how to judge people by their looks? Can't you recognize my aura? Du sniffed the air. The aura was a bit familiar. Wait, this is. Her eyes widened in shock. Diep Thuong Huyen's aura? Du rested her chin on her hand, pondering. No, that's not quite right. There's a slight difference. She gripped the bars and hissed. Damn it! Are you? Du glared at Thuong Huyen, her eyes practically spitting fire. You descendant of Diep Thuong Huyen. She pointed directly at his face and shouted, Tell me, which vixen is your mother? This lady swears I'll mince her into pieces. How dare she steal my man? So that's why he's been missing for 2,000 years. He found a new joy and forgot the promise he made back then. Diep Thuong Huyen was speechless. Du grew more agitated, gritting her teeth. It's your mother, right? She sent you here, didn't she? Trying to show off to this lady that she successfully snatched Diep Thuong Huyen away, didn't she? If you weren't his descendant, how would anyone even know about this dungeon? You rotten man, you despicable man, you bastard. Diep Thuong Huyen pouted, helpless, thinking, good heavens, I haven't even had the chance to hold a girl's hand properly yet, and now I have a full-grown son falling from the sky? What is this? Du knelt, sobbing bitterly. Even with a son, you still won't let me out, and you sent him here just to insult me. Wah! Diep Thuong Huyen was totally at a loss, flopping down onto the ground. Since when did this girl have such a vivid imagination? He raised his hand and flicked Du on the forehead. Ow! She cried out in pain, clutching her forehead. If your father bullying me wasn't enough, now you want to bully me too? If you're so great, let me out. This lady will take you down with me. Diep Thuong Huyen spoke up. Still don't recognize me? His expression turned serious. I am Diep Thuong Huyen. Du immediately exploded, pointing at his face. Don't you dare try to trick me. Even though you look a lot like your father, there are differences. Besides, even though your father was always stuck at the body refining realm, at least he had a cultivation base. But you don't have a shred of cultivation. Then, as if realizing something, she stammered. Wait, you said you are Diep Thuong Huyen? Could it be? Du looked terrified, hugging herself, her face flushed red. You want to impersonate your father to do that to me? Diep Thuong Huyen frowned, annoyed. Have you been locked up for 2,000 years until you've gone stupid? He raised an eyebrow. Or are you pretending to be stupid to put on a show for me here? Diep Thuong Huyen reached out. Come here! Du clung to the bars, screaming loudly, help! Someone is impersonating others to do obscene things. Diep Thuong Huyen gently flicked a finger against the beauty's smooth forehead, his tone calm. One more thing. Deep down, you're still just a little brat. As he finished speaking, a burst of invisible energy instantly tore through her illusion of maturity. It shocked her back into her true form, a young girl. Diep Thuong Huyen then looked at the little demoness with a stern expression. So, stop casually growing up. That pathetic bewitching technique from your demon sect from 2 millennia ago, you, of all people, should know best that it is completely useless against me. Du was so angry she stomped her feet, stammering, how on earth did you break my transformation? Diep Thuong Huyen didn't bother to answer. With a nonchalant expression, he reached out and pinched her chubby cheeks. What's with this attitude? He asked, calmly lecturing her while still tugging at her cheeks. What's so bad about being a kid? You're free of worries. Why on earth are you trying so hard to act like an adult? Or did you already forget? Remember what happened last time you tried that charm spell on me? Your little butt was swollen for half a month. I already warned you, didn't I? If you dare use those dark arts on me again, I'll make your butt bloom literally. How about it? Is it itchy again? Do you want to taste that feeling once more? Upon hearing the nightmare of being spanked to tears, she immediately wailed. No. I know I was wrong, I promise. I won't dare do it again. Yi Shangxuan continued to list her offenses. And that time you took advantage of a gap in the dungeon's formations to use a transformation spell and sneak out. What were you thinking? He recalled the scene of Tang Yu sneaking around, pouring a bottle of suspicious liquid into his bathwater, muttering to yourself that, once the rice is cooked, the entire Than Huyen sect will be mine. Watching from the channel, Ye Shangxuan's face darkened as he approached. What kind of devilish trick are you playing? You snuck out, yet instead of running for your life, you have the leisure to drug my bathwater? He continued, his voice full of helplessness. And besides, after locking you up for a whole century, before I let you go, I told you time and time again not to go back to that demon lust sect of yours. That saintess title sounds fancy, but in reality, you're just a cultivation vessel for someone else. Yet, you didn't listen. In the end, the one who had to go and rescue you was still me. Having said his piece, Ye Shangxuan folded his arms and smirked. Now, do you know who I am? You? She stood frozen, her beautiful eyes suddenly welling up. Are you really him? With tears streaming down her face, she suddenly burst into sobs. You jerk! You heartless man! Why did you leave me in this dump? It's been so long, and you're only just showing your face now. Ye Shangxuan could only sigh in exasperation. Tang Yu's hands hurriedly grabbed his robe as if she were afraid he would disappear again. She puffed out her cheeks in anger, declaring, "Don't even think about running. Release me right now, or I swear I won't let go." Tang, you tearfully recounted. 2,600 years. Do you even know how miserable I've been for those 2,600 long years? All alone in this godforsaken basement, looking everywhere but finding no one to talk to? She cried as she spoke, her tears falling like rain. Do you understand what it's like to be lonely to the point of insanity? On top of that, there wasn't even any food to snack on. Ye Shangxuan suddenly reached out and gently stroked her soft hair, smiling warmly. You know my nature, don't you? After I fought until there were no more rivals left in the Shang continent, I ascended to the upper realm and casually carved my name onto the heaven-reaching tablet just for fun. Tang, you swatted his hand away, pouting. Fun? You call disappearing for over 2,000 years fun? But wait, why has your appearance changed like this? Ye Shangxuan remembered the scene of himself turning into ashes. He just smiled faintly. I died once. Although I had prepared a retreat path in the Shang continent, the process of reconstructing my physical body had a few glitches. But forget it, at least I'm alive now. Hearing this, Tang Yu widened her eyes in shock. You died? She quickly reached out, her face full of worry. So how is your body now? Let me check you for a bit. Have you fully recovered? Did it damage your foundation or origin? She clenched her fists, her voice filled with killing intent. And tell me, which bastard killed you? I swear I'll mince him. Ye Shangxuan laughed and held up his hand, spreading his fingers. Relax. Although my current strength hasn't recovered to 110% under these heavens, the number of people who could be my match can be counted on one hand. He reached out and lightly pinched Tang Yu's nose. Also, for a little brat like you, stop opening your mouth and calling yourself old lady. That doesn't suit you at all. Ouch! She yelped unexpectedly and quickly swatted his hand away. She rubbed her reddened nose. I'm not a brat. I'm truly grown up now. I've been here for over 2,000 years. The little demoness put her hands on her hips, puffing out her chest proudly. Regardless of age or anything else, I'm not a child anymore. Ye Shangxuan stood straight and asked a question, getting straight to the point. So, do you want to get out of here? Tang Yu's eyes instantly lit up, and she babbled pleadingly. I want to. I've been in this hellhole for way too long. I'm about to rot to death in here. Ye Shangxuan put on a serious expression. Before, I locked you up because I wasn't around, and I was afraid you'd run off and cause trouble. Plus, with that natural beauty bone physique of yours, letting you out would only cause chaos. But now that I'm back, I don't need to worry about that anymore. He winked playfully, secretly thinking that leaving a kid for over 2,000 years was indeed a bit too much. However, Ye Shangxuan continued. There are 3 conditions. Before he could finish his sentence, Tang Yu nodded repeatedly. I agree to all of them. Ye Shangxuan raised 3 fingers and clearly declared, First, do not transform at will. Second, you are not allowed to be more than 5 steps away from me. And third, absolutely no calling yourself old lady. Tang, you looked dazed. That's it? What's wrong? Ye Shangxuan frowned. Do you want me to add a few more harsh terms? The girl didn't say a word. She suddenly jumped up and wrapped her arms around him, her voice full of excitement. I knew it. My Huyan is still the one who loves me most. You don't have the heart to be harsh with me. Ye Shangxuan frowned. Hey, get down. Tang. You winked happily, her voice playful. I won't. I'm not getting down. You disappeared for 2,000 years and left me lonely here. And now you won't even let me hug you for a moment? Ye Shangxuan let out a helplessly long sigh. Fine, whatever you want. Tang, you sat perched on his shoulder. Happily, she shouted. Let's go. Let's charge ahead and eat our fill. Sit still, will you? Stop squirming, Ye Shangxuan warned. Meanwhile, at the testing area, the crowd around was stunned to the point of stuttering. What kind of aptitude is this? All eyes were fixed on Xier. The little girl was standing in front of a stone stela, which emitted 2 brilliant streams of light. That sight left everyone speechless. The stela was actually capable of emitting 2 different colors, and both reached the holy grade level. One had to know that the sect's geniuses had only reached the upper grade. They hadn't even touched the peak grade yet. Yi Lingyan was so astonished that she had to cover her mouth. It can't be the twin Dao physique. As she gasped, this is the legendary holy physique, found once every 10,000 years. And it's also a dual ice and fire attribute, capable of cultivating both yin and yang simultaneously. Diep Shier asked in a daze. This stone stele, why is she glowing like that? Liu Dao stood nearby, staring at the little girl in disbelief. Could this girl actually be a saint-level talent? Elder Feng joined in, his voice filled with regret. A saint-level constitution, once she starts cultivating, she's destined to shake the heavens. And to think I offended her earlier. Suddenly, an authoritative voice boomed from above. I want this one. The two elders jumped and turned around. The Grand Elder. The surrounding crowd began to buzz with excitement. My God, it's Grand Elder Zhao Changkong himself. He came in person? It looks like this little girl is about to soar to new heights. Straight into the inner sect. Zhao Changkong stood above, stroking his long beard, his eyes filled with satisfaction as he looked down. I never expected such a supreme talent to appear in this entrance exam. Ha ha ha. A shrill laugh echoed out. Zhao Changkong, don't even think about keeping her all to yourself. Zhao Changkong glanced over, annoyed. These old folks have a sharp nose for talent. The person who spoke was a beautiful woman. A seed like this, especially a girl, naturally belongs at my Saintess Peak. She was Elder Wu Shan. As the master of Saintess Peak, a burly man beside her also chimed in. Your Saintess Peak already has a Saintess. You should yield this one to my Tongtian Peak. That's where she belongs. He was Zuo Tong, master of Tongtian Peak. Another man with a scholarly appearance smiled gracefully. My Wanting Peak focuses on scriptures and classics. It is the best place for this child to cultivate her heart and mind. He was Lu Shibei, master of Wanting Peak. Zhao Changkong's face darkened, and he snapped, You all need to respect seniority. It's clear I got here first. The other three shouted in unison, Get lost. Wu Xuan knit her brows. You aren't even a peak master, yet you want to fight us for a disciple? Exactly. Lu Shibei put on a sympathetic face and patted Zhao Changkong's shoulder. Look, your strength is impressive, but who told you to love freedom so much that you refuse to be a peak master? Zhao Changkong was so angry he could see stars. He pointed at each of them and roared, What the hell? You bastards. Back when we were fighting for the peak master positions, all of you were crying to me about how exhausting it was and told me not to compete. So this was all a setup to trap me, huh? Suddenly, an aged but powerful voice descended from the sky. Stop arguing. A hazy figure appeared in midair. I will take this girl. Everyone looked up in horror. I said, I will take her, the voice repeated, allowing no room for objection. A disciple in the crowd whispered in frustration, Who is that, being so arrogant? The person next to him quickly covered his mouth. He said, trembling, Watch your mouth. That is the supreme elder of our Than Huyen sect. Zhao Changkong heard this and stroked his beard with a laugh. Ha ha, it seems this disciple isn't meant for me after all. Wu Xuan muttered unhappily. What bad luck. Zuo Tong asked in confusion. Isn't he supposed to be in secluded meditation? Lu Shibei sighed, frowning with regret. It's so rare to find a good seed like this. The elder with the imposing aura was indeed the supreme elder. He spoke solemnly. I never expected to find such a talent right after finishing my meditation. The old man stroked his beard and smiled. With this foundation, she can perfectly inherit my legacy, perhaps even surpass me. The four elders and peak masters immediately cupped their hands in unison and said respectfully, Greetings, Supreme Elder. The Supreme Elder also cupped his hands in return. No need for formalities. It seems I've snatched another disciple from you all. He raised his hand happily and laughed. Of course, if you have any objections, feel free to speak your mind. Zhao Changkong quickly replied, The Supreme Elder is too kind. It is the sect's blessing that you wish to take a disciple. How could we dare to have any objections? Then, he turned to the other three with a friendly smile, thinking to himself, Humph, you guys were ganging up to push me out earlier. Now it's my turn to watch. Nobody gets her. Wu Xuan had to reply, Zhao is right. Lu Sibei also chimed in. Congratulations, congratulations, Zuo Tong said, respectfully. Congratulations to the Supreme Elder for finding such a beloved disciple. Ha ha ha. The Supreme Elder laughed joyfully. You are all too polite. After finishing, he turned and flew downward. Come on, let me take you all to meet my good disciple. Seeing the group descend, Ye Lingyan cupped her hands in salute. Greetings, Supreme Elder. The Supreme Elder smiled and waved his hand. Yi Lingyan, You don't need to be so formal in front of me. Yes. Yun Longjie stood to the side, his eyes filled with jealousy. How? Why? How can a ragged little beggar like her make even the Supreme Elder show up in person, just because of that damn constitution? He clenched his fists, seething with resentment. Clearly, I am the main character of this exam. I am the one who deserves everyone's attention. The Supreme Elder squatted down and reached out to pat Shier's head, his voice gentle. Good child. I am the Supreme Elder of the Than Huyen sect. From now on, I will be your master, Shier replied naively. But Diep Thuong Huyen said he would be my master. He also said that apart from him, no one in this entire Than Huyen sect is qualified to be my master. The Supreme Elder's hand froze in midair. His face showed a hint of surprise. Diep Thuong Huyen? He stood up straight and frowned. Tell me, who is this Diep Thuong Huyen you're talking about? Yun Longji seized the opportunity and hurried forward, bowing. Supreme Elder, I know a little something about the Diep Thuong Huyen this child is talking about. Then tell me, the Supreme Elder ordered. Yun Longji immediately put on a devious smile. Sir, to put it plainly, that guy is just an arrogant and conceited beggar, but there isn't a single trace of cultivation on him. I don't know how he snuck in here. I asked him to step onto the stage to prove his strength, but he made all sorts of excuses to refuse, and his tone was extremely rude. He glanced at Ye Lingyan and continued. Furthermore, our saintess personally waits on him. I suspect the saintess is secretly keeping him as a pet. Hearing this, the Supreme Elder's face turned pale. Is such a thing really happening? He turned to Ye Lingyan and demanded, Ye Lingyan, is what he said true? Did you really go and wait on a beggar? It is true, sir. She hurriedly waved her hands, explaining awkwardly. But it's not how you think, grandfather. So it's true. The Supreme Elder was so furious that his murderous aura flared up. A mere mortal with no cultivation dares to be so arrogant within my Than Huyen sect. How dare he force a saintess to serve him? He glared, shouting, I don't care what your relationship is with that man, but this behavior has brought shame upon the entire Than Huyen sect. Ye Lingyan bowed her head in fear, staying silent. This guy must not be forgiven, Tai Shang roared. Oh? A lazy voice drifted from afar. Who cannot be forgiven? Let's hear it. Ye Shangxuan strolled over with Du Wu hopping on his shoulder, mumbling incessantly. Meat, I want meat. Ye Shangxuan, you're back, Ye Lingyan said anxiously. Ye Shangxuan, Shier cheered, waving her hands. Yun Longjie sneered triumphantly the moment he saw him. You're back, are you? Just in time. He turned to Tai Shang, cupped his hands, and declared loudly, Supreme Elder, this is that beggar I mentioned to you. The Supreme Elder squinted. So it is him? Shier happily ran over to hug his leg. Du Wu, perched on his shoulder, caught sight of the little girl and spoke up. It's this little brat again. She hopped down to the ground, pointing at Shier's face. Tisk, tisk, and she's a twin Dao body? She turned to ask Ye Shangxuan, is this the disciple you just took in? He smiled faintly. That's right. Not bad at all. Du Wu laughed, patting him on the rear. To think you found such a good seed. Shier stared at Du Wu, her eyes lighting up. So cute. Cute? Du Wu felt annoyed. Shier happily reached out to pat Du Wu's head. What a lovely little sister. You're also Ye Shangxuan's disciple. Right? So from now on, you'll be my junior sister. Little sister? Junior sister? Du Wu put her hands on her hips and shrieked. You're the little sister. This lady is not little at all. This lady is over 2,000 years old. Ahem. Ahem. Yi Shangxuan coughed twice and reminded her softly. What was our condition again? Du Wu jumped and turned back. Ah, slip of the tongue, slip of the tongue. She quickly tried to cover it up. But you're clearly smaller than me. Ye Lingyan rubbed her chin, thinking, Ye Shangxuan and this little girl, they seem to be old acquaintances. Du Wu puffed out her chest. Where am I small? I am clearly very big, okay? She even tried to stand on her tiptoes, reaching out to pat Shier's head. Besides, kid, get it right. You have to call me Master's wife. Mas Master's wife? Shier was bewildered. Ye Lingyan was so shocked her jaw nearly hit the floor. She turned to look at Ye Shangxuan with a terrified expression. Ye Shangxuan, even a child this small, you actually made your move? Thwack! Yi Shangxuan irritably tapped Du Wu on the head. Stop talking nonsense. Du Wu held her head, pouting in annoyance. Am I not your woman? You've kept me locked up for so long. Everything that needed to be done has been done. Now you're thinking of wiping your hands and abandoning me? Ye Shangxuan stammered, at a loss for words. Yun Longjie frowned, glaring at him. This stinking beggar has other women? But wait, why is the Supreme Elder suddenly standing there frozen? He continued to add fuel to the fire. Supreme Elder. He won't even spare a child. This guy must be a pervert. A pervert like this infiltrating the Than Huyen sect is the greatest humiliation to our sect. Taishang was shaking violently at this point, digging his heels into the dirt. Oh gods, why has this demoness appeared here? Cold sweat poured down. His eyes widened. No, wasn't she already executed by the founder? Terrifying memories flooded back. He recalled the scene from over 2,000 years ago, when everyone, including himself, had collectively knelt and shouted, "Long live Wu! May she rule for 10,000 years, unite the Zhou continent." Duwu stood high above, laughing cunningly. A little bit of my bewitching technique was enough to make you all forget your own names. What a bunch of useless servants. He, who was just a naive youth back then, had been among them, shouting, "Long live Wu! This demoness has appeared again. I can't stay, I have to run. I absolutely cannot let her recognize me. If others find out about that foolish past, the dignity of the Supreme Elder will vanish into thin air." Thinking this, he tried to sneak away, but a hand grabbed him. Yun Longjie was still persistent. "Supreme Elder, where are you going? This stinking beggar absolutely cannot be kept." Taishang replied, screaming internally, "Oh heavens, why is this troublesome brat here? Let me go." Suddenly, a clear voice rang out right beside his ear. "Huh? You're here too?" Both of them jumped in fright. Du Wu had approached them at some point, smiling brightly as she called out to Taishang. "Oh mother!" The old man was scared out of his wits. Du Wu pointed directly at the Supreme Elder's face and asked, "You're Taishang, right? Shangxuan Taishang?" The people around them gasped in shock. It's over. Sweat poured off the Supreme Elder like a waterfall. He had really been recognized by this demoness. He hurriedly turned to try and run away again. You have the wrong person. Wait, isn't he the Supreme Elder?" Du Wu asked, puzzled. Ye Lingyan replied, "Yes, he is the Supreme Elder." Du Wu patted her small nose and laughed triumphantly. "I knew it. I couldn't have been wrong. My nose is very sensitive. He used to be a little follower who served me. I remember this scent vividly." She slapped the Supreme Elder on the back with a thwack and laughed ha-ha. "Taishang, not bad. You've actually climbed up to the position of Supreme Elder of the Than Huyen sect. I remember back in the day, you were just an outer sect disciple. You didn't even have a voice, and you were bullied by others every single day." Du Wu continued loudly. "Back then, I felt bad for you, so I stepped in to help and taught those guys who bullied you a lesson. How about it? Now that you're a big shot, you don't want to acknowledge this big sister anymore?" Yi Lingyan was stunned. She curiously turned to ask, "Grandfather Taishang, you were bullied by others back in the day?" My lifetime image of wisdom and dignity was shattered in an instant. Taishang covered his face, his heart aching. Zuotong rested his chin on his hands, laughing with amusement. "Is this true? How wonderful." Wu Xuan covered her mouth and giggled. Who would have thought Taishang had such a glorious past? Lu Shibei pulled out paper and pen, eagerly taking notes. "Such an interesting story. I must record this." "Oh, my little great-grandmother," the Supreme Elder's face twisted in agony. He begged, "Ma'am, please, have some mercy and leave this old man a little face." He cursed inwardly. "It was all in vain that I thought myself lucky to encounter a good seed for inheritance right after leaving seclusion. If I had known this, I would rather have stayed in there and cultivated for another few thousand years." "Is this for real?" Ye Lingyan opened her eyes wide, unable to believe it. She turned to ask Ye Shangxuan. He silently cursed, feeling he had wasted his time. He thought he was lucky to have found a talented disciple right after exiting seclusion, but if he had known, he would rather have stayed inside and cultivated for a few thousand years more. "Is this actually real?" Ye Lingyan's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to ask Ye Shangxuan. "Ye Shangxuan, who on earth is this lady? What kind of terrifying background does she have to know someone from the same era as Taishang? And their relationship doesn't seem ordinary at all." Ye Shangxuan smiled and replied, "Her name is Tang Yu. You could say she's an old friend of mine. She just has a bit of a rebellious streak." "Who are you calling rebellious?" Tang. You heard this, and furiously lunged forward. "Clearly, you're the one who refused to see reason, and locked me in that dark, cramped room." But it was the truth. Ye Lingyan was even more shocked. At that moment, Taishang finally trembled, pointing a finger at Ye Shangxuan as he asked Tang Yu, "Just who exactly is this person?" He thought to himself, the person capable of locking up Tang Yu for over 2,000 years, who could they be? What is his purpose in coming to my Qingxuan sect? Tang Yu blinked, looking incredibly confused. "Taishang, Don't tell me you don't recognize this person? The Supreme Elder frowned, his white beard trembling. What reason would I have to know him? Tang Yu scratched her head and gave a forced laugh. Ah, well, that's true. After all, back then you were just an outer sect disciple. How could you ever have the chance to meet a big shot like him? It's only natural you wouldn't know. She crossed her arms and tilted her chin toward Shangxuan, proudly declaring, "It was this gentleman who offered you some pointers back then." Tang Yu, are you having another episode? The Supreme Elder whispered, filled with doubt. Tang Yu thought to herself, it seems Shangxuan doesn't want me to blurt out his identity. With that thought, she leaped up, wrapped her arms around her husband's neck, and grinned. Exactly. This right here is my beloved husband. Both Ye Lingyan and Tai Shang froze. Whose husband? Tang Yu said, while playfully poking Shangxuan's cheek. My dear husband, you really have a heart of stone. You were cruel enough to abandon your wife for so long, making me wait, until I almost withered away like a statue waiting for her lover. Then she turned to Ye Lingyan, acting like a mentor. So, little beauty, I'll tell you this. Being his maid isn't a huge problem, but absolutely don't be foolish enough to give your heart to this man. He is ruthless. You can't joke around with him. Yi Shangxuan spoke up, cutting through her act. Are you done with your performance? Tang Yu happily replied, Done. She continued loudly. I suddenly got the urge to lock you up again. You know, Ye Shangxuan, my beloved husband. Please don't, I just got released. She screamed internally. Ye Shangxuan silently regretted it. If I had known it would be like this, I never would have let this little demoness out back then. Tang Yu excitedly commanded, Tai Shang, hurry up, take me to eat a feast. Whatever delicacies your Qingxuan sect has, bring them all out. I'm about to faint from hunger. The Supreme Elder gestured with his hand. Ah, very well, please follow me. As they turned to leave, Tang Yu cheered loudly. The feast, here I come. Yi Lingyan hurriedly ran after them. Yi Shangxuan, wait for me. The whole group left Yun Longji standing alone in the middle of the courtyard. He clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white. In his head, a storm of jealousy raged. That beggar with the flashy face, how did he use some kind of sorcery to hook the saintess in the blink of an eye? And now he's connected to someone of this stature? Is my glory really being stolen by a nobody like him so blatantly? His face darkened as he gritted his teeth. No, if he's here, who will even look at me? I have to find a way to deal with him immediately. So, he hurriedly began his propaganda campaign. Hey, did you hear? Our saintess is actually serving as a maid for someone else. It's true, and I heard that guy already has a wife. How could the saintess lower herself to be a maid? For a guy like that? She must have been coerced. It's so pitiful. Yun Longjie pulled a guard into a dark corner, whispering secretively. I'm going to tell you something world-shattering. You absolutely cannot say a word to anyone else, he whispered in the guard's ear. Our saintess is being held hostage by a villain. Every single day, he forces her to do all sorts of horrible things. The guard, upon hearing this, was filled with fury. Heaven and earth cannot tolerate such a beast. He hurriedly drew his sword and stormed off. Saintess, I will come with you. Yun Longji watched his back and sneered. That's the 100th one. A cunning glint flashed in his eyes. In no time, 100 disciples were spreading the rumor everywhere. Yun Longjie smiled triumphantly. Let this news fly throughout the Qingxuan sect. I don't believe that even with this, I can't take you down. Who told you to steal the spotlight from me? And daring to hover around the saintess too? He laughed gleefully. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a lackey came running over in a panic, tripped over the threshold, and fell flat. Young master, something terrible has happened. A person who was calmly sipping tea gently opened the lid of his cup and calmly asked, What could be so urgent to make you lose your composure like this? He was Liang Feifan, son of the Yunhei Peak Master. Liang Feifan frowned at his subordinate. How many times have I told you? As cultivators, we must keep our minds clear and our qi calm. With that jumpy, panicky nature of yours, once a heart demon takes over, you'll only have a path of 10 deaths and 1 life. The subordinate hurriedly stood up, stuttering. But young master, this concerns the saintess. Liang Feifan instantly lost his patience. What exactly happened? Reporting to the young master, rumor has it that in this sect entrance exam, there is an incredibly arrogant disciple. I don't know how he found a weakness of the saintess, forcing her to be his maid and making her do all sorts of things. Liang Feifan's face turned deathly pale upon hearing this. Angrily, he threw his teacup to the ground. What did you say? The subordinate was hit by the shards and cried out in pain. Young master, Liang Feifan's face twisted, his eyes filled with killing intent. A brand new disciple dares to coerce the saintess and make her a maid? Is he tired of living? He stood up abruptly and ordered his men to prepare his palanquin, saying, I must handle this thorn in my side myself. His subordinate quickly replied, Yes, sir. Meanwhile, in a luxurious room, a sumptuous banquet was laid out. Tong Yu was stuffing her face, muttering, I'm starving to death. 5. He Ni, sitting next to her, was digging into the food just as enthusiastically. So yummy. The little girl looked up innocently and asked, Ye Shangxuan, why aren't you eating? Ye Shangxuan just smiled gently and patted her head. It's all right. I'm not hungry yet. This scene caught Tong Yu's eyes, and her face darkened. She snapped her fingers, and Liu Xier flew over to another seat. Liu Xier, swap seats with your mistress. Tang Yu irritably sat in the little girl's former spot, grabbed Ye Shangxuan's hand, placed it on her own head, and giggled, Hey, you're speechless now, aren't you? She tilted her head, eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Ye Shangxuan, I'm hungry. Feed me. Then, she closed her eyes and opened her mouth naturally. Ah. Ye Shangxuan looked at her. He was speechless. You want me to feed you too? He picked up a chicken leg and stuffed it into her mouth. Eat it yourself. Suddenly, she grabbed his whole hand and took a big bite. Ye Shangxuan was startled and quickly pulled his hand away. Gritting his teeth, he said, Eat if you're going to eat. But please, stop pulling stunts like that, okay? Tang Yu, mouth full of chicken leg, looked at him with sparkling eyes and a mesmerized smile. Feed me, Ye Shangxuan. Anything you feed me is a heavenly delicacy. The venerable master sitting opposite them took a sip of wine. He thought to himself, this enchantress, could she really be serious? I always thought she was just joking before. He glanced at Ye Shangxuan. He felt something was extremely off. To make such a difficult enchantress behave, how could he possibly be an ordinary person? Right at that moment, a subordinate reported, Young master has arrived. Liang Feifan had just stepped in when he saw the scene of Ye Lingyan, who was carefully wiping Ye Shangxuan's hands. Jealousy surged within him. He gritted his teeth and roared, How dare you? Liang Feifan immediately drew his sword. A slash was unleashed, carrying countless ferocious dark spiritual energies, heading straight for the banquet table. The deadly spiritual pressure grew closer. Tang Yu, still chewing on the chicken leg, lazily turned her head. Oh, there's an attacker. Ye Shangxuan frowned slightly. The sword energy. Then, he calmly snatched the chicken leg out of Yu's mouth. She shouted in alarm, Ah! My chicken leg! Ye Shangxuan casually flicked the chicken leg away with a whoosh. The golden, greasy chicken leg suddenly turned into a streak of golden light, tracing a perfect arc through the air. It pierced through the dark sword energy effortlessly, shattering the wave of poison. This makeshift hidden weapon grazed Liang Feifan's temple, freezing him in place as the hairs on his neck stood up. He turned his head, looking back in horror at its trajectory. That chicken leg had drilled through countless tree trunks in the forest behind him. Liang Feifan whispered in disbelief. Hidden weapon? Really? He jumped off his palanquin, stood with his hands behind his back, acting like an expert, and said irritably, As expected, what a despicable, shameless villain. To even hide a secret weapon on you, Lingyan. Don't worry. I will deal with this lowlife immediately and return your freedom. Tang Yu clung to Ye Shangxuan's robes, pouting. Why did you throw away my chicken leg? I wasn't finished eating yet. No way. You have to feed me another one. She closed her eyes and opened her mouth expectantly. Ye Shangxuan sighed, grabbed another chicken leg, and as fast as lightning, stuffed it into her mouth before immediately pulling his hand back. Tang Yu chewed away, thinking to herself. He pulled his hand back fast. Outside, Liang Feifan yelled, Lingyan, I'm here to save you. Ye Lingyan looked troubled when she saw him. Liang Feifan, she raised both hands in a panic and said to Ye Shangxuan, this guy is the lunatic from Yuntian Peak. There must be some misunderstanding. Let me go out and settle this. Ye Shangxuan waved his hand indifferently. Go on. Seeing Ye Lingyan step out, Liang Feifan was overjoyed. Lingyan, you're finally out. He held his sword, feigning extreme worry. Lingyan, don't worry. Even if he has some hold over you, as long as I am here, he absolutely cannot harm you. Ye Lingyan quickly waved her hands repeatedly. You've misunderstood. I have no weaknesses in Ye Shangxuan's hands. Liang Feifan gritted his teeth in anger. Then why do you have to demean yourself and act as a maid for such a despicable villain? Ye Lingyan placed a hand on her chest and said clearly, I am doing this voluntarily. Furthermore, Ye Shangxuan is not the despicable villain you claim him to be. Also, don't call me Lingyan. I'm afraid Ye Shangxuan will misunderstand. Hearing this, Liang Feifan shouted, I don't believe it. He must have threatened you to say that, right? He pointed his sword at the room and yelled, You despicable villain, get out here right now. How dare you use such low-handed tactics to threaten Lingyan? See if I don't chop your legs off. Yi Lingyan drew her sword. Its cold tip pointed straight at Liang Feifan. She frowned and said, I already told you. Don't call me Lingyan. I'm afraid Ye Shangxuan will misunderstand, and as Ye Shangxuan's maid, if you want to touch him, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Ye Lingyan continued, Option 1, be blasted apart by me. She paused for a moment, her gaze devoid of emotion. Option 2, show some sense and get lost yourself. Liang Feifan panicked. Lingyan, whoosh! A streak of sword energy grazed his face. Liang Feifan gritted his teeth. Yu Ye Lingyan pointed her sword at him, her voice full of irritation. That was me missing on purpose. If you keep calling me Lingyan, the next strike won't miss. Liang Feifan was trembling with rage. Lingyan, are you really going to strike at me for the sake of an outsider? He chuckled softly, a malicious thought occurring to him. To make Lingyan this loyal, that so-called weakness, I must seize it. Lingyan belongs to me. He stroked the blade of his sword. 3 years ago, since the internal competition, she and I haven't had a chance to spar again. Then, his whole body radiated intense killing intent. Well then, today, let me see how much my Ye Lingyan has improved in the last 3 years. Ye Lingyan closed her eyes and replied coldly. You don't want to get lost? You want to spar instead? She raised her sword, her voice sharp. Then I will grant your wish. Liang Feifan swung his sword, dark energy roiling. If I win, I hope Ye Lingyan can step aside. Ye Lingyan didn't say a word. She lunged straight at him with her sword, stabbing directly into the pitch-black aura. Seeing her determined charge, Liang Feifan's eyes widened in shock. He quickly tilted his head to dodge her strike. Crash! Liang Feifan turned his head back. An ancient tree had been split in two. He couldn't believe his eyes. How is this possible? Ye Lingyan shouted. Take this! The spiritual energy from her sword transformed into countless sharp blades, sweeping toward Liang Feifan. The surrounding trees were shredded upon contact with her sword energy. Liang Feifan panted heavily, one hand clutching the wound on his shoulder. Ye Lingyan, you actually reached the Grand Mastery stage of the 10 decisive sword energy? He stared at her, his voice bitter. In this entire Shangxuan sect, no one has reached the Grand Mastery of the 10 decisive sword energy in the last 800 years. Ye Lingyan spoke with a voice cold as ice. You still dare? She looked at him with eyes sharp as knives. To call me Ye Lingyan, you subordinate? Liang Feifan, standing nearby, was so terrified he nearly wet himself. He hurriedly raised both hands and stammered, Saintess, Saintess, it was my young master who misspoke. Ye Lingyan unsheathed her sword and snapped, Get lost! The subordinate helped Liang Feifan away. He glanced back at her retreating figure, seething with frustration. Damn it. He wondered why her strength had suddenly increased so much. Could it have something to do with that guy? Liang Feifan growled in anger. No matter what, that guy must. Suddenly, he grabbed his sword and lunged past Ye Lingyan, aiming straight for the banquet room. You must die! Ye Lingyan yelled in panic. Ye Shangxuan! Inside the room, Tang Yu was still happily opening her mouth. I want some braised pork. Ye Shangxuan looked at her, confused. Do you not have hands of your own? Tang Yu pouted and whined. I don't want to. I want you to feed me. Just then, Liang Feifan lunged in. Besides Lingyan, there was another woman present. This guy is truly detestable. How dare he enjoy a life of multiple wives and concubines? He swung his sword directly at Shangxuan, but suddenly, an invisible force sent him flying outside. Tables and chairs shattered, and food went flying everywhere. Tang Yu's heart broke as she looked at the food on the floor. My food, my food. Yi Shangxuan, still holding his wine bottle and cup, was lucky enough to have saved them. Thank goodness I was fast. The good wine almost went down the drain too. Tang Yu grabbed Liang Feifan's sword with one hand, her voice dripping with murderous intent. Why did you knock over my food? Do you have any idea that wasting food is an unforgivable sin? She continued, her voice growing colder. Crack, crack. Tang Yu crushed his sword to pieces, shocking everyone in the room. Then she screamed, I haven't eaten my fill yet. Liang Feifan looked at the shattered sword in his hand in a panic. How is this possible? This was a full-force strike from me. Plus, it was a 4th-rank mystical weapon. Tang Yu stood there, enveloped in murderous aura, and snapped. I don't give a damn what kind of full-force strike or 4th-rank weapon it is. She casually grabbed a stone chair from the side and lifted it effortlessly, roaring in anger. You made me spill my food, so you have to die. Liang Feifan looked at Tang Yuyu's terrifying power and felt his soul leave his body. What kind of pressure is this? She roared again, and swung the stone chair, smashing it directly into him. Take that for wasting my food. Tang Yuyu looked like a furious goddess of war, swinging the chair wildly. Take that for wasting food, and that for ruining my meal. The guy could only scream in agony. Ugh. Crack. The stone chair shattered into pieces. With only a small piece left in her hand, Tang Yuyu huffed. Why is this thing so fragile? She picked up another stone chair and yelled, I hate people who waste food like you the most. Liang Feifan saw the stone chair closing in and was paralyzed with fear. Don't. No. Just then, the Grand Elder intervened to save him. Tang Yuyu, that's enough. That's enough. I'll have them prepare another feast, even better than this one, all right? He turned and glared at Liang Feifan. Liang Feifan, are you so idle that you have nothing better to do than come here and cause trouble? Don't you see I'm hosting a distinguished guest? Liang Feifan sobbed, his face swollen. Grand Elder. See previous line. The Grand Elder kicked him, sending him flying outside. Get out of here, Tang Yu complained. Why is this place so messy and dirty? Clean this up quickly. I haven't eaten my fill yet. Ye Lingyan bowed her head apologetically. I'm sorry for bothering Ye Shangxuan. He took a sip of wine and smiled. It's fine. Then he looked at her, his voice becoming serious. But your adaptability still needs improvement. If this were in the outside world, a single mistake like that would have been enough to get you killed. Yi Lingyan nodded, accepting the advice sincerely. Ye Shangxuan is right. The Grand Elder kept staring at Ye Shangxuan, his heart full of questions. Liang Feifan had suddenly charged in. He had intended to let him test this man's skills. Who would have thought he wouldn't even need to lift a finger? Besides this demoness, even Lingyan was completely respectful toward him. Who on earth is this guy? What is his background? And what is his purpose here? He stroked his beard and smiled. By the way, Lingyan, since when did you master the 10 decision sword technique? Yi Lingyan cupped her hands respectfully. Reporting to the Grand Elder, I was able to do this thanks to Ye Shangxuan's guidance. The Grand Elder was stunned. Thanks to Ye Shangxuan's guidance? He glanced over at Shangxuan. Lingyan, you're joking, right? How could this young friend have helped you? Does he know the 10 decision sword technique of our sect too? Shangxuan poured himself a drink and calmly replied, I do know a little bit about it. The Grand Elder frowned. Then where did you learn it? That is the ultimate sect-protecting technique of our Than Huyen sect. Tang Yu pointed her finger at his face in annoyance. I'm the one who taught it to him. So what? It's just a common 6th rank martial art. Does it deserve to be called an ultimate technique? If it wasn't for my good man wanting to practice it for fun, I wouldn't even spare a glance at such trashy martial arts. The Grand Elder was dumbfounded. Huh? He said helplessly. My great ancestress, even if you don't think much of this martial art, you shouldn't just pass it around so carelessly. Tang Yu crossed her arms and gave him a sharp glare. What's the matter? I'm teaching martial arts to my husband, and you have an opinion about it? You want to meddle in my business? Grand Elder, we haven't met in so many years, I didn't expect you to have grown so bold. The Grand Elder hurriedly looked away to avoid Tang Yuyu's gaze. You joke, Tang Yu. Whoever you want to teach, you teach. How would this old man dare to have an opinion? At that same moment, a new banquet was brought in. The Grand Elder waved his hand. All of you, back off. The servants bowed and withdrew. Tang Yu immediately dived into the meal. My meat! The Grand Elder looked at her, worried. Tang Yu, have you not eaten for a very long time? While gnawing on the meat, Tang Yu mumbled, It's not that it's been a long time. It's that I'm about to starve to death. He took a sip of wine and watched how she ate, thinking to himself, about to starve to death, this eating style really doesn't lie. And then there's the matter from before, when this demoness said she was locked up by her husband. He looked over at Ye Shangxuan, and a bold hypothesis flashed through his mind. This demoness has been missing for 2,000 years. Could it be that this person had been holding her captive? Otherwise, given her fearless of heaven and earth personality, there's no way she would have stayed in hiding for so long. But even after being locked up for so long, the demoness is still so devoted to him. Furthermore, for 2,000 years, does this man really have no cultivation? The lifespan of a mortal is at most 100 years. Maintaining the appearance of a young man after more than 2,000 years, your cultivation level must be at least the transformation god realm. And here in Shangzhou, a transformation god expert would have enough power to establish their own sect. Why would you come to my Than Huyen sect? Tai Thuong raised his wine cup and smiled. By the way, I still don't know your name, young man. He thought to himself, every expert at the transformation god level in this entire Shangzhou region is well known. Once I know his name, investigating him won't be difficult. If he dares to use a fake name, it proves he definitely has ulterior motives. Do you, while still chewing her food, said, I don't know Ye Shangxuan's name either. Ye Lingyun added, That's right. I've never asked Ye Shangxuan for his name either. Du Yu asked quietly through telepathy. Should I try to change the subject? Ye Shangxuan replied via telepathy. No need. He set his cup on the table and smiled. My surname is Ye, and my name is Shangxuan. A terrifying silence enveloped the space. Tai Thuong and Ye Lingyun were so shocked they nearly shouted, Ye Shangxuan? He stared at him intently. Your name is Ye Shangxuan? Tai Thuong's face darkened. Do you know that the founding ancestor of my Than Huyen sect is also named Ye Shangxuan? No, you share a name with him. Is this just a coincidence, or do you have some other hidden agenda? You feel you have a bit of strength, so you want to impersonate our Than Huyen sect's ancestor, huh? Hearing this, Du covered her mouth, trying to suppress her laughter, but failed. A burst of laughter escaped, unable to be contained. Shangxuan pointed at her and said in a stern voice, Can you be serious for a moment, please? Du Yu tried to hold back her laughter and replied, Rest assured, we disciples of the demon sect have undergone professional training. Normally, we wouldn't laugh, unless she couldn't hold it in anymore. Laughing until tears streamed down her face, Du Yu slapped the table and roared with laughter. Unless I can't hold it in anymore, she thought to herself. Oh no, I'm going to die of laughter. You, a dignified ancestor, are actually being suspected by your own descendants of impersonating yourself? This is just too funny. Shangxuan flicked her on the forehead. He asked irritably, Are you still going to laugh? Du Yu rubbed her head, aggrieved. I couldn't help it. Tai Thuong glanced at her, annoyed, and said, Du Yu, what is the meaning of this? Are you mocking this old man? Or are you trying to tell me that he really is the ancestor of the Than Huyen sect? Du Yu was still clutching her stomach, laughing hysterically. Tai Thuong, don't ask me. My stomach hurts from laughing so much. He turned to Shangxuan and questioned. Then, young man, can you explain if there is some deep meaning behind your name? He picked up his wine cup and calmly replied, Deep meaning? I've used this name since I was born. You're the first person to ask me if it has a deep meaning. Tai Thuong frowned. Interesting. If, as you say, then you are the ancestor of the Than Huyen sect? Shangxuan took a sip of wine and replied, If that's how you want to understand it, then so be it. Tai Thuong angrily slammed the table and stood up, pointing directly at his face. My Than Huyen sect was founded over 2,000 years ago. Although it has declined somewhat now, you are the first person to dare to offend our ancestor like this. Du Yu crossed her arms and said coldly, Sit down. Speak properly. Tai Thuong hurriedly replied, Ah, Du Yu, this is a grave matter. He has offended the founding ancestor of our Than Huyen sect. Du Yu clenched her fists and glared at him. Sit down and talk properly, she said sharply. I don't care what grave matter you're talking about, it can't be more important than my husband. If you dare to be disrespectful to my husband, I will kill you right now. Do you believe me? She turned to lean against Shangxuan's shoulder with a smile. Right, husband? He looked disgusted and pushed her away. Stay away from me. Go eat your food. The Grand Elder sat back down in his chair and said to Du Yu, I am only showing you respect by not bothering to argue with this strange man. But he is absolutely not allowed to keep the name Ye Shangxuan. You must know that is the holy name of the founding ancestor of our Than Huyen sect. Hearing this, Ye Shangxuan just curled his lips in a smile, thinking to himself, I never expected that after 2,000 long years, these Than Huyen sect descendants would still hold such respect for me. He pulled out an old scroll, his tone full of arrogance. Furthermore, don't you dare think about trying to trick me into believing you are that legendary founding ancestor. Our sect's ancestor was a god who descended to Earth. How could he be a commoner? As anonymous as you? The old man held up the scroll and declared, This is the one and only portrait of the ancestor that has survived. Each generation, only the sect master has the honor of keeping it. Every 100 years, when a new sect master takes the throne, this portrait is brought out for the memorial ceremony. Tai Thuong slowly opened the scroll, his eyes filled with reverence and pride. Just wait and see. After admiring this portrait, you will realize that offending our ancestor was a foolish and ridiculous act. The ancestor, Ye Shangxuan, of the Than Huyen sect, is a world-shaking figure. How could some common person just arbitrarily impersonate him? Wait, I'm still alive, and they've already set up an altar to worship me? Ye Shangxuan, couldn't help but be speechless. As the scroll opened, a beautiful portrait of Ye Shangxuan appeared before his eyes. Tai Thuong proudly raised the portrait and said, "See clearly? This is the true appearance of our Than Huyen sect's ancestor. How could a mere mortal like you imitate this divine aura?" The old man pointed directly at his face, with a tone full of contempt. "Look at yourself. You are so mediocre that you can't even copy 1/10,000th of the ancestor's appearance and aura, yet you dare to puff out your chest and claim to be Ye Shangxuan?" Du Yu glanced back and forth between the painting and the real person, then suddenly couldn't hold it in anymore. This, she clutched her stomach and laughed hysterically, tears streaming down. "Ha ha ha, my God, this is hilarious. So, you used to be this handsome and charming? Why did I not know about this? Ha ha ha." Yi Shangxuan twitched his mouth, helpless, and asked, "Who drew this?" He flicked her on the forehead. Caught off guard, Du Yu rubbed her head while giggling. "Ouch. Well, it's just because I was so surprised." She then leaned in close, pouting. "Husband, so back in the day, you were this handsome?" Shangxuan pushed the head, rubbing against him away, and repeated the question with a more serious expression. "I'm asking whose work this painting is." Tai Thuong puffed out his chest and retorted, "Are you trying to question the authenticity of this treasure?" The old man shook his index finger confidently. "Let me tell you. Get that thought out of your head." Then he pointed at the painting and solemnly declared, "This masterpiece was drawn by the very hands of the Qing Ye ancestor. The grand disciple of our founder, Ye Shangxuan, painted this masterpiece that has been passed down to this very day. It's absolutely impossible for this to be a fake." Ye Shangxuan frowned slightly. Standing beside him, Tang Yuyu blurted out, "Ah, it's that little brat." Both of them couldn't help but recall a scene from 2,000 years ago. A young child sitting hunched over, drawing intently, babbling, "Master, Master, Tang Yuyu, don't move, okay? Let me paint a portrait of you two." A moment later, the child excitedly held up the painting to show off. "Master, Tang Yuyu, I'm finished. Take a look and see how I did." The two of them leaned in to look together. The child asked eagerly, "Master, is it good? Does it look exactly like you?" Ye Shangxuan's face turned ghastly pale, and he forced a stiff smile. It's passable. But Qing Ye, from now on, you really shouldn't try your hand at painting ever again, okay?" Tang Yuyu, standing nearby, couldn't hold it in. She burst out laughing. Back in the present, Ye Shangxuan looked at Tang Yuyu, still skeptical. Is this really something Qing Ye painted? His artistic skill could reach this level? She looked at him, nodding as she replied, "Besides, this painting doesn't even look much like you, does it?" Then, she spoke with a mocking tone toward Tai Shang. "Old man, are you kidding me?" Tai Shang hurriedly rolled up the painting, his tone still firm. "Tang Yuyu, how would I dare to joke with you? This is definitely an authentic piece by Qing Ye." He pointed his finger at Ye Shangxuan. "Therefore, the person in the painting is definitely not you. You are impersonating our founder. What kind of scheme are you hiding?" Anyway, Ye Shangxuan looked puzzled. "A scheme? It seems that from start to finish, I have merely stated my own name. Everything else was just you making things up in your own head. Is it not allowed for people to have the same name in this world?" The old man was left speechless, unable to argue back. Yi Shangxuan grabbed Tang Yuyu by the collar and dragged her along. "That's enough. You must be stuffed by now. It's time for us to get going. If we keep eating, the sun will set. Tonight is the night of the full moon, the golden moment for foundation establishment. If we miss tonight, we'll have to wait until next month to help Xier with her foundation establishment." Xier looked up curiously and asked, "Ye Shangxuan, what is foundation establishment?" He patted her head and replied, "You'll understand when the time comes." Tang Yuyu pouted and said, "Fine. Then we'll keep eating tomorrow." Tai Shang watched their backs as they walked away, muttering, "Night of the full moon foundation establishment?" He suddenly jumped in shock. Could it be the moon cauldron? But how could this guy possess that treasure? And hasn't the moon cauldron been lost for a very long time? Yunhee Peak. A fawning, whiny voice rang out. Father, someone beat me up until my face is all bruised. You have to take revenge for me." Liang Feifan was kneeling on the ground with a swollen face, crying, Father, you must seek justice for me." The man sitting in the main chair was the peak master of Yunhei Peak, Liang Yixiao. He rested his chin on his hand and gave a half-smile. "Off causing trouble again, are you?" His son stood up listlessly. "The matter hadn't even been fully investigated, and you were already rushing to stir up trouble? Or were you going after that character Tai Shang invited to the banquet?" The room door slammed shut. Liang Yixiao smiled a smile, completely devoid of warmth. "Normally, when you're out indulging in debauchery and causing chaos, I turn a blind eye. But now is a critical moment, and you actually dare to make a scene like this? Do you really think? He suddenly reached out and grabbed Feifan's throat. Liang Yixiao narrowed his eyes, his gaze icy. You are my son, but that doesn't mean I wouldn't dare to kill you, does it? On the other side, he immediately burst into tears. Ah, boo-hoo, father, I was wrong. I was only following your instructions. I was trying to play the part of that useless good-for-nothing Ye Shangxuan, so that no one from the Qingxuan sect would bother keeping an eye on me. Liang Yixiao snapped. Follow my arrangements? Trying to be a useless rich kid, you say? He threw him hard to the ground. Liang Feifan scrambled up, trembling as he asked, Father, did I get something wrong? Wrong? You ask where you went wrong? Liang Yixiao leaned his face close to his son's. You aren't wrong. You are just too stupid. If you weren't my son, if you didn't have even the slightest bit of usefulness left, do you think you'd still be alive right now? He gave a meaningful smile. If this time, just because of your reckless stupidity, my plan encounters even the slightest error, he put his hand on his son's shoulder, then you, Liang Yixiao, squeezed hard, are a dead man. The other side shook violently, clutching his painful shoulder. Father, I know I was wrong, I know. Liang Yixiao brushed past him. Then get lost. Follow me to Taishang's banquet to offer a gift of apology. He opened the door and stepped outside. Let me see, just what kind of sacred being you are. Liang Yixiao frowned and continued. Daring to ruin my grand plan. The peak of Qingxuan Peak. Moon Pavilion. Xier asked impatiently. Ye Shangxuan, aren't we there yet? Shangxuan replied, almost there. Ye Lingyan spoke up. Ye Shangxuan, are you planning to go to the Moon Pavilion? That's right. Shangxuan glanced at her. It seems you also know about Xier's special constitution. Using the moon cauldron to cleanse her marrow and refine her meridians is the most optimal choice. Yi Lingyan lowered her head, her expression full of worry. Ye Shangxuan. The Moon Pavilion. Ye Shangxuan asked. Lingyan hesitated. Never mind, forget it. Ye Shangxuan. You'll know when we get there. The four of them, Shangxuan, Lingyan, Tong, Yu, and Xier, set foot into the Moon Pavilion. Before them was nothing but a scene of desolation and ruin. Shangxuan frowned, his voice deepening. What happened here? Lingyan recounted sadly. 700 years ago, a beast tide suddenly erupted in the Shang continent, the strongest in history. At that time, our Qingxuan sect was still the #1 sect. Naturally, we had to step up and shoulder the responsibility. By the end, the Great War had dragged on for 3 long years, with countless casualties. It was extremely tragic. The human race eventually won, but no one expected that this beast tide was actually a scheme cooked up by other sects joining forces. Immediately after our sect master at the time was assassinated, the 10 major sects turned hostile and led their armies to besiege the Qingxuan sect. Luckily, Qing Ye possessed extraordinary combat prowess. He stood alone against the 10 sect masters of the major schools. But by then, more than half of the disciples of the Qingxuan sect had already sacrificed themselves in the battle against the beast tide. We simply had no strength left to resist those bandits. The 12 imperial weapons and treasures, including the moon cauldron, were all looted by them. Only the formation map carved on Yunhei Peak remained, as it was something they couldn't take away. In that battle, even though Qing Ye had defeated all 10 sect masters, he himself was severely wounded. After helping the Qingxuan sect stabilize temporarily, he left to find a place to heal, and since then, there has been no news of him for 700 years. After hearing the whole story, Shangxuan couldn't help but be shocked and angry. How could something like this happen? He gave a cold, mocking smile. No wonder the Qingxuan sect has declined to this point. Tang Yu was equally furious. Even a kid like Qing Ye was severely wounded by them. Shangxuan smiled provocatively, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. It seems they've completely forgotten how the Qingxuan sect once climbed to the position of the #1 sect in the Shang prefecture. Suddenly, he turned his head and stared fixedly at a bush, then spoke up. Eavesdropping for so long, and you're still not coming out? At that moment, Ye Lingyan was startled, realizing someone had noticed her and that she couldn't hide any longer. Liang Yixiao and Liang Feifan had no choice but to step out. He acted polite and explained, I just arrived. I accidentally heard the saintess recounting the painful history of the Qingxuan sect. I felt it wasn't appropriate to disturb you, so I didn't dare to reveal myself. I hope you won't blame me. He cupped his hands, his face full of sincerity. Today, I came here mainly to apologize. After saying that, he turned to shout at Feifan, Rebellious son, why don't you hurry up and kneel to apologize to this gentleman? Liang Feifan, though unwilling in his heart, still had to obediently lower his head and mumble an apology. Seeing this, Shangxuan didn't even glance at him, but turned to ask Ye Lingyan, "Who is this?" She replied, "This is the Peak Master of Yunhe Peak, Liang Yixiao." Liang Yixiao was seething with anger inside, thinking to himself, "He actually dared to ignore me." After hearing that, Shangxuan showed interest and asked, "The Peak Master of Yunhe Peak, huh? How long has he held this position?" She thought for a moment and replied, "Let me remember, it was probably about 600 years ago." Upon receiving this information, Shangxuan turned to Liang Yixiao and said with a smile, "It seems you are a senior Peak Master." He replied humbly, "I was just lucky to obtain this position. I've let you ridicule me, gentlemen." Shangxuan wore a somewhat arrogant smile. "Lucky, you say?" If I remember correctly, one of the prerequisites to become the Peak Master of Yunhe Peak is to comprehend at least one formation in the carved formation stele. Now, over 600 years have passed. Among the 12 formations there, you must have comprehended almost all of them, right? Hearing these compliments, Liang Yixiao maintained his humble attitude. "You're too kind. My talent is low. Until now, I have barely managed to comprehend 3 formations." Realizing that the attitude of the two was somewhat strange, Ye Lingyan stepped forward and asked, "Do you two know each other from before?" Shangxuan immediately denied it, intentionally emphasizing the word senior. "How could I know a senior like him?" Liang Yixiao also shook his head. "Saintess, you are joking. This gentleman and I are indeed meeting for the first time, but perhaps this is the destiny of heroes recognizing heroes?" After saying that, he patted his son's shoulder. "Gentlemen, you probably still have things to do, so we won't disturb you anymore. If you have time, I hope you can visit my Yunhe Peak." "Certainly," he agreed immediately. As soon as the father and son left, Tang Yu spoke up to warn him, "This guy isn't simple." "I know." Shangxuan naturally realized that too. He replied, "I know. Just wait a few more days. A trip to Yunhe Peak will make everything clear." With those words, he tightly held Shi Ye's hand. Currently, the most important thing is still helping Ziye with foundation establishment. Shangxuan knitted his brows, a look of interest flashing in his eyes. "Let's try it once. Let's see if my theory will actually work. If it succeeds, the effect will be no less than the Moon Peak Foundation establishment, perhaps even stronger. Plus, who knows, I might be able to find a completely new path for body refining." Upon returning to the sect, Liang Yixiao said to Feifan, "On the first day entering the sect, he was invited to a banquet by the Supreme Elder and went straight to the Moon Pavilion. His goal is clearly to use the Moon Peak. This proves that he knows absolutely nothing about the situation of the Qingxuan sect for the past 700 years. His eyes flashed coldly, with a hint of killing intent. A person who left the Qingxuan sect so long ago but has everything under control. I'm afraid this person has some connection to the founding lineage of the Qingxuan sect. Furthermore, he has already noticed me. Clearly, this is the final year, and the ceiling formation is about to be broken. Yet a character like this appears. Is this just a coincidence? Elsewhere, wild beasts were growling and slaughtering each other. Shangxuan's group had finally arrived. "We're here, the Beast Hall." At this moment, Ye Lingyan asked hesitantly, "Could it be that Ye Shangxuan is preparing to use beast blood to help Shi Ye establish her foundation?" "Yeah." Shangxuan didn't hide it. "That's right." Hearing this, she looked worriedly at Shi Ye, who was excitedly observing the pack of beasts. Ye Shangxuan, even though Shi Ye has the twin Dao physique, her constitution leans more towards a spiritual and Dharma physique, meaning it's the type oriented towards perception and cultivation, not a tyrant physique specialized for raw strength. Beast blood is inherently very violent. I'm afraid her bloodline won't be able to endure it. However, he remained extremely confident in his decision. "Don't worry, just watch, and you'll see. The knowledge of Beast Blood Foundation establishment is not as simple as you think." After saying that, he and Tong Yu casually walked in. Immediately, thousands of fierce spirit beasts surrounded them. Conversely, Tang Yu appeared extremely interested, looking around and murmuring, "Why do all these spirit beasts look like they've been starved to the point where they're dizzy?" Shangxuan spoke up, questioning Ye Lingyan, who was walking behind. "Little girl, how are you raising them? Why do I feel like these spirit beasts look like they've been starved for days and nights?" Ye Lingyan hurriedly replied, "Normally, we only feed them once every 7 days, sir. Spirit beasts that are well fed like to cause trouble, so we keep them hungry so they have no energy to destroy the ceiling formation." "Completely wrong." He shook his head and explained, "Well-fed spirit beasts will indeed cause trouble. That is because their wild nature still remains. but if you feed them well over a long period, treating them like livestock, later, they not only won't cause trouble, but they will actually be very docile. Suddenly, two fierce beasts roared and lunged. Seeing that, Ye Lingyan screamed anxiously, "Ye Shangxuan, be careful, the spirit beasts have already marked you two as food." Yet, Shangxuan and Tong Yu still stood still, letting the beasts attack. You keep them hungry like this. If one day the formation has an issue and the spirit beasts run out, it will be extremely dangerous, just like now. The expressions on their faces were calm as they looked at the beasts. If it were an ordinary disciple, he smirked, coming in here would mean certain death. As soon as he finished speaking, Shangxuan quickly channeled his energy. If you were just an ordinary disciple, stepping in here with that smirk would only lead to a death sentence, he said, and immediately began channeling his energy, creating hundreds of giant hands with spiritual energy. Luckily, I made it in time to help you clean up this mess. Those spiritual hands knocked back the beast's attacks one by one, perfectly protecting him and Du. At the same time, he casually sorted through them. This tiger bloodline is way too violent. Get out of the way. This snake species has cold chi. It'll be perfect as a seasoning to nourish the body. Suddenly, Du's eyes lit up. She shouted greedily, "Ah! There's a white bear too. A giant white bear." Hearing her say that, he turned to reply, "This kind of beast is incredibly delicious when grilled." Right then, the bear swung its claws at them, but Du blocked it with ease. She gracefully jumped up, flipped the giant bear onto the ground with one hand, and declared, "Once we grill this later, we're going to have a real feast." Watching the whole scene, Ling Yan couldn't help but widen her eyes in shock. So strong, he's so strong. Moreover, she was in awe of Shangxuan's power. Facing nearly 1,000 beasts, he only used one hand, and even had time to categorize the traits of every single one. Suddenly, a giant fish burst out from underground. Seeing this, Ling Yan shouted a warning, "Watch out, Ye Shangxuan, behind you." Du remained calm and took a deep breath. "I smell the scent of a gold-inlaid electric eel." Instantly, the giant eel lunged forward. "Exactly what I wanted," Du drooled, her eyes sparkling. "This is a real gold-inlaid electric eel. It's in the top 3 of the ranking for most delicious food. Who knew there was such a rare treasure here?" Without another word, she shoved her hand directly into its mouth and gripped it tight, then slammed its head into the ground a few times until it was dazed. She didn't stop there. She swung the eel around until it was dizzy. Finally, Du used the eel's own body to tie it into several knots and laughed heartily. "I didn't intend to catch you, but you threw yourself right into my mouth." She held it up like a trophy. "Let's see how you run now." Once finished, she hopped onto Shangxuan's shoulder, sat down, and boasted, "Husband, look, it's a gold-inlaid electric eel. This little guy isn't just delicious meat. It's also top tier for making wine." Then she looked at the beasts he had neatly handled and asked, "Husband, are you finished already?" "Yeah, it really is exhausting." Shangxuan rubbed his shoulders. He sighed. "I had to show mercy so I wouldn't kill them, and I still had to sort out which ones had violent bloodlines and which were docile. It's been a long time since I've had a fight this tiring." Once finished, he called Ling Yan and Ye Shini over. He pointed and delegated tasks to the two of them. "Take these beasts and draw some of their blood. You don't need much. About half a pound from each is fine. As for the beasts on the other side, take off all their claws and horns, then grind them into powder." He didn't forget to add, "Oh, and remember to call more people over to prepare a feast. If we don't eat their meat, the chi and blood within them will gradually dissipate. If that happens, raising these beasts will have been for nothing." Ling Yan bowed and accepted the order. "Yes, Ye Shangxuan." Suddenly, Shangxuan took out a few drops of his own blood by hand. Seeing this, Du asked curiously, "Husband, are you using your own blood as a conduit? Could it be that you're planning to open a formation?" He took out 4 portions of divine beast essence blood that he had stored for 2,000 years. Hearing this, he turned back to her with a gentle gaze. "Since I've decided to use beast blood for foundation building, of course I have to use the best, right?" But these words made her incredibly excited. Divine beast, essence blood? If Shi Ni can truly absorb it all. "Husband, are you preparing to upgrade Shi Ni's physical constitution?" As expected, she had guessed right. He praised her. "Very smart." Shangxuan's drop of blood flew forward quickly, finally coming to a stop before stabbing straight into the ground. "It's time." He slowly raised a foot. Then, he decisively stomped hard onto the ground, while simultaneously channeling his spiritual energy. Instantly, a massive formation appeared. From within the formation, a giant alchemy cauldron slowly rose. At the same time, 3 other cauldrons appeared around him, totaling 4, each with a different color. The green cauldron suddenly displayed the phantom of a dragon head. Shangxuan and Du walked over to inspect it. He said, "This should be enough." She was astonished. "Husband, have you already slaughtered all 4 divine beasts? There's at least 5 pounds of essence blood in each of these cauldrons, right?" He happily affirmed, "How could I have the heart to kill them? I only made a deal with them that they aren't allowed to disturb the human world for 1,000 years. In exchange, they just had to donate a little blood." It turned out those beasts had previously wept and begged him to spare their lives. At this, Du laughed teasingly. No wonder they were willing to grit their teeth and give up so much essence blood despite being severely weakened. "So, it turns out they were threatened by you." Seeing himself being slandered, he raised his voice to explain, "How can you call it a threat? I only gave them 2 choices. 1, spar with me, or 2, give a little blood. Honestly, I only wanted what was best for them." He acted like an elder criticizing the beasts, making her pout. "They are the 4 great divine beasts of Shang province. But their strength is just too pathetic. How are they supposed to protect Shang province like that? Training with me is to help them improve their strength. Who would have thought that they'd rather give blood than spar with me?" Shangxuan immediately frowned, furrowing his brow as he questioned, "What? Did I say something wrong?" Du quickly covered her mouth to stop herself from laughing, flatteringly replying, Right. Everything husband says is correct. It's all because those 4 divine beasts don't know what's good for them and failed to appreciate my husband's kind heart." Just then, Ling Yan stepped forward and handed him 2 shimmering storage rings. "Yi Shangxuan, the blood from the beasts in the beast hall has been collected. These are the claws and horns of the other beasts, already ground into powder. They are all gathered in here." Taking the items, he nodded with satisfaction. "Very good. Next, let's have Shini begin her foundation building." Before we start, he looked back and reminded Ling Yan, "Little girl, watch closely." As good as his word, Shangxuan set to work. In the art of foundation building using beast blood, the conduit might look ordinary, but it's a life or death factor. If it's junk, don't even think about keeping any murderous intent in the beast blood. And without that murderous intent to temper the flesh, the foundation building attempt is a total failure. Conversely, if you try to show off by using a divine treasure as a container, well, the divine treasure would just automatically assert its authority and wipe out all the murderous intent. Out of 10 parts of initial spirit, you'd be lucky to have 1 part left to temper the body. The outcome would be no different than failure. There is only one path, which is to use a specific part of the blood beast's body as a conduit. This is the only way to fully preserve its murderous aura without suppression, allowing the body to absorb and refine it perfectly. Shangxuan's golden words were engraved in Ling. Ling Yan hurriedly bowed low, silently marveling at how Ye Shangxuan was truly a living encyclopedia. After receiving a dismissive, "it's nothing" nod from him, she thanked him for the enlightenment. The refinement process officially began. Shangxuan channeled his spiritual power to dissolve the solution, while still explaining, "Actually, you've all just gotten into the habit of recklessly tossing in various spirit herbs, spirit fruits, or even pills. That's all completely idiotic. Spirit beasts are creatures that naturally absorb the essence of heaven and earth to grow strong." Ling Yan hung on his every word, listening intently. You could say that the spirit beast itself is a concentrated mass of essence and spiritual energy. Their blood is rightfully considered a heavenly treasure. In fact, it's the most perfect kind of heavenly treasure. If a spirit beast has survived, it proves the blood within them has already been naturally tuned to its absolute peak. So, throwing anything else into the mix is just redundant and destroys the perfection of nature. Ling Yan bowed again, filled with reverence. "Thank you, Ye Shangxuan, for your guidance." Then, Shangxuan moved to the next step. "However, if you really want to boost the effects of the beast blood, it's not impossible. For instance, blending it with the blood of a higher level beast. But this depends entirely on the physical condition of the person undergoing body tempering. Little Xier here has never practiced cultivation in her life. Therefore, what suits her best must be the most gentle type of bloodline, the kind that can nourish the Xuanwu essence she already possesses," he added. "But once you blend it, you mustn't add too much high-level blood, or the low-level beast blood will be overwhelmed, losing all purpose. Furthermore, no matter how gentle it is, if the level gap is too wide, an ordinary person undergoing tempering will have a hard time surviving the backlash." Once everything was set, Shangxuan waved the girl over. "Xier, come here." The girl was still shivering, but her eyes shone with immense anticipation. "Yes, master." As Xier stepped forward, Shangxuan suddenly pulled off her robe, lifting the girl now with only a single piece of cloth covering her into his arms. Sheer, it's going to hurt a little at first. Bear with it, okay? Once you get past the initial stage, you'll be fine. Remember to silently recite the mental cultivation method I taught you. The girl nodded obediently. Yes, I will. As soon as Ye Shangxuan finished speaking, with a plop, she was already settled into the pot of prepared medicinal broth. It's so hot. He held her firmly to keep her from thrashing, gently reminding her, don't stand up. Start reciting the mental method right now. Sheer gritted her teeth, trying her best to endure. Yes, master. Suddenly, Shangxuan's eyes sharpened as he glanced behind him, his voice cold. You've been snooping around for a while now. It's time to show yourself, isn't it? Or do you need me to personally invite you out? Ling Yan jumped, startled, and turned around instantly. Someone was spying? Exactly. A figure slowly stepped out, questioning back with a probing tone, who on earth are you? The moment she saw the person, Ling Yan was stunned. The Supreme Elder. He maintained a calm expression. May I ask, Shangxuan, how are you so familiar with the Xuanwu sect? From the formation at the Beast Hall to the secret of the four divine beasts' essence hidden within it, how could you possibly know such a heaven-shattering secret? After hearing this, Shangxuan just shrugged dismissively, while Tang Yu, standing nearby, had to stifle a laugh. If it's called a secret, what's the fun in telling you? The Supreme Elder was red with rage, but Shangxuan didn't even give him the chance to finish. Oh, that's right. You're the Supreme Elder of the Xuanwu sect. You must know exactly which sects have borrowed the 11 treasures. Of ours, right? He didn't answer but countered, what are you planning to do? Shangxuan remained indifferent. What am I planning? I just want you to call all those sects here. You're going to host the Latian Assembly to liven things up, aren't you? The moment he finished, the Supreme Elder's eyes widened. So shocked he couldn't speak. The Latian Assembly? The Latian Assembly was an event of grand scale, initiated by Ye Shangxuan himself back in Shang province, held once every 100 years to rank the sects based on the strength of their young disciples. Back then, Shangxuan set two main goals. First, every sect must send at least 500 Spirit King realm cultivators to deal with the beast tides. Second, all sects would sit down together to resolve the century-long scourge of the spirit beasts. But ever since Ye Shangxuan left and the Xuanwu sect suffered a catastrophic looting, the sect began to decline, and the assembly hadn't been held for nearly 700 years. Thinking of this, the Supreme Elder sighed despondently. Even if you call for the Latian Assembly, so what? With the current reputation of the Xuanwu sect, no one would bother to show up. However, Shangxuan shook his head. No, you're dead wrong. They won't come only because the bait isn't tempting enough. Just toss out a bit of sincerity, a prize that no sect can refuse, and I bet they'll all come flocking here immediately. Hearing this, the elder couldn't help but be curious. What does the Xuanwu sect have left that's good enough to lure people? He stated firmly. Of course, there is. For example, the sword that the founder used when establishing the sect, the Zhu Xian sword. At this, the old man's expression shifted again from curiosity to absolute horror. The Zhu Xian sword? He immediately grabbed Shangxuan's shoulders, his voice trembling with excitement. You know where the Zhu Xian sword is? He answered flatly. I do. It was only then that the elder realized something incredibly strange and stepped back in fear. How do you know? Could it be that you are a descendant of the founder? He asked and answered himself. A thought, so bold it was absurd, flashed through the elder's mind. Ah, so that's it. That must be it. He looked as if he had just discovered the truth of the universe. No wonder your name sounds so much like the founder's. You must want to follow in the footsteps of the great ancestor, and use that as motivation to call out your own name every day. She kept teasing Shangxuan. Hubby, just admit it. You really are a descendant of Ye Shangxuan, aren't you? A sharp rap landed on her head immediately. She rubbed the bump, feeling wronged. Stop hitting me. I'm still trying to grow taller, you know. He glared at her sharply. You love causing trouble and gossiping that much, huh? After dealing with Tang Yu, he turned to give orders to the Supreme Elder to notify those sects. With the Zhujian sword as bait, he wasn't afraid they wouldn't take the hook. He hesitated. But that is the Founder's divine weapon, and the only transcendent Emperor-level weapon of the 9 profound continent. If they seize it, what should we do? However, Shangxuan confidently patted his shoulder. Don't worry, old man. Since I dared to tell you to bring it out, I have the victory in my grasp. It's just that I find going to each sect, one by one, too troublesome, so I want to gather them and handle them all at once for convenience. Let me explain a bit. The immortal execution sword was originally a spiritual weapon named the Jiang sword, which Ye Shangxuan acquired. The Jiang sword was initially just a mystical weapon, but during a life-and-death battle with the demon emperor Shi Tian, it was shattered by a single strike of his. Despite being severely injured, Ye Shangxuan successfully eliminated the demon emperor. Afterward, he personally used countless imperial materials and spent 7,749 days to reforge the Jiang sword. After its rebirth, the sword's divinity far surpassed that of an ordinary imperial weapon because it was bathed in the demon emperor's blood. It became extraordinarily powerful, with god-defying combat prowess. Ye Shangxuan then renamed it the Immortal Execution Sword. From that day on, the sword followed him to conquer everywhere, slaying gods, executing immortals, and trampling emperors. After being bathed in the vast blood of countless powerhouses, the Immortal Execution Sword officially became an existence surpassing even imperial weapons. But for 1,000 years, the Immortal Execution Sword has been the terror of many, and rumor has it that whoever possesses it will become the ruler of heaven and earth. Yes, so, Shangxuan ordered Taishang to keep spreading rumors about the Immortal Execution Sword outside. The items of our Qingxuan sect aren't for just anyone to take without paying a price. Both he and Tang Yuyu sneered confidently, their eyes radiating provocation. 700 years have passed now. It's time to let them taste the consequences again. The Supreme Elder heard this and asked worriedly, "Are you sure there won't be any mistakes?" He replied firmly and decisively, "You are watching on the channel." Hidden deep in the mountains and forests, Yixiao was narrowing his eyes, observing every development. In front of him was a magical circle, clearly reflecting the conversation between Shangxuan and the Supreme Elder. "Are you sure there won't be any mistakes?" "I'm sure." Hearing this, the old man immediately frowned in suspicion. The Immortal Execution Sword. The armrest of his chair was crushed into powder in an instant. The old man curiously wondered, who exactly is this brat? He just joined the sect and found his way to the Moon Pavilion to find the Moon Peak, then seized the Beast Hall, and even knew the secret of the 4 great divine beasts' bloodlines. And now he's even bringing out the Immortal Execution Sword. He also raised a question. Could it be that he is truly, as Taishang said, a descendant of Ye Shangxuan? Even if you are a descendant of Ye Shangxuan, my plan must absolutely not have any mistakes. Yixiao stood up, his aura soaring to the heavens. I have been hiding in this Qingxuan sect for 100 years just to seize the Immortal Execution Sword. Even if you are Ye Shangxuan's kin, don't even think about blocking my path. That unique, supreme imperial weapon in this world, only I am qualified to possess it, because it was once bathed in my blood. But inside the cell of Yunxia Peak, Feifan was locked up, sighing wearily. Locked me up for 15 days? Are you trying to kill me? Suddenly, the door swung open, and Yixiao stepped in. He cheered joyfully. Father, you're here! Feifan ran over excitedly. Are you here to let me out? Yixiao smiled kindly. Yes. The old man still asked concernedly. Do you know you were wrong? He replied firmly. I know. In the future, I will absolutely not be so reckless again. That smile still lingered on the old man's face. He patted his son's shoulder and said, It's all right. The situation is different now. Being reckless or not isn't important anymore. Hearing this, Feifan sniffled, touched. Father, I knew you loved me the most. So, can I go out now to pursue the saintess? However, the very next second, Yixiao's smile vanished completely. His face turned stern as he said, Not yet. You have a more important task now. Do you know why I had a son like you? At this moment, he still naively replied, Because father loves my mother. Immediately, Yixiao leaned in, bringing his face close with a sinister, infuriating look. No, I had you because I needed my own bloodline as a fallback, to perform the blood pact technique. The Qingxuan sect has a secret art that can trace bloodlines back to their origin. If I didn't perform the blood pact technique, my fake death act would have been exposed immediately. Hearing this, Feifan was a bit guarded and terrified. Father, what is the blood pact technique? The old man laughed cruelly. Don't worry, it's very simple. I just need a few things from you. As he finished, he ruthlessly dug his hand into Feifan's chest to rip his heart out. His eyes widened, red veins surrounding his pupils. He couldn't believe it. Looking at the heart beating in Yixiao's hand, he gasped, Father, why? Yixiao replied coldly, Why? Well, because you were born precisely for this moment, so I could perform the blood pact technique perfectly, and from there, disappear from everyone's sight and go all out to break the seal. Now, the old man didn't even bother to hide it, and confessed, Oh, that's right, I also killed your mother. It wasn't my own race anyway, so why keep her? No matter how much she loved me, in the end, she was only a human. And I am a demon. The shock was so great that Feifan turned pale and screamed, "You're a demon?" But before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed and breathed his last. As for Yishao, he widened his eyes and whispered, "Finally, it has reached this step." The old man channeled his spiritual power into the heart in his hand. The energy from it followed his fingers and flowed outward. Simultaneously, ancient characters appeared around Yixao, and he controlled them to enter Feifan's body. Afterward, he gripped his own chest tightly and withdrew a drop of golden demon blood. This single drop of essence blood would take at least half a year to recover. But if it succeeds, it's worth it. The old man then teleported that drop of blood to merge with the stream of characters. They all poured down onto Feifan's corpse, and suddenly, a humanoid figure exactly like Yishao appeared. Seeing this, the old man finally sighed in relief. It worked. Finished, he controlled the puppet to stand up, then repeatedly unleashed attacks upon it. Just let it brew slowly. The show is about to begin. But at this moment, at the formation in the beast hall, Sheer was still soaking in the wooden tub, and it seemed there was a change. Shangxuan and Tang Yu watched from afar. "It's almost done," he said. "Sheer is finishing the core building process. Go get some water for her to bathe, and change into clean clothes." Then he turned to Ye Lingyan. "Oh, by the way, for the clothes, choose something nice. The Qingxuan sect's attire is too ugly. Tell the tailor shop under the mountain to custom make a set." She bowed her head to receive the order. "Yes, Ye Shangxuan." Half an hour later, the clothes were brought over. "Ye Shangxuan, it's prepared." "Good." At that same moment, Shi-Er also woke up. The bloodthirsty aura radiating from the four great deities was overwhelming. Watching this, Lingyan was stunned. She blurted out, "A single leap, skipping over body tempering, spirit sea, directly to the spirit soul realm, and he even has 4 spirit souls." Hearing this, Tang Yu also sleepily rubbed her eyes to wake up. "Mystic soul realm, huh? I actually thought you'd make Sheer follow the path of body refinement just like you. But wait, 4 mystic souls? It seems her constitution has been upgraded to the 4 spirits' sacred body. I recall that only this physique is powerful enough to harbor 4 mystic souls at the same time." Shangxuan's expression showed clear excitement. No mistakes here. It truly has upgraded to the 4 spirits' sacred body. As for body refinement, that path can't defeat the heavens. There's no way to defy destiny or attain eternal life through it, so it's better to switch to a different path. After saying that, he continued to command, "First go give Sheer a bath." Lingyan obeyed. "Yes, Master Shangxuan." Inside the changing room, Sheer blushed as she looked in the mirror, unable to believe it. Is this really me?" Lingyan stood beside her, smiling as she explained, "Of course it's you, silly. After completing your foundation establishment, you are now a cultivator of the mystic soul realm. Once a cultivator enters this realm, they receive a cleansing wash from mystic energy. This reshapes the body. Normal people only get this once in their lifetime, but you opened 4 mystic souls at once, so your body was cleansed by mystic energy 4 times. As for your appearance, just think of it as growing up a few years." Hearing this, Sheer happily cupped her cheeks. "So that's how it is? How magical." Suddenly, the little girl remembered something and asked, "Oh right, where is Master Shangxuan?" Lingyan smiled and replied, "He is outside, waiting for you." Finally, after brushing her hair, she didn't forget to compliment her before heading out. Truly a little beauty. Then, the two held hands and walked out. Lingyan winked mischievously. "Let's go meet Master Shangxuan for the apprenticeship ceremony, okay?" The little girl was pulled along and timidly replied, "Yes." At the same time, inside the study, Tang Yu was casually pulling a chair out to the middle of the room. Shangxuan frowned and asked, "What on earth are you doing?" She just put her hands on her hips and looked up at the ceiling. Obviously, finding a good seat to watch. "Sheer bow to you later. After the kid serves you tea, she has to serve me tea as well. I am her rightful mistress, after all." Finally, the door opened, and the two stopped bickering, turning their eyes to the door. "Here she comes!" Sheer was escorted in by Lingyan. A little girl, beautiful as an angel, smiled sweetly at them. It had to be said. Both of them were stunned by her cuteness. Lingyan leaned down and whispered into her ear, "Sheer, go ahead. Perform the ceremony just like I taught you." Sheer listened, took a deep breath, and walked in with determination. Seeing this, Shangxuan teased, "Do you even know how to bow to a master?" The little girl replied loudly, "Yes, I do." Having said that, she knelt down and bowed to him. Disciple pays respects to master. Lingyan happily brought over a tea tray. Sheer picked up a cup and offered it to Shangxuan with both hands. "Master, please have some tea." He elegantly accepted the cup under the expectant gaze of Tang Yuyu nearby. She stretched her legs out, feeling excited and waiting for her turn. "I'm so nervous. This is the first time someone else has served me tea." After accepting the tea, Shangxuan drank it all in one go and ordered Xier, "Stand up." Hearing the command, the little girl stood up happily. "Master!" He also smiled in response. Beside them, Tang Yuyu deliberately coughed a few times to get his attention. "Ahem, cough, cough, cough," she thought to herself. "Serve the tea. You haven't served me tea yet." However, Xier didn't understand and naively asked, "Big sister, what's wrong? Are you sick? Why do you keep coughing?" Ling Yan, standing nearby, burst out laughing, while Tang Yuyu's face turned dark. Ling Yan's hands trembled violently from trying to hold back her laughter. "Don't laugh! Absolutely do not laugh. The Supreme Elder said this woman is a super-level demoness. If you anger her, you're in big trouble." Tang. You lost her patience and stood up. She said angrily. "What big sister? Your master is my husband, so I am your mistress. After you serve your master tea, you have to serve me too. Understand?" Even at this point, Xier still didn't get it, and turned to ask Shangxuan, "Master, do I really have to serve her tea?" He waved his hand, acting indifferent. "Go ahead. She can reluctantly be considered your mistress." Hearing this, Tang Yuyu snapped. "What do you mean reluctantly? You better make that clear right now." He remained unbothered. "What, you don't want to?" After a bit of arguing, Xier finally bowed to Tang Yuyu. "Mistress, please have some tea." She was clearly thrilled. Good, good, disciple. Although she still looked composed while drinking the tea, inside, she was overjoyed. Reluctant is reluctant, but I'll accept it. At least this guy finally admitted it. After drinking, she set the cup down, pointed at Xier, and ordered, "Stand up. I acknowledge you. From now on, you are my and your master's good disciple." Finished, she cast a meaningful glance at Shangxuan. "Husband." Then she immediately pounced on him, her voice full of desire. "Now that the apprenticeship is over, let's go worship heaven and earth, shall we?" He looked disgusted. "What the hell are you talking about?" Hearing that, Xier naively wondered. "Worship heaven and earth? What is that?" Ling Yan leaned down and whispered into the little girl's ear. Xier's face lit up with excitement. "Is that so? Doesn't that mean I'm about to have a little sister?" Seeing that, Shangxuan shuddered and stepped back, thinking, what kind of nonsense has she been feeding Xier? "Tong, you continued to entice him. Husband, since you've acknowledged me, we should go worship heaven and earth," he angrily warned. "Don't mess around." Suddenly, someone rushed in. "Holy maiden, it's not good. Something terrible has happened." Seeing someone enter, Tang Yuyu reluctantly sat back down on his shoulder. So annoyed. Such a good opportunity. Why did someone have to come and ruin it? Ling Yan stepped forward and patted the girl on the shoulder. "Don't rush. Speak slowly." The girl with 2 hair buns panted. "Holy maiden, the Yunhei Peak's master. He." After catching her breath, she hurried to announce, "It's over. The Peak Master and his son, Liang Feifan, are both dead. They were all killed." Hearing this, Ling Yan's eyes widened in shock. The Yunhei Peak Master and his son are both dead? Shangxuan frowned, his expression intrigued. "Dead, huh? Interesting." Tang Yuyu was also stunned. "He's dead? Is it for real?" Before she finished, Shangxuan stood up to leave. "Real or fake, we'll know once we see for ourselves." Everyone left together. At Yunhei Peak, Shangxuan forcefully pushed the door open. The Supreme Elder and the others turned around. "You're here?" He, Tang Yuyu, and Ling Yan stepped in solemnly. Afterward, he looked ahead. Before him, Yi Xiao had a blade driven straight through his chest, pinning him against the wall. The scene was horrific. A corpse hung up, and above it, words written in fresh blood read, "Hand over the Chu celestial sword. Otherwise, I will annihilate your entire sect." Ling Yan rubbed her eyes several times, but the scene before her remained chillingly real. This is a disaster. A peak master, just like that, wiped out? Her first instinct was to quickly turn and cover the eyes of her young daughter, Xier. "Be good, Xier. Close your eyes. Don't look at these unclean things." However, a firm hand gently stopped her. Shangxuan said calmly, "It's all right. The child has chosen the path of cultivation. Sooner or later, she will have to face slaughter. Shielding her forever isn't the way. Let her get used to it." With that, he strolled forward. His sharp eyes scanned the corpse. "Well then, let me rewind this film a little and see what happened." He snapped his fingers. A drop of blood from the corpse of Yi Xiao obediently flew into his palm, glowing. "Let's see if you're really dead." Something was wrong. Was he playing tricks again? The drop of blood in his hand suddenly came to life, shooting out countless silk-thin tentacles that burrowed deep into Yi Xiao's corpse. The memories of the deceased were vividly recreated. Those memory filaments, after completing their task, quietly retracted. The blood drop vanished without a trace. Immediately after, other blue tentacles sprouted from the blood, weaving together to form a water screen in midair. In that screen, a strange figure suddenly appeared. Without a word, he lunged at Yi Xiao with murderous intent. Yi Xiao, despite being a peak master, couldn't react in time and collapsed into a pool of his own blood. The enemy grabbed him, hung him on the wall, and flashed a sinister, infuriating smile. The Chu celestial sword belongs to me. None of you bastards better even think about touching it. With his final breath, Yi Xiao managed to wheeze. Who exactly are you? Pop! The memory screen flickered out. Tai Shang gaped, his silver brows twitching. He nearly dropped his jaw. Is it really true? Someone dared to break into the heart of the Qingxuan sect to commit murder? Zuo Tong shook his head violently, looking incredulous. Impossible. How could this happen? Yu Xuan also spoke up, but Shangxuan remained suspicious. Had this old guy really died completely? Not necessarily. Yu, who always stayed close to Shangxuan, suddenly spoke, her eyes glinting with shrewdness. There is another possibility. Husband, try using the origin recall technique. Check the roots to see if he really is the original Liang Yi Xiao, and if he is truly the father of Liang Feifan. Shangxuan nodded in approval. Good idea. He muttered the mantra for the origin technique, and instantly, two spirits, one gold and one blue, were pulled out from the void. Floating before them, invisible memory tentacles connected the two souls. Both shone brilliantly, one a dazzling gold, the other a deep, abyss-like blue. Witnessing this magical sight, Yu mused and explained, if my memory serves me right, when performing origin recall, if two souls are linked by light, it means they share a blood relationship. Gold represents the elder generation, the parents. Exactly, Shangxuan replied curtly, then waved his hand to retract the technique. Done. We can close the case. This guy is definitely Liang Yi Xiao, and he is truly dead. Meanwhile, in another corner, the other four big shots were huddled together, whispering, though loud enough for the whole world to hear. Yu Xuan glanced at him with a thoughtful expression. It's him again. Tong Tian also nodded in agreement. Where on earth did this guy crawl out from? Lucy Bei was visibly disgruntled. Hey, listen. Memory recall and origin recall are the secret, forbidden techniques of our sect. How does this brat know them? And he executes them so skillfully. Even this old man here has to break a sweat just to do it. They kept gossiping, without sparing anyone, and he dared to use origin recall on Liang Yi Xiao. Regardless of everything, he was a peak master of our sect. Exactly. Using memory recall. To find a killer, I could turn a blind eye to. But origin recall is literally digging up the ancestors' graves. That's a major taboo. Just listen to what he said. He didn't even spare the corpse, and he even had to pull it out to investigate. Yu Xuan lost her patience. She turned sharply to question Tai Shang. Tai Shang, please enlighten this old woman. Where on earth did this strange boy crawl out from? Tai Shang just stroked his beard and replied mysteriously, I don't know his background either, I only know that. He has some connection to the Qingxuan sect and, at the very least, he won't harm us. Oh, and this Luo Tian assembly was also his suggestion. What? The other three shouted in unison, eyes wide. He suggested it? Tai Shang nodded firmly. Shibei had the most violent reaction. Senior brother Tai Shang. The Luo Tian assembly is a once-in-a-millennium event. How can you let a brat who is still wet behind the ears get involved? What kind of terrifying background does he have? Contrary to everyone's agitation, Tai Shang remained strangely calm. I have my own calculations for this matter. You don't need to worry anymore. Right at that moment, Shangxuan turned around and announced in a booming voice, shattering the tense atmosphere. I know you all have a basket full of questions in your heads, but set that aside for now. What needs to be done is to tighten our security. Make this place impenetrable. We must guard against a similar scenario happening again. After all, invitations to the Luo Tian assembly have already been sent everywhere. If nothing changes, in the next 3 days, 600 sects, large and small, will flock to this Qingxuan sect. Having said his piece, he and Yu walked away. Suddenly, he called out to Ling Yan and Xier. You two, wait here for me a moment. Then, he and Yu vanished in the blink of an eye. The two of them glided over the rolling mountains like shadows. Finally, they stopped before a sheer cliff. Yu tilted her head and asked, Husband, do you still think he is truly dead? Shangxuan smirked. At least the outer shell is dead. The outer shell? Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Without a word of explanation, Shangxuan stomped his foot hard on the ground, and a powerful wave of magic surged outward. The cliff in front of them trembled, slowly splitting open to reveal an ancient space filled with countless dense, sealing runes at its center. It's the heaven-piercing sword, currently under lock and key. He nodded with satisfaction, thinking that whether that old fox is truly dead or faking it, his target is definitely this sword. He had grasped over 90% of the final seal formation on that blade. Otherwise, the seal wouldn't have been this loose. And with the strength to master 90% of the formation, finding someone in all of Shangzhou capable of killing him is like trying to reach the heavens, and even if you could, it's impossible to do it without a single soul knowing about it. Lu Yu, brilliant as she is, understood immediately. Ah, so as long as the Zhutian sword appears, he will definitely walk right into the trap himself. Exactly, Shangxuan affirmed with certainty. I forged this sword with my own hands. It's not something just anyone can wield. Let him act as free labor for our Than Huyen sect for a while, cleaning up those annoying flies. Hearing this, Yu giggled, happily draping herself over his shoulder. Husband, you are truly wicked, making others work for free to solve your problems. And in the end, they don't even get a crumb of porridge, and they might even lose their lives. But the mischievous girl licked her lips lightly, her eyes sparkling with adoration. Yet, I absolutely love a wicked husband like you. I actually thought that after 2,000 years of cultivating your heart and mind in the upper realm, you would have become a gentle saint. After all, my husband used to be known as a bloodthirsty maniac who would chop off 1,000,000 heads at the drop of a hat. Shangxuan scoffed with disdain. I was just too lazy to make a move. Dealing with those insects is no fun. I want to hook a shark. Meanwhile, somewhere outside the Than Huyen sect, inside a stone formation encased in chains, Liang Yixiao sat cross-legged, observing Shangxuan's every move. Through a water screen, he muttered, "This guy actually knows the flashback technique and even understands how to break the Zhutian sword's seal." However, he didn't seem worried at all. "But I have already snatched 11 of the 12 sacred treasures used to seal it. Ha ha ha. Even if you know how to break the seal, don't even dream of resealing it." With those words, he placed his hands on the ground. The earth shook violently as a massive stone pillar slowly rose. Liang Yixiao laughed excitedly. "I have to admit, the formation map on Vanha Peak is truly a wonder. I've only grasped 9/10 of it, and I can already easily deploy finished formations. My blood essence has likely fully integrated into the formation map by now. With this, even from here, I can wear down the seal of the Zhutian sword every single day." A massive surge of spiritual energy shot from his palms, piercing through space to strike the sealed sword directly. The characters surrounding the Zhutian sword gradually faded, and the chains visibly loosened. Liang Yixiao's eyes widened, burning with extreme greed. "The Zhutian sword can only be mine," he laughed cunningly. "This Lathian assembly comes at the perfect time. The day the Zhutian sword breaks its seal will likely be the day it is bathed in a sea of blood." Spring arrived, and peach blossoms bloomed across the sky. A maid rushed in, frantic. "Mistress, our chance of a lifetime has arrived. Good news, extremely good news." But Tan Muya, with her ethereal and refined beauty, remained calm, plucking the clear, crisp notes of her instrument. "Stay calm. Wait until I finish this melody." But mistress, it's a major event." The maid was so impatient she blurted out, "The Than Huyen sect is holding the Lathian assembly." Clang! The music stopped abruptly. Tan Muya's jade-like hands froze in midair. She smiled gently, but her eyes were deep and unfathomable. "Tell me about it." The maid let out a sigh of relief, thinking, the mistress finally stopped playing. It really is true that whenever the 3 words Than Huyen sect are mentioned, she takes it seriously. She reported clearly, "Mistress, yesterday, the Than Huyen sect issued a notice about holding the Lathian assembly. Initially, because the sect was in decline, the news didn't spread widely. But then, another earth-shattering piece of news was released. This Lathian assembly will determine the ownership of the Zhutian sword." Upon hearing this, Tan Muya remained calm and asked a crucial question. "Who is organizing this assembly?" It is Tai Shang, mistress. Tai Shang, from the Than Huyen sect." Tai Shang? Tan Muya frowned slightly. "Even that old man has the guts to hold a Lathian assembly? If he had such courage, why wait until now? Or is it you?" She leaned down and whispered to her zither, "You also feel that he has returned, don't you?" The zither suddenly vibrated, emitting a warm surge of spiritual energy. As if in response, Tan Muya smiled contentedly and stood up. "All right then, let's go find him. and ask why he has been gone for 32 years without a word. Pass down the order. All inner disciples are to assemble at the palace gate. In 1 hour, we depart for the Than Huyen sect. As she walked, her robes fluttered, her eyes flashing with iron-willed determination. During the last chaos at the Than Huyen sect, I wasn't there. In the end, I only managed to pick up 3 of the sacred treasures he left behind. This time, whether he has returned or not, I will absolutely not allow anyone to cause trouble for the Than Huyen sect again. At one of the 6 great sects, the Crimson Flame Valley, news had just reached the Valley Master. Qitiankang, report. Valley Master. Finally, the Than Huyen sect is willing to let go of the Zhutian sword. Bam! Qitiankang, a burly man with a fiery red beard, slammed his hand onto the armrest, making it rattle. The Zhutian sword, the only divine weapon in the world that surpasses imperial weapons, is finally showing its face. Without hesitation, he roared, "Pass the order. In half an hour, all disciples of the Crimson Flame Valley are to set out for the Than Huyen sect." Yes, immediately, the whole Crimson Flame Valley was like a disturbed beehive. Everyone donned their battle armor, their spirits soaring. In the eyes of each, 2 words burned: Zhutian sword. At the same time, at the Profound Sword sect, another of the 6 great sects, Jianchen, stood in the courtyard, his mind in total unity, controlling 10,000 swords hovering in the sky. Suddenly, a disciple timidly walked in. "Master, news has just arrived," but Jianchen kept his eyes closed, his concentration unbroken, his voice cold as ice. "The Than Huyen sect has finally brought out the Zhutian sword, hasn't it?" He raised 2 fingers, and spiritual energy surged out. 10,000 swords planted in the ground began to vibrate in unison, then gently rose into the air. Jianchen gripped the hilt of the black sword at his waist, his aura sharp. "Very good. My 10,000 sword technique is still missing 1 sword capable of enduring the union of 10,000 swords." With that, he stepped away, leaving only 1 sentence behind. "You all stay here and practice well. I'll be back shortly." The disciple asked blankly, trailing after him, "Master, do we not need to accompany you?" "No need," Jianchen's voice echoed from afar. "Having you follow would only get in the way of my hands and my swords." Back to the Than Huyen sect. Shi'er was sitting properly beside Shangxuan. He gently placed his hand on her head and explained, "Your 4-spirit sacred body is a constitution born for setting up formations. You possess the mysterious souls of the 4 ancient divine beasts. You only need to use those souls as a foundation, and the power of your formations will increase exponentially. Moreover, the souls of the 4 divine beasts have the ability to encompass all things. You can engrave countless formations onto them. Later on, when you encounter an unexpected situation, you can form a formation with just a single thought." Shangxuan looked at the little girl with eyes full of affection. "Slowly comprehend these formations, my dear. There's no need to spend all day fighting and killing. Use your intelligence to win elegantly. Solving every problem as easily as flipping your hand, that is the superior strategy." Having said that, he didn't forget to glance sideways at Tang Yu, who was sitting nearby. "Guzzling down food if you handle everything with just your fists, it's exhausting. Don't learn from your teacher's wife in this regard. She only knows how to fight recklessly, without a shred of elegant style." She froze. Tang Yu, who was about to put a piece of chicken into her mouth, stiffened. A few seconds later, her shoulders began to tremble violently, and suddenly she let out a wail. She burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. "Wah, you look down on me. You actually dare to look down on me." She threw a tantrum and pounced on Shangxuan, grabbing his cheeks with both hands. "It's clear that you were the one who taught me these things before. Stuff like 1 punch breaks 10,000 spells. You specifically taught me that when you hit someone, you have to aim for the most painful spot. Now you're calling me a brute. Wah! Let go." Shangxuan tried to pry the 2 crab claws stuck firmly to his cheeks off. After that, he threw her to the side without a hint of mercy. "Just finish your meal," he sighed and explained. "You are not like Shi'er. Her physique is not suited for close combat. The 4-spirit sacred body is inherently destined for a formation master." Hearing that, Yu's teary eyes sparkled. So you weren't looking down on me?" Shangxuan ignored her and turned to Ling Yan. It was her turn. He began to point out the details. "The crux of the 10 decisive sword chi lies in the 10 decisive techniques, not the sword chi itself. Not only are you following the wrong path, but this entire mysterious sect is completely off the mark. No wonder nobody has successfully mastered this sect-suppressing ultimate technique until now." After speaking, he gently raised 2 fingers. An invisible stream of spiritual energy shot out like lightning. snatched the sword from Ling Yan's hand, and brought it toward him. He pointed the tip of the blade at her. A powerful stream of sword chi radiated out. The sword chi itself is already too overbearing. If your physique isn't strong enough, it's very easy to be crippled by it. That's the reason for your injuries. Pure yang in the 10 decisive techniques only requires refining yang energy into the body. You were stubborn, refining all the sword chi into your body, while your physical frame couldn't handle it. This led to injuries to your internal organs. Watch carefully. The crux of the 10 decisive sword chi is the 10 decisive techniques. For example, this pure yang sword, the key is the pure yang attribute. When attacking, it can burn the opponent's meridians and cause lingering damage. Instantly, a brilliant flame erupted from the sword's body. Or you can detonate all the yang energy within the sword chi, instantly creating a high damage area of effect skill. So strong. Ling Yan couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Next, the snowbone sword. The sword in Shangxuan's hand suddenly changed. The flames flickered out. Instead, a stream of bone-chilling cold air radiated out, completely turning into ice and snow. The snowbone sword values control. As long as you have enough spiritual power, he pointed the sword at a nearby burning flame. Its cold air could freeze, even fire in an instant. When in battle, the opponent is busy defending against your pure yang sword. You suddenly switch to the snowbone sword. 10% of the power can at least be exerted as 15% effectiveness. And finally, the metal accumulation sword. The sword changed once again, becoming sharp and icy. This sword is the sharpest. It's the final lethal move. Pure yang focuses on bursts, snowbone focuses on control, and metal accumulation is for the finishing blow, one strike to take a life. Then, Shangxuan skillfully manipulated it. He threw the sword, making it spin rapidly, then quickly caught it, taking advantage of the momentum to drive it deep into the ground. At the same time, metal accumulation can be used as a hidden weapon. Before them, ice and fire merged. Hidden inside were razor-sharp metallic blades. Because metal accumulation is the sharpest, whether it's speed, lethality, or the element of surprise, when used as a hidden weapon once the enemy is hit. If they are lucky, they'll be heavily wounded. If they are unlucky, they'll be seeing the king of hell. But that's not all. Because all three types of swords are transformed from your mysterious energy, so naturally, they can switch between each other at any moment. He snapped his fingers. The metallic swords hidden within the ice and fire suddenly ignited. For example, switch the sword aura of metal accumulation to pure yang, then detonate it. Boom! Ling Yan was so shocked she couldn't speak. It can actually be like this? After the spectacular demonstration, Shangxuan turned and asked, "Understand now?" The crux of the 10 decisive sword chi lies in the 10 decisive techniques, not the sword chi. No matter how strong your sword chi is, it's meaningless. On the contrary, if you utilize the attributes of the 10 decisive techniques perfectly, your combat power will increase exponentially. Finally, Ling Yan understood. She bowed her head in gratitude. "Thank you for the enlightenment, Ye Shangxuan. Get up," Shangxuan commanded, his eyes revealing clear anticipation. With your talent, grasping the 10 decisive attributes isn't difficult. It's just that you were taking the wrong path before. The sword automatically flew up and neatly sheathed itself at Ling Yan's waist. Remember, the 10 decisive sword chi has a total of 10 attributes. These 10 attributes can all be coordinated with one another. What I just demonstrated was merely a combination of 3 attributes. Yes, Ye Shangxuan. Between the towering cliffs, Ling Yan was diligently practicing under Shangxuan's supervision. The transition is too fast. There's no need to rush like that. Take it slow, he spoke up, reminding her when he saw she was having a hard time. First, master one technique of the 10 decisive. Until you are truly proficient, then try switching attributes. Greed leads to failure. Yes, Ye Shangxuan. Ling Yan immediately took it to heart and tried again from the beginning. Pure yang sword technique. Meanwhile, he didn't forget to keep an eye on sea air. Focus your mind and spirit. The formation was still in the comprehension stage. Forcing it won't work. This isn't something you can just master by muscle memory. First, thoroughly ponder the formation theory that I have passed on to you. Yes, master. Only when both of them were on the right track did Shangxuan get a chance to lean back and rest. Just then, Tang Yuyu scurried over, carrying a plate of fresh, juicy grapes to feed him. My husband, she thought, her mind always filled with dark, twisted ideas. My dear husband, what do you think? Should we just go and get married right now? 3 days later, Ling Yan's gaze was filled with determination as she swung her sword, the profound sword, in a single strike. The second sword stance, lightning sword. The third stance shimmered with a brilliant purple glow. After finishing her demonstration, she turned to him, her face full of anticipation. Ye Shangxuan, what do you think? Shangxuan evaluated her seriously. It's decent. With just this trio of moves, you're strong enough to threaten an emperor-tier powerhouse. Then, he pointed out her flaws. But your sword chi conversion speed is still as slow as a snail. You need to train much more. Receiving his praise, Ling Yan beamed with joy. Thank you for your guidance, Ye Shangxuan. Suddenly, Shangxuan channeled his spiritual energy, and a stone on the ground flew straight toward Xi'er, who was sitting and cultivating. Immediately, a green dragon shadow appeared, guarding the stone. He smiled with satisfaction. Very good. You can already set up a 6-layer formation. At the very least, an average Master Realm expert won't be able to do anything to her. Consider it a bit of self-defense. But could you please stop for a second? Shangxuan snapped when he saw Tang Yuyu clinging to him like a leech. No, I don't care. I want to bow to heaven and earth. Bow to heaven and earth. Bow to heaven and earth, she shouted, clinging on tightly. But even when he unceremoniously tossed her into the air, she didn't stop whining. Bow to heaven and earth. Bow to heaven and earth. Watching her figure fade into the distance, Shangxuan calmly said, The 6 great sects must have all arrived by now. 200 miles from the Qingxuan sect on an unnamed mountain, Ni Xiao smiled smugly. Almost there. The seal is almost broken. He suddenly froze. But the demonic aura of the Zhutian sword, if it isn't bathed in blood, I'm afraid it will backfire on its master. Fortunately, he smirked, cruelly. Right now, the Qingxuan sect is holding the Laotian Grand Assembly. Beyond the 6 great sects, there are countless first-rate sects pouring in. With those words, he transformed into a black shadow and lunged down the mountain. The essence blood of first-rate sect disciples may not be as nourishing as the 6 great sects, but it'll do for now. Plus, they're much easier to pick off. A group of disciples from the Yiyun sect, a first-rate sect, were chatting loudly as they walked. Phew, 3 days of non-stop traveling. We're finally here. Yeah, I'm dying of exhaustion. It's been so long since we had to march this fast. Who would have thought the Qingxuan sect would actually offer the Zhutian sword as a reward this time? If we're lucky enough to win it, it would be a meteoric rise to success. Suddenly, the whole group stopped. A figure was blocking their path. The elder of the Yiyun sect stepped forward and cupped his hands. I am the great elder of the Yiyun sect. These are my disciples. We are on our way to the Qingxuan sect to broaden our horizons. Are you perhaps a disciple of the Qingxuan sect? Hidden behind the bushes, Ni Xiao spoke in a bewitching tone. I am no disciple of the Qingxuan sect. The elder narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Then you must be from one of the 6 great sects? He burst into laughter, a laugh that sounded truly gruesome. Nope, not that either. Hearing this, the elder's face darkened, his brows knitted together. Then you're just some scum trying to fish in troubled waters. Without a second of hesitation, his hand tightened around his weapon. The killing intent suddenly thickened. If you're going to stand in our way, don't blame us for sending you off early. The junior brothers behind him immediately entered their battle stances, drawing their blades. Well, how interesting. Ni Xiao stepped out leisurely, completely unafraid. I've met a colleague, and you're even daring enough to poke this hornet's nest. Looks like there's some fun to be had today to pass the time, he smirked. But you're all dead wrong. I didn't come here to scavenge for scraps. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and the smile on his face became inhumanly cruel. I simply want to kill a few people, to break in my precious sword. Hearing the insane challenge, the 4 men roared and lunged at him simultaneously. But alas, they were deeply mistaken. The person in front of them wasn't prey, he was a demon. With just a single sword strike, he ended all 4 of their lives. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere, staining the green grass red. By the time death came knocking, they realized in horror. Demonic aura. You're from the demon race. Ni Xiao shrugged indifferently. You guessed right, but unfortunately, there's no prize. He waved his hand. The blood essence of all 4 was instantly sucked dry, converging into a floating sphere of blood. But he still didn't seem satisfied. He clicked his tongue. Still not enough. Too little. He looked into the distance, over 100 miles away, toward the towering peaks of the Qingxuan sect. The Laotian sect, huh? They're also ranked as a first-rate sect. The disciples shouldn't be too few. Killing a few more shouldn't hurt. And so, a bloody massacre began. Ni Xiao swept through the sects. People from the Qingxuan sect fell not enough. Disciples of the Baiwu sect lost their lives, still not enough. The hunt only truly stopped when he bumped into the people from the Wanling sect. Finally, having collected enough blood, he stood proudly atop a tower built from corpses, his face full of satisfaction. I never expected the Wanling sect to have strength approaching the 6 great sects. They probably intended to make a name for themselves at the Laotian Grand Assembly. You've wasted quite a bit of my time, he muttered. But oh well, the essence blood is finally enough. After that, Jie Xiao returned to his secret hideout. He summoned the massive amount of blood essence he had collected over the past 700 years. Zhutian's sword, I have finally come to you. Immediately, a sea of blood roared, engulfing the space. He let out a loud shout that echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Suddenly, a massive pillar of light, filled with mysterious ancient characters, shot straight into the sky. He used his demonic power to control the river of blood, slowly seeping it into the pillar of light. Devour it all. This essence blood is meant for you. A complex formation, nourished by countless lives, created a massive barrier that completely cut off the outside world. Finally, Ni Xiao wore a victorious smile. I can feel it. You're very excited, very desperate, aren't you? He reached out and touched his forehead, forcing out a drop of his own demonic blood essence, then tossed it into the center of the pillar of light. Go, and let us wreak havoc on the world together. When the drop of demonic blood touched the surface, the space around them seemed about to explode. The seal shattered. The Zhutian sword was released, floating in midair, emitting a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering sword aura. Ni Xiao was wild with joy, reaching out to grab the hilt. Finally, you belong to me. However, the sword vibrated slightly, clearly showing its rejection. He was stunned. What? A mere spiritual sword? And you dare to refuse my control? The sword seemed to understand his arrogance. It automatically slipped out of that filthy hand. Seeing this, Ni Xiao gnashed his teeth in anger. It was I who freed you. It was I who collected the sea of blood and essence for you to devour. If it weren't for me, you will remain sealed for 10,000 lifetimes, and your spiritual essence will soon fade away. Yet, you dared to betray me. In this world, who else is worthy of being your master besides me? He roared, then reassured himself. It must be that damn restriction. If I don't completely break that restriction, the heaven-swallowing sword will never acknowledge me as its master, and the only way to break it is to return to the Shangxuan sect. But at that same moment, at the Laotian tournament arena, the atmosphere was incredibly lively. The sect master of the profound sword sect, Jian Chen, walked in leisurely with a lazy demeanor and a straw in his mouth. Tai Shang hurried over to welcome him with a warm, bright smile. Sect Master Jian Chen, you've arrived. Please, come in. Jian Chen glanced at him and clicked his tongue. Tai Shang, why have you become such an old geezer? Tai Shang replied humbly. Sect Master Jian Chen, you are too kind. My talent is mediocre. Living to this age is already a blessing from 3 lifetimes ago. All right, that's enough. Jian Chen waved his hand lazily. Go and greet the others. I'll just find a corner to sit in myself. The old man obeyed. Yes, of course. As Jian Chen stepped inside, a mocking voice rang out. Well, if it isn't Brother Jian Chen? The speaker was the palace master of the Ni Ju Yo Palace. Ni Ju Yo. He cast a disdainful glance. What's wrong? Did you come alone, Jian Chen? Didn't bring any disciples along to make it more lively? Suddenly, from another side, a clear, melodious voice spoke up to defend Jian Chen. It was the sect master of the Hehuan sect, Ke Tianru. But why would Jian Chen need to bring disciples? With his heaven-defying strength, disciples would only be a burden, getting in his way. She then leaned in flirtatiously toward him. Don't you agree, Brother Jian Chen? Am I right? Immediately, the sword wielder stepped aside without a hint of respect. Hey, sister, don't do that. I have no interest in you. Seeing this scene, Ni Juyo burst into joyous laughter. Ha ha ha. How many times has this been now, Ko Tianro? Give it up. Jian Chen will never have eyes for you. Just then, the sect master of the Myriad Beast sect, Zhang Kuang, appeared. With a grand, hearty demeanor, he greeted them. Brother Jian Chen, Brother Ni Juyo, Sister Ke Tianru. It has been a long time. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of pressure made the entire space seem to freeze. Zhang Kuang, Ke Tianru, and Ni Juo all changed their expressions. They immediately channeled their energy in defense. Such terrifying pressure. This power, it's a formidable enemy. A massive army, led by Qi Tiankang, entered with overwhelming momentum. He loudly declared, "The heaven-swallowing sword is mine for sure." But suddenly, another wave of power, even more terrifying, appeared and gently dispersed his spiritual energy. Qi Tiankang was extremely shocked, screaming inwardly, "Who is it? Who could break my aura in the blink of an eye? This person's strength is absolutely not inferior, perhaps even greater than mine." The person was Tan Muya. She spoke in a refined yet icy voice. Retract your aura a little. Everyone here represents the 6 great sects. Do you really think you are the greatest in the world? Her voice sharpened with sternness. Furthermore, stop standing there blocking the way. As she finished speaking, she gently plucked her instrument, and a sharp sound wave shot toward him. Qi Tiankang could not react in time and hastily erected a defensive barrier. You dare to make a move against me? 2 terrifying forces collided, creating a blinding light that made everyone squint. The result was that the defeated one was Qi Tiankang. He was sent flying backward. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he roared in anger. You! Tan Muya only cast a cold, icy glance at him and dropped a warning. There is always someone better than you. Don't be too arrogant. You should know that there are always mountains higher than mountains. Saying this, she and her disciples proudly walked past him. Let's go. Having witnessed the whole thing, Zhang Kuang couldn't help but swallow hard. Even Qi Tiankang's terrifying strength couldn't withstand a single strike. Ni Juyo was also in awe. How could this woman be this strong? He muttered to himself. But I heard that after she wiped out the Heavenly Slaughter Palace alone, her body was severely injured, and her strength wasn't what it used to be. Kitianru frowned and added, it seems the rumors were just child's play. To be able to single-handedly level the Heavenly Slaughter Palace, one of the 6 great sects clearly, we all underestimated this woman before. Muya and her disciples stepped forward and spoke. The 6 great sects have gathered. Tai Shang, the Laotian tournament can begin now. He quickly agreed. Sect Master Tan is right. After speaking, he jumped into the center of the arena and shouted to announce the Laotian tournament now officially begins. Before the matches started, Tai Shang explained the rules. This Laotian tournament, like always, will be divided into 2 stages. Stage 1, the sects will compete in the arena. We will base the rankings on the strength of the younger generation. Sect Stage 1. Stage 2, we will discuss an important matter together. He intentionally paused, then shouted, that important matter is, who will possess the treasure of the Qingxuan sect, the heaven-swallowing sword? Right after those words, the entire stadium erupted in excited cheers. The treasure, the heaven-swallowing sword, who will it belong to? Zhang Kuang couldn't hide his greed. The rumors about the heaven-swallowing sword were true indeed. Ni Juyo, beside him, also muttered, the heaven-swallowing sword, a supreme weapon that transcends even imperial weapons. To possess it is to possess the whole world. However, Jian Chen remained indifferent and even somewhat annoyed. Why do we have to divide it into 2 troublesome stages? He bluntly suggested, let's just start stage 2 right now to get it over with. Stage 1 is meaningless. Besides, I didn't bring any disciples. If we really have to fight, wouldn't my profound sword sect be at a huge disadvantage? Then my sect would definitely be at the bottom of the list, he continued, his voice full of sarcasm. And, what is the point of getting first place anyway? Whoever wins the heaven-swallowing sword is the true winner. Jian Chen didn't forget to turn and ask the other sects for their opinions. Everyone, do you think what I'm saying makes sense? Seeing that the situation was already like this, Ni Juyo had no choice but to accept. Whatever is fine by me. In any case, my Ni Juyo palace isn't exactly strong when it comes to disciples. Qi Tiankang also nodded in agreement. Fine, fine. Tianru cast a flirtatious glance at Jian Chen. Brother Jian Chen, whatever you decide is fine by me. I have no objections. Zhang Kuang also chimed in. I'm in too, after all. Our ultimate goal is the Chuthian sword. Seeing the agreement, Jian Chen nodded, looking satisfied. Well, if that's the case, it's just us left. A cold voice cut in. Everyone turned, stunned. Below the platform, Tan Muya calmly dismissed their opinions. Besides, this is the Qingxuan sect's territory. They are our hosts, yet you all came here to rob them. At the very least, try to act the part, won't you? Seeing her attitude, Jian Chen let out a long, weary yawn, clearly bored. Fine, you make a point. In that case, have at it yourselves. I'm not participating in these childish games. It's pointless. She didn't even bother to look at him, turning instead to Tai Shang. Tai Shang. Sensing the tension between them, Tai Shang hesitated, but then announced, very well, Sect Master Tan. The Latian tournament officially begins now. The entire stadium shook once again with thunderous cheers. The first match, a battle royale. Each sect may send 20 disciples to the arena. The match will last for 1 hour, or until only 20 disciples remain on stage. Sect disciples, please step up. Ni Juyo lazily ordered, send up the 20 strongest disciples. His disciples immediately obeyed. Yes, Hallmaster, please, rest assured. We will definitely take first place. The disciples from the sects stepped onto the arena. Tai Shang lit a stick of incense. The disciples were now all gathered. The Latian tournament's first round, a battle royale, commenced. At the same time, Tang Yuyu was still fast asleep, mumbling in her dream about delicious food. "It's all mine." Suddenly, someone walked over and flicked her forehead. Shangxuan entered and reminded her, "Still not awake? Wake up. The Latian tournament has already started." On the arena, a group of disciples from other sects gathered. A scarred man shouted heroically, "Brothers, let's work together to take out the Jade Palace sect people first. Then we'll see." Another chimed in. The Jade Palace is one of the 6 great sects. Yet, they stoop to relying on a trash sect like Qingxuan? It's truly shameful. The fatty beside him chimed in, mocking them. "Exactly. Take them out first. It's humiliating to share the arena with them." Naturally, these words reached the ears of the Jade Palace disciples. Dudu, one of them, was hovering in the air. She said, voice dripping with provocation, "Want to team up to take out the Jade Palace? You think you can do that with a bunch of riffraff like you?" She pulled out a zither and began to attack. "You're not even on my level." Her skilled fingers danced across the strings, creating sounds that were both marvelous and deadly. The strength of the sound waves was proportional to the talent of the player. The sound waves struck the group directly, making everyone gasp in fear. So strong. However, the scarred man, though injured, was stubborn. Sound-based attacks have high damage, but the users themselves are quite fragile. The sullen-faced man nodded. "True. If we just get close, they're as good as dead." The fatty also boosted morale. "Brothers, charge together. They can't handle all of us at once, can they?" And with a burning desire to win, the 3 of them threw themselves forward. Dudu just sneered. "What a bunch of fools who don't know when to die." She signaled her teammates, "Sisters, play the Song of the Reaper." They used their instruments in harmony, creating a melody, filled with lethal colors. The scarred man's eyes widened in shock. What is this? Those high-pitched notes transformed into invisible spikes aiming directly at them. They didn't hesitate to pierce through every single one of them. The girls of the Jade Palace were, at this moment, no different from ruthless hunter goddesses. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. "The Jade Palace isn't bad at all, huh?" That person was Zhang Yang, the son of the Myriad Beasts sect master. He sneered. "To wipe out the disciples of our sects with just their strength alone?" Then, he turned to ask the person beside him, "Brother Yuming, what do you think?" The saint son of Nijue's hall, Yuming, replied coldly, "What do I think?" He showed clear contempt. "Disciples without skill are just trash. If they get wiped out, they get wiped out." Zhang Yang agreed. Brother Yuming is right. It's truly useless for disciples to be defeated so easily. But regardless, they are from our sects. Being wiped out like this is a bit of a loss of face. If we don't step in to teach them a lesson, wouldn't it seem like we're afraid of those women? He tried to provoke him. However, Yuming was no fool. He replied, "If you want to move, go ahead. This battle royale is just a preliminary round, after all. I don't intend to waste my spiritual power here." After saying that, he turned and left. Zhang Yang glanced at his retreating figure, secretly calculating. The cultivation style of Nejuyo's hall was closest to that of the demon sect. Their saint sons were always aggressive. Why so calm this time? Is he waiting to see my strength? Best to let both sides fight until they are both exhausted, and then he can sit back and profit. Then, he turned to provoke the person next to him. "Young Valley Master, what do you think? Tan Muya injured your father badly. This is a major feud." The person beside him was the young Valley Master of the Scarlet Flame Valley, Qi Yan. He replied coldly, "I will strike," but he wasn't provoked. "After the battle royale ends, if I run into her, I will take her life myself. But for now, taking action is pointless. Not everyone is an idiot." Zhang Yang had to give up. "Young Valley Master, you're kidding." The person standing behind didn't need to be asked and answered himself. "Don't try to goad me either." He was the young sect master of the Heihuan sect, Hua Wucheng. "I have no interest in fighting at all." He even licked his lips greedily. "If that beauty were willing to cultivate with me right here, I might reconsider." Hearing this, Zhang Yang remained polite. "Then I won't bother you anymore, Hua Wucheng. Enjoy the beauty." In his heart, he was cursing. What a bunch of bastards. Couldn't get a single piece of info. Forget it. At least he had a rough idea of the Jade Palace disciples' strength. The atmosphere at the tournament was extremely lively, except for Jian Chen, who was lounging comfortably on his chair. With eyes half closed, he suddenly opened them. The Qingxuan sect people finally arrived, huh? Shangxuan's group entered the stadium, 4 people in total. Jian Chen looked down with interest. The Qingxuan sect has been declining for 100 years, yet this time you have the guts to host such a big tournament. I wonder who gave you that courage. At the same time, Zhang Kuang and Ni Juyo up high were also curious. The Qingxuan sect is opening the Latian tournament again, and even brought out the Zhou Tian sword as a prize. Let me see what kind of caliber of characters will show up. Ni Juyo was full of anticipation too. Hope you don't disappoint me. Even Tan Muya had to stand up, casting her gaze downwards. Then, her eyes widened in shock. It's you? The group of 4 Thuong Huyen, Tong Yu, Diep Shier, and Ye Lingyan appeared together. Thuong Huyen said, "We aren't too late, are we?" He casually nudged Tang Yu, causing her to almost stumble. "It's all your fault for sleeping in like a pig and getting up so late." She immediately retaliated, pinching his cheek hard. "How dare you blame me? Tang Yu asked indignantly. "Obviously, it's your fault. If you had just behaved yourself last night, would I have woken up this late?" She recalled the previous night when he was leisurely reading. She had lunged at him saying, "Husband, I'm here." But he only glanced at her, grabbed her head, and bluntly tossed her out of the room. "Go to sleep by yourself." Remembering this, she searched for another excuse. "If you had just obediently submitted to me last night, I would have slept early and wouldn't be this late." She started whining. "You lying rascal. You clearly agreed to let me be Shear's master's wife. I have status now. And you told me not to let you get more than 1 meter away from me." Her eyes shimmered with a pitiful look. "In the end, you didn't even want to sleep with me." Thuong Huyen could not take it anymore and flicked her forehead again. "Can you please be a bit more decent?" Seeing this, she clamped her mouth shut and turned away in a huff. Suddenly, Diep Shier, standing nearby, curiously asked, Master's wife, what are you talking about? What's submitting? Did you two do something else before going to bed?" He quickly changed the subject. "Ah, well, I'll tell you about it when I'm free." Shier. After speaking, he shot a sideways glance at Tang Yu. "As a woman, can't you be more elegant? Don't teach Shier bad habits." She flared up again. "You're blaming me again?" He wouldn't back down. "If I don't blame you, should I blame myself?" So, the two started bickering. "It is your fault. It is your fault." Witnessing this scene, Ye Lingyan gently led Shier away. "Shier, be a good girl. You'll understand this when you grow up. Your master and master's wife have some things to settle. Let's head in first." The two walked onto the arena together. They had arrived. Many eyes turned toward Ye Lingyan and Shier. Jian Chen remained indifferent, thinking to himself, a peak Xuanhun stage. Not even at the king stage yet. And a brat who is only at the early Xuanhun stage. How boring. I thought some formidable character would show up. I didn't expect such mediocrity. But Ni Juyo tried to find redeeming qualities for them. Actually, it's not bad. The Than Huyen sect is only a third-rate sect now. Reaching the Xuanhun stage at this age is already impressive. As for the king stage, she is likely qualified to be an elder in the Than Huyen sect. Yes, Thin Hu followed up. That's quite good. Moreover, I see that among the two of them, there is a girl who seems to be under 12 years old. For the Than Huyen sect, I fear she is already a peerless genius. However, Tan Muya sat down, disappointed. Just disciples? But the next second, her eyes widened. Thuong Huyen and Tang Yu, covered in scratch marks, walked in. Clang! The ancient zither she treasured so much fell to the ground. Tan Muya could no longer keep her composure, and stood up abruptly. "Is it you? Why?" Meanwhile, Jian Chen also noticed Tan Muya's unusual behavior. He frowned, curious, and reasoned. "With our current cultivation levels, even if the sky were to fall, our mental states wouldn't waver. But right now, Tan Muya is having such an intense reaction." Then he looked down at Thuong Huyen, who was chatting happily. Is it just because of a kid at the early body refining stage, or is it because of the girl beside him? Suddenly, he froze in surprise. Wait, I can't see through that woman's cultivation level. After calming down, Tan Muya's eyes showed clear sadness. No, it's not him. She sorrowfully picked up the zither that he had once gifted her. Everything looked similar, but something was missing both in appearance and aura. Even though she felt regretful, she had to accept the truth. It makes sense. If he had really returned, how could he play such a childish game like this Lathian assembly? The 6 great sects would have likely been wiped out already. Below, Thuong Huyen was yawning widely. So, this is what the 6 great sects are like now? A lot has changed. He also noticed Tan Muya's presence. She is also from one of the 6 great sects, huh? He thought to himself, that great Saint Zither was something I gave her. If I wanted it back, I wouldn't need to steal it. Afterwards, he turned and whispered to Tai Shang. But, did something unexpected happen? The old man replied in a low voice. The power balance of the 6 great sects has changed a bit. One of them has been replaced by the Kung Nu Gok. Palace Master Tan of the Kung Nuk Nu seems to have a lot of favor for our Thon Huyen sect. Before the assembly began, she spoke up for us many times. Otherwise, I fear we would have already had to fight a big battle. After hearing the explanation, his brain finally cleared up. So, this interesting play was set up this way, he curiously asked. Any other variables? The next piece of news immediately made his face darken. But the news about this Lothian assembly seems to have leaked out. Not just the 6 great sects, but countless first- and second-rate sects have caught wind of it too. However, up to this moment, besides those 6 big shots, there is still one mysterious sect that hasn't shown its face. Thuong Huyen smirked, wearing a meaningful smile that looked incredibly cunning. This is getting interesting, he cast, his gaze down at the disciples, brawling below, and asked, What do you think of these brats? Tang, you didn't bother to show respect and gave a harsh verdict, a bunch of small fry. Thuong Huyen heard this and nodded in agreement, but still put on an imposing look. That's not entirely true. If you sift through them carefully, there are a few decent seeds. After all, not everyone has the fortune of being personally mentored by yours truly, like Seer and Ye Lingyan. Hearing this, Yu, who was perched on Thuong Huyen's shoulder, became curious. So, what kind of trick are you planning? The 4 of them walked into the arena leisurely. He and Yu sat comfortably on the chairs reserved for their sect. They showed the attitude that the protagonists always appear last. She artfully peeled a succulent grape. Her enjoying posture was no different from a queen's. The 6 great sects are all here. Aren't you afraid that the protagonist will bail and not show up? She said, while bringing a grape to his mouth. He'll crawl over here. He chewed the grape, calmly sharing his genius plan. As long as he still has designs on the Chuthian sword, he'll have to show his face, even if he hides at the ends of the earth. I have cleverly planted a small seal inside the sword. First, to let it act as a protective charm for the Thon Huyen sect for the next 1,000 years. Second, to help the sect resolve a fatal disaster. You, before the seal fades, don't even think about claiming the Chuthian sword as your own, no matter how much gold you offer. Saying that Thuong Huyen gently stroked her hair with a doting touch, while she observed the Thon Huyen sect clearly facing an imminent crisis. It was the perfect moment, wasn't it? She chirped with delight. My husband is such a bad guy. But the smile on his face suddenly froze, when his eyes accidentally caught a familiar silhouette in the distance. There were only a few unexpected variables, and he never thought she would appear this time. Was he planning to step in and help the Thon Huyen sect overcome this hurdle? She curiously followed his gaze, and when her eyes met Tan Muya's, a green-eyed monster of jealousy flared up instantly. Gritting her teeth with a sharp crunch, Tan Muya leaped forward, covering Shangxuan's eyes with both hands and shouting, Don't look! He is mine now, not that witch's anymore. It took quite some effort for Shangxuan to pry her off and press her back into her seat. Come on, stop making a scene. After all, she's an old acquaintance from over 2,000 long years ago. It's not every day we get to meet again. She finally sat still, though her expression was visibly smug and triumphant. Go ahead and try, she thought. No matter how much you compete, in the end, I'm the one who takes home the trophy. Up in the stands, Tan Muya kept gazing out, her heart filled with unease. It's strange, she thought, watching Shangxuan and Tang Yuyu bickering. That's clearly not him, so why is this sense of familiarity so intense? A crazy theory suddenly flashed through her mind. Could it be? But then she hurriedly shook her head, her cheeks flushing. Are you insane? No way, absolutely not. Ever since I've known him, I've never heard of him marrying anyone. Besides, I'm the woman closest to him. If there were any illegitimate children, it would have to be mine to be considered proper. At the same time, down on the arena floor, the situation had reached a critical point. The fingers of Yu Yu and her sisters were no longer moving gracefully across their instruments. Their strength was completely exhausted. Zhang Yang watched, inwardly impressed, though he feigned a sigh of admiration on the surface. Impressive, truly impressive, relying solely on your own strength to sweep the disciples of other sects, leaving behind only the most elite. He thought this to himself, then sauntered out, clapping loudly in mock applause. I'm in awe, truly in awe. The saintess's power is indeed unfathomable. As the incense on the stand was about to burn out, he continued to provoke her. It's just a pity that time is running out, and everyone remaining in the arena is a saint child or a candidate. They're all tough nuts to crack. If the saintess doesn't pull out her trump card, I'm afraid it'll be hard to finish them all in one go, won't it? He kept adding fuel to the fire. I've heard rumors in the martial world that the Jade Maiden Palace possesses a heaven-defying killing technique. It's called the 9 Absolute Profound Sounds. I heard that once you master just 3 notes, you can easily fight those at higher levels. I wonder how many notes you've mastered, Saintess? Why don't you demonstrate for me and everyone else to broaden our horizons? And just as expected, you took the bait and prepared to channel her internal energy. If you sincerely wish to broaden your horizons, I will grant your wish. Suddenly, the junior sisters behind her spoke up in unison. Senior sister, there's no need. Our internal energy is depleted. Even if we make it to the ranking round, we'll be powerless to do anything. It's better if we withdraw voluntarily. That's right, senior sister. Don't waste your energy. Save it for the ranking match, said a junior sister with a high bun, her tone firm. Let us eliminate ourselves. Immediately after, all the girls from the Jade Maiden Palace, except for Yu, raised their hands to concede. We give up. With the plan failed, Zhang Yang clicked his tongue in frustration. Damn it, he thought. I intended to take advantage of their weakened state, to scout out their finishing move, and prepare a defense. Unexpectedly, before leaving the stage, the junior sisters didn't forget to look back and cheer. Senior sister, go for it. You will definitely win. You felt as if an invisible surge of strength had been granted to her. Her gaze became determined. I will win. Just then, the first stick of incense burned out. Tai Shang stepped forward to announce the end of the melee round. With a total of 14 disciples remaining, I invite the disciples of the Than Huyen sect to the field. After one more stick of incense, the sect ranking battle will officially begin. Shangxuan turned to look at Ye Lingyan and Diep Shire. He gently said, Go on, children. Ye Lingyan replied respectfully, Yes, Master Shangxuan, then took Diep Shire's hand and leaped gracefully onto the stage. Seeing this, Zhang Yang couldn't help but sneer with contempt. Oh, give me a break. Is that all there is? Just 2 of them? He turned to Van Lam, an unlucky disciple whose mouth was being squeezed shut by Liang Yishao. He wore an evil smirk. You almost got away to report the news. That would have ruined the fun. It took so much effort to wipe out those 26 top sects to attend this damn La Thien tournament. If I let you successfully report it, and 26 more sects come running, what fun is left for me? He muttered. Honestly, relying on my own strength to take on all 6 major sects is a bit of a challenge. If it weren't for the damn restrictive seal in the Thon Chu Heaven Sword, I would have already returned to the demon clan. He frowned, his hand tightening, crushing the disciple's face. The poor boy collapsed next to the bodies of his fellow brothers. Liang Yishao walked coldly over the corpses. Finally, I finished off all the disciples of the sects attending the tournament, except for those 26. Though it was a bit troublesome, their essence blood has helped my strength return to its peak. Finally, he turned his gaze toward the Than Huyen sect, combined with the Than Chu Heaven Sword. So what if the 6 major sects gather? I'll send you all off to the afterlife together. Inside the arena, the second round was ready. Tai Shang announced loudly, the ranking battle officially begins. Including the disciples of the Than Huyen sect, there are a total of 16 participants. Everyone will follow the opponent displayed on their battle card to engage in combat. Each person has only one chance. Lose and you are directly eliminated. As he finished, he slammed his hand down, and a surge of spiritual energy erupted from beneath the ground, raising massive stone pillars to form 2 arenas, so that 2 matches can be held at once. Now, the ranking battle begins. The first round, Diep Ye Lingyan versus Song Xiao, Zhang Kuang versus Nuyet Min. I invite the participants to the stage. As the order was given, Ni Juyo looked extremely intrigued. Interesting. Who would have thought the Than Huyen sect's own people would be up in the first round? He turned to the person next to him, Qi Tiankong. If I remember correctly, that Song Xiao is one of your direct disciples, right? So, what do you think? Are you confident you can take care of the Than Huyen sect's disciple? Qi Yan arrogantly raised 3 fingers, his eyes full of confidence. 3 moves. No more, no less. Guaranteed victory. He glanced toward the stage. She's just a brat at the profound soul realm, and a disciple of that trashy Than Huyen sect at that. 3 moves is me being generous to her. But these words naturally reached the ears of Shangxuan and Tang Yuyu. She burst out laughing, tears streaming down her face. This is hilarious. I'm dying. She nudged him, her voice full of excitement. Husband, did you hear that? He said his disciple could take down Ye Lingyan in 3 moves. And all that nonsense about valuing Ye Lingyan. She couldn't help but burst into laughter. He happily played along. Well, it's nothing out of the ordinary, after all. How could they possibly train disciples capable of crossing realms to fight like ours? It's just back and forth. Qi Yan overheard their banter. He slammed his fist on the table, a vein throbbing on his forehead. You two certainly have big mouths, don't you? He glared at them with hateful eyes. Shangxuan wasn't afraid in the slightest. He just added fuel to the fire. What? Don't believe me? Qi Yan treated Shangxuan's words like a joke. He roared with laughter. Crossing realms to fight my disciple? That's the funniest fairy tale I've ever heard in my entire life. Shangxuan kept provoking him. So, you don't believe it? The old man kept laughing and pointed a finger rudely right in their faces. Do you honestly think I should believe you? Qingxuan sect is nothing but a third-rate sect now. What right do you have to make me believe that? But he remained calm. How about we make a little wager to liven things up? Qi Yan replied arrogantly. I'm fine with that, but what could your trashy sect possibly have worth betting? Are you planning to hand over the Zhu Tian sword first? Hearing the three words Zhu Tian sword, Jian Chen, who had been dozing off, immediately woke up to listen. The others crowded around, curious. Shangxuan maintained his calm demeanor. The Zhu Tian sword is indeed extraordinary, but it's a weapon meant for the second stage of the tournament. I have no shortage of other treasures. With that, he pulled out an item radiating brilliant light, an emperor-grade treasure, the mystic Heaven Pearl, which contained its own small world inside. It can be used to imprison enemies or help inner disciples train. As long as you provide enough mystic qi, you can freely control the flow of time within it. An emperor-grade treasure with time attributes is incredibly rare. How about using this for our bet? The moment he saw it, Qi Yan grew suspicious. The Qingxuan sect still has an emperor-grade treasure? Didn't the Lanying sword sweep away all your treasures 700 years ago? After pondering for a moment, he agreed. Fine. Since you dare to wager this treasure, I'll play along. What's the harm? He winked and said, in that case, it's a deal, then. He held up 3 fingers. 3 moves. I don't care whether your disciple attacks or defends. If she doesn't lose after 3 moves, this mystic Heaven Pearl belongs to you. How about that? Seeing such a massive gain, the old man didn't hesitate for a second and snapped back. Done. Since you're so desperate to hand over this emperor-grade treasure to me, why would I refuse? Finished. He shot a meaningful glance. Small matter. But what if you lose? The old man immediately took out his own artifact, an emperor-grade treasure called the Clear Wind Sword. Though it can't compare to your time attribute treasure, it's certainly enough for a wager, right? Seeing this, Shangxuan shook his head lazily and refused. No need to go to all that trouble. I have no shortage of emperor-grade treasures. Taking another one is useless. Then he proposed a price that was incredibly insulting. How about this? If you lose, just kneel before me in front of everyone here and shout, I was wrong. I shouldn't have looked down on the Qingxuan sect's disciples. That will be enough. As soon as he finished speaking, the stone slab under Qi Yan's feet cracked. The old man completely lost his mind and hissed, You're sure you want that? He remained nonchalant. What's wrong? Scared. Tang Yu added, What a coward. Provoked to the breaking point, he roared, Fine, I bet with you. Having achieved his goal, Shangxuan smiled triumphantly. That's more like it. After the heated confrontation, the match officially began. Xier stood below the stage, clutching her hands tightly to cheer for Lingyan. Go for it, Sister Lingyan. You can do it. She turned back and smiled at the little girl to reassure her. Opposite her, her opponent stepped up. The inner disciple of the Red Flame Valley, Song Xiao. At the same time, a group of his fellow disciples shouted loudly, Song Xiao, take her down. Song Xiao will definitely win. Go, Brother Song. Before the match started, Lingyan bowed politely. Ye Lingyan, please advise me. He responded with disdain. A mere mystic soul realm ant like you isn't qualified to offer advice. In an instant, Tai Shang announced the start of the match. Immediately, the ground beneath Song Xiao shattered, and the platform shook violently. What's going on? Is this an earthquake? This was the ultimate technique of the Red Flame Valley. Earth Flame Shining Sunday. He launched a massive strike right from the start. The power was even greater than a full-force blow from a peak King Realm expert. How could a mystic soul realm practitioner defend against that? A giant sea of fire engulfed the entire stage. Song Xiao aimed straight at Lingyan and roared, Die. Following his command, the flames fiercely surged toward her. On the spectator stands, Qi Yan boasted to Shangxuan, This is only the first move, but it looks like your Qingxuan sect disciple can't even block a single one. However, his eyes remained full of confidence. Not necessarily. She's just warming up. On the stage, Lingyan remained calm. She slowly swung her sword, drawing an elegant arc from bottom to top. The Jiyu sword created gusts of wind that didn't just push back the raging sea of fire, but eventually formed a giant vortex. She turned the fire back on him. At this point, Shangxuan had a chance to show off again. Is this really the strongest technique the Red Flame Valley has? Seems like that's all it amounts to. Qi Yan couldn't believe his eyes, but he tried to put on a brave face. How could this be? This little move was just an appetizer. But it seems your Qingxuan sect disciple has a bit of skill. But in his heart, he was frantically sending a telepathic message to his disciple. Kill her for me immediately. Even if you have to use forbidden arts, it doesn't matter. Song Xiao received his master's order. He roared, unleashing his final technique. His entire body burst into flames, taking on a completely new appearance. Why were you able to block my first move? If you hadn't, I wouldn't have needed to use a forbidden art. The fire raged even more intensely, surrounding him. This move will cause massive damage to my cultivation foundation, and once I start, I cannot stop. You are definitely going to die. Before attacking, he didn't forget to complain. I still have to compete for the Saint Sun position. Do you know how serious damaging my foundation will be now? Every step he took caused the ground to crack. The air became scorching hot. Everyone exclaimed, "The mystic power is truly terrifying." Once done complaining, he didn't hesitate to rush forward. The junior disciples below looked at him with admiration. Song Xiao is so powerful. One strike like this is definitely on par with the Emperor Realm. We're sure to win. The opponent is just a mystic soul realm practitioner. Even if she blew herself up, she couldn't block this attack. At the same time, Qi Yan confidently asked Shangxuan, "Are you still confident now?" But he calmly replied, "Why wouldn't I be?" Indeed, at the same moment, Qi Yan confidently asked Thurng Huyen, "Are you still feeling confident now?" But he calmly replied, "Why wouldn't I be? Your eyes are only glued to your own disciple. Why not look up at the sky and see what's happening?" Only then did he vaguely look up. It turned out that, at some point above the arena, Ling Yan had unleashed a terrifying lightning formation. Now, he was truly panicked. This lightning power was absolutely on par with the Soul Profound Realm. How did that girl even do that? Others noticed the phenomenon in the sky at the same time. Is she really just a Soul Profound Realm cultivator? It's fake, right? Ling Yan also looked upward, but only Song Xiao, who was wildly charging forward, didn't notice the presence of that lightning power. Die! She had been waiting for this moment. The sword in her hand trembled slightly, and her gaze turned icy cold. Instantly, a column of massive lightning struck down from the sky. Song Xiao was sent flying by Ling Yan's earth-shattering power. Finally, as their spiritual energy began to dissipate, he collapsed onto the ground, groaning in pain. The only one still standing was Ling Yan. Everyone was stunned by this result. Is this really the Soul Profound Realm? Does the Qingxuan sect actually have such a powerful, profound technique? It's so strong. Isn't the Qingxuan sect just a third-rate sect? How can a mere Soul Profound Realm cultivator be this terrifying? In the stands, Shangxuan leisurely reminded him, "That was only the second move, you know." Qi Yan hurriedly regained his composure. "There's still one move left. What's the rush? Besides, I recall our bet was that if Song Xiao didn't lose after 3 moves, then I win. Right?" He secretly worried. He couldn't win, but could Song Xiao at least defend? Just then, on the stage, Song Xiao tried to force himself up. How could this be? I can't lose. In the stands, the other disciples finally realized the danger the Qingxuan sect posed. So strong. It's true 2 moves, and he sent 2 challengers flying. How could anyone block that? Shangxuan didn't forget to provoke Qi Yan. The 3rd move is coming up. How about you just forfeit and admit defeat? If you forfeit, it only counts as half a loss. But his ego was too big. Forfeit? He still stubbornly insisted. Prepare your Emperor-grade artifact. It's as good as mine. The cultivation techniques of my Scarlet Flame Valley don't just have strong attacks, their defensive power is even greater. That disciple of your Qingxuan sect is only at the Soul Profound Realm. That bolt of lightning just now must have drained all her profound energy, right? And she still wants to win? Hearing this, he just shrugged and continued eating melon seeds to watch the show. Then let's just wait and see. On the stage, Ling Yan also suggested, "You should admit defeat." But of course, he would never agree to that. Facing death, he still kept talking big. "I admit you're strong, but you're only in the Soul Profound Realm. How much profound energy do you have left now? You can't beat me. I might not win, but blocking a few more of your moves is a piece of cake." Suddenly, she felt something was wrong. She clearly knew she couldn't win, yet she still wanted to hold on until the end. Could it be because of the bet with Ye Shangxuan? She glanced toward the stands and received a signal from Shangxuan. Indeed, that was it. After realizing this, she gripped her sword tightly. If that's the case, then I'll just have to force you off the stage. The sharp blade flew toward Song Xiao, but he still tried to brace himself for battle. Force me off the stage? Just based on you? As he finished speaking, he pressed both palms to the ground. A stream of scorching heat erupted, and an earth shield rose from the ground. Countless sturdy rocks emerged to form a solid wall, separating the two. Let's see how you, someone who has exhausted your profound energy, can force me off the stage. Seeing this, Ling Yan frowned slightly. Without hesitation, she swung her sword, slicing through all the earthen walls in her path. The blade drew closer and closer until its light was reflected in Song Xiao's terrified eyes, and the entire solid defensive wall shattered into pieces. Ling Yan just coldly turned around and left. Yet, he was still safe and sound, and even started mocking her. "I'm fine. I'm not hurt. I knew it. A mere soul-profound realm brat like you only had that much energy. You used it all up before, so how could you possibly break my defense?" His entire body didn't have a single scratch. "Did you give up? You know you can't break my defense, so you don't want to humiliate yourself anymore?" Suddenly, she turned around and glanced at him. The very next second, he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood and collapsed, dying right on the spot. In the stands, Shangxuan and Ruo announced in unison, "I win." Seeing the result right before his eyes, Qi Yan was stunned, speechless. Shangxuan had to repeat it once more. "I won, you know." Some disciples from the Scarlet Flame Valley blindly started defending him. "How dare you? Your Qingxuan sect is just a third-rate sect now. Do you still think you're the big boss you were back in the day? Are you looking for death?" At this moment, Qi Yan finally regained his senses and muttered, You won?" And then, he turned his attitude around in the most shameless way possible. So what? He still sat there as if no one else existed, gesturing to the old man that it was time to fulfill the promise between them. The bet was settled. You lost, and now it's time for you to kneel and admit it. His eyes looked at his own people, who had greatly underestimated the Qingxuan sect disciples. He spoke up. "As the Valley Master of the Scarlet Flame Valley, one of the 6 great sects, do you intend to go back on your word and become a laughingstock for the world?" Tang, Yu, standing beside him, didn't miss the chance to throw more fuel on the fire to make the fun even more dramatic. "You're getting on in years, yet you're playing childish games, planning to welch on a bet? What a shining example of shamelessness." Yet, that old man still had the nerve to shrug it off with a straight face. "It seems our agreement back then forgot to mention a deadline for fulfillment, right? So I'll just take my time. A little delay doesn't count as breaking a promise, does it?" Seeing his craftiness reach such an advanced level, he went with the flow and smiled, asking, "Oh, then may I ask how long your delay is expected to last?" The old man tilted his head and confidently declared, "Don't worry, it'll be quick. After the Luo Heavenly Tournament, once the Chu Heavenly Sword finds its true owner, I will immediately fulfill my promise." He narrowed his eyes. "However, if you, fellow Taoist, happen to fall along the way, that would be a pity. An agreement where one party has passed away naturally disappears into the wind." After hearing that bold declaration, Tang Yu couldn't help but burst into uncontrollable laughter. "Husband, this old man is cursing you to die at the Luo Heavenly Tournament. Don't you find that laughable?" But he kept his expression calm. Typical. A person who doesn't know the vastness of the heavens and earth often speaks nonsense. As he finished speaking, you didn't forget to point your finger right at his face, enunciating every word. "Remember this well, today you must keep your promise." He clasped his hands. Pretending to be polite, he replied, "Then, many thanks for your generosity, fellow Taoist." But deep down, he sneered. "Once the Chu Celestial Sword is out, do you really think you'll make it out alive? Does your Thon Huyen sect even want to exist?" What a joke. At that moment, Taishang's voice cut through the verbal sparring. "Ahem, I shall announce. The winner is the Saintess of the Thon Huyen sect, Ye Ling Yan. Next, I invite the contenders for the second round to the stage." The match quickly played out in a few exchanges of, "I request your guidance." After 3 sticks of incense, the final match of the group stage was set to begin. Ba Latrine faces Neep Li. Chu Tio Tio spars with Tu Kuyet. I invite both pairs to enter the arena. As soon as the announcement dropped, Diep Sheer panicked. Is it my turn already? But I've never fought anyone before." Suddenly, a warm hand rested gently on her hair. Ye Lingyan smiled tenderly, like a spring breeze, encouraging her. "Diep Seer, don't feel pressured, and there's no need to be nervous. Just get on stage and give it your all. That's enough." The girl nodded decisively. "Yes, I understand, Sister Ye Lingyan. She scampered off, trying to imitate everyone's heroic posture, tiptoeing and attempting a somersault. She landed wobbly on the arena, looking quite pitiful. Seeing that, Kei Tianru, sitting high up, couldn't help but cover her mouth and sneer. That little brat is already at the profound soul realm, yet she doesn't even know how to properly use her profound energy, and she expects to defeat my top disciple? It's truly a joke. Has the Than Huyen sect run out of people? Did your sect only manage to train one Ye Lingyan? Ye Lingyan's face darkened with annoyance. Kei Tianro turned to Thuong Huyen, offering a seductive invitation. Little fellow, why don't you make a bet with me this time? But she was met only with an ice-cold refusal, mixed with utter contempt. There aren't many women in this world qualified to place a bet with me. And you don't stand a chance. Kei Tianru was boiling with rage, grinding her teeth. You say, I'm not worthy? Tang. You, sitting beside them, crossed her arms and gave a cold smirk. Of course you're not worthy. My husband is a majestic emperor. And what are you? She affectionately clung to Diep Thuong Huyen's arm, glancing sideways at Kei Tianru. Even ordinary saintesses and goddesses aren't necessarily honored enough to do that. Let alone an ugly person like you trying to bet with my husband. Snap. The wooden piece in Kei Tianru's hand shattered. She trembled, pointing at Tang Yu, her voice cracking with fury. You dare call me ugly? Tang Yu tilted her head and asked with a feigned, innocent smile, Isn't it obvious? She laughed brightly, her voice mocking. Your looks don't even compare to a fraction of that little girl's beauty. So if you aren't ugly, then what are you? Kei Tianru was left speechless, her entire body frozen with anger, only able to bite her lip until it bled. Meanwhile, Tan Muya, standing nearby, suddenly started in surprise, filled with suspicion. Tan Muya, does she know me? People who can call me that intimately can be counted on one hand, so why do I have absolutely no impression of this woman? On the stands, the high-ranking officials watched the drama in silence. Below in the arena, Diepshir was trembling, her hands clasped together, feeling completely flustered. It's so stressful. I've never fought for real. Whoosh. A figure in purple robes flew onto the stage and landed gracefully across from her. Wu Tao, the top disciple of the Hop Hoan sect, stood tall, his lecherous gaze scanning Diepshir from head to toe. The girl hung her head. Diepshir greeted him. Greetings, brother. I am Diepshir. Please go easy on me. He licked his lips, flashing what he thought was a charming smile. What a cute little beauty. But what's the fun in fighting and killing? It's dangerous too. He stepped closer, his voice honey-sweet. Reaching this realm wasn't easy. It would be a shame to get hurt and damage your foundation, causing your cultivation to regress. And injuries hurt a lot, you know? Suddenly, his voice dropped, becoming bewitching. How about we try a different way to spar? A way that doesn't involve bloodshed, and helps us both level up? Diepshir's eyes brightened, and she asked innocently, There's such a good way? Wu Tao chuckled internally. Of course there is. This is the exclusive secret technique of our Hop Hoan sect. We will practice dual cultivation for 3 sticks of incense. Whoever's cultivation breaks through the most wins. Dual cultivation? Diepshir asked, looking confused. He nodded repeatedly, his smile growing even more devious. That's right, dual cultivation. Not only is it painless, but it's also extremely comfortable. Hey, she really is a naive kid who hasn't seen the world, so easy to trick. But Diepshir shook her head firmly. No. Sister Ye Lingyan warned me that once it starts, I have to use all my strength. But he persisted in coaxing her. Little sister, you can't be so short-sighted. Your goal is to win, right? You're only at the early stage of the profound soul realm, while I am already a profound king, a whole major realm higher. Wu Tao stared at her intensely. In this situation, other than duel, cultivation, you have no chance of winning. Little brat. At this age, she's already at the profound soul realm. If I take her primordial yin, I can definitely break through to the profound emperor and return to compete for the Saint Sun position. The girl suddenly raised a finger, tilting her head in confusion. Why do you say I can't win? It's clear I've already won. Wu Tao was stunned. You've won? He lost his patience and roared. If you don't understand, little sister, then let your senior brother teach you what the gap in cultivation realms really means. As Wu Tao took a step, the ground beneath him suddenly lit up. A massive formation array appeared. A blinding light engulfed him, and an invisible force pressed him down to his knees. He looked up, teeth gritting in terror. This is a formation array. Diepshir looked down from above, her voice clear but filled with authority. That's right. I had already finished setting it up from the start. I was just waiting for you to walk into it. She raised her hand and started counting. Let's see, there's the vermilion bird fire array, the black tortoise weight array, the azure dragon strength array. There are 13 major formations in total, and yet, you didn't even notice one, and you walked right into them yourself. Diepsier looked at Wu Tao, who was being held captive, and grinned. My master once said, if someone doesn't discover my formation arrays, then either they aren't strong enough to fight me. He grinned broadly. Master once said, if someone fails to detect your formation, then either they are no match for you. Their strength is far beyond theirs. But he's only one cultivation stage above her, so that shouldn't really count as far beyond, right? He was tightly bound by countless chains and formations. She couldn't believe her eyes and screamed. 13 great formations. The girl closed her eyes, her hands forming a seal, and spiritual energy surged. When those clear eyes opened again, a series of ancient runes appeared in mid-air. Xier softly shouted, "Activate formation." A phantom of an azure dragon roared across the sky, and at the same time, phantoms of the vermilion bird, white tiger, and black tortoise also appeared. The 4 divine beasts surrounded Wu Tao. Xier gently stomped her foot, lifted into the air, and began to control the entire formation. The 4 divine beasts floated behind her, their mouths opening to unleash destructive energy. With just a slight wave of her hand, 4 heaven-shaking blasts of power shot straight at Wu Tao. He only had enough time to feel sheer terror and grit his teeth in vain. A thunderous explosion echoed, shaking the entire arena and filling the air with dust and debris. When the dust settled, Xier stood with her hands behind her back, tilting her head to look into the void in front of her. She scratched her cheek in confusion. Huh? Where did he go? A familiar figure appeared below. Yi Lingyan smiled and called out, "Xier, come down here." The girl heard her and asked, confused, "Come down? Sister Lingyan, am I already done fighting? But why didn't it go like I imagined? I feel like I haven't even started attacking yet." Ye Lingyan hesitated for a moment and explained in a soft voice, "Hai Ni, not everyone is like Ye Shangxuan, who can calmly point out your mistakes while trapped in your formations. Your opponent, Wu Tao, has already been turned to ash." Yi Lingyan said calmly, "You won. Come on down." Xier was still a bit dazed. Is that really true? She obediently jumped down from the arena, ran to Lingyan's side, and said, "Let's go." The entire stadium fell into a deathly silence. Only after a long while did the whispering and gossiping begin. Oh my god, she actually wiped out Wu Tao just like that? How old is this kid? Her cultivation is only at the early mysterious soul stage. Kei Tianru gritted her teeth, unable to believe what she had just seen. How is that possible? Over at the Heihuan sect, the disciples were making a ruckus. How could Wu Tao be wiped out by a little brat? At the early mysterious soul stage like that? Plus, she's just a formation master. The fight had barely even started. Is the senior brother dead? This must be a hallucination. Qi Tiankong sat to the side, frowning as he remarked, "The formation that girl used, there's something very strange about it." Jian Chen, resting his chin on one hand, heard this and scoffed. "A bunch of idiots. You only have eyes for the formations themselves." He stood up abruptly and said loudly, "Have you ever tried to feel how terrifying her physique is? The 4 spirits' holy body, a physique seen once in 1,000 years. She was born with the 4 mysterious souls." Jian Chen frowned slightly, his voice full of surprise. "And these 4 mysterious souls are the 4 divine beasts themselves. Using the divine beasts as the foundation and the mysterious souls as the eyes of the formation, the formations she sets up, wouldn't it be easy for her to fight opponents above her rank?" He crossed his arms and continued, "I can only say, she lives up to the reputation of the #1 sect in the world for so long. To condense the divine beast, mysterious souls requires at least 50 pounds of spirit blood. You guys at the Shangxuan sect were actually able to get 50 pounds of spirit blood from all 4 divine beasts? This kind of news is enough to make anyone tremble in fear." Yi Shangxuan heard this and just smiled in reply. "You flatter me. The 4 spirits' holy body?" Ni Juyu exclaimed in shock. "4? Qi Tiankang also frowned, unable to hide his horror. How did the Qingxuan sect find someone with such an heaven-defying physique? Qi Tianru also shouted. "And with enough spirit blood from all 4 divine beasts?" Zhang Kuang gritted his teeth, looking down at the arena, and muttered, "No way." Ni Juyu felt very uncomfortable. Damn it. Treasures like these were thought to have gone extinct 700 years ago. I didn't expect any to still be left. Kei Tianru licked her red lips, her voice full of greed. These 2 disciples of the Qingxuan sect are absolute top-tier items. If we catch them and turn them into cultivation furnaces to provide for our sects to enjoy, I'm sure no sect would refuse. Right? Tan Muya stood there, biting her lips slightly, her thoughts drifting back to a distant memory. Is it really true that he has returned? Besides him, who else would have the ability to break the seal on the divine beast spirit blood? The spectators were watching. Tai Shang coughed a few times to regain his solemnity, then announced loudly, "The final round of the battle for the top 8 has ended." He raised his hand. "Next, everyone has the time of 1 incense stick to rest. After that, the match list will appear, and we will enter the battle for the top 4. Below the stands, it was noisy again. The disciples of the Qingxuan sect, this time, are no joke. That's right, they're unbelievably strong. One kid sent Song Xiao to heaven in 3 moves. Another blew Wu Tao away in 1 move. Zhang Kuang frowned as he looked at them and muttered, "The Qingxuan sect has something very wrong with them this time. Possessing such brilliant and talented disciples, why would they dare to reveal them? Are they really not afraid that the tragedy of 700 years ago will repeat itself, when this time the Qingxuan sect doesn't have a second Qingxuan ancestor to stand against all 6 major sects?" Suddenly, he was startled as he realized something even more terrifying. That's not right. The problem isn't just the disciples this time. The Chu Tian sword has emerged. The 6 major sects are gathered, but the Qingxuan sect is acting abnormally strong. Furthermore, the news about the Chu Tian sword has definitely shocked all of Shangzhou. Zhang Kuang crossed his arms and glanced around. And yet, here at the Luoqian tournament, only our 6 major sects are participating. There isn't even a single outside spectator. He turned to ask Ni Juyu, "Don't you think something is wrong?" The guy turned back and replied indifferently, "So what if it's wrong? What if it's wrong? Then what?" Ni Juyu spread his arms, laughing loudly. "The 6 major sects are all gathered here. All the strongest forces in Shangzhou are already here. Is there anyone strong enough to wipe us out? Or is your myriad beast sect so used to being at the bottom of the 6 major sects that, even as the sect leader, you're as cowardly as a rabbit?" Zhang Kuang let out a cold snort and turned away. "Forget it. You're right. The strongest people in Shangzhou are all here. Even if there really were an incident, we would probably be strong enough to deal with it." In a nearby forest, Liang Yixiao walked alone, scratching his head and sighing with his eyes closed. So unlucky. The plot to steal the Chutian sword was planned for thousands of years, and it was so hard to finally get it. But now I have to babysit for the Qingxuan sect, just to be able to use it once. Suddenly, he turned around and shouted into the air, "Can you stop making noise? We're almost about to start." The sword on his back vibrated, emitting whoosh, whoosh, whoosh sounds as if to answer him. Liang Yixiao put his hands behind his back and laughed. "But this is also good. Using the opportunity of the 6 major sects gathered together to deal with it all at once is finally good. Letting the Qingxuan sect take all the fame and making them the target of attacks is also fine. So, I can have free hands to handle other matters without the AI watching me." He suddenly raises his hand, and spiritual energy pours out. It condenses into an exquisite mask. Liang Yixiao looks at the finished product in his hand and smiles gleefully. Originally, this move was intended to seize the Chu Heaven sword, but since the sword is already in his hand, using it for this purpose makes sense. He puts on the mask and mutters 3 words, "Thun Huyen Sect." Immediately after, Liang Yixiao's face transforms, becoming identical to Ye Shangxuan's. He speaks in a hoarse, authoritative voice, "Your ancestor has returned." Finishing his sentence, he stomps hard on the ground, his whole body turning into a black shadow, lunging forward at a terrifying speed, his face filled with killing intent. In the Than Huyen sect area, Ye Shangxuan suddenly smiles and exclaims excitedly, "Finally, they've arrived." Tang Yuyu, sitting snugly in his arms, asks in confusion, "What has arrived?" He looks down at her, his voice gentle as water. "Nothing." Then he looks up at the sky and continues calmly, "It's just that the most important person of this Lathian assembly has finally decided to show up." "Really?" Tang Yuyu's eyes brighten, and she claps her hands excitedly. "So I can finally make a move, right?" He flicks her forehead gently. Ye Shangxuan crosses his arms and warns her sternly, "You're a young lady. Why are you so obsessed with fighting? Keep some dignity. Just sit still and watch the show. Let's see what kind of play they plan to put on." Tang Yuyu pouts but obediently answers, Taishang puts his hands behind his back and loudly announces, "The time for 1 incense stick has passed. Now, the match for the top 4 officially begins." He points to the burning incense. The rules remain the same. The winner is decided within 3 incense sticks. If it's a draw, it's a tie. Now, the first round of the top 4. Taishang looks at the 2 contestants, Xier from Than Huyen sect versus Zhang Yang from the Wanthu sect. "Please take the stage." The audience stirs. This is going to be interesting. I wonder who will come out on top. A genius disciple of Than Huyen sect against the saint son of Wanthu sect. Suddenly, someone steps forward. Zhang Kuang calls out to Zhang Yang from behind. Wait. He frowns and asks, are you confident? He turns back with a confident smile. Whether I'm confident or not, I'll just have to give it my all. Zhang Kuang pats Zhang Yang's shoulder and advises. That's good. Remember, if you can't win, don't force it. Our Wantu sect has always been at the bottom of the 6 great sects. Winning or losing doesn't matter much. Go on. Understood, he replies clearly, then leaps onto the combat stage. Zhang Yang lands lightly. Yi Shi, Ni sees this, turns, and says to Ling Yan, Sister Ling Yan, I'm going up now. Go ahead. Go on. The girl nods and also jumps onto the stage. After landing, she bows politely and introduces herself. Xier, Than Huyen sect. Zhang Yang also bows. Zhang Yang, Wantu Martial sect. The two lock eyes. Zhang Yang speaks first. Please, show me your skills. Xier doesn't say much. She forms seals with both hands and shouts, formation activate. Zhang Yang doesn't hesitate. Spiritual energy erupts from his body, and he roars, come out, my beast kings. A giant beast growls and emerges from the void. Following it are swarms of various spirit beasts, all with blood-red eyes, glaring fiercely forward. Xier asks in bewilderment, are these spirit beasts? They look so strange. Zhang Yang points his hand at her and commands, go, defeat her for me. The beasts instantly lunge madly at Xier. The crowd is shocked and starts whispering. There are nearly 300 spirit beasts. The weakest are on par with Xuanhun's spirit beasts, and there are many King Realm beasts too. Is the Wantu Martial sect really that strong? Ni Juyu points at Zhang Yang and praises. Brother Zhang, this disciple of yours is truly extraordinary. To be able to contract so many spirit beasts, I'm afraid there aren't many in the younger generation here who could beat him. Zhang Kuang closes his eyes and replies coldly. You flatter me, Brother Ni. Having many contracts is useless if they are just ordinary beasts. If they encounter the aura of a divine beast and don't die of fright, they're lucky they don't just run away like scared dogs. This match will surely be a loss if there are no surprises. The other guy sneers in rebuttal. I don't think so. That girl may have a Xuanhun divine beast, but ultimately, it's just a soul, not a physical entity. It might not be effective. Below, the beasts that just lunged at Xier all step on an invisible formation. She stands still in the formation, hands forming seals, whispering, wind, fire, ice, thunder. 4 giant projections, each representing a different attribute, appear and charge, sweeping through the beast swarm. In an instant, the entire group is wiped out. They lie scattered across the ground. The crowd is terrified. What is this? The beasts didn't even get close to the girl's clothes. Is this formation really that absurdly strong? Zhang Yang stands frozen, unable to believe his eyes. Above, Zhang Kuang crosses his arms and says calmly, the formation is indeed strong, and she hasn't even needed to use the Xuanhun, divine beast yet. He turns to Ni Juyu and adds, you flatter me, friend. The other guy is too stunned to speak. This is. Suddenly, Zhang Yang kneels on one knee, his voice bitter. Even though I knew I would lose, I never thought I would lose in such a thorough and humiliating way. He mutters to himself, I command 371 spirit beasts, including 150 in the Xuanhun realm, 100 in the Pseudo-King realm, 100 in the True King realm, and 21 in the Semi-Emperor realm. He closes his eyes and says softly, I once thought that with this number, no one in the younger generation would be my match. Yet today, I couldn't even get close to my opponent within 3 moves. Zhang Yang stands up, looks straight at Xier, and says firmly, I have lost. I accept defeat completely. The girl tilts her head in confusion. Huh? Is it over already? I thought. Those animals just now were things you released to play around or warm up. Hearing this, his whole body trembles. He nearly coughs up blood. You! Seeing Zhang Yang turn to leave, Xier innocently asks after him, did I say something wrong? He doesn't look back, just waves his hand. Forget it. You are strong, I can't touch you. Tang Yu, lying in Ye Shangxuan's arms, laughs until she tears up. That's hilarious. Xier is so cute. He grinds his teeth and reaches out to pinch her cheek, reminding her, young lady, keep some composure. The young master of the Wantu sect relies on external power, so his actual combat strength is weak. That's only natural. In the end, he's just an ordinary person. Zhang Kuang, sitting nearby, hears this. Angry to the point of turning purple, he bellowed, you brat! What did you just say? Yi Shangxuan turned around. He raised an eyebrow provocatively. Oh, do tell. Where exactly was I wrong? Zhang Kuang growled in his throat, his two fists clenching until they cracked. A violent surge of spiritual power erupted from the old man, causing the surrounding space to distort. Jian Chen, who always kept a cold exterior, had to squint as he felt that terrifying energy. A playful smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Tch, I really underestimated this old guy. I didn't expect him to have reached the venerable realm already, he thought. Looking at the man opposite him, Zhang Kuang pointed directly at his face, his voice hissing through his teeth. You brat, your arrogance is beyond saving. Yi Shangxuan calmly stepped forward, closing the distance until they were almost face to face. His tone remained indifferent. So what? What are you going to do to me? Start a life and death struggle right here? It just so happens that those precious disciples of your 10,000 Beasts sect have already been kicked off the stage. Why don't we use this golden opportunity to have a real fight, so that the world can see what your venerable realm power is really made of? Ni Juyu hurriedly placed a hand on Zhang Kuang's shoulder, which was trembling with rage. He gently reassured him. Brother Zhang, please calm down. He cleverly used voice transmission to whisper into the old man's ear. Calm down, old friend. Don't you see that something is very unusual about the Profound Heaven sect? Zhang Kuang was still fuming, so Ni Juyu added, This Luotian assembly feels strange somehow. The Profound Heaven sect is acting as if this world belongs to them, and the two disciples they sent out have such absurdly strong power. They are cross-level fighting with such ease. It's best we sit tight and wait to see what they are planning with the Chu Heaven Sword before we make any moves. Hearing this, Zhang Kuang took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. Fine, I'll hold back. He spun around, walking away while tossing back a threat. Just wait until the Chu Heaven Sword appears. Let's see what you'll use to protect your dog life then, you arrogant brat. Ye Shangxuan laughed, his smile full of mockery. Why suffer and hold it in? Never mind then. Originally, I, Ye Shangxuan, intended to test the standards of the 6 great sects, but who would have thought? The new generation really isn't what it used to be. They are far behind the previous one. He suddenly stretched, arms wide open, and declared, If it's already this boring, let's change the rules to make it more intense. Everyone left from your sects. Get up here all at once. The stands erupted like a broken beehive. Yi Shangxuan ignored the murmurs, his voice remaining strangely calm. It just so happens I want to prove one obvious fact. My Profound Heaven sect is the true overlord of this Shang province. As for you 6 great sects, it's best you obediently move aside and make some room. On the high stage, Qi Tianro and Qi Tiankong muttered almost in unison, their eyes glowing. Things are getting interesting. Zhang Kuang and Ni Juyu were startled. A terrifying thought flashed through their minds. Could this be the true scheme of the Profound Heaven sect? Only Jian Chen, arms crossed with his sword still resting on his back, laughed heartily. That's the spirit. Doing it this way is much faster and cleaner, isn't it? Tanmuya, mistress of the Jade Maiden Palace, quietly ordered the disciple beside her. You do. Return to the Jade Maiden Palace. We will withdraw from the next part of this show. Yudu immediately bowed and shouted, As you command, mistress. It seems the rumors that Mistress Tan and the Profound Heaven sect have a murky relationship weren't entirely baseless, he thought to himself. Jian Chen glanced down at Tai Shang, who was standing there dazed below, and urged, Hey, Elder Tai Shang, aren't you going to start yet? Your Profound Heaven sect people have already challenged the entire world, haven't they? The old elder was startled and stammered. Ah, yes. Ye Shangxuan signaled from above. We can begin now. Following the order, Tai Shang took a breath to regain his composure, raised his hand high, and announced, Then, I invite all the remaining contestants to step onto the stage together to face Ye Lingyan and Shi'er of my Profound Heaven sect. Wait a moment. Ye Shangxuan's lips curved into an enigmatic smile. Jian Chen turned to him, teasing, What's wrong? Regretting it already after saying that? He didn't even pay attention. Instead, he focused his gaze on his 2 girls and said clearly, Regret? How could that be? It's just that having them both attack might be a bit too much bullying for all of you. So, Shi'er alone is more than enough. Lingyan immediately replied without a moment's hesitation, Yes, Master Ye. After saying that, she turned to gently rub Shi'er's hair and instructed, Shi'er, remember to perform well. Absolutely do not let your guard down. Perhaps Ye Shangxuan wanted to see the true abilities of his younger sister. The little girl smiled brightly, her voice clear and full of confidence. I know, sister. You can rest assured. I will definitely not let everyone down. Jian Chen covered half his face with his hand, but couldn't hide the extreme interest in his eyes as he muttered, One against all, huh? This fun little game is getting more and more fascinating. Xier stepped into the middle of the arena, turned back, and waved her hand with a big grin. Sister Lingyan, I'm going in. Go for it. Ye Lingyan smiled back. Right after that, the girl's small figure gracefully flew up and landed on the stage with elegance. Xier looked up at the 4 opponents in front of her, Yuming with a frozen face, the hot-tempered Qi Yan, the gloomy Hua Wuchang, and a mysterious figure completely covered in a purple cloak. Tai Shang waved his hand, his voice booming. No time limit. The match ends only when one side concedes or is incapacitated. Begin. Xier cupped her hands politely, her voice youthful but filled with spirit. From the profound heaven sect, Xier, I ask for your guidance. Yuming, let's go together. Seal all her escape routes. Yuming roared, leading the charge. The others immediately tightened their grips on their weapons, their eyes filled with killing intent. Yuming stomped his foot hard, the ground cracked, and spiritual power surged as he lunged forward. The other 3 didn't hesitate, attacking from different directions. The one in the purple cloak was even stranger. He used his sword to slash a line across his palm. As the fresh blood flowed out, his entire body suddenly turned into a puddle of deep purple liquid, disappearing without a trace. While Xier raised her hands in a defensive stance against the storm of attacks from the trio of Yuming, Qi Yan, and Hua Wuchang, the purple liquid had silently reshaped itself right behind her. A dangerous sword strike came swinging, but Xier reacted extremely quickly. She immediately sprang forward, gracefully dodging it. Just as she stabilized her footing, she glanced at the cloaked figure. But Qi Yan had already surged forward with an earth-shattering punch, but it only hit the air as she retreated backwards. Seizing the moment, Xier's 2 small hands, she began forming complex hand seals at a dizzying speed and slammed them onto the ground. Suddenly, a massive jade-blue formation lit up. It engulfed the entire arena. What the hell is this? Before the 3 guys could even process what was happening, they felt a terrifying suction force beneath their feet. This is bad, Hua Wuchang shouted as his body was dragged straight to the ground. Yuming gritted his teeth, struggling in vain. Meanwhile, Xier stood there calmly, watching the 3 of them get swallowed by the formation. With a loud boom, all 3 poor guys were slammed into the ground. Hua Wuchang lay face down, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and gasped in horror. This formation, it's the heaven and earth inversion array. It formed way too quickly. Yuming looked around and roared, everything has come to a standstill. This is a familiar spatial coordinate. Everyone, be careful. Don't end up hurting each other when things get critical. It's best if you don't just stand there. Xier looked down from above, her voice playful. Because keeping flight mode on is tiring, you know? Shut up, Yuming roared, but still ordered his teammates not to stop. Are you kidding me? Xier pouted, crossing her arms over her chest, puffing out her cheeks in annoyance. Believe what you want. Yuming frowned, filled with suspicion. What on earth is this brat trying to pull? The figure in the purple cloak wiped a trail of blood from his lips, telling himself, I can't lose so disgracefully. Qi Yan also silently gritted his teeth. If we lose, where will the Qi Yan sect's face go? All 4 of them simultaneously launched themselves straight toward Xier in the air. Seeing this, she just smiled a smile that made Hua Wuchang and Yu Ming, who were charging forward, suddenly feel a chill down their spines. 100-fold gravity. Yu Ming felt a terrifying pressure bearing down on his body, gritting his teeth as he hissed, damn it. Both Qi Yan and Hua Wuchang were sucked straight down. They only had time to curse, damn it, before all 3 of them once again kissed their beloved Mother Earth. Xier clasped her hands together, changing her hand seals. She grinned widely. Invert! Instantly, the laws of the formation reversed. The group, including Hua Wuchang, who were lying flattened on the ground, were suddenly shot back into the sky. Xier raised her hands, cyan spiritual energy radiating outward. Then, she gently changed her hand seals, and a glowing red light enveloped her small hands. Invert! 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 She waved her hands repeatedly, causing the poor group to be tossed back and forth in mid-air. Amidst the chaotic streaks of light flying around her, Xier stood still, pointing a finger to the sky before clasping her hands behind her back. Instantly, countless blue pillars of light erupted from the ground, colliding with those flying uncontrollably. Boom! 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 All 4 of them fell freely to the ground simultaneously, creating clouds of dust. 4 spectators on the podium dropped their jaws. One person shouted in terror, this formation must be at least celestial grade. How could the Than Huyan sect possess such a terrifying legacy? Qi Yan gritted his teeth, clutching his aching chest, and yelled in extreme disbelief. Impossible! Isn't the Than Huyen sect just a third-rate sect? Yu Ming also covered his wounds, his mind in a chaotic mess. How can this be? From start to finish, we couldn't even touch a single hair on her head. Sheer just smiled radiantly, not bothering to explain. Looking down from above at Taishang, she asked in a clear voice, "I won, didn't I?" The elder coughed to hide his astonishment, then waved his hand, announcing with all due solemnity, "Seer of the Than Huyen sect. Total victory." The announcement that Seer of the Than Huyen sect had won echoed throughout the arena. A spectator standing nearby couldn't help but gulp hard. The entire gallery exploded into shocked chatter. The 6 great sects gathered to fight for the final position, and the one who comes out on top is the Than Huyen sect? This is hard to believe. Could it be that the Than Huyen sect has been hiding their true strength all this time? Jian Chen slung his sword over his shoulder, walked toward Diep Thuong Huyen, his eyes meaningful. The heaven and earth inversion array, a perfect formation. Your Than Huyen sect really has been silent for a century, but once you make a move, it's earth-shattering. He smiled and replied, "You're being too polite." Jian Chen suddenly stepped onto the railing, his tone becoming serious. "So now, the battle is over, and your Than Huyen sect has taken first place. Isn't it time to get down to business?" His gaze became sharp as a blade. "I don't care what your Than Huyen sect is plotting. Wanting to become one of the 6 great sects is fine. Wanting to wipe us all out is also fine. But at the very least, the Chuthian sword should have appeared by now, right?" Diep Thuong Huyen reached out to stroke the head of Tong Yu, who was resting her head on his lap, and said leisurely, "Don't be impatient. There is still one honored guest who hasn't arrived yet." "Another person?" Jian Chen frowned. Ni Jue stroked his chin and thought, "The 6 great sects are all here. Who else has the qualifications to medal in the competition for the Chuthian sword? Or does he have another motive?" But his goal? Diep Thuong Huyen rubbed his chin. "Truly, he didn't come to compete for the Chuthian sword. I'm not even sure if he's qualified to. But if he doesn't show up, don't even think about seeing the Chuthian sword, because that sword is currently in his hands. As for his goal, if I'm not mistaken, he probably came here to kill you all." The 6 sect masters and high-level figures, namely Jian Chen, Ni Juyo, Qi Tiankong, Zhang Kuang, and Ke Tianru, turned around in unison, almost shouting, "Kill us?" Only Tan Muya covered her mouth in horror, whispering, "Could it be? Has he really come?" At that very moment, steady footsteps gradually sounded from the entrance. Diep Thuong Huyen smiled radiantly, gesturing with his chin. "See? Speak of the devil. Who is it?" Qi Tiankong couldn't help but roar. Jian Chen also narrowed his eyes, thinking, "Let me see what kind of sacred being dares to show his face to kill me." Zhang Kuang crossed his arms, deep in thought. The Than Huyen sect is acting so confident. Could this person's power be earth-shattering? Qi Tianru was curious. Is that person male or female, old or young? Tan Muya held her zither tightly to her chest, her voice trembling. Is it you?" A tall figure stepped out of the shadows, holding an ancient sword, his cold gaze sweeping across the crowd. He spoke, breaking the eerie silence. "It's been a long time, everyone." The entire arena fell so silent, you could hear a pin drop. The figure raised his head to look at the high podium where Diep Thuong Huyen was sitting, and repeated, "It's been a long time." Jian Chen was stunned and blurted out, "The founding ancestor of the Than Huyen sect? Diep Thuong Huyen, he's back." Ni Juyu shouted, his voice thick with panic. Qi Tiankang roared out, "How could he possibly be back? What kind of lunatic would give up the upper realm just to return to this place?" Ke Tianru hurriedly used her spiritual energy to pull out an ancient scroll, trembling as she unrolled it. After comparing the newcomer's face to the painting, her complexion turned ghostly pale, and she cried out in horror, "It's him! It's exactly like him! He really has returned." The scroll slipped from her hand. Her mind held only one thought. No wonder. Than Huyen sect has been so arrogant this time. With a monster like him here, what do we have to fight him with? Elder Tai Shang looked at the newcomer, stuttering uncontrollably. Pat, Patriarch!" As if snapping out of a trance, he leaped up in joy, shouting, "The Patriarch has finally returned. I knew it! I knew it!" He spun around and pointed at Diep Thuong Huyen, who was sitting there, his voice trembling with excitement. "So, you are the Patriarch's descendant. You must have known all along that the Patriarch would return. That's why you were so confident and treated Than Huyen sect so well." Tong Yu, currently resting on Diep Thuong Huyen's lap, couldn't hold it in any longer. She clutched her stomach and laughed hysterically. "Ha ha ha. Oh, I'm dying of laughter. She pointed at Diep Thuong Huyen, tears streaming down her face from laughing so hard. Oh, my dear husband, so, you're the descendant of the Thon Huyen patriarch, huh? Let me guess. Are you his son, or his grandson, or great-great-grandson? Diep Thuong Huyen's face turned as black as a pot. He raised his hand and flicked her on the forehead, leaving a clear bump. Nonsense. She rubbed the bump on her head, feeling wronged. Why scold me? Clearly, this is hilarious. On the other side, the one believed to be the patriarch, Disatian, glanced at Tai Shang and asked, Are you that little brat Tai Shang from back in the day? You're the one managing Thon Huyen sect now? Tai Shang's face flushed red at being addressed, and he quickly bowed respectfully. Yes, patriarch, that is me. The previous sect master went off to seek a breakthrough, so I am temporarily managing the sect. I see. I understand now. Disatian stroked his chin, looking knowledgeable, then waved his hand. Step aside. From now on, I will take charge here. He raised the sword in his hand, unleashed a sharp blade of sword energy, and growled. Let them know who truly runs this, Thung Shao. Qi Tiankong, Ke Tianru, Zhang Kuang, and Ni Juyu were stunned into silence. Beside them, Tong Yuyu couldn't help but burst into laughter again. Ha ha! That laughter made Disatian furious. He gritted his teeth and turned back. What are you laughing at? Nothing, nothing. She tried to suppress her laughter. I just thought of something funny. Then she pointed at him and said to Diep Thuong Huyen, Husband, look, he's even mimicking your style. He does look quite similar, doesn't he? Diep Thuong Huyen, who had been propping his chin up, frowned upon hearing this. Similar? Why don't I see it? Thud. Qi Tiankong stomped his foot, creating a large crack in the ground. He raised his fist to the sky and bellowed, So what if he's Diep Thuong Huyen, the founding patriarch of Thon Huyen sect? He used to be the #1 in the world, so what if he went to the upper realm? He pointed directly at Disatian's face, his voice cold as ice. He's nothing but an old man who was washed up. 2,000 years ago, coming back now? Maybe he couldn't survive in the upper realm and had to crawl back here. What is there to be afraid of? You were the best in the world before because you hadn't met me, Qi Tiankong. With that, he leaped onto the stage to face Disatian. This Thung Shao is not for an washed-up old man like you to go around barking orders. Washed up? Disatian repeated, his face expressionless. He spread his arms, sighing with emotion. It has been so long since anyone dared to speak to me like that. A mere Zunji realm nobody who hasn't even touched the threshold of a sage, he growled the last 2 words. A terrifying purple aura erupted from his body. Boom. The aura was so intense that Qi Tiankong instinctively took a step back. Cold sweat broke out on his brow. He looked on in horror at the massive phantom of Disatian, raising a sword toward him. This is absolutely the aura of a Sage Realm expert. Maybe even higher than a sage. Disatian reached out, provoking him. What now? Not going to attack? Didn't you say I was washed up? Didn't you say I wasn't qualified to order people around? Didn't you want to fight for the Chu Thien sword? Beat me. Or kill me. He raised the sword in his hand and caressed it affectionately. This Chu Thien sword will be yours. Hearing those insults, Qi Tiankong's entire body trembled with rage. You! He clenched his fists, his spiritual energy beginning to churn. No, I don't believe it. After returning from the upper realm, it's impossible for him to still be at full power. Otherwise, why has no one returned to the lower realm in thousands of years? Even if you are a sage, your power must have diminished. I might not necessarily lose. A sea of flames erupted, enveloping his entire body. Then let's gamble it all, Qi Tiankong roared. He used both hands to form a massive fireball and hurled it straight at Disatian. Facing the incoming fireball, Disatian merely sneered. He gently raised his hand and caught the fireball with ease. The flames roared intensely, obscuring his vision. Trying to blind me? He gave a strange smile. His left hand gathered a blue aura. Just then, from within the sea of flames, a fire clone of Qi Tiankong kicked down from above. The fire clone is here, too? Disatian glanced behind him, his tone weary. You think you can fight me with these childish tricks? He lightly formed a seal, and a blue barrier of light appeared, blocking the fire attack. The moment the clone touched the barrier, countless cracks appeared, and it quickly dissipated. High above, Qi Tiankong's true form kicked down with a lightning-infused strike. Disatian looked up and calmly raised his hand to block it. Boom! A terrifying explosion occurred, and the shockwaves blew everything away. The massive stone pillar nearby snapped in half. At the center of the blast, both figures remained standing. Is this the extent of your power? Disatian spoke in a mocking tone. Truly disappointing. Qi Tiankang gritted his teeth until they creaked. He roared, "Enough talk." Then he tilted his head back, absorbing all the surrounding fire attribute spiritual energy. He then bent down and spewed out a terrifying torrent of dragon flame. Disatian stood still, letting the dragon fire consume him. Qi Tiankang hovered above, looking down at the stage engulfed in a sea of fire. But suddenly, his pupils contracted in shock. The flames, the dust gradually cleared, revealing Disatian still standing tall. Not a single scratch. From start to finish, he hadn't even drawn his Chuthian sword. He had only used his left hand. "Have you truly been looking down on me this much?" Qi Tiankang roared in fury. He raised both hands, gathering all his spiritual energy to form a destructive fireball. "Die!" he screamed, hurling his ultimate technique, the fairy annihilation treasure, downward. A thunderous explosion rocked the earth. The entire arena vanished, leaving behind only a deep, gaping crater. There was nothing left to be seen. Qi Tiankang laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha ha! Daring to look down on this old man, are you?" Ni Juyo watched him from the sky in horror. This strike had power that reached the Saint Realm. Zhang Kuang affirmed decisively. It must be. Truly worthy of being Qi Tiankang, the sect leader ranked second among the 6 great sects. Under an attack like that, it's impossible for anyone to still be alive. Kiem Chan rested his chin on his hand and commented, "The attack power is decent, what a pity, the preparation time was too long. With such a long delay, any fool could have dodged it." "Any fool could have dodged it?" Ni Juyo and Zhang Kuang shouted in unison, suddenly realizing something. Qi Tiankang was currently basking in his victory. He let out a cold snort. That's all it amounted to. Suddenly, a hand gently rested on his shoulder. "Who?" Qi Tiankang startled and turned around. Disatian smiled and praised. "This move isn't bad. In terms of attack power, it can barely catch my eye. How is this possible? Why are you here?" Qi Tiankang screamed in terror. "To be able to force me to leave my original position by 3 feet. You are worthy of me using 5% of my strength." "What?" Before Qi Tiankang could even process those words, Disatian had already raised 2 fingers. He lightly tapped the man, and an irresistible force surged forward. Qi Tiankang flew backward, crashing hard into the ground in the distance. It caused a massive area of land to shatter. Amidst the ruins and debris, Qi Tiankang lay motionless, not even twitching. Hovering in the air, Disatian clicked his tongue in boredom. "This is boring to death. I won't even bother flying around to look cool anymore." He landed elegantly and took leisurely steps toward the pile of rubble. He lowered his head, feigning ignorance in a dramatic fashion. "May I ask, is this the standard of strength for the 6 famous sects of the Thuangchao region?" Witnessing his defeated opponent cough up a mouthful of blood, the smile on his face grew even brighter. "Oh dear. Is weak too mild a word to describe this situation?" Having said that, he paused for emphasis, speaking at full volume. "Don't tell me the rest of you are just fragile porcelain dolls like this old man." In the stands, the crowd went wild like a broken beehive, shouting in unison, "You arrogant brat! How dare you insult our sect leader?" "Sect leader! Tear him to pieces!" Zhang Kuang gritted his teeth, grinding them audibly. "What a monster!" Qi Tianru slightly furrowed her willow brows, her eyes filled with inquiry. "What's the situation?" Ni Juo didn't say 2 words. He let out a sky-shaking roar. "Brothers, charge!" Just waiting for that. He immediately dove down, and Zhang Kuang was not about to be outdone. He let out a roar, "Let's do it!" and jumped in pursuit. 3 figures landed simultaneously, locking Disatian in the center. That guy was not only unafraid, but, on the contrary, seemed extremely interested. Letting out a satisfied grunt, Disatian glanced at the 3 sect leaders. With the eyes of a superior, sneering, 3 against 1? Fine, that will make it more lively. He raised the sword in his hand. His tone was arrogant to the extreme. "If you lot can make me draw this Chuthian sword from its sheath, I will generously grant you a way to live." The 3 of them, Zhang Kuang, Ke Tianru, and Ni Juyo, had their faces darken. They roared in unison, "Big talk." As they spoke, their full spiritual energy exploded, and 3 beams of light with 3 different colors simultaneously attacked toward the center. Facing the tempestuous attack, Disatian just calmly lifted 1 foot and lightly stomped on the ground. Boom! A wave of invisible, yet incredibly domineering force exploded, sending all 3 sect leaders flying backward. Qi Tianru struggled to raise her hand to block inwardly, horrified. How terrifying! Zhang Kuang knitted his brows tightly, his inner core shaken. Just a single stomp, this power far exceeds what is reasonable. Ni Ju was the quickest to react. His arms flashed with a fierce red light, and his 10 fingertips transformed into sharp claws. He lunged forward, waving his hands as demonic energy gathered, becoming increasingly dense. Disatian saw this and, for the first time, revealed a hint of surprise. "Oh, you have some skill after all." But he still stood rooted to the spot, casually watching Ni Juyo, who was lunging forward with crimson-red skeletal claws. He delivered a light, elegant kick, sending Ni Juyo flying high into the sky. "Mid-air!" the man screamed madly. "Why aren't you attacking yet?" Immediately, Ni Juyo channeled his power, and bright crimson light enveloped him. His fingernails suddenly grew long and pitch black. His mouth roared 2 words, pseudo-binding. Countless chains of black and red energy manifested from the void, wrapping around Disatian. He only glanced at them, laughing mockingly. "You think you can bind me with this cat-and-mouse game? How naive." Saying this, he reached out one hand and easily grabbed a red chain. At the same time, Kei Tianru took a deep breath, her chest expanding, and then she opened her mouth to scream. Beautiful blue sound waves, yet hiding destructive power, surged toward Disatian. From another direction, Zhang Kuang raised his fist high. Earth-colored spiritual energy gathered. He let out a roar and punched the ground. The earth shook violently, and a dazzling golden light erupted from it. A giant beast, created from spiritual energy, was baring its mouth full of sharp fangs as it lunged out. Its tail, covered in sharp spikes, whipped through the air, creating terrifying whistling sounds. This beast, glowing entirely in gold, also let out a roar and joined the siege on the VIP area. Yi Shangxuan calmly picked up a grape and mused, Well, to think that even a Long Jiao from the semi-immortal realm could be forced into a retreat. This is getting interesting." Tang Yu, still happily munching on a grape, nodded in agreement. "It's a shame, really. A pity that a semi-immortal will never truly be a real immortal. Otherwise, they might have had a fighting chance." She glanced at him with a meaningful look. "Aren't you going to make a move yet?" Yi Shangxuan laughed heartily. "What's the rush? A good show must be watched until the end." Tang Yu raised her small fist toward the arena, looking pouting. "Fine, but that guy has been impersonating you for so long. You have to teach him a lesson he'll never forget later." Below, Zhang Kuang swung his fist forward and commanded, "Long, swallow him whole." The long dragon opened its massive jaws. A massive orb of spiritual energy began to form. Ni Juyu poured all his strength into the red chains, tightening them around Disatian as he roared, "D." A sphere of spiritual energy was launched. At the same time, the dragon blade lunged forward, intending to swallow the enemy whole. Facing this perfect combo attack, Disatian smiled faintly. "The 3 of you working together is actually not bad." As he was swallowed by the dragon blade in a flash of golden light, he reached toward the sword stuck in the ground. His voice boomed with power. "You all are worthy of making me draw my blade." He gripped the hilt. In that moment, a purple sword aura, earth-shaking and world-shattering, erupted from inside the dragon blade. It was sliced through from head to tail. From the wound, brilliant purple light poured out, tearing its energy body into 2. Disatian sheathed his sword, the smile on his lips carrying a hint of feigned regret. "I did say, if you could block this one strike of mine, I would spare your lives. What a pity, what a pity." He raised his sword and shook his head gently. "The 3 of you couldn't even block a single strike using only 30% of my power." Ni Juyu stared in horror at the invisible sword path that had just sliced his body in half, stammering, How is this possible?" He and Qi Thianyu collapsed to the ground simultaneously. But up in the stands, Jian Chen, who had remained silent from the beginning, faintly furrowed his brow. Is this the power of the heaven-sweeping sword? How can someone at the early stage of the immortal realm unleash power at the level of an immortal king? Suddenly, he laughed. Ha ha! His wild, arrogant laughter echoed out. "This sword is truly the ultimate treasure I have been searching for all this time." He stomped his foot, causing the ground beneath him to crack. Jian Chen grabbed his sword, soared into the air, and proudly declared, "The heaven-sweeping sword belongs to me." Thud! He slammed his sword into the middle of the arena, and quickly drew it from its scabbard. He pointed the tip at Disatian, his eyes blazing. "Let me see if your swordsmanship is worthy of that blade." Disatian laughed out loud upon hearing this. "You are truly arrogant, but I like it. To tell you the truth, I have been waiting for a worthy opponent for 700 years. The day I set foot in the Than Huyen sect, my sole purpose was to cross blades with the Than Huyen old ancestor." Jian Chen offered a faint smile and retorted with great spirit. "I only regret not being born 3,000 years earlier to compete for the path to the upper realm with those peerless experts." He stared straight into the opponent's eyes. If you really are the legendary Diep Thuong Huyen, the #1 under heaven, then your strength surely will not disappoint me. As soon as he finished speaking, Jian Chen's figure vanished. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of Disat Tien. So fast, Disat Tien was slightly startled. Jian Chen gripped his sword tightly, his face cold as ice. Disat Tien also immediately raised the heaven-sweeping sword to block. Clang! Two terrifying waves of spiritual energy collided, creating a shockwave that swept across the arena. Disat Tien frowned in surprise. You haven't even ascended to the upper realm, yet you've already reached the immortal realm. Immortal? Truly a talent seen once in 10,000 years. He pushed Jian Chen back with force, then pointed his sword forward. You have the qualifications for me to use the heaven-sweeping sword seriously. Jian Chen stood still, facing the purple sword. Auras that were howling around Disat Tien. He just smiled. Bring it on. Suddenly, Jian Chen threw away the sword in his hand. At that same moment, the sword he had stuck in the arena suddenly emitted a brilliant light upon hearing its master's call, the Tu Van. Disat Tien, covered in purple light, lunged forward. Jian Chen grabbed the Tu Van, his body radiating a blue halo as he met the attack. The two divine swords collided. Clang! Jian Chen was stunned to see a crack appear on his beloved Tu Van sword. He cried out in shock as the blade shattered into pieces. He immediately discarded the hilt, but the smile did not leave his face. It truly lives up to its reputation as the heaven-sweeping sword. It is indeed formidable. Right after, he drew another sword from the scabbard on his back. Roaring once more, Disat Tien merely flicked his wrist. A purple sword aura flew out, effortlessly slicing Jian Chen's new sword in two. He looked on in shock as the sword aura brushed past, cutting off a lock of his hair before vanishing. Heaven-sweeping sword. Jian Chen quickly retreated, holding the severed lock, and whispered, "What a pity. Just a little bit more, and it wouldn't have been my hair that was cut." He clenched his fist, his eyes burning with a wild, fanatical intensity. The heaven-sweeping sword truly deserves to be the only transcendent divine weapon in the world. Once again, Jian Chen lunged forward, his whole body radiating a blinding blue light. He shouted, "Infinite life and death!" From the scabbard on his back, two beams of green light flew out, transforming into two swords in his hands. Countless blue sword auras poured from the tips of the blades. Jian Chen's eyes turned blood red, intent on striking down. Disat Tien raised his sword to block. Clang! The sword shattered again. Jian Chen drew two new swords again, roaring. Sword path. Absolute life. Fifth strike. He slashed down hard. Clang! The sword shattered. Sixth strike. Clang! The sword shattered again. 4. Countless blue and green beams of light continuously flew out from Jian Chen's scabbard, turning into new swords. He constantly changed his techniques, unleashing a crazed storm of attacks. 10th strike, 18th, 94th. The swords were constantly broken, bent, and destroyed. Diep Thuong Huyen sat on his chair, his eyes intently following the battle. Jian Chen's eyes had turned completely red, his mouth continuously roaring the names of his techniques: Heavenly Disaster, Ghost Blade, Demon Purgatory, 701st, 800, 3926th. His hands gripped the hilts tightly, his head bowed as he gasped for breath. Then, Jian Chen looked up, raising his final sword high, pouring all his remaining spiritual energy into it. He roared, 999th strike. His eyes widened as he summoned all his life force and screamed one word: Immortal Ending. A sword aura, powerful beyond imagination, the essence of 999 techniques, slashed straight ahead. Jian Chen remained in his sword-swinging posture, holding two illusory swords in his hands. Roaring once more, Immortal Ending. The destructive sword aura rushed toward Disat Tien. For the first time, he showed a serious expression, immediately raising his sword to put his full strength into blocking it. The two terrifying sword auras intertwined, creating a horrific vortex of energy. Disat Tien was pushed backward, his eyes flashing with a bright red light. He also swung his sword, unleashing countless sword auras to defend himself. A stream of fresh blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Impressive. He wiped the blood away with his hand and roared, "As a mortal immortal, this technique of yours almost touched the threshold of an immortal king." Suddenly, his eyes darkened. Behind Jian Chen, thousands of swords from all over the stands, the swords of the spectators simultaneously flew up, gathering into a vortex of metal. With all eyes fixed on him, Jian Chen calmly said, "Thanks for the compliment. Now, witness my 1000th technique, my most powerful one yet." His eyes glowed crimson like blood as he whispered two words, "Heaven Cutter." The crowd gasped in shock as their own swords began flying out, one by one, to circle around him. Tang Yu popped a grape into her mouth and asked, "Can this move break through the boundaries?" Ye Shangxuan caught a grape with his mouth and replied, 2,000 years ago? Absolutely. He could even use this single strike to open the immortal gate. Watching Jian Chen command thousands of blades, he remarked with awe, "This guy is a true genius. It's just a shame he was born in the wrong era." Disatian frowned, staring at the terrifying sight before him, a giant, spectral sword, formed by thousands of real swords, appearing behind Jian Chen. His eyes blazed, and with a wave of his hand, he roared, "The final strike, cut." The giant spectral blade descended, carrying enough power to annihilate the entire region. Disatian watched it rush toward him, and couldn't help but exclaim, "I never expected someone like you to appear in Shangzhou. To win this, I'll have to use my real power." He closed his eyes, grumbling in frustration. "This is going to cost me a few years of my life." As he opened his eyes, his spiritual power exploded, and he roared a bone-chilling name, Ghost Slash. Disatian raised his Chutian sword high, and blood-red energy surged from the blade. He swung down with all his might, and a massive, deep crimson sword wave shot straight toward the blue spectral blade. Yi Shangxuan sat still, watching the two supreme forces collide. A heaven-shattering explosion occurred, and the resulting shockwave forced everyone in the audience to squeeze their eyes shut. Debris flew everywhere. Some of the weaker spectators were even blown away by the gale. The two forces remained locked in a stalemate, crushing everything in their path. Disatian braced himself, controlling his spiritual energy and roaring with the peak power of an immortal king. But, in another corner, Ye Shangxuan raised a hand to create a protective barrier. He commented with interest, "How amusing. These two are truly impressive. Even in this age of the Dharma-ending era, they can force open the immortal gate." He glanced to the side, slightly surprised. To think that Tan Muya would actually lead her disciples to form a barrier and protect everyone. It seems she was also able to open the immortal gate back in the Dharma-ending era. The blast finally subsided. The smoke cleared to reveal a destroyed arena, ground into rubble. Jian Chen stood tall but unsteady, coughing up blood. He clutched his shoulder, coughing as he laughed. That was one hell of a fight. The sword scabbard on his back was shattered. He closed his eyes and muttered, "What a shame I still couldn't beat you." With that, Jian Chen fell backward, staring up at the sky in despair. To fight to this level and still not open the immortal gate, it seems I'll never be able to ascend to the upper realm. Disatian stepped closer and offered a rare, slight smile. "You were brilliant. It's just that, compared to me, you're still a little bit behind. As for the immortal gate, you still have a chance." He turned his head toward the stands and raised his voice. "Now, I doubt anyone else wants to fight over the Chutian sword in my hands, right?" Tan Muya, still clutching her ancient zither, replied coldly, "I never had any interest in the Chutian sword to begin with." Disatian exhaled in relief. "That's good then." Suddenly, her voice dropped, and she roared in anger. "But why are you impersonating Ye Shangxuan?" Hearing that name, Disatian's face darkened instantly. This person knows Ye Shangxuan? How is that possible? He thought to himself. He looked at Tan Muya thoughtfully. People from Ye Shangxuan's era should have died out a long time ago. Then, he burst into loud laughter. He stared at her. "Tan Muya, don't joke around. I am Ye Shangxuan. How could it be an impersonation?" Tan Muya replied with terrifying calm. "A joke?" Her voice held no emotion. "I don't know who you are. You suddenly appeared and solved the crisis for the Xuanqing sect. It was a good deed, naturally." She stood high up, looking down at Disatian, her voice as sharp as a knife. "But you shouldn't have impersonated Ye Shangxuan. With your strength, you wouldn't have had any issues even without pretending to be him." He frowned, listening to every word she said. "Therefore, you surely have other dark motives to drag the Xuanqing sect into a new war." With a face full of killing intent, Tan Muya challenged him. "You need to explain this clearly to me. And as for joking," she smirked slightly. "I am Ye Shangxuan's woman. Do you really think I wouldn't recognize my own man?" Instantly, the entire arena felt as if it had been struck by lightning. The sound of tens of thousands of people gasping in shock nearly sucked the air out of the stadium. "What? Palace Master Tan is Ye Shangxuan's woman? Is this real or a joke?" Tong Yu popped her head out from behind Ye Shangxuan, laughing. Xier pulled a strand of his hair aside and whispered, "Is she telling the truth? Are you and her married?" Ye Shangxuan raised a hand to his forehead, explaining wearily, "You're overthinking it." Tang Yu crossed her arms and turned away with a huff. You better be." Down in the arena, Disatian looked at Tan Muya, his head spinning. "She's Ye Shangxuan's woman? Are there still people alive from that era? Even the demon clan struggles to have a lifespan like that, let alone humans." Tan Muya descended gracefully to the stage. Her transcendent temperament and powerful aura emanated outwards. She looked straight at Desatian and asked coldly, "Furthermore, my man is definitely not as weak as you are." She gestured to the Chutian sword. "To be injured while dealing with a mortal immortal? How laughable." Desatian's face went black. He couldn't say a word. She turned to look at the unconscious John Chen, adding another remark that rubbed salt into the wound of his pride. "My man, even if he stood still and let this kid hit him until he was exhausted, he might not even be able to scratch a single hair on his head." He lowered his head in silence. Tan Muya smiled and began to tell a terrifying story. Great saints, mortal immortals, immortal kings. She looked at him with pity, declaring, "All of them are trash." Tan Muya's fingers gently glided over the zither strings, and invisible waves of spiritual energy spread out. 1,000 years ago, I was already a mortal immortal. I waited for him for over 1,000 years, but I didn't want to wait anymore. She lifted her head, remembering that glorious moment. After that, I broke through to the immortal king realm, opened the immortal gate myself, and ascended to the upper realm to find him. As the musical notes rang out, carrying the power of time, she continued. 700 years ago, in the upper realm, I finally found a clue. He knew about the heaven-reaching board, but at that exact moment, he received news that the Than Huyen sect was in danger. That was his sect. He had to save it, so he rushed back. But in the end, he was a step too late. She looked on with disdain. She glanced at the remnants of the other sects. The 6 great sects? Humph. You pieces of trash actually thought you could destroy the Than Huyen sect? Are you joking? Furthermore, she stared straight at Desatian. When I returned, the statue of the sect's founder, Diep Thuong Huyen, had already been tampered with. At that moment, I knew someone was plotting something against the Than Huyen sect. She raised her head and said fiercely, "That is why I have always been here, waiting to see what exactly that person was planning." It turns out I waited for 700 years. Her eyes were as sharp as swords as she questioned him. "That person is you, isn't it?" The mastermind behind it all, Dai Satian, was startled by Tan Muya's deduction. To obtain the Chu Thian sword, you laid an ambush for 700 years. And finally, you broke the seal. She clutched the zither tightly. But you didn't expect that the Chu Thian sword still had one layer of restriction. If you wanted to use it, you had to come to the Than Huyen sect. So you came, impersonating Diep Thuong Huyen, preparing to drag the sect into a new war, right? Desatian took a step forward. His voice became hoarse. Who exactly are you?" He couldn't believe such a character could exist, and he hadn't even realized it. Tan Muya closed her eyes and smiled faintly. "Who I am doesn't matter. The question is, you still not planning to show your true face? Still trying to hide your strength?" In the stands, the crowd erupted once more. Is this for real? The Than Huyen patriarch was a fake? Then who is he? And why is he so powerful? But those whispers were like needles piercing Desatian's ears. He covered his face with his hands and sighed. Such meticulous planning, yet I didn't calculate that someone would return from the upper realm. He squinted through his fingers at Tan Muya. He roared, "Aren't you too arrogant? You knew I was plotting to steal the Chu Thian sword, yet you still dared to hand it to me. Do you really think that once I have the Chu Thian sword and unleash my true power, I wouldn't be your match?" Tan Muya just smiled and replied with 2 words, "Try it." His face immediately turned ferocious. "Fine." From his body, streams of red demonic energy began to pour out. "Then I will let you try." Crack, crack. The mask on Desatian's forehead shattered. It revealed a long, pitch-black horn. His fingernails grew long and sharp, his eyes turned completely red, and heaven-shaking demonic energy exploded outward. Tan Muya frowned and gritted her teeth. "You are a demon of the demon clan." He let out a chilling, mocking laugh. "Scared yet?" He laughed loudly, proudly introducing himself. "That's right, but not just an ordinary demon. I am the new demon lord of the demon clan, Desatian." She gave a cold, contemptuous laugh. "Scared? How ridiculous. 2,500 years ago, my man could kill the previous demon lord. Today, I can do the same." Desatian heard this and laughed like a madman, clutching his face. He slammed his sword into the ground and raised both hands to the sky, enjoying the feeling of being unleashed. "It's been so long since I've been able to completely remove the restrictions. This feels so good." He laughed brightly. His eyes were filled with disdain. "With my current strength, even if you really did return from the upper realm, I'm not afraid of you." Waving his hand to grab the longsword, Desatian lunged forward like a ghost, letting out a world-shaking roar. "Don't forget, my trump card is the Chu Thian sword." He tightened his grip on the hilt, his whole body turning into a streak of light as he charged. His eyes were wide with fury, his teeth grinding audibly. In stark contrast, Diep Thuong Huyen maintained a calm expression, his body surrounded by only a thin layer of spiritual energy. When Disatian stared in horror, the young man simply raised two slender fingers, nonchalantly, to block the sword tip. He couldn't help but mutter in a panic, "What kind of joke is this? This is impossible." Disatian's face twisted with rage. He screamed, "How can you block my full power strike with your bare hands?" He put all his strength into a downward slash. But the sword didn't budge even an inch. Diep Thuong Huyen's two fingers held the blade as lightly as a feather. Disatian's pupils dilated to the limit in terror. Just as he let go of the Chuthian sword, a terrifying shockwave sent him flying back 10 meters. Disatian bit his lip until it bled, then raised his head to challenge him. You, what exactly are you?" Diep Thuong Huyen just pressed his lips together, not bothering to give him an answer. He turned, his gaze fixed on Tan Muya nearby. A warm smile blossomed on his lips. Diep Thuong Huyen raised his hand and gently patted her head, his voice soft. "You've worked so hard all these years, having to carry the entire Than Huyen sect on your own." He looked deep into Tan Muya's eyes and said sincerely, "If it weren't for you, I fear that even if the Than Huyen sect had survived the Great War 700 years ago, it would have long since been torn to shreds by the other sects." The girl stood there, stunned, her lips trembling as she asked one question, completely overwhelmed. Is it really you?" Diep Thuong Huyen smiled radiantly, a smile that wiped away all doubt. "It's me. I've returned." Tan Muya's legs seemed to stop obeying her brain. She rushed forward, throwing herself into his sturdy chest and wrapping her arms around him tightly. Tan Muya closed her eyes tightly, her voice cracking through her sobs. "Where have you been all these years? Why did it take so long? Why wouldn't you come back? Do you know how long I've waited for you?" Suddenly, she raised her head, her eyes filled with wary confusion. "Wait a minute. What the heck is going on? Why have you changed so much? Even the aura around you is completely different." From above, Tang Yu witnessed the couple embracing affectionately. Jealousy erupted within her. She gripped the wooden railing so hard it shattered into splinters, a cold killing intent radiating from her body. She cursed under her breath. That home-wrecking fox spirit. At that moment, Tan Muya sensed the intense killing intent from above and asked suspiciously, "Hey, who is that girl?" Then, as if realizing something, Tan Muya immediately flew into a rage. She demanded, "Don't tell me you went out, got married, and had kids while you were gone." Diep Thuong Huyen blinked, puzzled, and asked in return, "Don't you recognize her? You two were fighting so fiercely for so long, and you didn't see her true face? That's Tang Yu Yu." When Tan Muya heard this, it was as if she had been struck by lightning. She shrieked, "What? That's Tang Yu Yu?" Her anger exploded. She crossed her arms, her voice dripping with venom. "Oh, how nice for you. So you went to find that demoness first?" After they met, he didn't even pay her any mind. He just scratched his head and gave an incredibly awkward, sheepish laugh. Tan Muya's gaze remained locked on him. Awaiting a proper explanation, Ye Shangxuan broke into a cold sweat and chuckled to cover his embarrassment. "Well, you see," suddenly, his gaze flashed. He spun around toward Disatian and shouted, "The show's over. Wait until I deal with this nuisance." Ye Shangxuan looked at him and declared loudly, "Then we can sit down and have a real talk later." Tan Muya suppressed her anger and answered curtly, "Fine." Disatian gritted his teeth, glaring at the lovey-dovey pair in front of him. Ye Shangxuan smiled, turned toward him, stretched lazily, and announced with a dramatic flair, "I go by the name Ye Shangxuan. I am the founding ancestor of the Qingxuan sect and the thorn in your side that you've always wanted to pull out." Upon hearing this, Disatian widened his eyes in shock. Yi Shangxuan raised a hand and said loudly, "I should thank you for helping me clean up that trashy sect, but it's a pity you're still going to die today." Hearing those words, he gripped his Chutian sword tightly. Green veins bulged all over his face as he stared at him, grinding out every syllable. "It's you." Disatian's eyes were filled with hatred as he roared, "The one who killed my brother." His pupils turned a vivid, crazed red as he screamed, "The one who caused my demon race to be without a leader for 1,000 years." Ye Shangxuan smirked and replied calmly, "Your demon race dared to set foot in Shangzhou and cause trouble, so of course you should have prepared yourselves for a miserable defeat." He declared indifferently, "Just like your brother, you are no exception." He raised his hand, his tone provocative. "You plotted for a millennium and finally managed to get your hands on the Chutian sword, yet you still don't dare to make a move against me?" Ye Shangxuan extended his hand forward and shouted, Attack. Let me see how much stronger you are than your brother. Honestly, the battle with your big brother was one of the most interesting fights of my life. Desatian's eyes bulged. His mind raced as he calculated the strength of this man, which seemed unfathomably deep. That sword strike he had just aimed at Tanmuya had used 80% of his power, yet this guy had blocked it with his bare hands. He gripped the Chutian sword tighter, secretly resolving to go all out from the start and take advantage of his opponent's arrogance. A single strike had to leave him heavily wounded. Otherwise, the outcome would be unpredictable. Thinking and acting, Desatian pointed 2 fingers at his own glabella. Immediately, on his forehead and chest, horrifying mouths appeared with teeth as sharp as razors. Desatian tilted his head back toward the sky, and countless blood-red bone spurs erupted from his body. He roared, "Blood explosion art!" Seeing him transform, Ye Shangxuan let out an intrigued sound. He looked up at Desatian, who was enveloped in a blazing red light, and chuckled, praising him. Using a forbidden technique right out of the gate? It seems you aren't completely stupid. He opened his mouth wide and lunged, but Ye Shangxuan stood calmly in place, watching him swing the Chutian sword with flames reaching to the heavens. Suddenly, Desatian flinched, his eyes filled with astonishment as he looked to the side. Ye Shangxuan had appeared behind him, without him even noticing. The hand holding the sword had blue veins popping out, as Desatian immediately spun around and slashed back wildly. Ye Shangxuan looked at the sharp blade inches from his cheek, tilted his body to dodge with ease, and then slapped his palm against the flat of the blade. A deafening metallic clang echoed out. The sword was instantly knocked away. Desatian was stunned, standing there in disbelief. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with madness as he stared at his weapon. He grabbed his Chutian sword back and roared, "Die for me." He unleashed a flurry of consecutive stabs, screaming incessantly. Ye Shangxuan moved gracefully, easily dodging every vicious attack. When Desatian poured all his power into one lethal thrust, he raised 2 fingers again, clamping them onto the tip of the blade with perfect precision. Ye Shangxuan twisted his wrist slightly, aiming the tip downward, then flipped his 2 fingers upward. He pulled his hand back, his voice tinged with disappointment. "Are you really only this weak?" That sentence drove Desatian completely insane as he slashed wildly at him. Ye Shangxuan just stepped back, dodging. Seeing him lunge with his mouth wide open, he raised his hand to block, then used the opportunity to cover his mouth and let out a huge yawn. He remarked with boredom, "This is just so boring." Desatian was so angry he coughed up blood. Ye Shangxuan glanced at him and said bluntly, "Honestly speaking, you are worlds apart from your brother. The only thing you're good at is trash talking. We've been at this for over 20 exchanges now, haven't we?" Desatian raised the Chutian sword high and charged. Ye Shangxuan immediately leaned to the side, dodging. He widened his eyes and roared, "Shut up!" But Ye Shangxuan didn't care, continuing to taunt him. "Whether it's strength or speed, you're far inferior to your big brother." He leaned aside to dodge another slash, offering his assessment. "Your strength is terrible, and you're just all talk. You might have a little bit of intelligence, but in the face of absolute power, those little tricks are meaningless." Desatian gritted his teeth, listening to every sarcastic word echoing in his ears. "So what if you have the Chutian sword? It seems this generation of demon lords is truly beyond saving." Ye Shangxuan raised his hand to block a thrusting blade, and with a force so incredible it sent Desatian flying back a long distance. He bowed his head, teeth gritted, his whole body radiating a red light. He raised his hands to cover his face, and roared in agony, "I am not as good as my brother?" Desatian looked up and glared at Ye Shangxuan, retorting maniacally, "My brother was nothing but an earthly immortal. I am already at the peak of the immortal king realm." He looked up at the sky, roaring in defiance. "When my brother was alive in Shangzhou, he didn't even occupy half the territory, while I have already wiped out more than half of the world. The number 1 sect, the Qingxuan sect, and the 6 great sects, I've almost wiped them all out." Desatian's entire body exploded with world-shaking demonic energy. He shrieked, "You say I'm not as good as my brother? That is the most ridiculous thing in the world." Ye Shangxuan listened in silence. "I admit you are very strong, and you deserve the title of the world's number 1. As long as you are alive, my demon race will never dare to show our faces." Desatian shouted at him, "But unfortunately, you've been gone for over 2,000 years. More than 60% of Shangzhou is in my hands now. Even if I die here today, Shangzhou will suffer a devastating blow. In this regard, I am thousands of times stronger than my brother." He stood still, watching him fly up into the sky from his body. Desatian unleashed a terrifying surge of bright red energy. He looked down, his voice echoing everywhere. "Today, I will borrow the faith-based power of billions of demons. Even if this battle shatters my physical body, I will drag you down to hell with me. Disatian raised his hands to the sky, summoning the power of faith and shouting, "From now on, my demon race in Shangzhou will have nothing to fear. Ye Shangxuan, if you want someone to blame, blame yourself for reappearing in Shangzhou." At the same time, in the distant Qinglan city in Shangzhou, beams of crimson light suddenly tore through the sky, flying in the same direction. Two men were sitting and eating. Then suddenly, startled, they looked up. They stood up abruptly, shouting excitedly, "It's the Demon Lord summoning us. The Demon Lord has encountered a powerful enemy. He needs our help." The blonde man and the brown-haired man gritted their teeth simultaneously, their expressions turning deadly serious. Sharp horns began to sprout from their foreheads. The two transformed into their true demon forms and shouted in unison, "The Demon Lord is invincible." The nearby citizens saw the terrifying scene and fled in a panic, screaming, "The demons are invading! Run!" From everywhere, massive pillars of demonic energy soared into the sky. In Shanghai district, the crowd stopped dead in their tracks, staring in shock at the pillars of faith-based power shooting into the heavens. All the demons took to the streets, raised their hands, and chanted in unison, "The Demon Lord is invincible! The Demon Lord is invincible!" In Taiyun village, two farmers plowing the field also stopped abruptly, as demon horns sprouted from their heads. Standing still, they watched the streaks of faith-based light pass by, both of them screaming madly, "The Demon Lord is invincible!" All the faith-based power from across Shangzhou rapidly converged toward Disatian. Amidst those beams of light, the chanting never ceased. "The Demon Lord is invincible! The Demon Lord is invincible! The Demon Lord is invincible!" At Shangxuan Sect, thousands of beams of faith-based power rushed toward his location. Disatian hovered in the air, calmly waiting for that great energy to descend. Everything formed a massive energy vortex in the sky. The moment he fully absorbed that power, his body erupted with energy so powerful it was unimaginable. Tanmuya saw this and screamed in terror. He has broken through to the peak of the God King realm again. Tang Yu also stood up and yelled, "Breaking through again? The God Venerable Realm." She gritted her teeth, her face full of worry. The God Venerable Realm, even in the upper realm, it is enough to be an overlord of a region. A streak of purple light began to condense in Disatian's palm. A golden orb appeared, radiating dazzling purple light. On his head, red scales began to emerge, quickly spreading to cover his entire body. Disatian was encased in a layer of fiery red scales. Ye Shangxuan stood tall, witnessing that terrifying energy explosion. He stood still, his gaze heavy as he looked toward him. Ye Shangxuan's brows furrowed slightly. From within the whirlwind, a hand reached out toward the Zhutian sword. That hand gripped the sword tightly. Disatian, his whole body covered in bright red scales, stepped out from the purple vortex, his voice filled with regret. Only able to break through to the half-step God Emperor realm. Is that it? Sigh. What a pity. If my physical body had been strong enough, I might have completely stepped into the God Emperor realm, or even touched the threshold of the Great Emperor level. He looked down from above, pointing the Zhutian sword directly at Ye Shangxuan, and growled. "What about now?" he asked smugly. "Do you still dare to call me weak?" Tan Muya, standing behind, cried out in worry, "Shangxuan!" Tang, you suddenly appeared and intervened. "Don't go interfere. Trust your husband." Hearing this, Tan Muya turned to glare at her. She crossed her arms, looked at Tang Yu, and shouted, "It really is you." She seemed to wake up, shouting angrily, "Wait, you called him husband?" The girl laughed triumphantly and replied, "That's right. He is my husband now." Tang, you sat dangling her legs on the railing and laughed coldly. "Huh. In the end, I'm still the winner. A brat like you, even if you get saved by him later, you can only be a concubine." "Ha ha ha, you," Tanmuya gritted her teeth. "You over there." Yi Shangxuan closed his eyes and muttered, "Half-step God Emperor." He lifted his head to look at him, his voice full of disdain. "Only a half-step? Even if you truly were a God Emperor, so what? In my eyes, you are still just a weakling. Still just a weakling." Disatian couldn't believe his ears. He roared, his whole body erupting with purple light. He laughed coldly and sarcastically. "Arrogant. Even in the 9 provinces of the upper realm, a God Emperor is absolutely a top-tier overlord." Disatian burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Could it be that in your eyes, only a great emperor, the ruler of a territory in the upper realm, is not considered weak?" Ye Shangxuan heard this and rubbed his chin, looking thoughtful. "A great emperor, huh? Actually, the great emperors aren't that strong. In my eyes, they're still weak." A scene from the past flashed through his mind. But the 9 provinces god-killing array, set up by the 9 provinces' great emperors together, that was actually somewhat impressive. Disatian was stunned and shouted, "You!" He laughed loudly, brandishing the Zhutian sword, and yelled, "Then let me see how you plan to defeat this half-step god-emperor." Saying that, Disatian raised the sword, which radiated purple light and carried destructive energy high into the air, gathering all his strength. His eyes locked onto Ye Shangxuan. The energy of the Zhutian sword exploded, creating a pillar of light that shot straight into the high heavens. Ye Shangxuan just quietly watched him gather that massive energy. Disatian felt the power surging within his body and couldn't help but exclaim, "This power is truly terrifying." He gritted his teeth and declared, "Today, I will repay the humiliation the demon race has suffered at your hands 2,000 years ago." He stared at Ye Shangxuan's face, which remained frighteningly calm. Ye Shangxuan's expression finally darkened. He reached out and squeezed his arm gently, saying coldly, "Go ahead and try." Disatian's face turned distorted with rage. Ye Shangxuan smiled slightly as his spiritual energy began to gather. Disatian gripped the Zhutian sword tightly, channeling all his demonic power, opened his mouth wide, and with all his might, slashed down. A massive phantom sword aura, carrying the power to destroy heaven and earth, rushed straight toward Ye Shangxuan. Tang Yu frowned and shouted, "Has this strike broken the limit of the half-step god-emperor realm?" Tan Muya clenched her fists, full of worry, but she still believed Shangxuan could win. This Ye Shangxuan's entire body radiated spiritual energy. Looking at the incoming sword aura, he showed excitement. "Very good, very good. This move has broken the limit. It even carries a trace of the breath of natural laws. It has the scent of a great emperor-level technique." Ye Shangxuan smiled slightly. "If that's the case, I should get serious too." He clenched his fist tightly. Ye Shangxuan frowned and raised his fist high. High in the sky, a massive phantom image appears, mimicking his every move. He throws a punch. The phantom above instantly follows suit, and that giant fist hurtles straight toward the Chu Heaven Sword's phantom. The two phantoms collide with a roar. A world-shaking explosion echoes across the mountains, a blinding flash erupts, and fire and smoke fill the air. Under the power of that punch, the massive sword aura phantom quickly cracks and shatters into countless fragments. That crimson surge of power completely destroys the sword aura phantom and rushes forward. Then, Ye Shangxuan stands still, looking up at the sky. He gives a soft, surprised hum. "You actually managed to dodge that? Your reaction speed isn't bad at all." He raises his hand and says with a laugh, "What a pity. If your strength isn't enough, everything else is just a waste." At that exact moment, the Chu Heaven Sword thrusts toward him from behind. Ye Shangxuan raises 2 fingers and clamps them tightly onto the blade used by Desatian for his sneak attack. Desatian screams in terror. "You exactly what realm is your strength in?" He closes his eyes and smiles brightly. "Me? I'm just a Kamen Rider, cough cough, a body-refining cultivator passing through." Ye Shangxuan reaches out and grips the sword blade. He turns his head to look at him. "I already told you, I'm just a mere body-refining realm cultivator." Body-refining realm. Desatian can't believe it. He yells in utter confusion, "Impossible! That's absolutely impossible!" Ye Shangxuan raises his other hand and casually picks his ear before laughing loudly. "All right then." He gathers spiritual energy into his fist and says, "It's time to end this little play." Ye Shangxuan's fist flies straight toward Desatian's face. With just one punch, he is instantly sent flying. He crashes into the viewing stands, collapsing a massive wall, and continues to fly backward, carving a deep trench into the ground. Ye Shangxuan looks at his 2 fingers and clicks his tongue. Tsk, tsk. He looks at a tiny scratch on his finger and sighs. "I didn't expect to actually have a layer of skin pierced." He gently stretches and laughs. "Although my physical body previously reached the level of blood drop rebirth, after being resurrected, it ultimately took a toll on my core. Luckily," Ye Shangxuan looks up at the sky and sighs. "In the end, I'm still alive. The heavens didn't strike me dead." Suddenly a voice calls out, "Husband!" He immediately turns his head. Duan Wu flies over, shouting excitedly, "Husband!" Tan Muya is no less joyful, Shangxuan. The 2 women immediately glare at each other with sparks flying. Duan Wu leans her head close to Tan Muya and shouts, "Is husband something for you to call him?" But Tan Muya refuses to back down, straining her neck to argue. "And is husband something for you to call him then?" Afterwards, both of them turn to Ye Shangxuan simultaneously. Duan Wu quickly rushes over to grab one of his arms and asks with concern, "Did a lowly trash Like him actually managed to hurt husband? Tanmuya hugs his other arm and asks with concern, Shangxuan, are you alright? She smiles brightly and says in a spoiled tone, if this matter involving the Thon Huyen sect hadn't come up, I wouldn't have even bothered to strike. Otherwise, husband wouldn't have needed to move a finger. I alone am enough to handle him. Duan Wu coldly retorts with sarcasm. After all, I'm not like some people who keep yapping about protecting the Thon Huyen sect. But what's the result? She covers her mouth with her hand and continues to mock. You couldn't even beat him. If my husband hadn't stepped in, you'd probably be dead by now. Tanmuya is furious upon hearing this. You! Ye Shangxuan gives a bitter smile and struggles to pull his arms out of the two pliers, saying, all right. Then, he reaches out to pat Duan Wu's head and doesn't forget to pat Tanmuya's head with his other hand to soothe them. He smiles warmly and coaxes them. What's there to argue about? Everything has been resolved perfectly. Tanmuya still hasn't cooled down and reminds him, Shangxuan, this demoness actually dared to call you husband. She puts on a pitiful expression and asks, husband, have you really already married this demoness? Duan Wu immediately puts her hands behind her back, lifts her head to look at him, and calls out sweetly, husband. Yi Shangxuan freezes on the spot and can only let out an, The entire stand is bathed in sunlight. On a high platform, various magical artifacts are emitting brilliant light. Yi Shangxuan looks at the pile of treasures and declares, the treasures are all here. He looks at the disciples and calmly instructs, make good use of them. You must learn how to use these treasures to continuously cultivate outstanding disciples. Remember, objects are meant to be used by people not hidden away as private property. The crowd, including Elder Taishang, listens silently, full of reverence. Ye Shangxuan waves his hand and says loudly, as for that Chu Heaven sword over there, whichever disciple has the ability to pull it out, feel free to take it for yourself. The entire Thon Huyen sect congregation bows in unison, their voices echoing, as you command, founding ancestor. Without even staying for another second, his figure vanishes in a flash. He stretches lazily until his joints crack, yawns long and wide, and mumbles, right. There's still the group of young ladies at the new sect. He turns to Tanmuya and gives a meaningful wink. The relationship between them and our Thon Huyen sect can be considered quite friendly and harmonious. She hears this and just runs her long, slender finger along her chin, her lips curling into a knowing smile. Suddenly, Ye Shangxuan tilts his head and shouts into the void, plus this bunch of shiny treasures and the resources of all 5 major sects combined. If you still can't get ahead with all of this, he strides out of the main gate, one hand raised high. Then, the Thon Huyen sect. Might as well just close down. As for us, let's head out. We've got 50 sect deacons to deal with next. Taishang hurriedly raises his hand. Founding ancestor. Are you really going to just brush yourself off and leave? Ta Thong Thien is just as bewildered. Founding ancestor, where are you going? Lu Zibei rushes to hold him back. Founding ancestor. Our Thon Huyen sect has only just started to flourish. Please don't go. Wu Xuan can only let out a mournful cry of founding ancestor. A powerful burst of spiritual energy erupts from Ye Shangxuan. He turns his head back, his tone unusually serious. Learn to stand on your own 2 feet. Never just sit there praying for a savior to fall from the sky. I have 100 things to attend to. My return to Thuangchao this time was originally just an unexpected accident. The whole group stands stunned, watching his figure fade away and disappear into a dense forest. Deep in the forest, Ye Shangxuan crosses his arms, his gaze sweeping over the 3 silhouettes in front of him, his tone a bit mocking. Do you young ladies really want to hitch a ride with me? Let me warn you. The road ahead might be full of potholes and ambushes everywhere. Yi Lingyan hesitated for a moment, then clasped her hands and said firmly, Master, I am willing to follow in your footsteps. Zier tilted her little head and innocently asked, Master, aren't I your favorite little darling? How could you bear to send me away? Tanmuya just hugged her zither and replied with a smile and a question. Are you actually asking me that? Seeing this, the young man raised his fist to the sky, brimming with energy. Awesome. In that case, let's head out together. No sooner had he finished speaking than Tanmuya elegantly stepped forward, blocking Ye Shangxuan's path. You still owe me an answer. Did you really become husband and wife with that woman? Ye Shangxuan's face darkened. He could only gulp hard. All right, let's go. He hurriedly turned around and strode quickly forward, muttering to himself, once you've decided to follow me, your mediocre strength will need a total upgrade. Du Wu, sitting perched on his shoulder, turned back and made a ridiculously cheeky face to tease Tanmuya. Ye Shangxuan led the group of 4, Deep inside, he looked up at the sky and screamed, "Damn heavens! I refuse to believe I can't outplay you." The whole group finally set foot in the territory of the Divine Beast Valley. He clasped his hands behind his back, gazed into the distance, and let out an artistic sigh. "Man, it's only been 2,000 years, and this place has already changed so much," he said in a calm, steady voice. "Looks like those old geezers are living pretty well." Xier was absolutely thrilled and jumped for joy. "Wow, this place is so beautiful." Even Yilingyan couldn't hide her amazement. "I never expected that here in Shangzhou there would be such a paradise on earth." Du Wu, still sitting on his shoulder, started lecturing, "It's no mistake to call the Divine Beast Valley a paradise. This place is guarded by 4 old monsters, so the spiritual energy is naturally superior." "So this is the legendary Divine Beast Valley?" Ye Lingyan exclaimed in wonder. Tanmuya hugged her zither and walked closer, her eyes full of suspicion. "Have you been here before?" Upon hearing that, Du Wu puffed out her chest and placed both hands on her hips, proudly announcing, "Of course I have. And it was the master himself who personally escorted me here." She then opened her eyes wide, feigning great surprise, and pointed straight at Tanmuya. "Wait, hold on, don't tell me you've never been here before?" Du Wu burst into a peal of hearty laughter. Her mocking tone was impossible to hide. "Aha, looks like your status in my master's heart is only average after all. Huh? You. Tanmuya was so angry she could only clutch her zither, her face turning bright red. "Enough," Ye Shangxuan frowned and snapped. "You too. Please, stop causing me trouble, okay?" In his head, a slow-motion scene of pure misery played out. "Good heavens, gods and ghosts above," he shrieked in his mind. It was clearly this lady who insisted on clinging to me and threatened to throw a tantrum if I didn't let her come along. And now she's showing off and taking credit as if I brought her here personally. Some people have no shame. Du Wu immediately lowered her eyes, went silent, and pouted. The group continued to march forward. This morning, Ye Shangxuan approached the barrier, touched it lightly, and without even winding up, he flicked his hand as easily as slicing through the air. Instantly, the barrier enclosing the mountain shattered. The group could only stand frozen, staring at the incredible sight. Xier and Ye Lingyan were left wide-eyed and open-mouthed. He calmly led the group inside and said nonchalantly, "Let's go. I'm taking you to say hello to some old monsters." The 4 great divine beasts were having fun when the white tiger suddenly flopped onto the ground. In a gloomy tone, he said, "Brothers, how long have we been stuck in this god-forsaken place?" Xuanwu, upon hearing this, immediately scolded him. "Old 4, your heart is still restless. It's only been 2,000 years, and you're already itching to get out?" The vermilion bird, gliding high above, also chimed in. "Just now, I overheard some juniors talking about a crisis at the Qingxuan sect. Should we head out and lend a hand?" "Really? Let's go." The white tiger jumped up. Xuanwu hurriedly interrupted. "That's not good. We haven't even finished this round of arguing yet." The azure dragon, who had been silent from the beginning, finally spoke up. His voice was serious. "No, if we leave now, the seal will definitely have problems. Shangxuan isn't in Shangzhou right now. Great chaos could easily break out." The white tiger roared, "If you guys won't go, then I'll go by myself. Manzhou only needs the 3 of you to suppress it. The Qingxuan sect was built by Shangxuan single-handedly. Are we just going to stand by and watch it get destroyed?" The vermilion bird gently descended, her eyes looking into the distance. "Shangxuan is also someone we watched grow up. Now that he has reached the upper realms, we should help his sect however we can." Hearing this, the azure dragon sighed helplessly. All right. White tiger, you go and check things out." "No problem, I'm heading out now." The white tiger was excited. But before he could take a step, the old man, "You guys living well lately?" A familiar voice rang out. The 4 great divine beasts were startled, turned around abruptly, and shouted in unison, "Who is it? Thanks for your concern, you all." Yi Shangxuan smiled. "But the trivial matters of the Qingxuan sect have already been cleaned up by yours truly." He looked at the 4 beasts. "You old geezers just stay here and enjoy your retirement." "Master Shangxuan," the 4 great divine beasts shouted in unison. The azure dragon was the first to regain his composure. He asked in astonishment, You have returned from the upper realms?" The young man scratched his head and winked playfully. "Well, let's just say I was knocked down by someone." "Unbelievable." The azure dragon roared, "There's someone in the upper realms who dares to strike at you?" Yi Shangxuan closed his eyes and replied concisely, "I suppose I couldn't beat that person." He pointed to the sky, full of hidden meaning. "But isn't this still here?" Then, his expression became unusually serious. "All right, let's get down to business. What is the situation in Manzhou right now?" The white tiger lowered his voice to explain. Since the last time you personally suppressed it, it has been quite stable. There are occasional tremors, but they aren't strong enough to break the seal. Hearing this, he immediately followed up. To break the seal, right? Someone wants to go inside personally to find a few things. Are you sure? The Azure Dragon asked again, his voice full of doubt. Xuanwu also chimed in. This time, once it's opened, trying to re-establish the seal won't be as simple as before. After all, it is the power of an entire realm. The lives of billions of creatures are at stake. This is no joke. Ye Shangxuan raised his fist, his voice resolute. It's fine. If I could suppress it once, then I can suppress it a second time. He glanced to the side and continued. Besides, Manzhou is basically a part of the 9 profound continent. He looked them straight in the eyes. Not everyone in Manzhou is a mindless brute who drinks blood and eats raw meat. Human nature is originally good, and they deserve to see the sun shine upon them at least once, don't they? Tong Yu sat on his shoulders, her eyes glistening with moved tears as she shouted, My husband, you don't have to do this for me. Not entirely, he replied, patting her thigh gently to cut her off. To be honest, you and I are cut from the same cloth. Besides the physique of the man tribe, what other mortal body could be trained to such an abnormal degree as mine? He raised a hand, his voice filled with both pride and a lingering sense of contemplation. I have spent my whole life dedicated to body cultivation to the point where I didn't even bother to open my spirit sea. Yet I still climb to the peak as the number 1 in the world. But from beginning to end, I have always felt that my physical form still had a limit that I haven't been able to break. He clenched his fist tightly. Coming back this time is to find that answer. Qinglong heard him and simply sighed. So be it. Xuanwu also said calmly, Since you have made up your mind, then let Manzhou return to the 9 heavens continent. Many thanks, Ye Shangxuan said, immediately cupping his hands in respect. Qinglong let out a roar and soared from the waterfall. He looked at Ye Shangxuan and muttered to himself, I wonder if this decision is a blessing or a curse. Then he turned to the other 3 divine beasts and commanded, Let's do it. Qinglong and Baihu stomped their feet hard against the ground, roaring, while Juke and Xuanwu activated the formation. Fuzhou formation. Activate. They shouted in unison. The 4 divine beasts joined forces to create a massive array, shouting together to release it. A brilliant beam of light shot straight into the sky, piercing through the 2 layers of the magical barrier outside. A giant whirlpool began to appear on the surface of the lake. From the center of the swirl, a mountain peak slowly emerged, transforming into a small island in the middle of the lake. My thanks to you all, he said, expressing his gratitude. With a moment's hesitation, he leaped toward the island, his figure passing through the churning water. He looked up at Qinglong and warned, Before I can completely suppress the wild energy of Manzhou, no one from there can leave. So, you old guys are effectively free from now on. The beast bowed his head and replied, Freedom? What's so great about that? Having a place to rest is satisfying enough for us. Baihu couldn't hide his joy. He lifted his head and let out a roar that shook the heavens. I can finally leave this damn divine beast valley. My paws have been itching for action. Qinglong's expression instantly darkened. You! A massive wave surged from the lake, splashing directly into Baihu's face and leaving him stunned. Tong Yu, sitting on Ye Shangxuan's shoulder, saw the scene and doubled over laughing. Everyone, take care. I'll head out first and won't bother you anymore. Ye Shangxuan cupped his hands to bid farewell to the 4 divine beasts, then turned to the 3 girls and cheered excitedly. Let's go. I'll take you to see Manzhou, the place where I was born. In a barren desert, a group of people was gathered around a large pot. The chief of the Bai tribe, Man Li, one of the 8 great warriors of Manzhou, suddenly looked up at the sky. The blazing sun made him squint, and he muttered to himself, The seal on Manzhou has been lifted? He couldn't believe his eyes, then hurriedly turned and ran toward the city fortress, shouting, This cannot be taken lightly. We must report this to the Wu Emperor immediately. But just then, Ye Shangxuan and his 4 companions appeared. Xier looked around, confused, and asked, Is this Manzhou? Then the little girl started jumping around, running here and there, touching everything in sight, shouting incessantly, This is so amazing. There isn't even a single tree, just sand and rocks everywhere. This is the first time I've ever seen a place like this. Tan Muya hugged her instrument and gently speculated. Perhaps because this place is so desolate and barren, it's called Manzhou? Ye Lingyan squatted down and interrupted. Wrong. All wrong. Tang Yu jumped down from Ye Shangxuan's shoulders and shouted. She stood with her hands on her hips, looking at the scene before her and sighing. Things have changed so much. She began to explain. I remember back in the day, this place was indeed barren, but at least it was part of the Nine Heavens continent. As for the name Manzhou, she raised a finger. It's because compared to the softies outside, we are more warlike, more courageous, and we are also more professional at killing and looting. She crossed her arms in front of her chest. Here, we honor the law of the jungle. The strong are kings, and the weak are only fit to be slaves, dependent on the strong. She spread her arms and tilted her head. Because of that, since ancient times, the Nine Heavens continent has never known peace. Tong Yu turned to look at Ye Shangxuan. It wasn't until 2,000 years ago that my husband stepped in and suppressed all of Manzhou by himself, and then sealed it off. Only then did the Nine Heavens continent enjoy 2,000 years of peace. Actually, you have to distinguish between different types of people. Hearing this, he retorted. He squatted down and ruffled her hair. For example, you. Even though you were quite the troublemaker back then, you never slaughtered anyone. Even back then, you were just a playful kid who accidentally wandered out of Manzhou into a new world, which only fueled your playful nature even more. Tong Yu laughed triumphantly upon hearing that. He stood up and began walking forward. All right, let's go. Let's find somewhere to ask about the current situation in Manzhou and figure things out from there. But in another place, Man Li was reporting the situation. That is exactly what happened. The king of the Man tribe sat on his throne and smiled slightly. The seal has been broken, has it? He sighed. It seems that person has returned. That person? Man Li asked in surprise. The one who used his own strength to suppress all of Manzhou and sealed us away for 2,000 years? The king of the Man tribe explained calmly. He pulled out the blade by his side, pointed it downward, and ordered, "Go, summon the 8 great warriors." Outside the desert, the king of the Man tribe sat on a large chair and whispered, "Ye Shangxuan, is it really you who has returned?" He looked toward the distant horizon, but then added, "Then again, I should thank you." He stood up, hoisting his blade onto his shoulder, his voice filled with vigor. "If you hadn't used your strength to suppress Manzhou 2,000 years ago, and caused this place to fall into chaos, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to rise to power. Now, Manzhou is under my rule. The strength of billions of people is concentrated in one place, and I have used that power to forge karmic fire, to train my physical body day and night." He stared straight ahead. "But from beginning to end, I have still been missing one worthy opponent to help me break through the final door of physical cultivation." The king of the Man tribe swung his blade down hard into the ground. "I hope your strength will not disappoint me." Immediately afterward, a group of people entered, led by Man Li. They all knelt in unison. "Greetings, Wu Emperor." He pointed his finger forward and ordered, "There are outsiders who have invaded Manzhou. You guys go and take care of them. By your command." Elsewhere, Ye Shangxuan and his group were still walking. Tong Yu sat on his shoulder, looking around and sighing. "Manzhou has changed so much. We haven't seen a single soul this whole time." Yi Lingyan asked curiously, "But do the people of Manzhou look like us?" Xier tugged at Ye Shangxuan's sleeve. She innocently asked, "I'm sure no one is as short as teacher, right?" Suddenly, the whole crowd froze. The silence was terrifying. Ye Lingyan couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Tan Muya shot her a glance and added, "That's right. Little Xier is really tiny." She looked at the face of Du Yu, who was fuming purple with rage. She continued teasing, "So, was that just a fake body of yours all this time? Your true form is actually this cute, huh? You, what did you say?" Du Yu jumped up from Ye Shangxuan's shoulder and yelled at Tan Muya. Seeing this, Xier panicked. "Teacher, why are you suddenly angry? Did I say something wrong?" Du Yu immediately turned back to hug Ye Shangxuan's head, flashing a bright, beaming smile at the little girl. "Xier, be good. How could teacher be angry at you?" She turned her head and shot a triumphant glare at Tan Muya. "I am Xier's teacher. After all, you. Tan Muya gritted her teeth in frustration. Enough. What is there to argue about?" Ye Shangxuan reached out to pat Xier's head and stepped in to mediate. "Besides, I am from the barbarian continent myself." He pointed toward the structures looming in the distance. "And there, it looks like there are people ahead." Du Yu shielded her eyes from the sun, squinted, and cheered. "There really are signs of people ahead?" Ye Shangxuan immediately asked. "I'm sure you know the barbarian language, right?" "Of course I do." Outside, a tribe was draped with banners. The tribespeople, dressed in animal skins, were busy working. As Ye Shangxuan's group approached, Du Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "Has it really changed this much?" Ye Lingyan held up a finger and suggested, "Ye Shangxuan, I have an idea. The wind and sand in the barbarian continent are quite harsh. Clashes and battles are inevitable on this trip." She took out a violet orb. "Before entering the barbarian territory, We should change our attire to make it easier to move around. I have already prepared everyone's clothes in the storage bag. Hearing this, he praised her. Lingyun, you're very thoughtful. Let's change quickly and get on our way. After changing, Ye Shangxuan called out loudly, All right, everything is set. Let's officially start our tour of the barbarian markets. The group wove through the bustling market. Yi Shangxuan observed everything around him and sighed. It seems the barbarian continent has taken a completely different path. Watching the barbarian people trading, he thought to himself, compared to before it was sealed, now, even the physical bodies of ordinary citizens contain explosive power. He frowned. Back when I was undergoing the tribulation, I faintly felt the limits of my physical body. I thought it was just an illusion until I failed the tribulation, and then I realized my body hadn't been fully unlocked yet. I hope this time in the barbarian continent I can find the key to this problem. Otherwise, even if I go through another immortality tribulation, I'm afraid I won't be able to defeat that old man in the sky. He turned to Du Yu on his shoulder and suggested, Go and scout out the situation a bit. The others and I will wander around here. All right. She jumped down to the ground. She quickly made her way over to some barbarian tribesmen, chatting and asking questions, while Ye Shangxuan led the 3 other girls forward, calling out, Let's go! I'll take you to see the local customs and people of the barbarian continent. Nearby, 2 men were arm wrestling, and the surrounding crowd was cheering them on enthusiastically. Come on, whoever can defeat me, I'll marry him. A shrill female voice rang out. As soon as the words left her mouth, a man named Mu Cha easily pinned his opponent. He stood up immediately, raising both arms to flex his muscles and show off his victory. The crowd cheered loudly. Long live Mu Cha! Long live Mu Cha! Ye Shangxuan watched the scene and smiled with interest. Interesting. Using the most primitive methods to test strength, huh? He stepped forward and politely asked, I wonder if I could try my hand at this? Mu Cha frowned and looked him up and down. You're sure you want to fight me? Just a warning, my arms are very strong. Well, we'll see about that, Ye Shangxuan replied calmly. Be my guest. He pointed toward the table. A blonde youth held both their hands and shouted, Ready. The crowd started whispering, How boring. Another guy who doesn't know his own limits is joining. Mu Cha, win quickly. I'm still waiting for you to challenge the chief. Start. Mu Cha exerted all his strength, veins bulging all over his arms. He yelled loudly, but he was stunned to see Ye Shangxuan's arm hadn't budged at all. How is that possible? He thought. This feels like trying to push a mountain. The strength is not even on the same level. You've used all your strength, right? Ye Shangxuan asked in a nonchalant tone, then smirked. Then it's my turn, right? Bang! Under the shocked gazes of everyone, Mu Cha was pinned to the table. The whole market seemed to explode. Mu Cha lost? Lost? No way. He pulled his hand back, stood up, and said, I held back. Mu Cha closed his eyes, then suddenly cried out, Ah no, you won! He grabbed his arm and stood up. Your strength is terrifying. But until now, I've only felt strength at this level from the chief. Even though you look thin, your actual strength is this great. I truly didn't see what was in front of me. Mu Cha immediately clasped his hands over his head. He bowed deeply. I apologize for my behavior earlier. The crowd was shocked once again. Mu Cha knows how to apologize? That guy looked as weak as a snail. Could his real strength be even greater than the chief's? Stand up, Ye Shangxuan said, thinking to himself. The atmosphere in the barbarian continent has actually improved to this level, but I am still standing, Mu Cha replied blankly. Ye Shangxuan put a hand to his chin and thought, this person's strength without exaggeration has surpassed even a profound king. If commoners are already like this, then does the person with the strongest physical body in the barbarian continent really have the ability to help me break my physical limits? Just then, a small figure squeezed through the crowd and leaped up. Husband, Du Yu used all her strength to wrap her arms around his neck, smiling brightly as she asked, What are you all doing? It looks so fun. Ye Shangxuan gently lifted the tiny Du Yu up, questioning her with a fake serious expression. How is the scouting mission going, Agent 007? Hanging effortlessly from his shoulder, she giggled and replied, Pretty much done. Du Yu put her hands on her hips, looking triumphant. Truly, this trip is an eye-opener. Hearing about it 100 times isn't as good as seeing it once. No wonder the barbarian continent has had such a spectacular transformation. Almost everything has been reborn. She glanced at Ye Shangxuan and added a vital detail. Oh, right. The Lust Demon sect has been wiped off the historical map. Now, the entire barbarian continent has no trace of any sects left. There are only kingdoms and tribes now. In Du Yu's mind, a map of power appeared clearly. The barbarian kingdom stood tall at the center. All around, Countless tribes, both large and small, orbit like satellites around the central planet. The rules here are simple. The closer a tribe is to the center of power, the higher their status and strength. He gave a scoff of surprise. Manzhou has already been united? Ye Shangxuan stood tall, his mind racing at breakneck speed. If that's the case, your chances of breaking the shackles on your physical body are high. But I suspect, the king of the barbarian tribe we're looking for might just be the barbarian emperor. Yi Shangxuan narrowed his eyes at Tang Yu, probing her. Do you know where the barbarian king's palace is located? She replied with a shy, muffled voice. That's outside my coverage area. Tang Yu continued, explaining in detail. The class system here is cutthroat and rigid. It seems only a select few are even qualified to know about or allowed to step foot into the barbarian king's territory. In the immortal demon realm, within the Samsara sect, the rebirth pool was bubbling, with spirits struggling desperately to break free. The leader of the Blood Oath sect coldly waved his hand, tossing an unfortunate soul into the pool. He watched the weak spirits drifting up and sneered in disdain. So pathetic. Feeling energy surging, he roared, "This blood vitality energy isn't enough." He clenched his fists, grinding his teeth. In the upper realm, even when you want to kill someone, you have to watch your back. The mortals are useless, and the strong ones all have massive backing. As for that lower realm, even though Ye Shangxuan kicked the bucket, another Ye Shangxuan has sprouted up. There must be plenty of vultures eyeing that place. The Blood Oath sect leader glared at the rebirth pool and muttered, "Although this pool can devour infinite physical bodies to provide blood vitality, if I just rely on the occasional stray cultivator I manage to catch as food, how many seasons will it take for me to reach the Heaven Ascension list?" Suddenly, his eyes widened. A sound of suspicion escaped him. Looking through the surface of the pool, Le Shueming's gaze reached Manzhou. He exclaimed, "A new territory has popped up in the lower realm." He observed the residents there and cheered with pure delight. This new territory's blood vitality is so high that even an ordinary citizen is on par with some of those trash cultivators in the upper realm. If I can refine the entire population of this region." He looked up at the sky and let out a crazed laugh. With a supply like this, won't the #1 spot on the Heaven Ascension list be in the bag? Ha ha ha. In the demon god realm, demon energy soared, and monsters were everywhere. On the throne of the demon god palace, Zhan Huang gazed down at the demon beasts below and solemnly declared, "The barbarian tribe of Manzhou has reappeared in the lower realm." He excitedly raised his arm, roaring. As expected, Ye Shangxuan is dead, and the seals he left in the lower realm are fading over time. The barbarian tribe, their blood essence is top tier. Eating one barbarian is worth 10 ordinary beings. And if I can devour 100 of them, transformation will be a piece of cake. Zhan Huang decisively waved his hand, ordering, "My children, charge, flatten Manzhou for me." The beasts below immediately howled in response, their momentum soaring. In the Holy Realm's Green Sea Immortal Palace, Yi Qinghan sat on her throne and murmured to herself, "Manzhou has emerged again." Anxiety was etched onto her face. The lower realm's Manzhou is likely about to face a great disaster. Yi Qinghan looked down at her disciples, her voice clear yet stern. "Go to the lower realm, to Manzhou. Anyone who slaughters the innocent, execute them without mercy." All the female disciples bowed in unison, shouting, "Understood." She gripped her chair, stood up, and strode forward. Her figure moved with lightning speed, her declaration echoing through the entire palace. "With me here, I will not let your lower realm suffer any more danger." On a vast desert, a magic circle suddenly tore through space. From the fissure, a surge of brutal energy poured out, followed by a pair of feet stepping through. Le Shueming looked around, shocked. "This is Manzhou? I never expected such a barren, desolate place to still exist in the lower realm." He licked his lips, a sinister smile forming. "But that's even better. In a backwater place like this, who would care if a few people died?" Immediately, Le Shueming transformed into a streak of red light, shooting toward the nearest city. Soon after, from the spatial tier, a giant demon beast's head poked out, followed by hordes of monsters descending from the sky. On the other side, Ye Shangxuan was standing in the crowd when he suddenly sensed something. He looked up into the distance, whispering, "Looks like some old acquaintances are coming to visit." Ye Shangxuan closed his eyes slightly, a mysterious smile blooming on his lips. "The upper realm. Huh? I wonder what interesting changes have happened in my absence." Tang Yu saw him lost in thought and called out suspiciously, "Husband?" She rubbed her cheek against his face, acting spoiled. Husband, I want to arm wrestle. I want to play games. He scratched his head helplessly, deciding to indulge her. All right, if you want to play, go ahead. Ye Shangxuan raised his hand toward the shouting crowd and asked loudly, Any other tough guys want to come up and try their luck? From the crowd, a young man with moss-green hair roared, Let me! He raised his fist, his bulging muscles popping with powerful cracks. Just then, Man Dao arrived, carrying a massive mace on his shoulder, striding into the village. The whole village began to whisper and gossip. No way, an outsider? Man Dao took a step and roared, You dare to sneak into my tribe? He raised his massive foot high into the sky and stomped it down. The ground shook violently, and the gathered crowd panicked, scrambling to grab their belongings and run. The scene was chaotic, with food and drink scattered everywhere. Ye Shangxuan was startled and blurted out, Huh? Tang Yu was equally dazed. Is this a man-made earthquake? He looked at the fleeing crowd and turned to smile at her. Looks like your arm wrestling plans just got cancelled. Tang, you raised her tiny fist and grinned. It's fine. At least there's a fun big guy here to join the party. After that, Man Dao raised his mace high again and used all his strength to slam it into the ground. An earth-shattering explosion rang out. Ye Shangxuan's group looked over in shock. Dust billowed everywhere, and the villagers were terrified, desperately searching for an escape route. Ye Shangxuan took just a single step forward. He gently raised his hand, and an invisible barrier instantly formed, surrounding and protecting the entire group. Man Dao stood outside, glaring into the village. He roared, You outsider, get out here now. The villagers were terrified, kneeling down on both sides of the trench he had just created. They shouted in unison, The Great King has returned! The Great King has returned! Tanmuya hugged her zither and asked about the outsider. Are you looking for us? Let me go deal with him. Ye Shangxuan immediately raised his hand to stop her. No need. He turned back and explained, Your strength is still too green. This great king must be one of the mighty warriors of the Man dynasty, right? Ye Shangxuan said, carrying Tang Yu on his back. He lunged forward, shouting, The ordinary people of the Man continent are already surprising enough. I wonder what kind of bigger surprise a mighty warrior like you can bring me. At that same moment, a pack of demonic beasts arrived at the scene. They chattered loudly, full of greed. I can feel it. The essence and blood here are so concentrated. As long as we devour the three prey here, I'm sure I'll break through to become a demonic king. They circled overhead, their eyes hungrily staring down. Suddenly, an arrow, carrying glowing spiritual power, shot up from below. The arrow tore through the wind and pierced through a group of demonic beasts, causing them to let out heart-wrenching screams of pain. Immediately after, the whole pack was horrified as they witnessed thousands upon thousands of other spiritual arrows flying toward them. The sharp arrows easily pierced through the bodies of the demonic monsters. Below, the Man tribesmen, weapons in hand, shouted excitedly, It's a beast tide again! It's been so long since we had a full meal. Kill them all! We can stock up on food for the whole year. The surviving demonic beasts stared in terror as they saw their kin being skewered. They panicked and screamed, This is too terrifying! What kind of humans are these? We are half-step demonic kings with strength equal to the Saint Realm. Why is it that in this great continent, the weapons of these ordinary humans can cause us such heavy injuries? The Man tribesmen excitedly ran over, hugging the carcasses of the demonic beasts and laughing. Look at all this meat. We finally get to eat our fill today. Le Shueming stood high above, watching the scene of the Man continent people using pure strength to throw their weapons, and couldn't help but click his tongue. He crossed his arms over his chest and marveled. This blood energy strength, can a mere mortal easily slaughter a Saint Realm expert so quickly? No wonder that damn lake showed that the residents here have such high devouring value. Below, the crowd still didn't stop throwing their deadly spears forward. Le Shueming scratched his head. I should probably go investigate the situation a bit more. He transformed into a stream of light and flew off, muttering, If even the commoners have this much power, it's hard to say whether even more formidable characters might appear. If I accidentally kick a steel plate, it won't be fun. On the other side, Ye Shangxuan stood still, facing Man Dao. Shi'er looked up at the giant, and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, You're so tall! Tanmuya, hugging her zither, said in a worried tone, This oppressive feeling is too strong. The Man continent truly lives up to its reputation. Even though it's in the lower realm, the strength of the people here is not necessarily inferior to those in the upper realm. Tang, you pointed at Man Dao and analyzed. It seems that after 2,000 years of being sealed, the Man continent hasn't weakened at all. On the contrary, they've found a method to temper their physical bodies that's even better than before. She quickly jumped off his shoulders and grinned. "Husband, I'll leave this stage to you," Ye Shangxuan replied calmly. Rest assured. He leisurely took steps toward his opponent. Man Dao gripped his hammer and asked suspiciously, "Are you someone from the outside?" Yi Shangxuan scratched his head, looked up at the giant, and answered, "Someone from the outside? I guess you could say that." Before he could even finish his sentence, Man Dao let out a roar and swung his giant hammer down directly. Ye Lingyan screamed in alarm. "Ye Shangxuan!" The giant frantically bellowed. "Die!" A powerful blue light erupted from the hammer. However, Ye Shangxuan only raised 2 fingers and gently blocked the earth-shaking attack, while still finding time to scold. "Why are you in such a hurry?" He stood his ground and said nonchalantly, Hey, don't you know the rules of the underworld? You didn't even bother to talk trash before jumping in to ambush me. You didn't even give me time to warm up." The 4 girls standing behind them couldn't help but burst into laughter when they saw that. Man Dao gripped his hammer tightly and couldn't help but offer praise. "You're worthy of being someone from the outside." Right after that, he raised his other fist and roared again. He used all his might to punch the handle of the hammer. Terrifying waves of power radiated from it. The punch of his caused the ground beneath the hammer to shatter into pieces. Spiritual power surged high up. Ye Shangxuan below still only raised one hand to block. A layer of golden energy enveloped his hand. He closed his eyes and nonchalantly commented, "This strike, the power isn't bad." Man Dao heard this and cried out in terror, "You're not dead?" He immediately used all his remaining strength to try and lift the hammer, but it wouldn't budge at all. He stammered, "No, it won't lift. How is that possible?" Ye Shangxuan, his entire body enveloped in golden spiritual power, spoke up. He calmly recounted, "You've already attacked twice." Ye Shangxuan frowned and asked, "So, it's my turn to attack now, right?" After saying that, he let go and retreated backward, dodging so the hammer would smash into the ground due to its own momentum. Man Dao was dragged along by his own force and fell flat on his face. Immediately, he grabbed the hammer, dragging the Man Dao, who was clinging tightly to it, and flew into the air. Then, Ye Shangxuan began a performance of giant fly swatting. He held the weapon, dragging Man Dao along and smashing him back and forth against the ground. Suddenly snap, the giant hammer shattered into pieces before his surprised eyes. Ye Shangxuan threw the remaining part aside, criticizing, "Cheap junk." He looked at the weapon, which now had a huge hole in it, and complained, "I barely used any strength, and it already broke." From within the rubble, Man Dao reached out an arm and coughed. Then, he braced himself, destroyed the pile of debris, and lunged out. He gritted his teeth and roared again. Ye Shangxuan waved his hand and shook his head in refusal. "No need. Your physical body is quite good, but it's not the type I'm looking for." After saying that, he used his strength to leap high into the air, placed his hand on Man Dao's forehead, and shouted. Then, he used force to press his head firmly into the ground, declaring, "Let's end this." Man Dao was exhausted, his face pressed against the ground. Hearing the mocking voice ringing in his ears, he angrily looked up, but his entire body no longer had any strength left. Yi Shangxuan said with a sarcastic tone, "This body is decent. Even after being beaten to a pulp, you're still without a single scratch. Your defense is already on par with the Saint Realm." His attitude was full of arrogance. "Too bad. All brawn and no brains. You've got a hard shell, but not a shred of real power." Man Dao, full of resentment, replied, "You've won. If you want to kill me, just do it." But Ye Shangxuan's answer was completely unexpected. "It hasn't come to that yet." He clearly stated his position. "I'm not a bloodthirsty maniac who kills everyone I see. Just answer me one question, and that will be all." Ye Shangxuan then began to inquire, "Where is the palace of the Man-King dynasty?" Just then, Le Shuem, who had been sneaking up behind to observe, couldn't help but be shocked. Just a cultivator from a small tribe, and he's already this formidable? Le Shueming frowned and muttered to himself. In the upper realm, someone like this would be enough to rule a region. Yet, there is someone who could so easily defeat a hegemon-level existence. He secretly concluded that this man-continent was truly extraordinary. Le Shueming began to channel his energy, using his hands to divine the future. The result left him stunned. This person's background, I can't even see it? How is that possible? He immediately conjured a ghostly vortex to verify with his treasure, the Mirror of Reincarnation. An existence at this level I refuse to believe you just appeared out of thin air. Ye Shangxuan's back appeared clearly in the swirling mirror. Even though the Mirror of Reincarnation can't calculate your past life, seeing your current one shouldn't be hard. He immediately lamented, "It just started, and it's already drained 13% of my spiritual energy." Inside the eerie mirror, the divination technique suddenly backfired toward Le Shueming. His expression changed. What? The backlash rushed toward him. It cracked the illusionary mirror, but when the vortex was destroyed, it created a counterattack that caught Le Shuiming completely off guard. Very quickly, he was sent reeling, coughing up blood. Le Shuiming wiped the blood from his mouth, unable to believe his eyes. He is Ye Shangxuan. Ye Shangxuan isn't dead? Seeing Ye Shangxuan and his group preparing to leave, Le Shuiming became panicked. No, I can't stay here anymore. I must report this to the others immediately. Ye Shangxuan, the man who suppressed the heavens for thousands of years, is still alive. He must never be allowed to return to the upper realm and continue his rule. Seeing his own technique backfire, he retreated in fear. A crazy thought emerged. While his strength hasn't fully recovered, I must crush him in the cradle. He gritted his teeth in resentment. Otherwise, my chance to rise will be gone forever. Le Shuiming's eyes burned with determination. I must kill him. I absolutely must kill him. A strange sound echoed, catching Ye Shangxuan's attention. He saw a red streak flash and vanish into the sky. He calmly said, "Still got exposed." He wasn't afraid at all, but it didn't really matter. A mischievous smile appeared on Ye Shangxuan's lips. I just wonder if those old acquaintances of mine really want to come visit me in person? He turned around and signaled for the group to follow. They happily followed behind him. Ye Shangxuan excitedly told them, "The Man-King dynasty is still far away. Beyond that barren mountain range right before us is what they call the Man-King dynasty." Inside the palace, Man Li hurriedly entered to report, "Man Emperor, Man Dao has lost." The Man Emperor was skeptical. Lost? He became agitated. "My 8 great warriors, I don't need a loser." Man Li immediately bowed his head. Man Li understands. Then he quickly said, "Man Li requests to withdraw." The Man Emperor calmly watched him leave. He rested his chin on his hand, looking at Man Li's back as a mysterious smile appeared. Now that's interesting. After all, he is an existence who ruled the Man continent in the previous term. If he can't even break Man Dao's physical body, then where's the fun in that? He muttered, "Your body is muscular, but while your strength has hit the standard, how can the other aspects not meet the mark?" The Man Emperor placed his full trust in him. "Don't let me down." Suddenly, he burst into laughter. "The way to break my limits is only one step away. I hope this verbal sparring with you will help me cross that threshold." Inside a fiery red vortex, countless skulls floated, and red lightning tore through the gloomy sky. Something was paving a path from another dimension. Le Shuiming dragged his tired legs. Pain racked his body from his injuries as he collapsed. He resisted weakly. "Thank goodness I survived and made it back." He was furious, remembering, "My mirror of reincarnation was smashed after just one probe. Power like this, it's definitely Ye Shangxuan." His rage grew, but he didn't stop himself from returning to the upper realm. Could it be that his strength has truly become invincible under the heavens? Le Shuiming was so angry he held his face, his whole body trembling. He looked up with eyes full of hatred. This is a good thing. The top spot on the heavenly ranking is finally open. He took out a jade pendant from his clothes. Le Shuiming was determined. If you've died once, then just stay dead. The throne of the upper realm is also about to change hands. He excitedly raised the jade pendant. Light erupted from it, as ancient characters followed the stream of light, spreading everywhere. This source of light had stirred other places. At this moment, the Zhan Emperor, who was meditating, suddenly sensed a strange energy. Upon receiving the news from Le Shuiming, he cracked a smug smile. The lower half of the Zhan Emperor was a giant snake. He used his sharp fingernails to scratch his head, then tilted it, and laughed in a bizarre way. The Zhan Emperor excitedly exclaimed, "You are still alive?" He wore a sinister smile. "But it seems your strength isn't that high right now, after all. In that case, let me personally see you off." With that, the Zhan Emperor immediately rushed out of his cave. On this side, the upper realm sacred domain. A streak of light flowed out from his hand. Yi Qinghan subconsciously manifested a beam of light, pointing it straight into the distance. She stares blankly at her own hands, then follows the trail of light leading outward, her face etched with confusion as the image of Le Shuiming flashes in her mind. Notice, Ye Shangxuan is still alive and currently in Manzhou, but his strength is no longer what it once was. Tears suddenly well up and roll down Yi Qinghan's beautiful face. She smiles, overwhelmed with joy. "I knew it. I knew you were still alive." Yi Qinghan suddenly realizes, wait, Ye Shangxuan's strength isn't what it used to be? She clenches her fist. Oh no. Her eyes darken with worry. I'm afraid others have already caught wind of this news. They certainly won't let this golden opportunity slip by to eliminate Ye Shangxuan while he's vulnerable. I have to go help him. Her feet remained rooted to the spot as Yi Qinghan gritted her teeth. She bowed her head, her heart torn apart. I can't. The holy sanctum must be guarded by me. If I leave, what if something happens to the portal outside the demonic realm? Her mood spiraled downward. He was undergoing his tribulation, and I couldn't reach him. So am I just supposed to stand by and watch everything unfold this time too? Yi Qinghan silently told herself that she couldn't worry about so much anymore. She looked up with a determined gaze. No one can stop me from seeing Shangxuan. Yi Qinghan immediately dashed out of the holy sanctum. Ye Shangxuan, wait for me. At the location of the Blood Evil Alliance, incantations were still spreading across the space. The sigil vortex grew increasingly powerful. The skulls became vivid, their eyes glowing red, while lightning bolts enveloped the area. The robes he wore had transformed into a suit of majestic armor. The leader of the Blood Evil Alliance grew immensely arrogant. Yi Shangxuan, I knew you weren't dead, he shouted with fury. The only one who can kill you is me. The sky was clear, and ahead lay a desolate desert. They were still on their way to the next location when, suddenly, Ye Shangxuan's footsteps came to a halt. Before them, a terrifying sandstorm was erupting. The sand vortex grew larger, causing Xier to cling tightly to his arm in fear. Ye Shangxuan showed no signs of caution. He raised his voice, Show yourself. Why hide like a rat? A tornado swirled closer and closer. Ye Shangxuan flicked his hand, and a wave of power radiated outward. You think you can beat me with these cheap tricks? He instantly struck a palm blast directly at the tornado. Boom! The cyclone was shattered by his single move. Yi Shangxuan was slightly surprised by the opponent who had just appeared, a massive man, with eyes emitting a crimson glow. In his hands were two sharp, clawed weapons. He didn't feel a hint of fear. Another one of the 8 great warriors, huh? The man's face revealed, his terrifying fangs, his hands gripping his weapons tightly. The opponent standing before him was none other than Man Kuang, one of the 8 great warriors. He growled, Cheap tricks? No wonder you managed to defeat Man Dao. His face grew arrogant as he looked at Ye Shangxuan's smaller frame. But Man Dao was just one of the weakest among the 8 great warriors. Don't think that just because you beat him, you can claim supremacy in this man continent. Yi Shangxuan could only sigh helplessly at the guy's self-indulgent performance. Yi Shangxuan crossed his arms, head tilted slightly. Oh, so that guy was Man Dao, just a bottom-tier scout among the famous 8 great warriors? That thought sparked a strange curiosity in him. It was almost itch-inducing. Does the final boss of this group have a body made of titanium alloy or something? His eyes sharpened. Anything else? Yi Shangxuan secretly used his ocular technique to scan Man Kuang, trying to see what level this guy, who was standing there so arrogantly, had upgraded his body to. Man Kuang puffed out his chest and let out an excited roar. Hey, you outsider! He flashed a smile that he clearly thought was magnetic. Looking at Ye Shangxuan, I can tell it wasn't easy for you to cultivate this level of strength. He kept a calm expression watching Man Kuang put on his show. But I can grant you a way to live. The man solemnly declared, If you don't want to die young, then obediently become my subordinate. You defeating Man Dao counts as having some qualification. When the time comes, I'll put in a good word for you with the Man Emperor. Who knows, maybe you'll even get to fill Man Dao's spot among the 8 great warriors. Do you? Upon hearing this monologue, couldn't help but twitch his lips in sarcasm. Standing beside him, Xier's jaw dropped in disbelief. As for Ye Shangxuan, he looked stunned. He scratched his head and whispered to Du Yu, It seems this comrade's brain has some connection issues. The little girl clapped in approval. This guy really is the king of narcissism. Just give him a good beating, and he'll wake up instantly. The other 3 nodded in unison. Spot on. Man Kuang, seeing himself treated like a joke, trembled with rage. He began brandishing his weapons, growling threateningly. You bastards dare to mock me? Then, suddenly, with a whoosh, he vanished without a trace, leaving everyone stunned. Suddenly, a whistling sound shrieked from behind. Man Kuang was diving from above toward his position. But with that turtle-like speed, the group easily sidestepped. He hit the ground, his sharp eyes not yet locked onto his target when, thwack, a thunderous punch landed square in his face. The immense force sent him flying 10 meters away. A ground-shaking explosion echoed out. Yi Shangxuan's expression dimmed slightly. Amidst the dust, Man Kuang leaped up with skyrocketing momentum. Ye Shangxuan smirked, his voice laced with mockery. Whoa, why the urge to plaster yourself to the wall like that? You can't even block one of my punches? He intentionally twisted the knife in his wound. This weak, pathetic strength of yours is probably even worse than Man Dao's, yet you want me to be your underling? Naturally, his pride had been pierced with a giant hole. You want to die! His face turned beet red, and with that, the battle officially began. Suddenly, Man Kuang's entire body started emitting thick smoke. From his bulging biceps, sharp spikes sprouted outward, looking hideous, just like an escaped porcupine. A wild energy erupted, and ghastly green. Flames licked across his body, casting a sickly light. The glow grew stronger, and the gale began to howl around him. He bared his razor-sharp teeth, his voice filled with excitement. Unexpected, I nearly capsized in a gutter. I clearly underestimated you. He roared. Go ahead and regret it. Ye Shangxuan maintained a nonchalant expression. Regret what? That I didn't send you to the afterlife while you were still weak? Is that it? What comes next will be your end, he scoffed. Really? Yi Shangxuan began rotating his wrists, his face showing a strange sense of anticipation. Then, let me broaden my horizons and see what you've got. He lowered his center of gravity and lunged at him with the speed of a bullet. Man Kuang launched himself into the air. The move he used next actually surprised Ye Shangxuan a little. He summoned countless clones that rushed in from all directions, while these illusions tried to cause interference. His main body immediately closed in, slashing a sword strike straight at him. Man Kuang recited the phantom incantation, smugly waiting to see his opponent get torn to shreds. Suddenly, he roars in fury. How is this possible? A hand gently rests on his shoulder. Cold sweat breaks out. Man Kuang, stubborn as ever, slowly turns around. It is Ye Shangxuan. He looks at him with an indifferent gaze. Are you just swinging at thin air? Seeing him, Man Kuang grinds his teeth in rage. In an instant, Ye Shangxuan flashes back to his original position, facing him. Man Kuang still cannot believe what just happened. How? How could his speed be faster than mine? Man Kuang's voice trembles with anger. You! Ye Shangxuan calmly counters. What about me? Before he finishes, he vanishes right before Man Kuang's eyes. A split second later, he is teleported directly in front of Man Kuang. One finger pointed straight at the center of his forehead. Man Kuang freezes in shock. Finding this hard to believe, aren't you? Yi Shangxuan smiles. You think your speed is so far beyond mine? He closes his eyes and shakes his head in disappointment. The finger pointing at Man Kuang's forehead is still emitting a faint glow. Suddenly, a terrifying burst of energy erupts, easily knocking Man Kuang down. Ye Shangxuan quietly looks at his finger, still smoldering from the impact, then looks at the scene before him. A deep, long trench carved into the ground. Comparing speed with me? What a joke. Looking from above, one can see where Man Kuang has collapsed. Ye Shangxuan walks over, hands behind his back, leisurely strolling toward him. To be honest, you're as slow as a snail. Man Kuang, his body nearly exhausted, lies motionless. Suddenly, his hand twitches. His blood-red eyes slowly open. He tiredly drags himself up, growling incessantly when he notices Ye Shangxuan's feet, right in front of him. He looks up. It's not over yet, Ye Shangxuan says, looking down with a mocking tone. And you wanted me to be your underling? Ye Shangxuan's voice is filled with disdain. In my eyes, you don't even compare to Man Dao. Hearing himself compared to Man Dao, his rage boils over. You! Ye Shangxuan raises two fingers, and a beam of light strikes down from the sky, leaving Man Kuang covered in wounds. Ye Shangxuan turns his back and walks away, his arrogant voice echoing back. Daring to disrespect me, daring to threaten me, this is just a small punishment. I hope you know your place from now on. Man Kuang, having suffered all this humiliation, screams in resentment. Just you wait. He only slightly turns his head, responding indifferently. I'll be waiting. Ye Shangxuan leaves, tossing out one final remark. You'd better call the rest of your 8 great warriors here, so I don't have to waste time dealing with you one by one. In the clear blue sky, clouds drift lazily. Du asks, a bit puzzled. You didn't kill him? Ye Shangxuan replies with a haughty air. He prides himself on having peerless speed. Crippling his legs is far more painful for him than death. The young girl sitting on his shoulder gazes at the scenery while listening to him continue. Besides, Manzhou is about to face a great upheaval. It's good to let them keep a bit of strength to protect themselves. Afterward, Ye Shangxuan and Du simultaneously look toward a distant spot in the sky. At first glance, it looks empty, but a moment later, at the exact position they were watching, an invisible barrier ripples. Inside, a 2-horned, green-skinned demon beast with sharp claws is trembling like a leaf. It thinks in a panic, damn it, why did he suddenly look this way? The beast breaks into a cold sweat, eyes unable to leave Ye Shangxuan's back. Could he have discovered me? Seeing his group continue walking, it breathes a sigh of relief, pressing its face against the barrier to reassure itself. It must have been an illusion. He didn't find me. The beast watches them with a side eye, secretly rejoicing. He really didn't find me. Is this guy's strength really that bad? A golden talisman appears in its hand. The demon beast stares at the talisman, muttering, "Domain. Lord, Ye Shangxuan is currently in northern Manzhou, heading toward the center. His strength seems to be no longer what it was." The talisman transforms into a beam of golden light, shooting straight into the high sky. Elsewhere, Zhan Huang stands upon a nest of horned, red-eyed cobras. His eyes light up as he sees a ray of light rushing toward him. He reaches out and gently catches the talisman. Zhan Huang grips the talisman, a sinister smile spreading across his lips. "Found you again, have I?" The old man receives the news and immediately laughs, shaking with excitement. "Ye Shangxuan, this time you won't escape my grasp." With a light squeeze, the transmission talisman turns to golden ash, scattering at his feet. Suddenly, a towering shadow appears behind Zhan Huang. The old man glances back and smirks. "So, you've come in person?" The sky suddenly rips open, creating blood-red cracks. The snakes at his feet quickly slither away, making room for the newcomer. A hand with sharp claws reaches out, tearing through the dimensional rift. A demon steps out, his body nothing but white bone, holding a staff adorned with skulls. Purple lightning crackles around him. It is none other than the lord of the immortal demon realm, the Huanggu Immortal Venerable. He speaks with arrogance. "The mere name of Ye Shangxuan is worthy of me acting in person?" Domain Lord Zhan Huang crosses his arms and nods. "That is true. But if he doesn't die, how can we rest easy?" The two old men grit their teeth, exerting their power to tear the space open to reach Manzhou, but they are blocked by an invisible force. Zhan Huang sighs. "How troublesome. The space of the lower realm is too fragile, and the world's suppression is too strong. I fear that once we use power exceeding level 110, the lightning tribulation will strike our heads." Huanggu speaks up. "Then we must act fast. A few dozen breaths is enough to get the job done." The domain lord turns to look, but before he can even understand, Huanggu has already spoken. Instantly, the two transform into beams of light and blast away. But behind them, a light sphere, with pale blue electricity flickering around it, suddenly appears. It is the Saint Realm Mistress, Yi Qinghan. She anxiously places her hand over her heart. Even they have come in person. Yi Qinghan's gaze becomes determined. "I will protect him, no matter what." With that, she also transforms into a beam of light and flies away. At Manzhou, amidst countless bizarrely shaped rock formations, Diep Thuong Huyen's group had traveled a considerable distance. Suddenly, he raised his hand to signal everyone to stop. Diep Thuong Huyen smiled. "Finally decided to show your face, huh?" Ye Lingyan, standing behind him, thought to herself, "Someone's coming?" Tan Muya also whispered to herself, "I couldn't sense anything at all." Unlike the two's contemplative expressions, Diep Xier looked around and innocently asked, "Where?" Thuong Huyen's gaze was fixed straight ahead. With such an arrogant tone, "Is that not you?" Standing across from them were 5 mysterious figures. Thuong Huyen asked, "Do the 5 of you want to come at me all at once, or one by one?" The purple-haired guy with a massive scar running across his face crossed his arms and sneered, "You think you can take on all of us by yourself?" Behind him stood several others who looked just as grotesque. He curled his lip, looking arrogant. "I'm afraid you aren't even worthy enough for us to join in." These were the remaining members of the 8 great warriors. The purple-haired one was Manhwa. Behind him, the red-haired guy with horned mask was Man Muck. The one with a nose ring and bleach-blonde hair constantly clutching a wine jug was Man Honorable. The mysterious figure wrapped in a purple scarf was Man An, and the lazy-looking guy sprawled out on a rock was Man Thuong. Suddenly, an abnormally large leg with sharp claws and jagged horns appeared before Ye Shangxuan and Tang Yuyu. Manhwa started cracking his knuckles, getting into a stance. Fierce sparks of electricity crackled around him as he stared at the two. "I alone am enough. Taking on 3 guys is enough to meet my quota. You outsider, how dare you barge into Manchao on your own?" Tang Yuyu, eager for a fight, leaped down, but Ye Shangxuan grabbed him by the shoulder. "Barge in, you say?" Ye Shangxuan smiled brightly. "My apologies, but to be honest, this was my territory to begin with. It's been over 1,000 years. I wonder if you've heard this name before." He casually mentioned a name, Ye Shangxuan. The name made the entire group of Manchao warriors freeze. Manhwa brought a hand up to rub his chin, looking skeptical. "Ye Shangxuan? Sounds familiar." Suddenly, Manhan behind them seemed to recall something horrific. He is the one who unified Manchao 2,000 years ago and then sealed our entire land away." "It's really Ye Shangxuan?" the other 3 shouted in shock. "It's actually him?" Ye Shangxuan proudly acknowledged. "That's right. It is indeed I." He rotated his shoulders, his eyes filled with clear disdain as he looked at them. But Manhwa still hadn't realized the gap in their strength. He stomped his foot down, creating a rumble, and roared in anger, "How dare you seal our manchow for 2,000 years?" With that, he leaped forward, screaming, "Die!" He unleashed a powerful, devastating kick, aiming to knock Ye Shangxuan out. But Ye just stood there calmly. He gently tilted his head to the side and raised his hand to block Manhwa's attack. However, the force of the kick was no joke. A powerful shockwave spread out, causing the ground beneath Ye Shangxuan to sink deep. He looked up at him, nonchalantly commenting, "Just relying on you alone isn't enough to adjust my bones." Then, he flicked his hand, sending Manhwa flying backward. Manhwa gritted his teeth, secretly shocked. His body is so strong, even stronger than Man Dao. That kick nearly broke my bones. Manhwa flipped in the air, then suddenly raised his leg and charged straight at Ye Shangxuan. Ye looked at him, feeling bored. This kick won't even get you 1 point. The guy charged with fierce momentum, but Ye just continued, unimpressed. "It's a pity. It seems like you can't even control your speed." Manhwa laughed loudly. "Who says?" Then he twisted his body, sweeping his leg to take Shangxuan down. Unfortunately, Ye had already lowered his stance to dodge. Manhwa scoffed, provoking him. "Can you only dodge?" Suddenly, he kicked his leg straight into the sky and stomped down hard on the spot where Ye Shangxuan had just been standing, screaming, "Heaven-shredding blade!" But Ye had quietly moved to the side a while ago. Instantly, a massive blade of energy slashed into the ground, heading straight for where Ye Shangxuan had been. Ye frowned and let out a sigh. "I just feel like if this kind of attack could even hit me, it would be a bit embarrassing." Ye Shangxuan looked up at him and smiled, answering Manhwa's wish. "But since you said so, I'll play with you a little." He turned serious and raised his hand. A wave of invisible power shot out, shattering Manhwa's energy blade, leaving him utterly shocked. From Shangxuan's hand, shards of blue light began to gather. His eyes turned sharp. "Watch closely. This is what you call an attack." But this move made cold sweat pour down Manhwa's face. His eyes widened in terror. Suddenly, Shangxuan lunged forward. An afterimage appeared right before Manhwa's eyes, leaving him bewildered. He judged, "You don't even know your opponent's strength, yet you attack so recklessly. Utterly stupid." A palm strike from Shangxuan swept past, and while Manhwa was still dazed, Shangxuan slapped him hard across the face, deforming his features. The strike sent Manhwa flying high into the sky. Shangxuan didn't give him time to recover. He leaped to chase him. While he was still terrified from being sent flying, Shangxuan was already right above him, raising his leg, his voice calm. "Earlier, I only used 1% of my power. The result is you couldn't even block that. This defense of yours needs a lot of work." He then delivered a fatal blow to Manhwa's chest, making him cough up blood. He kicked him straight down, sending him into a free fall. Manhwa hit the ground hard, shattering the stones around him. Shangxuan landed lightly beside him, and calmly asked, "Can you still get up?" Standing behind and observing, Manmuk witnessed the whole scene. Cold sweat streamed down his face, and he swallowed hard, secretly marveling. He actually managed to score 2 points just like that? He's too strong. Looks like this isn't going to be an easy fight. But while Shangxuan was deep in thought, there was a sudden coughing sound. Manhwa, as it turns out, still had fight left in him. He surged up, sending debris flying everywhere, screaming, "It's not over yet. I'm definitely going to score more points." Manhwa roared his name, Ye Shangxuan. Before he could do anything, Shangxuan delivered another kick, sending him flying away. Manhwa spun in the air several times before slamming hard into the boulder behind Manmuk, making him gasp in shock. Yi Shangxuan casually brushed off his hand and yelled in an annoyed voice, "What are you doing? You already hit your quota. Just quit. Do you think you can increase your combat power just by screaming?" Manhwa clutched his shoulder in pain, whimpering, but still tried to order Manmuk. "Why aren't you attacking?" Manmuk replied, "Truth is, I'm not confident. I don't really want to attack. But, Manmuk still raised his hand, using his demonic power to shatter a nearby boulder. "But after all, it's the orders of the Emperor. I can't disobey." The broken stone fragments were controlled by him, hovering in the air, and then began to move. Gathering near Manmuk, he waved his hand and shouted, "Go!" Following the direction of his hand, hundreds of sharp stone fragments flew toward Ye Shangxuan. Ye looked up and muttered to himself, Without relying on spiritual power, you can still perform a move like this?" But the stones were flying faster than bullets. Ye quickly created circular energy orbits to block them. The stones collided with the shield, creating ear-piercing metallic clanging sounds. However, he had already managed to create energy orbits to block them. The stones collided with the protective barrier, producing harsh, clashing sounds. Standing inside, Diep Thuong Huyen just laughed. Interesting. Very interesting. Using Nu Luke to control your own power to command objects to attack. Huh, he continued. On the contrary, it's a bit like the sword control technique, but the stones kept flying in relentlessly. Diep Thuong Huyen immediately lifted his foot and stomped down hard, causing the surrounding earth and rocks to shatter. He looked intrigued, clenched his fists, and used his spiritual power to control them. Let me give it a try. Diep Thuong Huyen pointed forward and commanded sternly, "Go!" With a sudden burst of power, the stones he controlled collided head-on with Man Muk's stones, creating a massive explosion in midair. Man Muk was stunned, sweat pouring down like a stream. What? My ultimate technique? How did this guy learn it? He brought his hand to his chin, looking thoughtful. The power isn't quite right well. After all, it is. You all scattered the power too thin. Thuong Huyen didn't bother looking at his expression and continued. This kind of technique only catches half of the essence. It completely lacks power. Suddenly, the purple-cloaked leader, Man An, appeared from behind with a razor-sharp dagger in hand. Tan Muya, watching from a distance, screamed in terror, "Thuong Huyen!" But before he could react, Man An smirked and stabbed the dagger straight into Diep Thuong Huyen's back. But clink, the blade began to crack, then suddenly shattered into pieces. The shards rebounded toward Man An, leaving him gaping in astonishment. Immediately, Man An scrambled backward to defend himself, sweating profusely, and gasped in horror. How is this possible? This is a sacred weapon bestowed by the Wu Emperor. It's supposed to break through any defensive layer. Tang Yu stood to the side, laughing triumphantly. Even the Chuthian sword couldn't break my husband's defense. Do you really think that cheap weapon of yours could stand a chance? Manan's eyes widened as he saw Diep Thuong Huyen suddenly appear right in front of him. He even complimented, "Your movement technique is top-notch, and your breathing is well concealed, too." He continued, "I didn't even notice your presence or killing intent." Suddenly, Thuong Huyen reached out. Unfortunately, his hand lightly touched Man An's forehead. "Your attack is too weak. You didn't meet the target at all." Having said that, Thuong Huyen flicked his hand, sending Man An flipping backward. He crashed straight into Man Muk, who was standing there, causing him to stare in shock. Then both of them slid across the ground. Thuong Huyen reached up to stroke his chin, beginning to score them. "You guys, one person has fighting technique. I'll give you a 7. You." He looked at the group lying scattered on the ground and continued, "The one who utilized his power, I'll give you an 8. And the last one, I can give a 9. He watched them struggle to stand up. Thuong Huyen calmly assessed, "If the combined ability of the three of you were merged into one, perhaps you'd make me fight seriously." Regrettably, he shook his head in disappointment and delivered the final verdict. "The three of you separated are as weak as snails." Man Vo was furious. "You!" Before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed, clutching his chest. Thuong Huyen smugly reminded him, "If you're severely injured, don't get so worked up. Your wounds will only get worse. Besides, no matter how angry you are, you still can't beat me." Manvo collapsed powerlessly to the ground. Having handled the three of them, Thuong Huyen looked up at the remaining two. "What about you two?" In front of him, Man Thuong stood tall and imposing, and behind him, Man Hun was still leisurely relaxing. Thuong Huyen continued, "Still not going to make a move?" Man Hun laughed heartily. "You guys fight. I'll just stand here to fill the head count. I'm not interested in this brawling stuff. Drinking wine is the best." Suddenly, heavy footsteps approached. Man Thuong stared intently at Thuong Huyen. He opened his mouth to challenge him. "Then let me." Thuong Huyen spoke with contempt. "Humph. Are you confident that you can defeat me?" Man Thuong paused for a moment, then suddenly clenched his fist, let out a roar, and lunged straight at Thuong Huyen. Man Thuong's jaw dropped in shock. His thunderous punch was blocked by Thuong Huyen's hand with total ease. His sharp gaze locked onto Man Thuong. Both simultaneously tensed up. Spiritual power surged. Man Thuong's red light roared, clashing with the brilliant golden light of Diep Thuong Huyen. Two streams of energy collided, sparking and creating blinding shockwaves that left people temporarily blinded. Suddenly, both poured their full strength into pushing against the other. Terrifying rings of spiritual power appeared, colliding and spreading, shaking the entire space around them. After a moment of struggle, a world-shaking explosion erupted, swallowing everything. Witnessing the spectacular scene, Qingye Huyen didn't hold back his praise. "Man Thuong, interesting. Very interesting. Your talent for controlling power isn't half bad. You've got some skills, I'll give you that. The dust from the massive explosion hadn't even settled when two streaks of glowing red light suddenly tore through space, lunging forward. Reacting in a split second, Qingye Huyen raised his hand to block the surprise attack. A significant tremor radiated outward. Immediately after, a stream of clear light retaliated, flying straight toward Manhwa, forcing him to frown and step back. Qingye Huyen, conversely, just wore an excited smile, without another word. Both roared and lunged at each other once more, creating a dramatic dance of death. Far in the distance, the two old men, Tram Hoang and Hu Kiep, had finally landed safely, standing by leisurely to observe and critique. What do you think? If it were you, how would you rate his strength? Hoangkat Tien Ton couldn't help but sigh in admiration, noting that this guy was a level stronger than the God Emperor. He's only one short step away from the semi-emperor realm. The old snake also nodded in agreement, thinking to himself that this kid's strength was truly not to be underestimated. Otherwise, how could a fight against such a formidable opponent have lasted so long? Down below, amidst the fierce battle with Manhwa, Qingye Huyen still cast a glance at the two shadows lurking near the edge of the barrier, his heart filled with pure disdain. I've already stooped so low to put on this act, yet you still don't dare to show your faces? What a bunch of cowards. His hand casually deflected a thunderous strike from Manhwa. Despite his nonchalant appearance, his mind was elsewhere, busy scheming against those two old geezers watching from above. If he didn't take this chance to clear out these two, by the time the whole group arrived, it would be a massive headache. Especially since his own strength hadn't fully recovered yet. Seeing his opponent treat him like thin air, Manhwa was so furious he could see stars. He roared, "Hey, you! We're in a life-or-death battle, and you dare to space out? Are you looking down on me?" He bellowed and vaulted into the air, his fists clenched tight as he lunged toward Qingye Huyen, unleashing a deadly, glowing blue streak. He reached out with a gentle, seemingly casual motion, but his hand locked perfectly onto Manhwa's fist. Even so, the sheer force of the blow sent Qingyexuan sliding backward. He looked down at his scorched hand in shock, muttering, "This punch." Qingyexuan's eyebrows knitted together, clear surprise etched on his face. "Didn't you use your full strength earlier?" Manhwa's eyes were bloodshot, glaring at him ferociously. "You still dare to get distracted?" He let out a crazed roar, "Go to hell," and unleashed a finishing blow aimed straight at Qingyexuan. Caught off guard, he barely managed to lean back. A razor-sharp gust of wind grazed his neck. It almost sent him to his grave. Qingyexuan planted his hand on the ground, lowering his center of gravity. He kept one hand in front for balance before backing away safely. Manhwa's forehead was bulging with veins, gasping for air, unable to believe his eyes. "You managed to dodge that too?" he muttered, taking a step forward. "Looks like I'll have to go all out this round." He clenched both fists tight, straining with all his might. His muscles bulged and rippled. Manhwa gritted his teeth as a shimmering, brilliant green aura enveloped his entire body. "I was saving this technique for Man Li, since I'm aiming to claim the top spot among the 8 great warriors, but it looks like I'll have to test it on you today." Suddenly, a terrifying pressure shockwave erupted, shaking the vast area. Manhwa unleashed all his hidden power. His body swelled several times over, his gaze locked on to Qingyexuan. "Contrary to everyone else's terror," he calmly remarked, "the density of your physical body is truly formidable to be able to condense into this form in the blink of an eye." Qingyexuan leisurely walked closer and continued, "It seems the last exchange was just for you to warm up and let your muscles loosen up, huh?" Manhwa held up his massive fist to inspect it, then glanced sideways at him. "You sure know your stuff, don't you?" Qingyexuan's gaze became thoughtful. "You're testing the 8 great warriors, right?" He rolled his shoulders, warming up comfortably, then asked with a provocative smirk, "Among those 8 great warriors, what rank are you?" At this moment, Man Hun, who had been leisurely standing on the sidelines watching the show, suddenly spoke up loudly. "I'm ranked 3rd, and this brother of mine here is ranked 2nd. Qingyexuan curled his lip, his smile growing even more intrigued. "How interesting. You're only ranked 3rd? Based on your strength? The guys I knocked out earlier probably wouldn't even be your match, would they?" He cast a sidelong glance at the giant opposite him, his curiosity growing. "And there's also Manhwa, the leader of all 8 of you. I'm becoming more and more curious about how strong he is." Without another word, Qingyexuan suddenly vaulted into the air. Manhwa, who had been ready for a long time, stomped hard on the ground and lunged up to meet him. Neither hesitated as they slammed into each other, creating a violent shockwave. The collision triggered an earth-shattering explosion that stirred everything around them. Dust swirled in a thick cloud, leaving only 2 blurred black shadows frantically attacking each other. From the center of the blast, Spiritual energy rings began to ripple, further and further out. Both Man Thuong and Qing Yexuan continuously unleashed ruthless, non-stop techniques. They fought from one hill to the next valley. The old man, Zhan Huang, who had been watching from behind the void gate, finally commented, "This man Zhou is truly unusual. Just by using their physical body to spar, he can actually hold his own against Qing Yexuan. This strength is already on par with the strongest demon emperor under my command." He glanced at the person sitting below him. "Have you ever heard of Manzhou?" Huji replied thoughtfully. "Manzhou is a story from quite a long time ago. It's a savage land where people don't cultivate spiritual energy, but focus solely on refining their physical bodies. When I ascended to the upper realm, this place already existed, but back then, only spiritual cultivators could ascend. Because of that, these savage cultivators were looked down upon by the majority of cultivators." As he spoke, he reminisced about the sight of Manzhou in the past, when in the sky, a giant vortex of death energy appeared. Hu Ji instinctively touched his chin, images flashing in his mind of a black shadow controlling a terrifying blood sphere. "I never expected that the savages from that god-forsaken place could now, based purely on physical strength alone, possess such terrifying power." Finally, he concluded with a worried tone. "If there are enough of this type of physical body, I'm afraid they'd be strong enough to bathe the entire upper realm in blood." Old man Zhan Huang nodded in agreement. "Indeed." Suddenly, remembering something, he added, "But do you remember 2,000 years ago, when Qing Yexuan first set foot in the upper realm? He also relied solely on his physical strength to dominate an entire region." Hu Ji, hearing this, fell silent, merely glancing at old man Zhan Huang before continuing. "It seems the relationship between Qing Yexuan and this man Zhou is not simple at all." Old man Hu Ji chimed in. "Exactly. Let them fight like dogs biting dogs. We'll sit back and reap the rewards." He glanced down at the debris of the battlefield and calmly added, "We might not even need to lift a finger to deal with Qing Yexuan anymore." The dust gradually cleared, revealing someone's feet, but Qing Yexuan appeared extremely satisfied. "It's been a long time since I've had this much fun." He looked at Man Thuong, who was in a sorry state with eyes bulging at him, and added with mock concern, "But it seems you're all out of gas, aren't you?" The other guy glared at him resentfully, Man Thuong's whole body trembling violently. He growled, "All out of gas!" He suddenly roared. "This was just the warm-up." Man Thuong furiously stomped a heavy blow onto the ground, causing an earthquake that spread everywhere. His eyes turned completely white, and he commanded the debris under his feet. "Teach him!" Following the master's command, a massive earth wall slowly rose up. Qing Yexuan just calmly looked up, the corner of his mouth curling into a smirk. "Interesting. How very interesting." Man Thuong aggressively jumped onto the top of the wall and suddenly vaulted hard, dragging a series of giant boulders. Soaring into the air, he gritted his teeth and punched, shattering the large rocks, while his feet didn't stop kicking smaller fragments everywhere. Hundreds of rocks, big and small, flew toward Qing Yexuan, but he just stood there calmly, not moving a muscle. Suddenly, Qing Yexuan smiled confidently, raising one hand to channel spiritual energy, instantly creating a solid barrier to shield himself. Man Thuong used the boulders as a stepping stone. Frenziedly circling behind Qing Ye Huyen, Man Thuong roared, "Die!" and unleashed a devastating punch aimed straight at his back. Qing Ye Huyen frowned in annoyance. At that very moment, he spun around, perfectly intercepting the cunning attack. Man Thuong didn't stop there. He unleashed a flurry of rapid-fire attacks, but Qing Ye Huyen was no slouch, deflecting every single one with lightning speed. The two figures moved so fast that they created hazy afterimages in the air. Man Thuong grew more infuriated by the second, roaring as he saw Qing Ye Huyen only defending and never countering. Qing Ye Huyen just glanced at him with a look of annoyance. Just then, Man Han appeared, still holding a wine jar, and spoke up. "Don't be so impatient. A sneak attack requires proper preparation, after all." After speaking, he tossed the jar aside, his sharp gaze fixed on the two men. He continued, "It has to be perfect before we strike." He raised his hand and manipulated the flow of wine from the jar, which hovered in midair. Man Han wore a sinister smile, lifting two fingers to channel his spiritual power into the stream of wine. He didn't forget to remind him. "Regardless, you've already seen how tough his physical body is. Even your full-powered strike didn't leave a single scratch on him." He pointed straight ahead and gave the order. On Qing Ye Huyen's side, while he was still busy blocking Man Thuong's attacks, he suddenly spotted the water blades from Man Han heading his way. They hissed as they flew right past his face. Qing Ye Huyen quickly leaned back to dodge, but a lock of his hair was still sliced off. He frowned and muttered, "Sharp indeed." Man Thuong suddenly appeared from above and spoke. Still distracted, he lunged down, fists raised high, and roared, "Die." Luckily, Thon Huyen managed to leap to the side just in time. Man Thuong attacked like a storm, but he only dodged without striking back. The two moved so fast, they created shockwaves that billowed outward. Qingye Huyen smirked. "Dangerous, almost got hit there." The man named Man Hon in the distance replied, "So what if you dodged it?" His eyes widened as he laughed out loud. "Who said my goal was to hit you in the first place?" That statement made Qingye Huyen's expression darken. Man Hon stood confidently, looking at him. "In truth, my specialty is coordination. After all, when it comes to pure destructive power, the two bosses above me are far superior." That comment startled Qingye Huyen. He whipped his head around and shouted, "Trouble!" A barrage of water blades flew straight toward him from all directions. He calmly took a deep breath, stomped his foot to gain momentum, and dashed toward a massive stone wall. Then he leaped over to the other side, narrowly avoiding the rain of water blades. Qingye Huyen channeled his spiritual power, causing the massive stone wall to fly up and face the water blades from Manhon head-on. The wind whipped up, tossing his hair. The razor-sharp splashes of water sliced through, shredding Qingye Huyen's clothes. They all targeted the boulder, piercing right through it, and causing an earth-shattering explosion. Down on the ground, Man Thuong laughed triumphantly. "I don't believe you can dodge that." Where Qingye Huyen had just been standing, a large fire erupted, and smoke billowed, obscuring his figure. The two old men high above watched the scene below intently. At this level of attack, even if hit, one would only suffer minor injuries, but the old man Cham Hoang added, "That's if I were in my prime. This attack isn't weak, but the body of a demon king like me isn't made of paper." Beside him, Hu Kiep immediately countered, "But Qingye Huyen is different. His current strength is no longer what it used to be." At this, they gloated and laughed heartily. At the very least, he's been slightly injured. But before Man Thuong's eyes, there was only a column of white smoke rising. Witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but chuckle with excitement. Finally finished him off. Suddenly, Man Thuong shifted his gaze to the side, his face darkening as he looked toward Tang Yuyu and the other three standing there. Man Thuong's expression hardened as he announced, "You three are next." Both sides stared at each other without blinking. Man Thuong smiled mockingly with pure contempt, while the group on this side frowned in deep seriousness. Suddenly, a voice rang out from amidst the smoke. "Are you sure I'm dead?" Man Thuong turned around in shock. From the ruins, a figure slowly stepped out, making him howl. "How is that possible?" Qingye Huyen smiled faintly, rubbing his neck, his sharp eyes fixed on him. "Your little performance was decent enough." He reached up to grab the collar of his shoulder, continuing, "What a waste." He ripped off the tattered, cumbersome part of his robe, revealing his rippling muscles. Facing Man Thuong head-on, his eyes blazed as he glared at them. "You almost broke through my defenses." Both of them, Man Thuong and Man Han, stared wide-eyed in astonishment. How can that be? Seeing Qingye Huyen unscathed, without a single scratch, they screamed in disbelief. How could he not be hurt at all? The old man Hu Keep's face turned livid. The hand holding his staff trembled violently, and in his anger, he crushed the skull atop it. A sinister look crossed his face as he laughed. This body, no wonder he dared to attempt the immortality heavenly tribulation. The old man Cham Hoang beside him was also incredibly excited. His strength might not be enough yet, but when it comes to his physical body, he has likely surpassed that realm. Then they exchanged glances and roared in their minds. "We absolutely cannot let him live." On this side, Tang Yuyu, upon seeing Qingye Huyen tear his clothes and show off his physique, had a nosebleed gushing out. She clutched her face, her eyes sparkling like hearts, her soul drifting to the ninth heaven. "Oh my God, my husband's body. Every single muscle is so toned and firm. I just want to fly over and take a bite." Beside her, Tan Muya was worried. "But I have a feeling that Thuong Huyen has gotten thinner. Surely in the upper realm. He hasn't been doing well at all," Qing Yexuan said, stretching his limbs and speaking with an air of indifference. "I only intended to toy with you a little. After all, I have more important opponents to deal with," he added, gently rotating his shoulders. "But since you've pushed me this far, it would truly be an insult to you if I didn't give you a proper fight." Qing Yexuan's eyes sharpened as he stared them down. "Let's start over, shall we? The warm-up is over." Hearing this, Manshang was terrified and stammered, "Warm-up?" Off to the side, "Tang, you cheered." "Yes. My husband is finally getting serious." In a flash, Qing Yexuan vanished, leaving only a vortex of air where he once stood. Manshang gritted his teeth in frustration until Manhun shouted, Quick, get out of the way. He's right behind you. Before Man Thuong could even react, Qingye Huyen appeared out of thin air, lunging forward with a flaming fist. Startled, he whipped around, eyes bloodshot. The last thing he saw was Qingye Huyen's fist growing larger by the second. Man Thuong took the blow square in the face. Putting every ounce of strength into that strike, Qingye Huyen delivered a devastating hit. Man Thuong was sent flying, smashing into the mountain wall before collapsing. Unconscious, he shook out his wrist and smirked, mocking him. That's how you attack. Your weak little jabs. Can't even scratch me, he continued, while Man Thuong turned his head, forcing a laugh. Let alone those long-range attacks. Your power was cut in half the moment you launched it. Man Han stared at him, eyes glowing red with fury. In the blink of an eye, Qingye Huyen moved at an unimaginable speed. He was already standing behind him, hand on his shoulder before Man Han even noticed. Am I right, Man Han? Startled, Man Han spun around to look at Qingye Huyen. He tried to teleport away before the man even finished his sentence. True power lies in close-quarters combat. That's when it hits its peak. As Man Han lunged forward, Qingye Huyen calmly raised a gourd in his hand and took a long drink. Man Han watched in disbelief. What? He thought, frustrated. His speed is terrifying. I didn't even notice him slip behind me. And he even had time to swipe my wine. Qingye Huyen examined the bottle, unable to stop praising it. I've got to admit, this stuff is top-notch. What's the secret recipe? Man Han, furious, lunged forward and shouted, Give that back! As he spoke, Man Han threw a punch, crackling with lightning, aimed straight at Qingye Huyen. He just kept drinking, calmly jumping aside to dodge. Suddenly, Man Han spoke up, Kill me or cut me down, whatever. He glared at him, angry, and added, Do you have to act all high and mighty and humiliate people? Hearing this, Qingye Huyen quickly explained, I'm not trying to humiliate you. I honestly think this wine is delicious. It's been years since I found something that suits my taste this well. He paused, then made an offer. Why don't you, Qingye Huyen said as he tossed the gourd back to Man Han, come with me. But he didn't even reach for the bottle, letting it hit the ground. Man Han gritted his teeth, glaring at him after that offer. Come with you? Suddenly, another figure appeared behind them. Man Luke spoke up, full of provocation. Hey, outsider, isn't that going a bit too far? Qingye Huyen looked at him with excitement. Man Luke was also pumped, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Daring to poach people from the Man Emperor? Qingye Huyen quickly clarified. Don't make it sound so ugly. He calmly stated his intentions. How can you call it poaching? It's more like a wise bird choosing the right branch to perch on. Man Luke replied, They don't call you Qingye Huyen for nothing, the man who united the Man continent 2,000 years ago, right? He continued. You're not just arrogant and overbearing. Your true strength is nothing to scoff at either. You beat all 8 of the great warriors except for me. No wonder the Man Emperor values you so much. Hearing this, Qingye Huyen realized, So, you're the leader of the 8 great warriors? Man Luke held his head high. Indeed. I am Man Luke. Qingye Huyen excitedly pointed right at him. Does that mean once I beat you, your master, the Man Emperor will show himself, right? Without a hint of fear, he replied calmly, You could put it that way. But then, Man Luke looked at the sky and added, But first, we have to deal with these buzzing flies. He raised his hand, channeling energy to lift a massive boulder. Since you're one of the Man clan, any business between us, even with the Man Emperor involved, is considered an internal dispute of the Man continent. Then, he hurled the stone into the sky. It's definitely not the turn of these greedy, spineless opportunists to interfere. The rock shot upward with terrifying force, tearing through the clouds, and suddenly plummeted straight toward Hu Kiep and Tram Hoang. Done hiding? Man Luke looked up, his voice mocking. I don't know what you two want by coming to my Man continent. He looked annoyed, not backing down an inch, threatening them directly. But for scoundrels like you who hide in the shadows, I'm going to wipe you out for good. Tram Hoang replied in surprise. You spotted us? But Hu Kiep was absolutely livid. Even if we're in the lower realm, our power is suppressed by heaven's will, and our breathing is unsteady. It's not up to a man cultivator like you to sniff us out. Once he finished, the two didn't hesitate, launching their attacks to engage in battle. If we've been found, then let's just strike. You're just a bunch of ants. Even if you have superior talent, you think you can take us on? Hu Kiep and Tram Hoang landed, facing the 3 of them with contemptuous smiles. Qingye Huyen frowned, annoyed. I was actually planning to play weak to lure you 2 big fish out. He then turned to glance at Man Luke and muttered, I didn't expect that one sentence from this kid would force these 2 old ghosts to show themselves. Nice work, old man. Tram Hoang crossed his arms, looking smug, mocking him. Surprised? Qing Ye Huyen? You, the legendary master of the heavenly rankings, who suppressed the upper realm for 100 years, no one could stand against you. Yet now, you've fallen to this? Old man Tram Hoang stroked his beard and sneered. How much of your strength is left now? 10%? 1%? Hu Kiep spoke up, annoyed. Why are you talking so much? With that, he raised his skull-headed staff. A sharp scythe blade shot out from its mouth. Hu Kiep swung the scythe back to build momentum and shouted, Qing Ye Huyen, today is the day you die. Hearing that, he just stood there coldly. The day I die, huh? Qing Ye Huyen replied casually. Even though my strength hasn't fully recovered, I still have plenty of power to take you on. I was actually the one provoking you. But what about you? Suppressed by the laws of the heavens. Can you even use 10% of your strength? Manluk watched the show, chiming in. So, you guys are enemies after all. Then, he excitedly pointed at himself and said to Qing Ye Huyen, 2-on-1 isn't fair. Add me to the mix. I want to see just how strong someone from the upper realm can really be. I want to test it for myself. On one side stood Manluk and Qing Ye Huyen. On the other, Hu Kiep and Tram Hoang. They stood opposite each other, eyes locked. Tram Hoang raised his hand, claws sharp and gleaming, mocking them. Just some backwater peasants wanting to be our enemies? Then he turned to Hu Kiep to consult. Even though Qing Yexuan's strength hasn't fully recovered, that sharp tongue of his remains. You have the Emperor's weapon, so handle him yourself, he said, nodding in agreement. Fine. And as for that hick who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, Shu Jie continued, I'll leave him to you. Zhan Huang let out a roar that shook the heavens. Two steel fists slammed into each other with a deafening crash, instantly causing bulging muscles to rip the poor shirt right off him. With a tragic cry, the shirt sacrificed itself heroically. Zhan Huang's face lit up with the excitement of a child who had just been given candy. Your Man clan is known for having hide as tough as an ox. But what a coincidence, I belong to the golden-winged Great Peng clan, which prides itself on speed. And bodies tough enough to dominate the upper realm, he finished. In a blur, Zhan Huang turned into a streak of light, circling Man Li at dizzying speeds. Suddenly, he appeared behind Man Li. His razor-sharp hand raised high, aimed straight at his opponent's neck. Not bad speed, don't you think? I hope your turtle shell doesn't disappoint me. Man Li barely had time to glance back, his mind screaming, What the hell is this? His reflexes acted faster than his brain, and he twisted his body just in time to dodge the lethal swipe. Man Li looked up, breaking out in a cold sweat. He muttered to himself, That was close, one more second, and I would have been skewered. Zhan Huang smirked with satisfaction. You dodged it? I suppose you have a bit of skill after all. He walked over calmly, his tone mocking. But you know, I only used 1% of my power on that last one. Will you be this lucky on the next? Hearing this, Man Li couldn't help but gulp, calculating in his head. This is bad. This old man's speed is like lightning. I can't let him touch a single hair before my eyes get used to this blinding pace. Before he could regain his composure, Zhan Huang vanished again. Man Li's eyes widened. How the hell did he get behind me in the blink of an eye? Zhan Huang's voice rang out, slow as a snail. Another claw strike was unleashed. This time, Man Li had no choice but to drop down quickly and use all his might to jump forward. Zhan Huang stood there with a triumphant half-smile. That's it. That's the spirit. It's only fun if you try to run. This time, he didn't attack directly. Instead, he commanded ghastly serpents to emerge from his body and lunge at Man Li. The snakes opened their gaping maws, bearing terrifying fangs. They radiated a chilling, killing intent. But at that moment, in another corner of the battlefield, Shu Jie began his legendary soliloquy. Do you know how long we've been waiting for this day? He hummed. Exactly 500 years. Because of you, my great plan to unify the upper realm has been delayed for 5 centuries. As he spoke, Shu Jie swung the massive scythe in his hand, his voice filled with bitterness. Today, you will pay for that delay. He brought down a cataclysmic slash. The ground split open. Ye Shangxuan just frowned, silently judging. Nice placement for an attack. You'd make a great construction worker. Then he glanced quickly behind him, where his comrades stood, his heart filled with worry. Dodging is as easy as pie for me, but for Tong Yu and the others, this is a crisis. With a split second of hesitation, he clenched his fist, channeled all his inner energy, and threw a counterpunch. The power from Ye Shangxuan's punch exploded, creating a terrifying wave of energy that not only stopped, but tore Shu Jie's attack in two. Ye Shangxuan looked at his scratched palm and silently admitted, Ginger is indeed spicier when it's old. Even though his power is suppressed by the Heavenly Dao, he can still focus all his energy into a perfect point. But unfortunately, this body of mine is the natural nemesis of all such techniques. Yi Shangxuan watched for a moment, then suddenly spoke up. Hey, Xu Jie, how about we move somewhere else to finish this? I don't want to level this place to the ground. Xu Jie laughed dismissively. Your suggestion is meaningless. He pointed a finger directly at Ye Shangxuan's face. Only those of equal standing have the right to make demands of me. You don't have that pass right now. Xu Jie continued his provocation. And don't worry, it will all be over soon. Not just you, but everyone you love will soon join you in the afterlife. Hearing this flurry of insults, Ye Shangxuan just clenched his fist until the veins popped, and said coldly, Your mouth doesn't get to decide my fate. No sooner said than done, he lunged forward like a cyclone. In a split second, his hand was placed firmly on Xu Jie's smug face. What happened next was unbelievable. He effortlessly grabbed the great emperor and soared away. Xu Jie was so panicked, his brain temporarily stopped working. What is this? In his fury, he swung his staff to release a burst of energy to escape, but it was futile. Ye Shangxuan slammed him hard into the ground. It created a deep crater, and the surrounding rocks shattered. Xu Jie scrambled to get up, clutching his throbbing head. This power. He stared at Ye Shangxuan. His eyes were full of shock. How can you possess such insane power? Xu Jie muttered to himself. Just by relying on pure physical strength, you were able to break through my great emperor-level defenses? How? But Ye Shangxuan had already appeared right in front of him. He shrugged. Well then, let's start over from the beginning. Shall we? Let's see if you can actually kill me. Xu Jie forced a stiff smile. Ah, so that's how it is. He pointed at Ye Shangxuan, mocking him. Looking at your strength, it seems the rumors were right. You're not the man you used to be. Xu Qiep, you act like you've got it all figured out. But let's be real, a guy who barely survived his tribulation, left with nothing but an empty shell, is barely worth a real fight against me. That's only in this lower realm, where the Heavenly Dao suppresses everything. Here, I am invincible. Besides, you're only strong enough to handle me alone. Don't even try to lure me away, Xu Qiep declared, raising his scythe high. Because you know perfectly well you don't stand a chance if you have to take on two great emperors at once. Every little performance you've put on so far was just to trick me into letting my guard down, then catching me off balance to turn the tables, right? Yi Shangxuan used just one fist to block Xu Qiep's razor-sharp scythe. He gripped it tight, not letting the blade budge an inch. However, this time, things seemed a bit more complicated than that. Ye Shangxuan frowned, sensing something was wrong. This weapon. As soon as he said that, he quickly leaped back a few steps. Trouble. Seeing this, Xu Qiep laughed out loud. Ye Shangxuan, did you really think I'd come to this lower realm, knowing it would suppress my power, without making any preparations? He confidently held his scythe up. Releasing a terrifying surge of power, he continued. Before descending, I voluntarily compressed half of my spiritual essence and poured it all into this imperial artifact. Now, in terms of sheer destructive force, tearing through space is child's play, let alone for a tattered body like yours that's just been through a tribulation. He took a step forward and delivered a devastating slash, adding a curse. Die and get out of my sight. This strike was truly no joke. Yi Shangxuan could only leap into the air to dodge, but Xu Qiep wasn't about to let him off that easily. He could even tear through space to redirect his attacks. Suddenly, a pitch-black void appeared behind Ye Shangxuan, created by him. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Shangxuan turned and threw a punch straight into the void, blocking Xu Qiep's sneak attack. As the spatial tear slowly closed, he scoffed. Imperial artifacts are strong, but they're still just external objects after all. Saying that, Ye Shangxuan frowned. His eyes locked firmly on his opponent. By relying too much on external tools, you've forgotten the very root of true power. With that, he charged straight at Xu Qiep. You've abandoned the core for the trivial. But Xu Qiep still talked tough. You think you can figure it out? You think I didn't? He decided to stand his ground and fight head on. But as long as I can finish you off, then every price is worth it. He raised his scythe again, continuing his threats. Want to get close and attack my body? Go to hell first. This time, Xu Qiep launched a series of rapid slashes. Ye Shangxuan remained unfazed and kept charging forward. Have you ever heard this saying? His hands instantly channeled his inner energy, ready to unleash his ultimate technique, the power that breaks all laws. A flurry of punches was unleashed, moving so fast that the naked eye couldn't even keep up. Instantly, a massive explosion rang out. All of Xu Qiep's attacks were completely neutralized. From a distance, Ye Lingyan exclaimed anxiously, "Will Ye Shangxuan be all right?" Immediately, a bloody hand startled her. Du Wu crossed her arms, looking annoyed. "My husband? What could possibly happen to him?" She glanced at Ye Shangxuan and said confidently, "If I'm not mistaken, my husband is still holding back. After all, there's still an uninvited guest. He's saving his energy to deal with that person." Both Shu Qiep and Ye Shangxuan burst with speed as they lunged at each other. Ye Shangxuan's fist glowed with a brilliant orange-gold light, while Shu Qiep's imperial artifact shimmered blood red. Two terrifying forces collided. Determination was etched on both their faces, each certain that final victory would be theirs. A heaven-shaking explosion erupted. The surrounding earth and rocks were blown away, creating a massive shockwave. The explosion was so powerful that even Ye Lingyan and Du Wu, standing 100 meters away, struggled to hold their ground. They were pushed back a few steps. In the sky, two figures, one gold and one red, continually clashed, creating beautiful yet deadly energy vortices. From the ground up to the sky, Ye Shangxuan unleashed a series of devastating punches, determined to turn Shu Qiep into a punching bag. But Shu Qiep wasn't easy to push around either. He swung his weapon, frantically blocking every blow. The more they fought, the more terrified Shu Qiep became, his mind screaming, "No way. Even in the lower realm, with the help of my imperial artifact, I'm still being suppressed?" Then, before his tribulation, just how strong was Ye Shangxuan? Thinking this, Shu Qiep launched a suicidal attack, creating a powerful explosion that left Ye Shangxuan dizzy. Having lost his momentum, Ye Shangxuan fell. But Shu Qiep couldn't let him leave this place alive. Thinking he had already secured victory, he shot up into the sky, thinking to himself, "Even if it means draining my origin energy and damaging my foundation, I must eliminate him here. If he returns to the upper realm, there will be no place for me." But his turn to flee irritated Ye Shangxuan. He stood on the ground, looking up with a disdainful gaze, and kept provoking him. "Wait, didn't you want to kill me? Where are you running, coward?" Hearing the mockery, Shu Qiep stopped in midair and turned around, preparing a finishing blow. He swung his scythe, concentrating all his power at the tip of the blade. A flow of dark energy surged out, condensing into a screaming, ghostly skull. Shu Qiep roared, "Ye Shangxuan." Then he continuously used the demon scythe heaven-severing technique, creating streams of deadly purple energy pouring down on Ye Shangxuan's position. Ye Shangxuan looked at the horrifying scene before him, unable to hide his shock. Origin energy, huh? Without wasting time thinking, he quickly retreated to dodge the incoming attacks. He leaped into the air, avoiding a wave of blade energy that just slashed by. That single move was enough to shatter the ground, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Ye Shangxuan looked at the transformation and smiled slightly. "Impressive. It seems like a simple fistfight isn't enough." Ye Shangxuan decided to stop and use his silver tongue to shake his opponent. As a member of the Underworld clan, you rely on origin energy. Every drop of origin energy takes 81 years of cultivation. His words sounded incredibly logical, but ever since you became an emperor, you've been through countless grand battles. How much origin energy do you think you have left? The more he talked, the more stunned Shu Qiep became. To deal with me, you're draining your own foundation, is it worth it? Especially in this lower realm, under the suppression of the Heavenly Dao. Your origin energy. Ye Shangxuan, seeing that persuasion wasn't working, switched to intimidation. It's just that you're even more pathetically suppressed. Even if your attacks hit, at most, they'd only cause me minor injuries. You want to kill me? I'm afraid you'd have to exhaust your entire foundation. Finishing his speech, he shook his head and advised, "You and I have no feud, so why push things this far?" But it seemed his words were like water off a duck's back. Suji burst into laughter. The title, "First on the Heaven-Reaching List," says it all. As long as I succeed and become the one who commands the upper realm, with the cultivation of countless resources, what's a little bit of lost foundation to replenish? Sujie then continued to launch, a blow even more powerful than the last. Demon Scythe, twin absolute slashes. Ye Shangxuan looked at the blade energy descending and couldn't help but feel annoyed. He muttered in a bossy, domineering style, "Why can't you just listen to reason?" He dodged the techniques while trying to persuade him one last time. "My goal has never been that stupid ranking list. I don't even know what kind of idiot came up with that list anyway. If you want it, take it. Keep it for your own amusement." Ye Shangxuan used just one hand to launch a palm strike, confronting the blade energy of Shujie head-on. Two sources of power collided once again, creating continuous explosions. After a period of stalemate, no one could have expected that just one strike from Ye Shangxuan completely shattered Xu Jie's blade energy. The shockwave even rebounded, forcing a terrified Xu Jie to retreat to dodge it. He still couldn't believe his eyes and roared, "How is this possible?" Ye Shangxuan stood below, laughing loudly with utter contempt. "Why wouldn't it be? I already told you, in the lower realm, your foundational power is suppressed even more pathetically. Did you really think Heaven's will was just a joke? Even I, in my prime, could not overcome the longevity tribulation when Heaven's will descended. This time, he didn't beat around the bush but poured all his strength directly into his fist, aimed straight at Xu Jie. And yet, you still want to escape the suppression of Heaven's will?" Saying that, Yi Shangxuan threw a punch filled with terrifying power. "Keep dreaming." Xu Jie hurriedly backed away, raising his weapon to block. He exerted all his strength, pouring every bit of energy into his weapon. Suddenly, Xu Jie's eyes widened as he unleashed a new technique, yelling, "Open!" Then, he spun his weapon around and slashed, shattering Ye Shangxuan's attack. But those blocks cost him quite a bit of stamina. He shouted in rage, "I don't believe it. So what if Heaven's will suppresses me? So what if my foundation is exhausted?" Just as Xu Jie was still babbling, Yi Shangxuan flew into the air, gathering all his body's strength, and lunged straight at him. Xu Jie was also focusing his power at this moment, but didn't forget to provoke him. "You're just a soulless corpse in the middle of recovery." Saying this, he slashed repeatedly toward Ye Shangxuan. "Do you think you can block all of my foundational attacks?" Ye Shangxuan watched him and launched his attack without fear. "Maybe I can't block them all." But as he flew, he threw continuous punches, shattering every wave of blade energy. "But as long as I hit you before I can no longer block, that's enough." But guys, you see Xu Jie was still holding the demon scythe high, a triumphant smile on his lips, preparing to strike down. But before he could do anything, Ye Shangxuan appeared right before his eyes, making the corner of his eye twitch. His hand seemed frozen, unable to slash down, but Ye Shangxuan was completely relaxed. He clenched his fist and smiled, assured of his victory. "Looks like I'm a step faster." After speaking, he threw a punch with immense power, hitting Xu Jie squarely. He only had time to let out a cry of pain before being blown away. After that powerful strike, Xu Jie flew through several large boulders and slammed hard into the ground. With no chance to defend or counterattack, Ye Shangxuan landed lightly, offering a sarcastic word of comfort. What a pity. At the same time, several slash marks appeared on his body, causing him some pain. He reached up to hold his shoulder, wincing as he remarked, "You almost hurt me badly there." Xu Jie lay flattened on a rock, coughing violently, seemingly having lost all his strength. He tried to lift his head, grinding his teeth, then suddenly shouted, "Zhan Huang." Hearing his name called, Zhan Huang, who was fighting in the distance, slightly furrowed his brow. Ye Shangxuan was a bit dazed, muttering, "Zhan Huang?" It seemed he had forgotten about the existence of that battle. He turned around and saw Zhan Huang unleashing a flurry of punches toward Manluk, creating a scene with two competing streams of blue and red light. But Zhan Huang was clearly gaining the upper hand. He laughed with contempt. Game over. Manluk was still dazed, not understanding what the hell was happening. In the face of his opponent's storm-like attacks, Zhan Huang threw hundreds of punches through Manluk's body. After finishing, he just smiled coldly. "If I hadn't been waiting for the right moment, I would have sent you to the afterlife long ago. You hick, did you really think you were qualified to fight me?" The final strike made Manluk collapse to the ground, his whole body smoking with wounds. After the victory, Zhan Huang didn't even glance at Manluk. He turned around, looking toward Tang Yu's group. "Now, it's your turn." Finishing, he gathered his strength and rushed quickly toward them. On this side, Tang Yu saw the scene before her and cried out in terror, "Oh no!" All four immediately assumed a defensive stance, ready to combine forces for a life-or-death battle. Though small, Tang Yu had a very fiery personality. She didn't hesitate to stand at the front, provoking the opponent. "You sinister old man, trying to sneak attack us to distract my husband? Let me tell you, this lady isn't someone you can mess with." But in the distance, Ye Shangxuan saw the situation wasn't good and roared, "Zhan Huang, you dare!" He immediately flew fast toward Tang Yu's group. Xu Jie, by now, seemed to have recovered a bit of strength. He stood up and laughed maniacally. "Ha ha, Ye Shangxuan." He wore a sinister smile, his face full of scheming. "In this lower realm, your greatest weakness is that you have people you care about." Saying this, he raised the demon scythe again, slashing toward the flying Ye Shangxuan. He also used all his speed to chase after him. "Ye Shangxuan, our battle isn't over yet." Ye Shangxuan had no choice but to spin around, unleashing a strike that shattered the incoming blade aura. He stood suspended in midair. His heart was in turmoil, his mind spinning between two choices. He roared in anger. Huki just laughed, mocking him while unleashing consecutive attacks. Want to go provide reinforcements? Not that easy. Suddenly, he pulled out a green jade bead, boasting, "You are truly strong, even though your tribulation wounds haven't healed yet. You still forced me to use the Imperial artifact for healing. This bead can only be used once every 100 years. Without wasting time, he shoved the bead directly into his mouth. Huki's entire body was instantly enveloped in a surge of red energy. It was as if his body had been reborn. He laughed loudly and swung his magic scythe, but this time, he didn't slash toward Ye Shangxuan, but instead targeted Tong Yu's group. At that moment, Tong Yu and the others were still staring intently at Zhan Huang, fully on guard. Ye Shangxuan swung his arm toward the blade aura, trying to shatter it, but only managed to break a small part. Huki's voice echoed from above. "Perhaps you can block this move, but can the ones you care about block it too? Once you commit to defending, you won't have the strength left to block other attacks. So, Ye Shangxuan, what will you choose? Come kill me, or choose to take this attack head-on?" Without a second of hesitation, Ye Shangxuan quickly lunged straight at the blade aura, unleashing a terrifying punch. Ha! His strike created a massive explosion. Dust and debris flew everywhere. After shattering the blade aura, Ye Shangxuan plummeted to the ground. He had to brace himself with one hand to stabilize his body. His body was now covered in wounds. Huki descended leisurely and laughed loudly. "Ha ha, you've been stopped for now. Facing my full power strike doesn't feel very good, does it?" His voice trailed off, filled with provocation, but the part that feels even worse is yet to come. He swung his magic scythe, laughing gleefully. "Right, Zhan Huang?" Zhan Huang, lunging up from behind, joined in the laughter. Naturally, he moved excitedly toward Tong Yu's group. "Ye Shangxuan, relying on that battered body of yours, I'm still not sure I can kill you in a short time. But if I kill the ones you care about now, it will definitely distract you." The four girls knew they were no match, and could only stand still, trying to defend themselves. Zhan Huang grew even bolder. "Compared to attacking you, slowly torturing you to death seems like a much better option." Ye Shangxuan turned his head from afar, brow furrowed, and roared furiously. "Zhan Huang, are you looking for death?" Zhan Huang didn't bother acknowledging Ye Shangxuan's threat. He threw a punch straight at Tong Yu's face. "Go to hell." Tong Yu was like frozen. She could only stand still. Her eyes widened in terror. Too fast. Just when it seemed like that fist would crush the girl's head, a flash of light suddenly erupted from behind. A massive hand appeared, stopping the punch in its tracks, leaving Zhan Huang unable to believe his own eyes. A tall man, wielding a giant blade and wearing a buffalo horn headpiece, had grabbed Zhan Huang's fist and said, "Little girl, don't be afraid." After saying that, Man Huang just flicked his hand slightly, causing Zhan Huang to be pushed back a step. "With me here, he can't hurt you." Having suffered a setback, Zhan Huang flew into a rage and roared, realizing the guy who just made him taste defeat was that familiar hick from Manzhou. The old man transformed into a bolt of lightning and unleashed a thunderous strike, forcing Man Huang to take a few steps back to maintain his guard. Not letting it go, Zhan Huang continued his trash-talking threats. "You're really tired of living. Sooner or later, I will level your desolate backwater Manzhou territory." Man Huang burst into uproarious laughter. "Level Manzhou? Just by yourself, you old geezer?" Finishing his sentence, he swung the spiked mace in his hand, tracing a deadly arc as he brought it down straight on Zhan Huang's head. This forced the old man to jump back in a hurry. Seeing his opponent acting tough despite his lack of skill, Man Huang suddenly felt inspired to act like a teacher and preach. "Listen here, old man. We should find a more spectacular stage. I don't want your clumsy dancing to distract my kin." Having said that, he turned to reassure the group of girls behind him, his voice calm. "Ladies, rest assured. With me here, he can't even touch a hair on the people you care about." Yet, Man Huang's eyes didn't leave the front, scanning every bush and blade of grass to find the third party lurking in the shadows. "These people from the upper realm are truly annoying. If they can't win, they play dirty," he thought to himself. Once he had locked onto his invisible target, Man Huang drove his blade into the ground, gathered his strength, and soared into the sky. He decided to use his fists to teach Zhan Huang a lesson about humility, but before his mocking words could fully escape to disgust the man, a dark shadow suddenly appeared, grabbing Man Huang right in midair. It was Zhan Huang. Without a hint of confusion, Man Huang spun his body to gain momentum, clenching both hands and delivering a thunderous blow to the old man's back. Zhan Huang wasn't a pushover either. Quick as lightning, he turned and raised his hand to block. The two fists collided, creating a terrifying explosion. The shockwave blew them both away. Dust kicked up. After that fiery greeting, both landed on the ground. Zhan Huang wheezed, his face twisted in pain, cursing under his breath. Damn it! Ye Shangxuan's eyes went wide with astonishment as he looked at the man who had just appeared, his voice betraying his disbelief. Is that Manhwa? He immediately cupped his hands in a salute. Many thanks for your assistance, brother. Manhwa waved his hand from afar, signaling with a very formal gesture, but it was only then that Manhwa revealed his full face. He crossed his arms over his chest, his gaze sweeping over Zhan Huang with contempt. It took forever to lure this big fish out of its cave. The show hasn't even begun yet. How could I let you die? Zhan Huang was so bitter he turned purple, unable to believe he had fallen into a disadvantageous position. The old man let out a roar full of resentment. Damn it. Once the roar ended, he flew straight toward Manhwa, attacking while shouting, damn it. It was clearly only a little bit left before I could take that Ye Shangxuan's life. But Manhwa was no amateur. He had been prepared for a long time. As soon as Zhan Huang closed in, a thunderous punch was unleashed. His opponent hurriedly tilted his body to dodge by a hair's breadth. Immediately, the two lunged at each other, creating a high-speed brawl. Manhwa threw a punch, Zhan Huang dodged it, then countered with a kick. Manhwa raised his arm to block neatly. Zhan Huang, refusing to be passive, unleashed a flurry of consecutive strikes, determined to fight to the bitter end against Manhwa. The more he fought, the more excited Manhwa became. He laughed boisterously. I have to admit, you guys from the upper realm may play dirty, but you're no pushovers, are you? Ye Shangxuan watched from afar and cheered him on. Don't you dare lose. Then, he turned his head, his gaze flashing with determination as he looked toward Xujie. At least until I deal with this guy. On the other side, the battle was still heated. Two figures kept colliding, breaking apart, and then lunging at each other again. Manhwa laughed loudly. Ha! Lose? You're underestimating me, Manhwa. He leaned slightly, channeling all his strength into a single strike. A burst of purple energy erupted, pushing back both Zhan Huang and his swarm of snakes. Manhwa tilted his head, winked at Ye Shangxuan, and suggested, how about we make a bet? The rules are simple. Let's see who finishes their opponent first. Ye Shangxuan smirked, looking intrigued. Sounds good. You're on. Manhwa cracked his knuckles and shot a sidelong glance at his opponent. You're done for. Ye Shangxuan just shrugged mysteriously. I'm looking forward to it. After the brief wager, Manhwa stood tall, his aura suddenly becoming overwhelming. Warm-up's over. He said to Zhan Huang, dropping into a menacing combat stance. Let me see what you upper realm guys are actually capable of. Zhan Huang didn't flinch. He sneered. A country bumpkin thinks he can beat me? You're just asking for death. He threw a palm strike forward. The battle of skill between the two continued with a series of dazzling attacks and counterattacks. Meanwhile, Ye Shangxuan turned to Xujie. It's our turn now. He looked his opponent straight in the eye, his voice cold as ice. If you only targeted me, I could turn a blind eye to any dirty tricks you used. But you dared to. Ye Shangxuan stepped forward, killing intent radiating off him. That is a capital offense. Xujie laughed like a madman. A capital offense? Seriously? He even pointed right at Ye Shangxuan's face, his voice full of provocation. You're still running your mouth about killing me at a time like this? Every word was like a blade twisting into Ye Shangxuan's heart. Your tribulation failed, and you've got barely any strength left. Even if you weren't heavily injured in our last few fights, you must be exhausted, right? What are you going to use to kill me? After saying that, Jie grabbed his weapon and lunged straight at Ye Shangxuan. You think you're still the top dog of the upper realm, don't you? But Ye Shangxuan remained strangely calm. The moment Xujie's weapon was about to hit, he suddenly vanished, leaving Xujie stunned and unable to believe his eyes. What? You'll find out soon enough. A cold voice rang out from behind him. Ye Shangxuan had appeared behind Xujie and delivered a lightning-fast punch to the back of his neck. Xujie was still reeling from the shock. Your speed? How is that possible? I've been waiting for this, Ye Shangxuan explained calmly. Because I know you lot from the upper realm want to fight over that pathetic ranking list, and it's not just you two losers. As soon as he finished, his fist slammed directly into the side of Xujie's face. The second-ranked Lei Zun hasn't even shown his face yet. Why would I need to go all out against just you? Xujie was sent flying before he could even react. But I didn't expect, Ye Shangxuan frowned, anger flaring in his eyes, you to use such low-level tactics. You've successfully pissed me off. He crouched slightly, the ground beneath him cracking, then launched himself straight at Xujie. So, I'm going to use my full strength. As for that Lei Zun guy, I'll settle the score when he arrives. A rain of blows descended upon Xujie. leaving him no choice but to stand there and take the beating, unable to fight back. Ye Shangxuan's voice sounded grim. Besides, by then, you'll probably already be dust. Finally, Ye Shangxuan delivered a finishing kick. He launched Xu Jie from midair down to the ground. The earth shook violently, creating a massive crater as dust filled the air. Ah! Xu Jie screamed in agony. He spat out a mouthful of eerie, black blood. He had completely lost all his strength and lay motionless on the ground. Ye Shangxuan looked at his own slightly bruised fists and muttered, "Your Emperor Bone is certainly tough." But then, he raised his hand, determined to finish his opponent off. "But don't rush. I'm about to smash it to pieces." His fist gathered a heavy aura of hatred. "You want to break your limits and get a chance to suppress the Heavenly Dao? Dream on." His voice remained cold as ice. "Just like this, stay in this man province forever." Hearing those words, Xu Ji was terrified to the core. He could feel the breath of death on his neck. He turned his head toward Zhan Huang and screamed for help. "Are you not going to come over and help me?" He tried to shout, "Just block one move for me, and I can temporarily recover," and forcibly break through the Heavenly Dao's suppression. Zhan Huang heard him and sneered internally. "Help you? Are you kidding? If you die, that's one less person competing with me for the first place on the heaven list." Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to face Manhwa and roared, "Get out of my way!" He lunged forward, trading blows directly with his opponent. Two opposing energies collided, sending sparks flying. Being pushed back by Manhwa, Zhan Huang turned to Xu Jie and said with a sympathetic tone, "Sorry, brother. This country bumpkin is truly formidable. I'm afraid I can't help you." He glanced at his dying teammate without a shred of regret and mocked him. "But don't worry. In a few hundred moves, I'll help you kill Ye Shangxuan to get revenge." Xu Jie lay desperately on the ground, taking his last breaths. "You treacherous villain." At that very moment, Ye Shangxuan's fist, glowing with fiery, profound energy, slammed straight down onto him. "Die." Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning struck from the sky, causing the rocks and earth to explode. Immediately after, a sturdy hand grabbed Ye Shangxuan's wrist, blocking the fatal blow. The owner of that hand spoke up. It was Lei Ma Zun, the lord of the Upper Realm's Thunder Territory. He looked at Ye Shangxuan with an expectant gaze. "Finally, I've met you again, Ye Shangxuan." Ye Shangxuan had no interest in reminiscing. He yanked his hand away, stepped back, and shook his wrist, his eyes wary. "Sure enough, you came too." Lei Ma Zun gave a faint, provocative smile. "Knowing you were still alive, how could I not come? 300 years ago, I only lost to you by half a move, causing the #1 spot on the heaven list to fall into your hands." He gritted his teeth as the bitter memory came rushing back. Then, he pointed straight at Ye Shangxuan's face and declared war. "This grudge, I still haven't forgotten." Ye Shangxuan sighed, closing his eyes. "You want to fight me and take back the #1 spot? Fine. But your target right now isn't him. Wait for me to finish this guy off, then we can start." Who would have thought the Thunder Demon Lord would flip the script? He shook his head. "That won't do. After all, Xu Jie is the master of the immortal demon domain. He should at least be able to take 50 blows." Even though he doesn't like Xu Jie, the Thunder Demon Lord still decided to protect him. Besides, you know how it is, a massive domain like that will be a huge headache if there's no one to manage it. Xu Jie hurriedly cupped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Thunder Lord." Yi Shangxuan frowned in annoyance, watching this sudden display of brotherly love. "You want to stop me?" The Thunder Demon Lord crossed his arms and explained, "You came to the upper realm quite late. You couldn't become a domain lord, or maybe you just couldn't be bothered. Regardless, you definitely have the strength." He said that while channeling energy to heal Xu Jie. "But after being in the upper realm for thousands of years, you must have seen the chaos that the cultivators and residents live in. It's miserable. I don't want to see the immortal demon domain turn into that state." Without further ado, the Thunder Lord tossed Xu Jie to the side. "Go rest. You were truly wrong this time. Wait for Ye Shangxuan to cool down. You need to apologize to him properly." Realizing he had escaped death, Xu Jie was overjoyed and kept repeating, "Thank you, Thunder Lord. I will. I definitely will." Ye Shangxuan stood by, watching this sentimental drama, his anger boiling over. Looks like there's no room for negotiation anymore. Not wanting to waste any more time, he clenched his fist into a fighting stance. "Then I'll just defeat you first, and then go kill him. As for the immortal demon domain, only when there is chaos can heroes emerge. Sooner or later, someone will unite it." Hearing that was giving him a headache, so the Thunder Demon Lord put his hands on his hips with an indifferent look. "Why go that far? Even if you were suppressed by the Heavenly Dao in the lower realm, you can't beat me right now." He also raised his hands, preparing for a brutal fight. The only reason I haven't appeared for so long is that I knew your wounds hadn't healed yet, and I didn't want to kick you while you were down. I want to have a fair fight with you. Provoked, Ye Shangxuan's blood boiled. I can't beat you? He soared forward. Flames erupted all over his body. We'll see about that. With that, he poured all his strength into his fist and lunged at the Thunder Demon Lord. The Thunder Demon Lord raised his hand to block, whispering, 3 moves. Yi Shangxuan unleashed a lightning-fast punch, but the Thunder Demon Lord dodged it quickly. Regaining his balance, the Thunder Demon Lord stood tall. I told you, you're no match for me right now. Not wasting any more words, he launched a palm strike at Ye Shangxuan. Luckily, he managed to dodge in time. Suddenly, pure white feathers drifted down from the sky, floating between the 2 men who were burning with fighting spirit. Both of them stopped and looked up. Seeing the feathers, Ye Shangxuan was slightly stunned. This technique is, he looked up to see countless feathers falling from the sky. Following them was a beautiful figure gracefully descending. He muttered the name, Yi Qinghan, the mistress of the sacred domain, Binhai Immortal Palace, Yi Qinghan. As soon as she saw Ye Shangxuan, Yi Qinghan called out loudly, Ye Shangxuan. She lunged down and hugged him tightly, acting weak and pitiful. I've finally found you. Yi Shangxuan was a bit bewildered, unable to react to this sudden show of affection. Yi Qinghan let go and faced him, her eyes brimming with emotion. I knew you would be fine. But in the distance, Qin Muya hugged her ancient Zither, stepped forward angrily, and asked, Father, who is this now? She turned to look for an ally. You. Do you know this person? As for Du'u, there's no need to ask. She was fuming with rage, her eyes burning with killing intent, grinding her teeth. Where did this stray cat come from? She must have seduced my husband while I wasn't in the upper realm. Thinking this, Du'u took short, hurried steps toward the 2 of them and yelled, Husband, who is this person? Yi Shangxuan glanced at Du'u and gently pushed Yi Qinghan away. Qinghan, why did you come down here too? Yi Qinghan looked a bit sulky. If I didn't come down, how would I know that you already had someone in your heart in the lower realm? This is no time for jokes, Ye Shangxuan said, bewildered. The 2 of them held hands affectionately. Yi Qinghan replied gently, I came to help you. All the domain lords of the upper realm have come down here. Yi Shangxuan, your tribulation failed. I was afraid something would happen to you. Her voice became more earnest. I couldn't reach you when you were going through your tribulation. This time, I didn't want to be late. Wanting to quell the chaos quickly, she turned to the Thunder Demon Lord and called him by his name, showing no fear. She pointed directly at him, provoking the Thunder Lord. If you want to fight, I'll take you on. But her actions caught the Thunder Demon Lord off guard. You? He heard the provocation and just shook his head dismissively. Just a woman not worth my effort. What about being a woman? Yi Qinghan repeated angrily. Behind them, Du'u stomped her feet hard to get attention. Husband, you're ignoring me again. Then she pointed her finger right at Yi Qinghan, her eyes flashing with fire, and screamed, And this stray cat, Ye Shangxuan is my husband, stay away from him. Hearing this, Yi Qinghan's face darkened. Husband? She looked up at the sky and clenched her fists. I'm angry now. I don't have the heart to hit Ye Shangxuan, but you are a different story. I'm going to beat you up to vent my anger. The Thunder Demon Lord stood to the side, watching this love triangle with a confused look. What the hell is going on? After watching for a while, he got bored. He crossed his arms with a condescending look. Why are there so many people? She felt slighted. Yi Qinghan puffed out her cheeks in annoyance. You still want to hit me? She stretched out her hands and cracked her knuckles, ready to fight. I am hitting you. Saying that, she soared straight toward the Thunder Demon Lord, catching him off guard. Yi Qinghan didn't waste any time. She unleashed a powerful kick. The Thunder Demon Lord still looked disdainful, raising one hand to block. Forget it, I don't need to use my hands. He thought she was beneath him, but the moment Yi Qinghan's foot touched the Thunder Demon Lord's hand, he flinched. You actually dared to strike? This power. By now, Yi Qinghan was furious, her face turning black. More and more feathers fell around them. She put all her strength into a powerful kick. Her foot seemed to spark with fire, making the Thunder Lord start to feel heavy pressure. Immediately after, before the Thunder Lord could react, she spun around, her hand initiating a new move. Without a word, Yi Qinghan decisively landed a thunderous slap on his face. It left the Thunder Demon Lord's face visibly twisted. That masterful slap caught the legendary Thunder Lord off guard, sending him flying and crashing headfirst into the ground. A thunderous boom echoed as the ground shattered and dust swirled everywhere, creating a deep crater. Yi Qinghan brushed off her hands, looking at him with disdain. Ignoring the woman, he said, "Why isn't he worth my time?" Then he turned to look at Ye Shangxuan and declared loudly, "Don't you know? In the last 1,000 years in the upper realm, the only person Shangxuan has ever lost to is me." The Thunder Demon Lord struggled to his feet from the rubble. Stunned, he asked back, "Ye Shangxuan lost to you?" He couldn't believe his ears, staring at Ye Shangxuan to verify if this was true. Ye Shangxuan, looking half asleep, awkwardly scratched his cheek and said, "That is indeed true." He lowered his voice. "But after that time I lost to her, it was actually after I had already defeated you." This news hit the Thunder Demon Lord like a bolt of lightning. "After defeating me? That means her strength back then was even higher than mine?" Hearing this, Yi Qinghan looked incredibly smug and skipped over to Ye Shangxuan. "Ye Shangxuan, do you still remember?" Standing in front of him, she asked shyly, "So, do you remember what I said on the day you defeated me?" He replied, "I don't really remember that clearly." Her face flushed pink as she looked at him with infatuation. "My father once said that only the person who defeats me can marry me. From the time I was little until now, only you have managed to beat me." The scene flashed back to the past during their fateful duel. Back then, Yi Qinghan held his hand and asked softly, "When do you plan on marrying me?" Back in the present, she pouted at him. "You clearly promised you would marry me, so why is there someone else calling you husband?" Standing in the distance, Duan Yu was shocked. "Husband? He once said he would marry her?" she cried out in agitation. Standing next to her, Qin Muyu was equally stunned. "Marry her? Another one?" Hearing this, the Thunder Demon Lord clenched his fists and spoke up. "I never expected the Holy Realm, which I always looked down upon, to have such powerful experts." To those watching, Yi Qinghan, annoyed, snapped back, "There are countless powerful people in the upper realm. Not everyone is so free that they go around competing for that useless ranking." The Thunder Demon Lord finally realized his mistake. He nodded slightly. "I have truly underestimated the heroes of this world." He turned to negotiate with Ye Shangxuan. "Can you give me some face?" "Ye Shangxuan, please spare Huji's life. I can make him swear a Heavenly Dao oath. He will absolutely never mess with you or your loved ones again." Seeing that Huji was exhausted, he continued, "As long as you agree, I will take them back to the upper realm immediately." Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted behind the Thunder Demon Lord, startling him. From the smoke, Zhan Huang stepped out. He looked pathetic, but his tone remained defiant. "We have truly lost this time. But Ye Shangxuan, you should think carefully. Even if you can defeat a Hujie who has been suppressed by the Heavenly Dao," he pointed his finger at the sky and gathered his strength, "don't forget, we can still forcibly break through the Heavenly Dao's suppression. It just means we'll have to undergo another lightning tribulation once we return to the upper realm." His words sounded reasonable, but in reality, it was a blatant threat. Compared to death, it's just a lightning tribulation. Which one do you think Hujie would choose? Instead of a mutual destruction, why don't both sides take a step back? Standing below, Yi Qinghan and Ye Shangxuan were fuming, but they maintained cold, expressionless faces. Unable to hold back any longer, the Thunder Demon Lord let out a deafening roar. His head was spinning. He couldn't understand why in this world there would be someone who, at a moment of life and death, would still try to provoke the opponent. "Are you truly so desperate for Ye Shangxuan to kill you?" Suddenly getting chewed out, Zhan Huang was left dumbfounded. He pointed at himself with an aggrieved look. "Lord Thunder, are you scolding me?" The Thunder Demon Lord was so angry his blood pressure spiked. He wanted to rush over and beat him up. "I'm scolding that stupid face of yours." The Thunder Demon Lord decided he had to enlighten this slow-witted man. "Do you really think Ye Shangxuan doesn't dare to finish off Hu Jie? Do you think that madman only knows how to use his fists?" This series of revelations seemed to jumpstart Zhan Huang's brain a little. Ye Shangxuan, who had been standing there with his arms crossed, suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha, Lord Thunder, you are the most reasonable one. You understand me best. Everyone knows I possess an invincible physical body, but few know I am also a master swordsman stashed between my legs. That is, I've been in the upper realm for 1,000 years, and my body has been tempered by the heavenly pond so much that I'm too lazy to even draw my sword anymore." Suddenly, Ye Shangxuan raised a hand to the sky. His palm ignited with flames, surging with power and immense fighting spirit. The only problem was that his current physical body hadn't fully recovered, so I can't go all out. I guess I'll have to use my sword. Even if my body is a bit rusty, my sword intent is still sharp as ever, he shouted loudly. "Sword, come!" The Zhutian sword inside his storage began to twitch with restless energy before shooting out of the Qingxuan sect, painting a trail of fire across the sky. The Zhutian sword streaked across more than half of the Man province, locked onto its target, and landed perfectly in Ye Shangxuan's palm, to everyone's amazement. Grasping the Zhutian sword, Ye Shangxuan's aura became incredibly powerful. At this moment, Zhan Huang finally felt the scent of danger. He frowned. "Can't you give me a little face?" Without wasting any more words, Ye Shangxuan took a stance. "Face? Today, even if the heavens lose face, I'm still taking your life. I'm certain of it." The Thunder Demon Lord, standing to the side, could only shake his head in frustration. He glared at Zhan Huang. What an absolute blockhead. He decided he couldn't let his teammate lead them to their deaths. The Thunder Demon Lord channeled his power, tore open a spatial rift, grabbed Zhan Huang by the neck, and threw him inside while cursing incessantly. "You idiot! Get back there first!" He was trying to save Zhan Huang's life, but the fool was still crying out in misery. "Ah, ah, ah!" And then he vanished. After dealing with the dead weight, the Thunder Demon Lord turned back to call out to Ye Shangxuan before disappearing. The Thunder Demon Lord pointed directly at him and issued a challenge. "I'll be waiting for you in the upper realm." Hearing the invitation, Ye Shangxuan just smiled. "Rest assured, I won't keep you waiting long, just a few blinks of an eye." Immediately, the Thunder Demon Lord vanished behind the spatial rift. Excellent. Once all the obstacles were cleared, Ye Shangxuan swung his sword lightly to warm up and called out to Hu Ji. Burning with rage, he strode straight toward his opponent. His gaze locked onto Hu Jie. "Now, it's your turn." But even though his heart had dropped to his stomach, Hu Jie still tried to put on a tough act. Gritting his teeth, he hissed, "Ye Shangxuan, must you be this ruthless?" He had no time for nonsense. Ye Shangxuan pointed the tip of his sword to the ground. "Your arrogance is unbearable. You dare lay a finger on them?" As Ye Shangxuan finished his sentence, his sword was already pointed straight at Xu Jie's face. It was a death sentence, but who would have thought he wouldn't show a hint of fear? Instead, he burst into a mocking laugh. "Ha ha ha, a death sentence? You?" Xu Jie laughed while crazily suppressing the power he'd been gathering after recovering. "Do you really think you can kill me?" Around him, terrifying explosions suddenly erupted, forming a circle of Heavenly Dao suppression that helped him restore his true strength. Who dies at whose hands we'll see. Xu Jie's entire demeanor and tone became incredibly arrogant. "If it weren't for the fear of that tribulation earlier, I wouldn't have necessarily lost to you." He reveled in showing off his newly recovered power. "I can stay in the lower realm for enough. That's enough of your blabbering." Ye Shangxuan closed his eyes, sensing the situation for a moment, then muttered, "It's truly enough." Finishing his words, he leaped into the air. Since the Thunder Venerable was gone, it was time to kill. He channeled all his strength into his sword, his eyes flashing with certainty. One strike would be enough. The sword in his hand erupted with blinding light, and he immediately unleashed a heaven-shaking slash right at Xu Jie. Standing below, looking up, Xu Jie felt the destructive power of that sword move. Xu Jie froze, stuttering in horror. How can you still possess such power?" He couldn't dodge in time. His entire body was locked in place by the sword intent. He could only passively endure the full fury of the attack. A thunderous explosion rang out, and Xu Jie was seemingly incinerated in the blink of an eye, barely letting out a tragic cry. The powerful sword strike tore through the ground, creating deep fissures as smoke and dust billowed into the air. After tidily finishing off his opponent, Ye Shangxuan gently landed on the ground. From afar, Tang Yu immediately ran over, jumped up, and wrapped her arms around his neck, acting spoiled. "Yay! Yai! I knew my husband wanted to finish off that old man. This is as easy as pie for you." She kept calling him husband in a sweet, sugary tone. Tan Muya stood nearby, her face clearly showing longing, thinking to herself, "If only I could be that natural, that would be great." Yi Qinghun also happily ran over to congratulate him. "I knew it. Even if your body hasn't fully recovered, you're not just any small fry that someone can come and provoke." The booming voice of the barbarian emperor echoed from afar. "Is it all over already?" He strode over, crossing his arms to look at Ye Shangxuan. "So, people from the upper realm really are something. They suddenly flared up and sent me flying far away. I didn't expect the party to be over by the time I got back." The barbarian emperor approached and gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder. "Ye Shangxuan, right? You're known as a senior in my barbarian continent, yet you managed to provoke such big shots. Just when it seemed everything was over, who would have thought he'd point a thumb at his own chest? Well, then it's my turn now, right?" Upon hearing this sudden challenge, even Yi Qinghun, Tang Yu, and Tan Muya were all startled and gasped. Only Ye Shangxuan remained calm, stepping forward with a wave and a chuckle. It's fine. Standing before him, The barbarian emperor kept a mild attitude, showing no killing intent. I just want to have a friendly spar. If I'm not mistaken, perhaps you are the same as me, he continued. Our physical bodies have reached the ultimate state. Clearly, we know there could be more, but from start to finish, we've never been able to break through. I'm not good at complex things, but maybe you understand. But Ye Shangxuan remained strangely calm. You're right. Not wanting to waste more words, the barbarian emperor took his stance. You have indeed understood. Then, let's have a battle using only our physical bodies. I have a feeling we will discover something. The barbarian emperor held his guard, eyes burning with a provocative flame. Come on! I've been waiting for this day for a long time. He suddenly raised a hand to signal. Wait. Then, he gently lifted his sword. Go, my good partner. The sword hovered in the air as Ye Shangxuan began to give instructions. Watch over the Xuan sect well for me. In the blink of an eye, it flew away. He also turned to remind the two people behind him. You two. Step back a bit, lest you get caught in the crossfire. After that, he turned to face the barbarian emperor, brimming with confidence. You are of the same clan as me, and your physical body has also reached greatness. I, too, have been waiting for this day for a long time. Ye Shangxuan explained further to the girls. Don't worry, nothing will happen. My goal and his is not a battle of life and death, but to find a way to break the limits of our physical bodies. Tang Yu puffed out her cheeks and murmured a few things, mostly just to appease him. Suddenly, a jade pendant on Yi Qinghan's chest glowed and floated up. She hurriedly watched it, sensing a very urgent aura. Yi Qinghan looked regretful. Something happened in the upper realm. I have to go back first. She reached out toward Ye Shangxuan. A golden aura flowed through him. The remnant tribulation energy in your body due to the failed tribulation, I cannot heal it completely. Immediately, the wounds on his body gradually vanished. But helping you recover to your peak state, as it was before, is no problem. Yi Shangxuan's entire body was brimming with vitality again. Yes, thank you. Yi Qinghan smiled happily. It's just a small thing. Afterward, she slowly floated up. We will wait for you in the upper realm. He turned his head and waved goodbye. Just for a little while longer. Then, he turned back to face the barbarian emperor seriously. Let's begin. The man who had been patiently waiting for so long immediately lunged forward with both of them, not dodging at all, and crashed straight into each other. Each of them simply threw a punch. Yet the shockwaves surrounding them were far from ordinary. The two fists collided, making the surrounding air tremble violently. The two opposing auras clashed, causing the ground beneath them to explode. When the smoke cleared, neither had fallen. The barbarian emperor laughed aloud with excitement. Ha ha ha, it's been a long time since I've had such a satisfying fight. Again, but Ye Shangxuan didn't show any hesitation either. That's right, simply using our physical bodies to fight in the most primitive way, no techniques, no dodging. This is a true battle of muscle. The two of them lunged at each other once more, a simple battle that only had fists swinging back and forth. Tang Yu watched the fight joyfully, and Tan Muya agreed. It's been a long time since I've seen my husband this happy. After exchanging blows for a while, the barbarian emperor stopped to catch his breath. He laughed. Ha, very good. In this entire barbarian continent, no one has been able to trade so many moves with me. To become strong, you really do need a worthy opponent. He looked at Ye Shangxuan opposite him, who wasn't faring much better. With a physical body approaching mine like that, you are also the first person I've met. But, it's a pity. He suddenly flashed a smile. The two temporarily ceased their fighting. Yi Shangxuan remarked bluntly, It seems like this is still not enough. You still haven't found a way to break through the physical limit. Suddenly, the rocks and dirt around them flew into chaos. Ye Shangxuan looked up in surprise as the ground ahead of him kept collapsing. Then, a violent tremor spread toward him. The ground suddenly surged upward, forming bizarrely shaped stone pillars. Manhwa spoke up. Can you feel it? He had moved beside Ye Shangxuan at some point. I can feel it intensely. If I just step in there, my physical body will surely break through its limits. Yi Shangxuan hesitated slightly. I have that feeling too, but he looked down into the abyss, wary. There's something wrong with this aura. Strange purple energy surged up from the spot that had just collapsed. Ye Shangxuan was instantly startled. That's right. It's the breath of the outer realm demons. Manhwa laughed coldly. Whether it's the breath of a demon or a devil, who cares? He swiftly charged straight into the pit. If you aren't going in, I'll go first. He effortlessly weaved through the sharp rock formations and stone pillars. No one can stop me from breaking my physical limits. Husband, the group led by Deng Wu rushed over. What is this fissure? Yu Shangxuan's expression was pensive. If nothing unexpected happens, it likely relates to me, to the barbarian clan, and perhaps to the entire barbarian continent and the 9 profound continent. Why is it that only the barbarian continent cannot produce spiritual energy? Why is it that only the people of the barbarian continent cannot cultivate? The reason for all this probably lies inside. Deng Wu curiously knelt down to examine it. Then let's go inside and take a look. Ye Shangxuan did not object. All right, let's go. But before that, he turned to everyone. Can I borrow a set of clothes to change into? Ye Lingyan spoke softly. Let me go get some for you. Once Ye Shangxuan was properly dressed, he reminded everyone, follow me. And remember, do not stray more than 3 meters away from me. Deng Wu clung tightly to his back. No problem. The other 3 people also answered in unison, understood. Then, the whole group jumped down. The cave below was pitch black and deep. Man Huang sneered. Sure enough, you came down here too. Ye Shangxuan replied confidently. When it comes to breaking through, of course I have to come see it for myself. Suddenly, a massive foot appeared and stomped hard on the ground. Ye Shangxuan immediately turned back, alert. There are living things here? Man Huang was confused. A giant, bizarrely shaped monster let out a deafening roar and charged toward the group. Ye Shangxuan was stunned. Spirit beasts? I've never seen a spirit beast like this in the 9 profound continent. A spirit beast in the mysterious cave opened its mouth, which was full of jagged teeth. It had a giant, half-human, half-beast body, but it had no head. Its mouth grew right on its stomach. However, the scary part was the sheer number of them, as many more similar creatures loomed behind it. The spirit beasts quickly charged forward. Man Huang frowned. Let me test them out first. Then, he stood his ground confidently, channeling his strength to confront them head-on. His fist collided heavily with the monster's body. Man Huang swung his arm once, and the beast was sent flying backward. He looked at his slightly grazed hand, feeling shocked. So hard. They're not like spirit beasts at all. They're more like refined, tempered steel. The beast Man Huang had punched flew into the wall, creating a large dent, yet it landed perfectly on all fours. This left him astonished. Not even a scratch? The spirit beasts quickly organized a second wave of attacks. This time, a large group charged toward Ye Shangxuan's group. He tightened his expression and turned to remind everyone, careful, hide behind me, don't run around. The 3 answered in unison. Understood. Ye Shangxuan faced a beast alone, his arms throwing out powerful punches. The monsters nearby were quickly struck. Ye Shangxuan's hand felt the same way. Man Huang. Pretty tough, right? He approached him. Then don't hold back. Let's use our full strength to clear this crowd first, before another pack comes along. Man Huang laughed happily. Ha, ha, ha. Good, good, good. He flexed his muscles, his aura surging. Then let's see who can kill more, shall we? His hands quickly grabbed 2 beasts and smashed them into the ground. Another appeared stealthily behind Xier and Deng Wu. Just as they hadn't noticed, they felt something unusual. Before they could move, a wave of green energy blocked the beast. Ye Shangxuan calmly watched the monster fly away. Its carcass slammed into the ground, creating a large hole. A pitch-black energy radiated from its body. Man Huang frowned and looked at Ye Shangxuan. He glanced back at him. It seems you've noticed too. These beasts are not living things. The black energy quickly flew toward Man Huang. Oh no, he shouted in surprise. The energy released after this beast died has a problem. Ye Shangxuan waved his hand, instantly dispelling them. Deng Wu looked at him excitedly, and he turned to Man Huang. Are you okay? She stared curiously at the black smoke floating in the air. Then, she suddenly reached out, intending to touch it. This feeling is so familiar. Ye Shangxuan hurriedly stopped her. Wu, don't touch it. Deng Wu smiled confidently. It's fine. I don't think there's a problem. I can feel that this aura won't hurt me. She happily flattered him. Besides, don't I have my husband here? Ye Shangxuan gave her a dismissive look. Deng Wu wiggled her fingers, and the purple energy circled around her. Suddenly, the purple energy became a bit chaotic, surprising her. Are you okay? Ye Shangxuan asked worriedly. Deng Wu opened her palm slightly. My power seems to have increased a little bit. On Man Huang's side, there was also a big change. The energy around me is incredibly abundant. Even my physical strength has improved a little bit. Ye Shangxuan was confused. Even you, as well? He reached out toward a nearby spirit beast and gently grabbed it. What exactly are you? His hand squeezed hard. The spirit beast immediately exploded, and its energy scattered. Ye Shangxuan looked in amazement at the wisps of energy swirling around him. Truly, my physical strength has increased. Furthermore, it shares the same origin as our own bodies. We can absorb it instantly, he pondered. But these beasts are clearly not living things. Ye Shangxuan's eyes looked deep into the underground. What secret does this barbarian continent hide? Why do such existences, Manhwa laughed coldly and clenched his fist. Who cares what they are? Just leave it be. Being able to strengthen our bodies is a good thing. Maybe we can rely on these beasts to fully break through. Who knows? After that, he headed toward the rest of the beasts. If you're still worried, then these ones belong to me. Manhwa fiercely charged ahead, effortlessly taking them down one by one. Ye Shangxuan waved his hand. You go ahead and absorb them first. He glanced around at the countless glowing eyes lurking in the darkness, watching them. In any case, there's likely a lot of these things here. Manhwa didn't pause for even a second. That works for me. After a flurry of attacks, he stopped to absorb all the surrounding aura and let out a mighty roar. His momentum surged, sending rocks and debris flying. Manhwa let out a breath of pure satisfaction. He turned to advise Di Shangxuan. You really should give this a try. They're just lifeless things without consciousness. How could they possibly possess us? Dai Shangxuan rubbed his neck, shaking his head in refusal. I don't need to boost my strength. This doesn't do much for me anyway. Dai Shangxuan looked toward the other two. Let's head deeper and see what we find. The group quickly moved further inside. They immediately saw strange carcasses lying all over the place, but they didn't react at all. Tang Yu, sitting on Di Shangxuan's shoulder, looked around with curiosity. Beneath the soil of Manzhou, there's actually a vast area like this? Why didn't I discover it before? Suddenly, a loud noise echoed out. Di Shangxuan quickly grew alert. Manhwa also noticed it, instantly looking in the same direction. A massive beast appeared. It was covered in shaggy fur with a huge horn on its head, roaring at them. The giant beast lunged forward, but was quickly kicked away by Dai Shangxuan. Tang Yu was terrified. There are giant beasts like this here? They've been operating in this area, yet Manzhou hasn't sensed a thing? Di Shangxuan frowned. This place is too strange. You can't judge it with conventional logic. Manhwa let out a loud laugh. Forget about that. Let me handle it. He stomped his foot hard on the ground. If we take down a beast this big, the benefits will definitely be much better. Afterward, full of vigor, he charged forward. Di Shangxuan, if you aren't planning to absorb this guy's energy, don't try to compete with me. Having someone volunteer to clear out the monsters, Di Shangxuan waved his hand happily. Suit yourself. Manhwa was very satisfied. Haha, many thanks, many thanks. He leaped up, even higher than the beast's head, his fists ready. Then I won't hold back. His earth-shattering punch collided with the beast, instantly knocking it flat onto the ground. Manhwa looked at his hand, marveling. It really is tough. The beast seemed completely unfazed by the previous blow. It agilely raised its claws to attack him. He immediately took a defensive stance, then lightning fast, leaped high into the air. Manhwa landed on the beast's back. Let's see how many of my punches you can take. His figure flickered in and out of sight as he punched the creature repeatedly. The surrounding beasts were immediately drawn in. They all rushed toward the site of the battle. Di Shangxuan hurriedly erected a protective barrier, but Manhwa was still focused on the attack, channeling all his strength into his fists. He then unleashed the finishing blow. A purple crystal fell out along with the surrounding aura. Manhwa picked it up. It's lost all its life force. It turns into a crystal after it dies. He observed it for a moment, then said with disdain, "This thing can actually be absorbed?" Suddenly, a noise came from behind. Manhwa turned his head back. Two beasts were roaring as they rushed toward him. A figure agilely leaped onto the beast, charging at Manhwa, and he immediately took a kick from Dai Shangxuan, falling backward and crashing into the others. After a few more kicks, Dai Shangxuan landed on the ground unhurriedly. Dai Shangxuan looked serious and warned, "Be careful. This place is very bizarre. Don't be careless." Manhwa scratched his head and laughed. "Haha, thanks for that." His eyes suddenly turned serious. He stomped his foot on the ground, sending a large rock flying into the air. Manhwa also agilely jumped up. He then unleashed a kick, sending the rock flying. Dai Shangxuan watched him in astonishment. The large rock glided perfectly past him and struck the head of a beast that was attacking the women behind him. Tang Yu turned around in confusion, only to see the beast sprawled on the ground. Manhwa gave a smug thumbs up to the sky. "Ha ha ha! See that? I consider that debt paid." Meanwhile, Di Shangxuan folded his arms, lost in thought, his brow slightly furrowed. These beasts have one extremely strange characteristic. When they attack, they don't emit a shred of aura. Could this be related to their nature as lifeless objects? That's very likely. Manhwa said, while finishing off a monster struggling on the ground. When it comes down to it, they're just dead things. It's natural they have no life force. Dai Shangxuan lightly leaped onto the giant carcass and sighed, truly a strange place. Ending his words, he channeled his strength and stomped hard on the body, causing a small crystal fragment to pop out. Di Shangxuan bent down to pick up the strange object. Inside beasts, there are usually demonic cores or demonic elixirs, he muttered, his expression cold as he observed the stone in his palm. But to have this kind of crystal, this is definitely the first time I've seen it. The energy contained within doesn't seem ordinary at all. Tang Yu curiously poked her head over her eyes wide. Wow, that crystal is so weird. Diaishi stood nearby and couldn't help but marvel. This stone is so beautiful, father. Suddenly, the crystal in Di Shangxuan's hand shattered, releasing a wave of mysterious aura. He startled and frowned. Oh no! The aura seemed to have a mind of its own. It split into two. One streak shot straight into Tang Yuyu's forehead. The other dived into Di Shi's head. Di Shangxuan quickly placed his hands on their foreheads to check. The energy had been completely absorbed. He was surprised. Moreover, there aren't any side effects at all. He cast a puzzled look at Di Shi. Tang Yuyu is of the Man tribe, so it makes sense that she can absorb energy here in Manzhou, but Di Shi is clearly from Shangzhou. Here, Manhuang was also holding another crystal, curiously examining it. Just crush it and you can absorb it, he muttered, and without a moment's hesitation, he squeezed hard. A surge of powerful energy immediately poured out, circled around, and then rushed into his body. Manhuang clenched his fists, feeling every muscle fiber swell. He relaxed his body, a satisfied smile appearing on his lips. What incredible power! I have a feeling my physical body is about to reach the great perfection stage. That fast? Dai Shangxuan was a bit bewildered. Beside him, Tang Yuyu was enjoying herself in a very relaxed manner. She stretched her body comfortably and shouted happily, "Amazing!" Suddenly, her eyes met the person beside her, and they widened in shock. She stared blankly at DZ, who was sitting in meditation with a faint glow radiating from her head. Tang Yuyu was stunned for a moment, then suddenly shouted with joy, I think I grew taller." Dai Shangxuan was speechless watching Tang Yuyu running around excitedly. There was no way. Tang Yuyu, with the strong belief that she had just grown, jumped up happily. "I'm 100% sure I grew. Look." Di Shangxuan had to kneel down and pat her head to comfort her. "Sure, you grew. How about you grow 10 more centimeters?" Tang Yuyu's eyes immediately welled up, and she grabbed his arm, acting spoiled. "I won't have it. Husband, you have to kill more spirit beasts for me. I want to be even stronger." Faced with this coquettish demand, Diep Thuong Tuyet had no reason to refuse. Fine, fine. Outside the cave, Tang Yuyu stood with her arms crossed, looking perfectly at ease. In front of them, 3 demonic beasts slithered toward them. With a lift of her chin, she acted like a confident general, ordering, "Go finish them off." Diep Thuong Huyen could only smile bitterly. "You guys are watching on the channel." The two quickly moved to another location where a giant demonic beast had just appeared. Tang Yuyu came running over again, hugging Diep Thuong Huyen's arm and acting spoiled. "My husband," he gave a forced smile. I know. 2 incense sticks later, a loud explosion echoed. Every time a demonic beast appeared, Tang Yuyu would go back to her usual routine of sweet-talking. Diep Thuong Huyen rubbed his forehead. All right, another one down. An hour passed. The group gathered around Diep Thuong Huyen. Tang Yuyu lay sprawled in a corner, rubbing her belly and complaining. So full, so full. I feel like my body has reached its limit. If I absorb any more, I'll probably explode. He rubbed his aching shoulder from all the grinding. Who told you to absorb so much? She replied as if it were the most natural thing in the world. But I want to grow taller. Having said that, she sprang up and scurried over to Diep Xier, raising her hand to compare their heights. Now I'm even taller than Xier, even though, if you looked closely, they were pretty much neck and neck. She turned around and tried hard to entice Diep Xier. What about you two? Do you want to try absorbing some? Try? Yi Qinghan muttered. Ye Lingyan also looked a bit curious. The two quickly stepped forward to receive the crystal from Tang Yuyu's hand. They placed the crystal in their palms and exerted all their strength to squeeze it. However, both were shocked to see the crystal remain completely unchanged. Suddenly, everyone's eyes shifted toward Diep Xier. She suddenly sat cross-legged, and the surrounding energy began to flow into her body in an orderly fashion. Diep Hai, Ni had begun the refining process calmly. Ye Lingyan smiled faintly. It seems we don't have this kind of fate. Yi Qinghan agreed. Indeed. Meanwhile, Man Hoang, after sitting in meditation for a while, also picked up his blade and stood up. He clenched his fist, feeling the power surging within. I can feel it. Just a little more, and I can break through the limits of my physical body. When he opened his hand, the crystal fragments fell away. However, the power contained in these stones is now useless for my physical body. Manhwa frowned, his gaze turning solemn. He turned to Diep Thuong Huyen and said, "Let's keep going. Let's see what the hell else is hidden inside here." The group quickly set off. Not long after, a towering mountain appeared before their eyes. The peak was covered by a thick, orange-red aura. The group stopped at the foot of the mountain. This is the final destination. Manhwa frowned as he looked up. Diep Thuong Huyen knelt down and placed his hands on the ground. No, he raised his finger, feeling it for a moment, and said, "The soil around here is clearly much looser than in other places. It proves that it only appeared recently." Diep Thuong Huyen offered his deduction. This giant mountain is probably just an obstruction. It has blocked the original path. A few small stones rolled down due to the vibration. He immediately noticed something unusual. Huh? Diep Thuong Huyen was startled. There is something living inside this mountain. Right then, the mountain in front of them suddenly cracked open. The crack extended from the base all the way to the top. The eyes of the two giant stone statues on either side of the cliff suddenly lit up brightly. One of the two statues spoke in a raspy voice. 100,000 years finally. I can stretch my limbs a bit. They can talk? Diep Thuong Huyen rubbed his chin and thought. They've actually survived for 100,000 years? The eyes of the two statues grew brighter, and their massive bodies began to vibrate slightly, causing surrounding rocks and dirt to fall in droves. A statue turned its head to look at the large boulders falling past them. The group led by Diep Thuong Huyen immediately raised their hands to shield themselves. Diep Shier warned in a serious voice, "Everyone, back away." The two stone statues have completely detached themselves from the mountain. They are coming. Manhwa and Diep Thuong Huyen yelled almost at the same time. "I'll handle the one on the left." Diep Thuong Huyen lunged forward. "Then I'll take care of the one on the right." Manhwa didn't delay and ran in the opposite direction. However, the stone statue in front of them suddenly spoke, its voice devoid of any killing intent. "O descendants, you have finally arrived." Both men, who were lunging forward, suddenly stopped. Descendants? The whole group stared blankly at the two giant stone statues that had no intention of attacking. Even so, Manhwa and Diep Thuong Huyen remained in a defensive stance. "Who are you?" Tang, you, curiously stepped forward. "Huh? Could they be our ancestors?" A stone statue suddenly used all its might to push against the mountain wall behind it. The other statue did the same. A pitch-black passage immediately appeared before the group. The two stone giants skillfully threw open two doors, then stepped back to stand on either side. "Descendants, please enter." At this moment, Manhwa completely let down his guard. "It seems we have reached the central area." He stepped forward firmly, not forgetting to look back and say to Diep Thuong Huyen, "I'll go inside and wait for you." After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped. "We've come this far, you can't possibly not go in, right?" Diep Thuong Huyen's face also shone with determination. "Right." He turned back to look at the others and received firm nods in response. Diep Thuong Huyen was satisfied, then turned to ask Tang Yu, "What about you?" She smirked and shot him a playful glance. "Who are you to ask such a redundant question, husband?" Diep Thuong Huyen laughed. "Fair enough." He shouted, "Then let's go." The group proceeded to enter in unison. As soon as Diep Thuong Huyen's foot crossed the threshold, he felt as if he had stepped into some kind of matrix. After the last person entered, the heavy stone door slammed shut. The light in the eyes of the two statues slowly faded. "Hopefully this time we can resolve those things once and for all." Their voices faded into the air, and they completely returned to their initial state of stillness. The group stepped into a completely different space. Hanging high above was a pitch-black, circular object, not sure if it was a moon or a sun, casting a gloomy light. The air here was extremely heavy and stifling. "The door has disappeared," Diep Thuong Huyen said. He observed his surroundings and offered a guess. Either this is an independent space, or someone used an extremely powerful barrier to seal off this entire place. He frowned slightly, his expression becoming serious. A place this vast, whether it's opening up a separate dimension or using a barrier to seal it, is not something an ordinary person could do. Suddenly, Tang Yu pointed forward. "Husband, look." In the distance, a loud explosion echoed. As the dust settled, they saw two figures locked in a fierce, intense combat of kicks and punches. There are two monsters, identical to humans but with pitch-black skin, frantically attacking each other. 4 humanoid spirit beasts. Yi Shangxuan said, with a stern expression. The two spirit beasts fighting intensely suddenly stopped. Their eyes lit up simultaneously, and they all turned toward Ye Shangxuan's group at once. He immediately became vigilant. Something's wrong, they're too fast, Yi Shangxuan exclaimed in surprise. In the blink of an eye, one spirit beast appeared right in front of him. It reached out an arm sharp as a blade toward Du Yu, the weakest one, intending to kill her. Damn it! Ye Shangxuan roared, lunging forward to shield her. Throwing a punch in a direct confrontation, those watching, take note, the fists of both sides collided, creating a powerful shockwave. Boom! A loud explosion echoed. Ye Shangxuan was pushed back a few steps. The demonic beast didn't fare much better. He gave a cold laugh. Your physical body is indeed formidable. The sensation this enemy brought him felt incredibly familiar. Not at all inferior to the Manhwa from before. He stood straight up, turned to instruct Tang Yuyu and Xier to fall back. She quickly replied, "Understood." Ye Shangxuan glanced to the side. "The other one is for you." Manhwa cracked his knuckles and replied enthusiastically, "No problem." However, the demonic beast seized the moment Yi Shangxuan was distracted, swerved, and lunged at him, trying to launch a sneak attack. Yi Shangxuan, furious, unleashed a thunderous kick, sending the monster off on a one-way trip. He didn't give it a single second to react, immediately rushing forward, nimbly circling behind it, and landing another kick. The demonic beast was sent flying directly to the ground, creating a large crater. The surrounding dirt and rocks shattered instantly. He didn't stop there, channeling all his strength into a fist and slamming a thunderous blow into the chest of the sprawled-out demonic beast. That spot exploded instantly, and dust billowed thick. Ye Shangxuan stood amidst the smoke, his eyes flashing with seriousness. A body at this level seems to be its limit. He exhaled, approaching the carcass. "Let me see what kind of hellish things you people really are." On the body of the demonic beast, cracks appeared, and streams of black aura leaked out. Ye Shangxuan immediately felt intrigued. He watched the black smoke dissipate, revealing a real corpse inside. Huh? Unexpectedly, it has a physical form. He reached out to touch the corpse. So this powerful body belongs to this carcass. Yi Shangxuan discovered something and muttered. For this kind of body to be eroded to this degree proves it has been dead for at least 10,000 years. He couldn't help but be amazed. To think such a thing from 10,000 years ago exists in this place. Over there, Manhwa was clashing with the remaining demonic beast. He spoke up, praising, "You're done already? That was fast. It looks like I need to pick up the pace too." With that, he poured all his strength into his fist. Suddenly, the demonic beast they were fighting blurted out, "Hurry, leave!" Manhwa and Ye Shangxuan were both stunned. It can speak? A second later, from the cloud of dust in the distance, a strange light flickered. Two other demonic beasts dashed out from somewhere with terrifying speed, targeting Tang Yuyu and Xier. Ye Shangxuan shouted angrily, "How dare you!" The dense smoke obscured his vision. He only had time to scream, "Watch out!" But as the smoke gradually cleared, the sight before him left him stunned. The two demonic beasts had caught Xier and Tang Yuyu. "You're asking for death!" Ye Shangxuan roared in fury, charging straight toward them. Instantly, a mysterious black smoke enveloped the two demonic beasts and their hostages. Yi Shangxuan's punch hit nothing but air. He stood where they had just disappeared. He gasped in surprise. They vanished? Yi Shangxuan was so angry that his eyebrows were tightly knitted. How is that possible? He turned abruptly, grabbed the remaining demonic beast by the neck, and growled, "Where were they taken? Speak." The demonic beast just stared at him silently. Just as Ye Shangxuan was about to strike, behind him, a coughing sound rang out. Cough, cough. He turned back and saw an old man slowly crawling up from beneath the ground. Cough, cough. Leaning on a wooden staff, he walked over slowly. "No need to worry. They are still safe. Are you the boss here?" Ye Shangxuan inquired. The old man shook his head. "What qualification do I have to be the boss?" He raised his staff, pointed it toward Ye Shangxuan, and said, "Put it down. Its consciousness has only just formed. Don't make it revert to how it was before." Yi Shangxuan felt an invisible pressure from the old man, thinking to himself, "A truly terrifying power, almost 80% of my strength at my peak." He immediately let go of the beast's neck. The old man looked up and continued, "We are not people from that faction. If we were, we would have already acted directly, instead of doing these troublesome things. Don't worry too much. At the very least, I can guarantee they will be absolutely safe for 3 days." Ye Shangxuan replied with a stern face, "That had better be the case." Ye Shangxuan's group followed the old man to the entrance of a cave. He said, "Everything you want to know is inside here." Manhwa looked suspicious. But Ye Shangxuan didn't hesitate for a moment. Let's go. They began to head deep into the cave. Looking up, there were stalactites, sharp as spikes, and on both sides, skeletons were arranged neatly. Ye Shangxuan stopped before one skeleton, exclaiming in surprise, "Golden body! That is a golden skeleton. This is the golden body of the Buddhist sect." Looking back, he saw another skeleton with a jade-green color, the jade bone of the Taoist sect. Ye Shangxuan couldn't help but be amazed. To be able to cultivate a physical body to this level, I'm afraid even some of the great emperors in the upper realm might not be able to do it. Furthermore, as far as I know, 100,000 years ago, the legacies of both the Buddhist and Taoist sects were severed. For skeletons of this level to appear here, where exactly is this place? Manhwa bent down to look at another skeleton, sighing. What a powerful body. Just looking at it, I can feel it could easily tear my body apart. The crystal treasure body of the Xuan sect is here too, Ye Shangxuan noted. The Xuan sect? Manhwa wondered. Suddenly, an ancient voice echoed from deep within the cave. Finally, I have waited. Ye Shangxuan and Manhwa were immediately on guard, looking around. That voice echoed once more. Come in, juniors. Juniors? Ye Shangxuan didn't understand. Is this a trap? Manhwa was skeptical. Let's go, Ye Shangxuan told everyone. They continued to head deeper inside. After walking for a while, the group stopped. What is this? Manhwa exclaimed. Before them was a very mysterious and complex formation. The voice from before echoed again. Step inside. I'll go in first. Ye Shangxuan stepped forward. Just as he stepped past the formation, he saw someone sitting there. It was the old man from before, and next to him were other stone statues. Come, sit here, Dijuxuan said, pointing. Manhwa walked over aggressively, not showing any courtesy. Old man, don't drag this out. Just say it straight. Where is this place? And how can I break through the limits of my physical body? Dijuxuan kept his eyes closed and answered leisurely. Don't be impatient. Let me tell you a story. He raised his hand, and immediately after, several cylindrical stones rose from the ground. Please, sit. He looked up and began to recount an ancient story. His voice carried the burden of time. This story is very long. Going back about 1 million years, the powers in the upper realm were divided into the 1 union, 1 palace, 2 sects, and 4 territories. Among them, the central province was the most prosperous and powerful land. On the 9 profound continent, hundreds of emperor realm experts gathered in the central province to contend for the Heavenly Dao with only one goal, to break through to the 9th level of the emperor realm and completely escape from the suppression. In the legends of the 9 profound continent, some become supreme beings. However, there are those with ulterior motives. In the ghost domain, a group of people tried to surpass the limits of time and space to travel to another world, but that action accidentally opened a horrific nightmare. Countless alien races poured in from that world, but what no one expected was that these aliens were not only extraordinarily powerful, but also capable of corroding the very land itself. Their aura could even erode human thoughts, causing people to inadvertently harbor evil intent and slaughter each other within just a few short days. The ghost domain fell completely into the hands of the aliens. By the time we discovered it, the passageway for the aliens had expanded many times over, with human corpses scattered everywhere. By the time we realized the danger, the alien race had already spread everywhere, starting to erode toward the central continent. A fierce, unprecedented great war erupted. That war lasted for many years. Although we held the upper hand, even when destroyed, the bodies of the alien race continued to emit a strange aura that eroded the land, preventing spiritual energy from regenerating. Furthermore, more and more people were affected by this aura, becoming insane and slaughtering their own kind. For that reason, these aliens were called the demonic evil from outside the realm. With no other choice, we decided to capture the leader to capture the bandits first. Almost all of the more than 100 Emperor Realm experts joined the final battle. The king of the alien race was a supreme being with terrifying strength. Fortunately, thanks to our numbers, we finally managed to kill it, after having to pay the price of 70% of the Emperor Realm experts' lives. But unexpectedly, the terrifying aura generated when the alien king died eroded the entire central continent in the blink of an eye, turning the place that was once a holy land for cultivation into a paradise for the alien race. Helpless, I and the remaining Emperor Realm experts joined hands to set up the Devil Refining Universe formation with the intention of refining this entire alien race. Simultaneously, to avoid affecting the upper realm and other realms, we joined hands to sink the entire central continent, along with the ghost domain, causing it to fall into the wasteland sea beneath the lower realm. Emperor Juxuan continued. After that, we continued to join hands to seal the alien passageway, suppressing it in the endless sea of the upper realm and establishing the Holy Domain Guardians. Unfortunately, my old comrades from back then also passed away one by one because their vitality was exhausted. Here, he slowly opened his hand to let the sand and dust flow down. This old man is a bit stronger, but I am also just a flickering light in the wind. However, I had to use a secret technique to sleep for thousands of years to recover even a little vitality. Emperor Juxuan looked at the statues nearby and sighed. However, when I woke up, I discovered that this eroded land could spontaneously give birth to new alien creatures. Fortunately, the lingering obsessions of my old comrades from back then always wanted to cleanse this land. But unfortunately, an obsession is still just an obsession. It isn't flexible enough to wipe out all the alien races that keep appearing. I can only use myself as the foundation to cast a formation to bury them all deep underground. He stroked his beard and continued. Even so, it still affects all 6 lands. Humans born here all become more aggressive and bloodthirsty. I originally thought this was a flaw, but I didn't expect it to produce a special character like you. Me? Ye Shangxuan asked in surprise. Emperor Juxuan nodded. Yes, that's right, it's you. A perfect combination of good and evil. The most perfect body. He continued. You call this place the Man Continent. Actually, you aren't wrong. After all, every tree and blade of grass here was born from the flesh and blood of the hundreds of Emperor Realm experts we had 1,000,000 years ago. You have lived in a bloodthirsty environment since you were young, absorbing the flesh and blood of emperors, and because your physical bodies are too strong, you automatically reject spiritual energy. If that doesn't make you a man tribe, then what are you? The Man Emperor and Ye Shangxuan listened intently. At the same time, your upper limits are extremely high, almost limitless. The reason you cannot break through is because, in the process of growing up, you accidentally absorbed the energy of the alien race, causing 2 forces in your bodies to conflict with each other. Is there any way to solve this? The Man Emperor asked anxiously. Emperor Juxuan smiled and said, Of course there is. There are even 2 ways. One is to kill an alien with strength equivalent to yours. Directly absorb its energy to forcibly break through. 2 is, with the help of the Heavenly Tribulation, to endure and absorb its power, using the force of the Heavenly Tribulation as a catalyst to make the 3 types of energy in your body fuse together, and you can also break through. Heavenly Tribulation? Ye Shangxuan was stunned. Emperor Juxuan pointed his finger at him and replied, That's right, the Heavenly Tribulation. You originally never thought of this possibility. But when I met you, I knew the reason you cannot break through is because there is too little energy related to the alien race in your body, not enough to create the fusion. Ye Shangxuan had a serious expression. So that's how it is. He continued to ask. Then, are the aliens you mentioned the ones who captured my 2 companions? He nodded. That's right. You have absorbed the flesh and blood of emperors since you were young, so gradually, you will carry a portion of the bloodline of my old friends. Therefore, you can be considered their descendants. But at the same time, you are also seen as descendants of the alien race. Emperor Juxuan swiped a finger across the dusty ground. The reason those aliens snatched your 2 friends is simple. They are plotting to activate the latent alien blood in their bodies. He continued to wave his hands, drawing difficult-to-understand symbols. Currently, there is a temporary balance between them and me, but as long as one side is even slightly stronger, the entire situation will flip immediately. This alienization process takes at least 3 days, so rest assured, within the next 3 days, they are absolutely safe. He continued to sketch strange lines on the ground. Suddenly, Emperor Juxuan tapped a finger on one point. If nothing unexpected happens, your 2 friends are being held captive in this very corner. Ye Shangxuan bowed respectfully, hands clasped. My deepest thanks, Senior. Di Juxuan stroked his silver beard, feigning profound wisdom. A small matter. But, may I have a word with you alone? He narrowed his eyes and looked at Ye Shangxuan. Just me? The young man asked, then nodded decisively. Very well, Ye Shangxuan. Tanmuya and Ye Lingxuan cried out in unison, their faces filled with worry. Ye Shangxuan raised a hand to reassure them. Wait for me outside for a moment. He then turned to look at Manhwa, his massive companion. Brother man, please step outside as well. If there are any alien demons left to tear apart, wait for me, and we shall go on a slaughtering spree together. Manhwa stood up, his towering figure casting a shadow, and rumbled, Consider it done. Thank you, Ye Shangxuan replied. The 3 of them quietly turned and walked out. The heavy door creaked shut, leaving the two of them in the silent, secluded space. Only then did Ye Shangxuan speak. Diju Xuan looked up, his eyes filled with awe. You brat. Your strength is absurdly, abnormally powerful. Your body is truly like a top-tier, all-encompassing cauldron, capable of containing the very essence of the flesh and blood of all my old friends from the past. Even without breaking through, you were already capable of touching the threshold of the Emperor realm. And if you succeed in your breakthrough, your body will harbor the power of the heavenly tribulation, the very thing that could be called the bane of the alien demons. If we want to seal their path permanently, I fear we can only rely on you. He spoke with a seriousness never seen before. Ye Shangxuan pondered for a moment. I understand everything else. But, he pointed to himself. This pseudo-emperor thing, do you mean my current strength? Or, Diju Xuan answered bluntly. Obviously your peak, glorious era. Ye Shangxuan was stunned. My peak era? May I ask, just how strong were the emperors of your time? The old man nodded upon hearing this. I see. It seems the way you define cultivation realms today has changed drastically. Let me put it this way so you can picture it. For the past 1,000,000 years, an emperor tribulation has appeared only once, and that time was just recently. If I'm not mistaken, that was because you overcame it. To become a true emperor, one must succeed in passing the emperor tribulation. Ye Shangxuan fell into deep thought. Diju Xuan channeled his energy. He explained further, the emperor realm has 9 levels. Each time a heavenly tribulation descends, it is 10 times stronger than the last. This old man once surpassed the 9th level of the emperor realm, which is why I earned the title Diju Xuan. Ye Shangxuan was shocked to the core. Does that mean the so-called longevity heavenly tribulation I just experienced was merely a bottom-tier tribulation from the ancient past? He crossed his arms, a smile of genuine interest playing on his lips. How interesting, he continued. So, those big shots in the upper realm today are all just pseudo-emperors? They aren't even worthy of being called pseudo-emperors. Diju Xuan nodded in confirmation. That's pretty much it. But it's understandable. After the Great War with the alien demons, the entire 9 mysterious continent had its foundations shattered, and the spiritual energy is much thinner than before. Naturally, becoming an emperor is 10,000 times harder now. Ye Shangxuan looked satisfied. So, that's how it is. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Both of them instinctively looked up. Diju Xuan spun around and saw a stream of black mist slowly leaking out. He muttered, strange. Why would the barrier suddenly fluctuate like this? He immediately channeled his power, trying to stop the black energy. The 2 stone statues behind them also began to emit a mysterious energy. A moment later, Diju Xuan stopped, and the black smoke gradually dissipated. He let out a sigh of relief. Phew, temporarily stabilized. Diju Xuan looked up, his brow furrowed. But this is the first time such a phenomenon has occurred. He began calculating on his fingers. This isn't right. His expression turned to panic. This is bad. Diju Xuan's face turned pale with worry. The seal is weakening. Ye Shangxuan couldn't help but be astonished. The seal is weakening? The old man replied in a low voice. Yes, the seal on the alien demon path in the upper realm has been loosened, causing demonic energy to spill out, which in turn affects this place. Hearing about the seal in the upper realm, Ye Shangxuan immediately thought of one person, Yi Qinghan, of the sanctuary. Diju Xuan said urgently, there's not much time left. According to the original plan, the alien demons intended to turn your 2 friends into their own kind. They needed at least 3 days to complete the resurrection and conversion process. His voice became more serious than ever. But now, with the seal weakening, it will surely drive them to madness. They will stop at nothing to accelerate the process. At most 2 days, or perhaps as little as 1. Yi Shangxuan tensed up. That soon? Diju Xuan gritted his teeth. There's no other way. I set up the death spirit barrier here. Even if those who have died are resurrected and possess intelligence, they cannot escape this formation. But the living are different. They can enter and exit freely. Once your 2 friends are turned into alien demons and leave this place to head to the upper realm, amidst a weakening seal, being corroded from both inside and out will certainly destroy the seal entirely. Those alien demons will never let this golden opportunity slip. Hearing this, Ye Shangxuan didn't hesitate and turned around immediately. Understood. I'm going right now. Diju Xuan hurriedly warned him. You must be quick, and remember, once they are fully converted into alien demons, their strength won't just be near the Emperor realm. They might even reach the 1st or 2nd level of the Emperor realm. Never underestimate the bloodline of the alien demons, and don't be delusional enough to think that bloodline won't erode their consciousness. Yi Shangxuan stepped through the array portal. I understand. As soon as he stepped outside, everyone surrounded him. Ye Shangxuan, brother Shangxuan. Ye Shangxuan only had time to say, "Stay here and wait for me." Yi Lingyan replied, "Yes, Ye Shangxuan." Tan Muya couldn't hide her anxiety. "Brother Shangxuan, you must return safely." Yi Shangxuan turned his head and smiled to reassure her. "Don't worry." Having said that, he turned to Manhwa. "Coming? Or are you not going to save your friend?" Manhwa didn't hesitate for a second and let out a roar. "Let's go." At those words, both of them turned into two streaks of light, soaring into the sky. Meanwhile, in a dark place belonging to the spirit beasts, Du Wu was shouting angrily, "What the hell do you think you are? Daring to tie me up? Do you know who I am? Once my husband gets here, he'll level this nest of yours to the ground." She was tied tightly to a giant stone pillar, with a murky, bubbling black pool of water below. Du Wu turned to the little girl beside her. "Don't be afraid, Chi'er. Your master is coming to rescue us soon." Ye Chi'er nodded. Yes, Chi'er also believes in master. Suddenly, from the arms of the spirit beasts standing around them, a pitch-black liquid began to ooze out. All of them were in a similar state. The liquid flowed down and merged into the pool below. Du Wu shouted helplessly, "Can you guys talk?" "Oh, wait, looking at your faces. I guess you can't, right?" Immediately after, the water in the lake began to bubble violently. The demonic beasts below shrieked and howled. Seeing them all kneel at once, Du Wu was confused. "What are you guys doing? You aren't planning on sacrificing the two of us, are you?" Suddenly, she realized the water in the lake was reaching a boiling point. The water level began to rise, approaching their feet. Du Wu screamed in panic. "Damn it! This pillar is sinking!" Terrified, she tried to negotiate. "Hey, don't. You don't really want to sacrifice us, do you? Don't do this, give us a chance. Wait for my husband to arrive, and then we can talk this through, okay?" Ye Shini remained calm. "Mistress, this water, I think it will hurt if we touch it." Du Wu frowned. "I have to take a risk." She struggled, thinking that if the rope loosened just a little, she could at least push Shini to safety. She put all her strength into a shout. "Break for me!" Snap. The pillar she was tied to suddenly snapped in half. She fell straight into the lake, and the rope broke with a loud snap. Using all her might, Du Wu finally freed herself. She quickly lunged to save Ye Shini. As she untied the rope, she reassured her, "Don't be afraid." "Okay." Ye Shini nodded. Du Wu clung to the pillar with one hand and used the other to shove Shini far away with all her strength. "Shini, while they are performing whatever weird ritual this is, hurry up and find your master." Ye Shini slammed into an invisible wall and fell into the water. Seeing this, Du Wu panicked. "Ye Shini!" She hurriedly pulled her up. "Shini, are you okay?" Ye Shini gasped for air. I'm okay." Du Wu was worried. "I didn't expect there to be a barrier here. It was my mistake." Strangely enough, she started paying attention to the lake. Du Wu exclaimed in surprise, "It's not hot at all, and I don't feel anything unusual. On the contrary, my whole body feels full of energy, extremely refreshed. It feels like I've grown taller." She became excited. But deep down, a strange feeling welled up and urged to jump into a fight with someone. At the same time, at the Jade Sea Immortal Palace in the sanctuary, Ye Qinghan felt a sense of foreboding. As expected, there's a problem with the seal. She looked up at the void and muttered, "With Shangxuan and an Emperor Realm expert missing, I hope this mess can be resolved properly." A disciple rushed over to report, "Palace Master, all disciples have gathered." Ye Qinghan turned around and ordered, "Good, you. Go inform the great emperors and semi-emperors of all realms that they must be here within 1 hour." She then ordered the remaining disciples, "Everyone, head to the second floor. With all your strength, execute the subjugate demons universe formation." "Yes," the disciples responded in unison. Beneath Ye Qinghan's feet, wisps of black energy began to radiate. At the second floor of the Jade Sea Immortal Palace, the disciples were clasping their hands, chanting, "Heaven and earth are infinite. Universe's evil arts are born from the heart, regenerating endlessly. Heaven and earth return to nature. Evil arts disperse." The black energy rising from below grew thicker. All the disciples shouted in unison, shaking the entire Jade Sea Immortal Palace until it shone brilliantly. Yi Qinghan was in the deepest basement of the palace. She didn't expect the seal to be broken so widely in such a short time. Standing before a massive hole, she shouted, "Strengthen the Jade Sea Immortal Palace boundary." Yi Qinghan looked at the talisman in her hand. "It's still stable. There's still a chance to repair it." She waved her hand, drawing a series of talismans, and commanded, "Go." The talismans flew toward the pillar. They sealed the cracks on it. As the cracks gradually shrank, it was temporarily stabilized. Yi Qinghan turned away. Next, as long as the other emperors and semi-emperors coordinate to reinforce it, it should stabilize again. Just as the hole closed, a drop of jet-black liquid fell to the floor. That liquid corroded the ground, passed through layer after layer, and fell straight to the bottom of the endless sea below the sanctuary. It dissolved in the water and transformed into a fierce monster. Ha ha ha! Finally, I've arrived in this world. It was DE, the leader of the twin-winged demon race. I'm finally out. You idiots. You still want to reinforce the seal? But draining some of the power from the experts in this world is not a bad idea. DE spread his wings and soared upward. Now, let me see what kind of fun this world has to offer. On the side of the alien races, in an underground ruin, Ye Shangxuan and Manhwa were hiding behind a rock. In front of them were about 13 aliens. Ye Shangxuan whispered. According to that senior, for an alien of this rank, absorbing just one person is enough to make a breakthrough. As for me, I need at least 3, maybe even 4. No more than 5 in total. Manhwa was puzzled. You need that many? Yi Shangxuan glanced outside. There are too many. Once we attack, we'll easily be exposed and attract more. I'm not in my prime period yet. And you haven't broken through either. If that happens, we could easily become their prey. Manhwa growled. What are you afraid of? When the enemy comes, the general blocks. The noise caught the attention of a demonic beast. Yi Shangxuan quickly covered his mouth. Shh! Don't make a sound before both of us break through. If we get surrounded, it'll be a huge headache. We have to figure out a way to separate them. Luckily, these are just reanimated corpses with simple minds. Ye Shangxuan suddenly had an idea. I have a way, he smiled. According to the senior, my blood is their natural nemesis. So, with their simple minds, they will definitely do everything they can to destroy this source of power. Ye Shangxuan turned to ask Manhwa, do you have a storage artifact? I do, Manhwa replied. Ye Shangxuan looked at the demonic beasts. Then it's simple. Later you take a stone and throw it over there to lure as many as possible. When one gets close, you just throw the stone far away. The two leaned in to discuss. Don't throw it too far, and don't throw it too close. Small matter, Manhwa replied confidently. Ye Shangxuan made a cut on his hand and dripped blood onto several stones. He gave them to Manhwa to put into his storage artifact. Remember, you must always have a stone on you, otherwise you won't be able to lure them. Got it, Manhwa noted carefully. In his hand was a beast skull used for storage. Manhwa ran off, not forgetting to look back and warn him. Kid, keep a few corpses for me. I still want to break through. Don't worry, Ye Shangxuan replied. Manhwa snuck near the demonic beasts, took out a blood-stained stone, held it up, and waved it around. Kant. Manhwa snuck near the demonic beasts, took out a blood-stained stone, held it up, and waved it around. You want it, you monsters? The demonic beasts seemed to smell the scent of blood. They drooled with greed. Without hesitation, they lunged forward, howling loudly. Hoo-ah! Manhwa quickly picked up speed, running while looking back, mocking them. Not bad. The speed isn't terrible. A fierce demonic beast lunged, aiming to snatch the stone. Manhwa broke into a cold sweat. That was too fast. Almost got hit. He quickly threw the stone away, causing the entire group of aliens to change direction and chase after it. Watching them fight over the stone, Manhwa muttered, Guess this trick still works. He pulled out another stone and held it up to taunt them. Come on, you bunch of idiots, come and get it. Manhwa threw the stone away to lure them into a chase. As the alien tribe gathered around the stone, Ye Shangxuan, watching from above, said, Success, as expected. He dove down, saying, Time to clean up. He unleashed a devastating punch, obliterating them one by one. The alien that had picked up the stone turned around, but its companions were already gone. Ye Shangxuan landed from above, stomping straight onto its head and crushing it into the ground. The previous punch had left Ye Shangxuan's hand throbbing red. He gasped. Their bodies are so tough, truly. Their physical forms are near the Emperor realm. In that case, their only weakness must be the brain. He looked down at the alien under his feet. Since it just resurrected, I just need to scatter its consciousness. Yi Shangxuan placed his hand on its body. His palm glowed. I hope the senior was right about this. He began absorbing the energy from it. At the very least, it could help him recover. A bit of strength. Before long, the alien was reduced to a dried-up skeleton. All its energy had been absorbed by Ye Shangxuan completely. He sat down, feeling the energy from the alien ripple throughout his body, and focused on absorbing it, causing the ground around him to shake and debris to fly everywhere. He then said excitedly, "It really works. My strength hasn't just fully recovered, it's increased by 2 parts." Ye Shangxuan pushed off the ground and leaped high into the air. Manhwa was still playing tag with the aliens. Ye Shangxuan shouted from behind, "No need to run anymore." He landed in front of the aliens. Perfect timing to test just how strong this recovered state is. Energy gathered in his fist, and he unleashed a heaven-shaking blow at them, creating a massive explosion. Manhwa was surprised. You broke through?" Ye Shangxuan steadied himself and replied, "Not yet. Just recovering my original strength and picking up a bit more power along the way. But a breakthrough is coming soon." The aliens were now nothing but dry skeletons. Manhwa and Ye Shangxuan sat down to start absorbing the energy. It was like giving a tiger wings. The energy Manhwa absorbed surged violently. Manhwa opened his eyes. It worked. He felt his new strength. Too strong, it's at least 10, maybe even 20 times stronger than before. He then turned to look at Ye Shangxuan. "I wonder how monstrous you'll be after you break through." Ye Shangxuan's eyes burned red. The power of the lightning tribulation wasn't enough yet. He raised both hands to the sky and roared, "Then I shall undergo the life tribulation once more." The sky suddenly turned pitch black, and thunder rumbled. A massive bolt of lightning struck straight down at Ye Shangxuan, who caught it with both hands, straining as he held it back, shouting, "Ha ha!" Manhwa watched from the sidelines, completely stunned. Ye Shangxuan used all his strength to shove the lightning back, while hundreds of smaller bolts crackled around him. He wiped his face and pointed to the sky, yelling, "Don't be so stingy, hit me with everything at once." Immediately, hundreds of lightning bolts struck him simultaneously. "He nan, arg." Ye Shangxuan gritted his teeth. "Damn, that actually hurts, but finally, I've broken through." His whole body felt light as he floated into the air. Ye Shangxuan let out a sigh of relief. "So, this is the Emperor Realm?" He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power. No wonder. The senior said, "I was only a pseudo-emperor before. This power is truly too overbearing." He turned to Manhwa. "Sorry to have kept you waiting." Ye Shangxuan placed his hands near his eyes and opened them wide, using his emperor consciousness to sweep the surroundings. A few seconds later, he found his targets. Xier and Tong Yu were being held captive. "Found them." Ye Shangxuan pointed to the southwest. Both of them flew off immediately. Tang Yu was glaring at the monsters with hatred when 2 figures flew in from afar, slamming into the barrier. Ye Shangxuan and Manhwa landed. "We're here, husband! Master!" Tang Yu and Xier shouted with joy. Ye Shangxuan placed his hand on the barrier and said, "Step back a little. Let me shatter this annoying barrier." "Understood," they both replied from inside. Ye Shangxuan stepped back, raised his fist, and prepared to deliver a heavy blow. He wound up his arm and slammed his fist straight into the barrier. The impact was so powerful that dust flew everywhere, and Manhwa had to raise his arm to shield himself from being blown away. Ye Shangxuan stood there, touching the barrier. "So tough. A full power punch from me, and there isn't even a crack." He turned his head. "Seems I have to deal with these aliens who set up the barrier first." He looked at the tribe. A leader among them pointed and gave an order. "You 4, go!" "Yes." The ones around him replied and charged forward with lightning speed. Ye Shangxuan turned to see another one trying to sneak an attack. "You dare play dirty with me?" He grabbed its arm and slammed it hard into another alien. "Die!" Then, another one attacked from behind. But Ye Shangxuan landed a kick straight into its stomach, sending it flying backward into the alien fighting Manhwa. "Thanks," Manhwa said. Another one tried to punch Manhwa, but he blocked it just in time. He couldn't help but be surprised. This guy's body is really tough, too. He thought to himself, did they both break through? Why are they so monstrous after breaking through? Ye Shangxuan turned to the remaining aliens. "Now, it's your turn." An alien pointed at him. "An Emperor Realm. A living one?" Ye Shangxuan laughed smugly. "Looks like you're the boss. You've even regained your senses, and you know how to speak the language of the 9 profound continent now? You must have lived a long time after resurrecting, right? Well then, time for you to die." Ye Shangxuan raised his leg and stomped directly onto the leader's face, shaking the ground. The leader said, "So, you're only at the first level of the Emperor Realm." He raised his hand to swat Ye Shangxuan's leg away. He sneered. That reaction force was quite something, but unfortunately, that's all it is. Ye Shangxuan was slightly surprised. That body was strong. His previous kick had been a fatal blow, yet it hadn't harmed him at all. The alien wiped its mouth. Unexpected. In a world withered to its roots like this, you still managed to reach the Emperor Realm. He stood up and spread his arms. "Come with me. With your talent, you shouldn't be limited by this barren land." Yi Shangxuan smiled and set a condition. Just release those two, and I might consider your offer. He looked at the leader and laughed. If you want to recruit me, you at least need some sincerity, right? The leader replied. You know that's impossible, Ye Shangxuan said coldly. Indeed, I know. So, why are you still playing games with me? The leader shook his head. What a pity. I clearly gave you a chance. It's because you don't know your place. He glared at him with pure fury, preparing to strike. You're only at the first level of the Emperor realm, and you just barely broke through. You have no idea, do you? I am at the 4th level of the Emperor realm. Even if I died once, now that I've been resurrected, it's not like I can't crush a first-level brat like you. Black smoke billowed from his mouth. Don't go looking for your own death. With that, he threw a punch toward Ye Shangxuan. Ye Shangxuan's eyes widened in shock. Too fast, he hurriedly raised his hands to block the attack. The sheer force sent Ye Shangxuan sliding backward. He thought in shock. What immense power. The alien leader looked smug. He soared into the air, creating countless afterimages. Ye Shangxuan watched his every move intently. The leader used various techniques, then dashed forward, closing in on Ye Shangxuan and throwing a lightning-fast punch. Just as his fist was inches from Ye Shangxuan's face, he suddenly stopped. You know, if I wanted to kill you, one strike would be enough. The leader pulled his hand back. I'm not killing you because I want you to see just how vast the gap between us really is. The alien leader's sudden suggestion caught Ye Shangxuan completely off guard. He reflexively leaped far back, eyes wide. The guy continued his lecture. Your body is resonating with the call of our clan's bloodline. Don't let this mortal world taint your innate talent and your noble blood. You hear me, young man? Ye Shangxuan's head was a mess. 4th level of the Emperor realm? What the hell is this? Didn't this guy just crawl out of some grave? His power should only be at the 3rd level, or even lower. And yet, his speed, physique, and strength are top tier, while I'm like some cheap, discounted knockoff. He racked his brain for a plan. A chance was there, but the guy was too fast. To take him down, he had to catch that fleeting wind. And naturally, a golden opportunity like this would only come once. Seeing Ye Shangxuan silent, the leader raised his voice again, dangling an olive branch full of thorns. I'll give you one last chance. Follow me and live, or stay and die. Ye Shangxuan let out a huff, his attitude indifferent. Same old answer, my friend. Let them go, and I'll consider becoming your fan. Then go to hell. The leader's patience finally evaporated completely. He lunged forward and delivered a heavy punch, burying it deep into Ye Shangxuan's gut. The impact made him spit out a mouthful of crimson blood. Looking up with a pale face, he smirked. Gotcha. The leader raised an eyebrow. You caught it. So what, kid? You planning to tickle me to death? Do you really think you can break through my diamond defense? Ye Shangxuan gripped the leader's fist tightly with one hand, his other hand pulsing with surging energy. He raised his fist, voice full of defiance. Try it and see. A punch infused with all his life force slammed straight into the leader's face, making his already ugly mug look even more distorted. He lay sprawled on the ground. Ye Shangxuan clutched his chest, panting heavily, not forgetting to gloat. Who said I couldn't break your turtle shell? He looked down at his own hand and marveled. This bloodline really is premium quality. Seeing the scene, Tang Yuyu and Xier were terrified. Husband, are you okay? Master, don't worry, just a scratch. Ye Shangxuan replied briefly, then spun around to look at the motionless leader. But to be safe, he raised his fist and landed another earth-shattering blow. You used to be a big shot at the 4th level of the Emperor realm. If you're not fully dead, I'm toast. He punched him one more time in the stomach to be sure. Having dealt with the boss, he set his sights on the remaining lackeys. Time to clean up the battlefield. Ye Shangxuan flew forward, unleashing a barrage of attacks that wiped out the alien horde in an instant, then casually turned to leave. Tang Yuyu cheered. Husband, please, take a rest. No need. Ye Shangxuan waved her off. You two, back up a bit. I'm going to make this glass cage disappear. With that, he channeled his lightning fist again, using all his strength to shatter the barrier. Instantly, the surrounding space shattered into 1,000 pieces. Successfully rescuing the two beauties, Tang Yuyu and Xier were overjoyed. Tang Yuyu leaped up and hugged him. Husband! Xier ran after her, chiming in. Master! Ye Shangxuan gently pried Tang Yuyu off and asked, Yuyu, Xier, are you two hurt anywhere? We're fine, they replied in unison. Tang Yuyu even raised her arm to show off. I even feel like I'm much stronger than before. Xier happily agreed. Me too. That's great then. Ye Shangxuan breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, The body of the leader began to emit thick black smoke. Ye Shangxuan snapped around, his instincts screaming that something was wrong. He hurriedly raised his hand and shouted, "Get out of the way!" But it was too late. Two strands of black energy lunged straight at Tang Yuyu and Xi'er. Ye Shangxuan was furious. How the hell is this possible? I clearly sent that alien back to the afterlife. So how is he still showing up? He attacked the smoke repeatedly, but there were too many, and they were too fast. After cutting through a few strands, he gritted his teeth and lunged to pull the two women out of the encirclement. He frowned, trying to create distance, but it was useless. This energy is it targeting Yu Yu and Xi'er? He looked down at Tang Yu Yu, and Ye Shangxuan went numb. So fast? That cursed energy had already been absorbed. A second later, a horrifying scene unfolded. Tang Yu Yu landed on the ground and let out a blood-curdling scream that shook the earth. Her body suddenly grew abnormally large, and toxic smoke poured from her entire body. Her tightly closed eyes suddenly snapped open, flashing with a chilling, eerie coldness. She lifted her head. In her pupils, half was her own reflection, while the other half held the wild ferocity of a savage. Instantly, she lunged forward to attack Ye Shangxuan and Xi'er. Ye Shangxuan blocked her lightning-fast kick, but the shockwave forced him to one knee. The ground beneath him exploded into a crater. Tang Yuyu stood there, staring coldly without a shred of emotion. Ye Shangxuan hurriedly set Xi'er down, his heart full of worry. This power, it's even stronger than mine. He stood up to face Tang Yuyu. Not dead, and now a savage at the Emperor realm? Tang Yuyu spoke in a cold, monotone voice. Yuyu. Ye Shangxuan called her name, but was met only with more brutal attacks. Suddenly, her expression shifted. For a brief moment, her reason seemed to return, and she collapsed to the ground. Tang Yuyu struggled to call out. Hus, husband, Ye Shangxuan, panicked and rushed over. Yuyu, you're awake? Tang, you gripped her other arm tightly, her whole body trembling. Don't come over, knock me out. She used her last bit of clarity to beg. I can't control it anymore. Find a way to free my consciousness. If you're smart, just kill me. After a second of hesitation, Ye Shangxuan struck the back of her neck, knocking Tang Yuyu unconscious. He turned to look at Xi'er, who was lying on the ground. His heart was in turmoil. What about Xi'er? After being forcibly fused, the alien's consciousness has suppressed the original soul, he muttered. Consciousness, I've never dabbled in this field before. Ye Shangxuan embraced Tang Yuyu. Perhaps Ye Qinghan will have a way. She's an expert healer. Manhwa, the Holy Realm Master in charge of guarding these alien demons, slowly approached. What's going on? Didn't you already save them? It seems like their mental state is being compromised, Liu Shangxuan replied, his voice heavy. What? This is a tough situation, the man stammered, clearly panicked. He scratched his head. Then, as if remembering something, his eyes lit up. Wait, doesn't your blood have special properties? Why don't you try that? Liu Shangxuan didn't hesitate. He pricked his finger with his teeth and smeared a drop of blood onto Tang Yuyu's forehead, but there was no reaction at all. The man rubbed his chin, looking thoughtful. Topical application didn't work. How about trying oral administration? It's the only option left. Liu Shangxuan nodded and slit his wrist, letting his blood drip into Tang Yuyu's mouth, hoping for an immediate effect. A powerful burst of energy suddenly surged from her body. Liu Shangxuan was overjoyed. It actually worked, but his joy didn't last long. As Tang Yuyu fainted again, Liu Shangxuan frowned. It worked. It's precisely because it worked that the consciousness of the otherworldly entity possessing her body didn't want her to swallow his blood, he realized. He helplessly let go of her hand. Suddenly, he bit his tongue hard, leaned down, and used his own mouth to transfer the blood to her. As Liu Shangxuan was performing this life-saving kiss, Tang Yuyu suddenly woke up. She raised her hand and wrapped it tightly around his neck. Startled, he immediately gave her forehead a light flick. Tang Yuyu grinned, her voice full of mischief. Hey, not a bad deal at all. Not only did I get a power boost, but I also got a kiss from my husband, she cheekily continued. Later, I have to go brag to Tan Muya that I am the true lady of the house. Liu Shangxuan could only shake his head helplessly. You only know how to cause trouble. What about Xi'er? You haven't saved her yet. What kind of master are you, acting so carefree? He walked over to help Xi'er up and repeated the process. He cut his wrist and dripped blood into her mouth. After a few drops, Xi'er slowly opened her eyes. Master? Liu Shangxuan helped her stand steady. Don't worry, you're fine now. Just then, the ground began to shake violently. The whole group was shocked. What the hell is going on? The ground cracked into huge pieces. Liu Shangxuan's voice turned serious. The senior's barrier is failing. Far away, Xu was sitting there, counting on his fingers, muttering to himself. The barrier is still stable. He looked up at the sky with a thoughtful expression. But something has happened in the upper realm. Xu immediately sent an urgent message to Liu Shangxuan's group. The upper realm is in crisis. Hurry! Outside, Liu Shangxuan received the message and immediately replied, Understood. At the same time, at the sacred domain, the Bihai Immortal Palace was being engulfed by a thick, dark smoke. Yi Qinghan thought worriedly to herself. Why has the seal suddenly deteriorated this badly? It was clearly just stabilized. Zhan Huang and a group of others arrived aggressively. With a mocking tone, he asked, Palace Master Yi, I wonder what grand reason you had for calling us here. Surely it wasn't just to tour this palace of yours that's suppressing some evil spirit or monster, right? This demonic energy feels terrifyingly strong. Another person interjected. Yi Qinghan's expression was grave. The situation is not optimistic. I will explain the details later. Right now, I need everyone to put their full strength into helping me activate the array. The others immediately protested in an uproar. Use our full strength to help you? Whatever your immortal palace is suppressing, what does that have to do with us? What the hell is this seal anyway? The Thunder Demon Lord suddenly frowned, as if remembering something. Could this seal be the passage for the otherworldly demons that the ancestors mentioned? Thinking this, he roared at the chaotic crowd behind him. If anyone dares to be noisy again, I'll tear you apart one by one. Everyone, act now. They gathered and began to activate the array. Yi Qinghan held a magical thread, continuously drawing glowing golden talismans. At this moment, Zhan Huang stood behind her, a flash of craftiness in his eyes. Hee, my once-in-a-lifetime opportunity has arrived, he thought to himself. Just wait for these fools to exhaust their cultivation. Then I will make my move all at once. I'll take everything. Just how scary can some demons be anyway? After I take all of them down, I will be the sole ruler of the upper realm. With the resources of this entire world to cultivate, why worry about not being invincible? Yi Qinghan's expression eased slightly. It could be considered a success. With a flick of her finger, the talismans immediately flew off and stuck firmly to the cracks on the ceiling pillar. The next second, Zhan Huang suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. He lunged from behind and delivered a fatal blow to Yi Qinghan. Die! Yi Qinghan spat out blood. The Thunder Demon Lord standing nearby was also caught in the crossfire and severely injured. Yi Qinghan struggled to stand, coughing violently. The talismans on the pillar glowed brightly, then faded. No, she thought anxiously. I must hold the seal. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. She pointed her finger again, trying to cast a spell. The seal talisman stopped. The Thunder Demon Lord clutched his chest and roared. Zhan Huang, do you want to die? Zhan Huang was openly triumphant. You're the one dying. With that dying look on your face, you dare to threaten me? He turned to Yi Qinghan and sneered. Don't worry. After I finish killing him, I'll deal with you immediately. The Thunder Demon Lord used all his remaining strength to lunge forward and block one of Zhan Huang's attacks. Zhan Huang, don't you understand the situation? If the seal is broken and the otherworldly demons pour in, we're all done for. Zhan Huang frowned and then burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. They're just demons. I can wipe them out with one hand. I'll give you a chance. You're severely injured, and your spiritual energy is exhausted. Having forced yourself to block my attack, your foundation is damaged. You're no longer my match. That woman over there is also about to kick the bucket. I'll spare you two. Get lost and go seal this hellhole, so I don't have to dirty my hands killing those demons. The Thunder Demon Lord was furious. While Yi Qinghan was too weak to even speak, the talismans were still trying to cling to the pillar, while she collapsed on the ground. A second later, the talismans couldn't take it anymore. The ceiling pillar cracked and snapped in two, leaving Yi Qinghan unable to react. She panicked. It's too late. The Bihai Immortal Palace is about to collapse. Get out of here, Yi Qinghan shouted to everyone. Run as far away as possible. Thick black smoke engulfed the entire palace, spreading from the cracks. Yi Qinghan looked up in despair. It's over. She opened her hand. One last thought flickered. Shangxuan, I hope you arrive in the upper realm a bit later. She sent a final message. At least in the lower realm, even if there are demons, with your strength, you're capable of protecting yourself. It's just that I probably won't be able to see you again. Tears of helplessness rolled down her cheeks. Zhan Huang stood to the side with his arms crossed, pouting. How ridiculous. These are just some demons. I don't know what you're so scared of. Suddenly, a ferocious monster crawled out from the rift, letting out a deafening roar. Its body was so massive it seemed like it could swallow the entire sky. a grotesque, hybrid creature with the tail of a wolf, the body of a lion, and on its head, 3 terrifying, razor-sharp horns. With eyes burning red, just hovering in the clouds, it exuded the overwhelming aura of an overlord, capable of deciding the fate of all living things with ease. Yet, Tram Hoang merely looked up and said dismissively, "This is a fiend? Ridiculous." He scoffed and glanced at Yi Qinghan. "I really don't see what's so scary about it. Watch me take it down in one move." With that, Tram Hoang leaped up, his lower body transforming into countless snakeheads, ready to strike. In the palm of his hand, he condensed a green energy orb. Tram Hoang unleashed his attack, and the snakeheads lunged forward as well. "Die!" The fiend took the hit and let out a piercing shriek, completely unable to resist. Its form quickly dissolved into wisps of black smoke and vanished. Witnessing this, Tram Hoang looked down at Loi Ma Tun and Yi Qinghan, his tone dripping with arrogance. "See? This is the fiend you were so terrified of that you almost wet your pants? It couldn't even take one hit from me, and I didn't even use 30% of my power." Loi Ma Tun didn't bother responding to the taunt. He just sneered. What a complete idiot. He turned to ask Yi Qinghan, "Palace Master Yi, once the path for these fiends is opened, is it truly impossible to close it again?" Yi Qinghan hesitated, her face filled with worry. "There are methods, but 10 million years ago, in an era when the great emperors were still gathered in full strength, even they couldn't do it." She wondered to herself, and to Loi Ma Tun, "Can we really do it now?" Suddenly, another fiend appeared, just as massive and fierce as the one that had just been destroyed. Tram Hoang remained unfazed. "Another one? No big deal. Watch me use the same move to finish this one off." He launched another strike just like before, his mouth busy showing off. "I'll let you little brats broaden your horizons." Suddenly, a different voice rang out. At the same time, a foot that looked human but pale reached out from the rift. "A new world. Is it?" Tram Hoang didn't anticipate this. Immediately, its true form was revealed, still the red eyes and demonic wings, but this time, it possessed the strong, muscular body of a human. "It smells so delicious." Tram Hoang was taken aback. Is this the real fiend?" But very quickly, he flew up, ready to attack again, his arrogant tone returning. "Even if you're a bit stronger than that beast from before," he unleashed the same move. "You're still nothing more than that." Facing the deadly strike about to hit it, the fiend seemed completely unbothered. It merely flicked its hand, and a blood-red light burst forth, blocking Tram Hoang's attack with ease. It didn't seem to cost the creature any effort at all. It smirked. "Natives of this world, it's been a long time since I've eaten natives. Such a nostalgic taste. You dare try to eat me? You're looking for death." Tram Hoang's words had truly angered the arrogant fiend. With that, he blinked and appeared behind it, intending to launch a sneak attack. Yet, the fiend easily parried the blow. But Tram Hoang wasn't just all talk. He was truly powerful. The snakes beneath his body attacked the fiend like lightning. Seeing it writhing in pain from the hit, Tram Hoang mocked, "Still just trash." He gave his opponent no time to recover. Tram Hoang violently grabbed its head, his other hand gathering power to unleash a strike that made the fiend explode. Looking at the bursting green light, Tram Hoang felt triumphant. "Ha ha, is that all you've got?" He clenched his fist, recalling the feeling of victory. The body is indeed strong, but it can only take a few punches. What is there to be afraid of? Watching that performance, Yi Qinghan and Loi Ma Tun were both stunned, but Tram Hoang didn't have time to be smug. From within the rift, countless hands and feet, like those of the fiend from earlier, reached out, along with thick black fog signaling a true nightmare. Only then did Tram Hoang realize the problem. Huff, while he was trying to assess the situation, a countless number of other fiends flew toward him. "This," Tram Hoang stammered, his shock impossible to hide. Could it be that the Outer Realm fiends aren't strong in quality, but in quantity? Looking at the hundreds of shadows rushing in like a storm, Tram Hoang couldn't hide his anxiety. With nearly 100 fiends, all with the same power as that one before, how are we supposed to fight? He gritted his teeth in anger, secretly calculating an escape route. If I had known this, I would have let them finish the seal before turning on them. Now I have to run first and use them as shields. Suddenly, from afar, a giant black shadow slowly stepped forward. It wasn't just massive, it also had horns and wings. Seeing this, Tram Hoang trembled even more. There's still this kind of fiend? The upper realm was in deep trouble. He knew he couldn't hesitate. He immediately used a spell and shouted, "I have to run." Seeing a streak of green light flash past, Loi Ma Tun cursed in frustration. "You coward!" Just then, a voice rang out, filled with sarcasm. "We're very weak?" You can take us down in one move? How arrogant. The second leader of the demon clan, Song Rook, slowly walked forward. After insulting us, you still want to run? The second one glanced over, tightening his grip on the spear in his hand. In an instant, he launched it, roaring, ridiculous. The spear flew straight toward Tram Hoang. With nowhere left to run, he was forced to put up a protective barrier, his voice filled with despair. The power is truly terrifying. Seeing this, the second one just chuckled. Oh, you managed to block it? Immediately after, he teleported behind Tram Hoang, his voice full of glee. It's just that that's all you've got. Looking at the demon right in front of him, Tram Hoang was bewildered. This speed, no way, no way? The second one mimicked his words, his voice filled with disdain. It's just that you're too weak. A punch like a falling mountain crashed down. Tram Hoang immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The second one swatted him to the ground, creating a deep crater, then followed him down, raising his foot to deliver a final, fatal blow. Looking at the frail body that was barely clinging to life, the second one looked thoroughly satisfied. You're already dead? How weak. Are you really the strongest one in this world? Loi Ma Ton, witnessing that scene, turned pale. Dead? Even if Tram Hoang is the weakest among us, he shouldn't be able to die that easily. He looked at Yi Ching Han, asking in confusion. Hearing that, she could only respond helplessly. Perhaps he is really dead. These alien beings are far more terrifying than you imagined. Immediately after that, Yi Ching Han waved her hand, signaling the rest of the group. Everyone, leave now. Run as far as you can. Leaving the inheritance behind is the only hope for our future. The group didn't hesitate, offering heartfelt farewells. Take care, Palace Master. Thank you, Palace Master. Please stay safe. Yi Ching Han turned to look at the person beside her. Ni, aren't you leaving? She asked. The Demon Lord just smirked. Go? That's laughable. Even if my cultivation is damaged, I am still the leader of the Heavenly Peak. He clenched his fists, his voice full of determination. Even if I have to fight to the death, I will never act like a coward and hide. Yi Ching Han quickly agreed. Then, it's a fight to the end. Immediately, the two landed on the ground. Watching them, D2's expression was full of mockery. Ha ha ha, a fight to the death, you say? He pointed his spear forward, his voice cold and sharp. Do you two small fries really think you're worthy of a death battle with me? Yi Ching Han didn't waste time and immediately unleashed her magic. A massive barrier of light appeared, completely blocking the power of his spear attack. The Demon Lord quickly lunged at D2 from behind, catching him off guard. A thunderous punch sent D2 flying, but he quickly regained his balance. His tone was a bit annoyed. You two seem stronger than that old guy from earlier. But then, he sneered again. But what can just the two of you do? After speaking, D2 pointed at the two of them and ordered his minions. Get them, all of you. Kill these two, but remember to save their cultivation roots for me. She heard this and alertly warned the person next to her. I will use a secret technique to temporarily boost your power and provide defense for you. But that extraterrestrial being might try to ambush us, so stay cautious. The Demon Lord immediately agreed, roaring, Pure Yang Thunder Body, activate! Yi Ching Han also quickly provided support. Holy decree. The fearless demons charged forward aggressively, but in just an instant, they were struck by the Demon Lord's lightning, screaming in pain. Yi Ching Han summoned 2 spears of light, gracefully turned, and swiftly took down 2 more. Seeing this, D2 was surprised. Oh, this woman has some skills. As soon as he finished speaking, he roared and lunged down. Priority. Take this woman out first. Sharp claws extended straight toward Yi Ching Han, accompanied by an ear-splitting scream. Go to hell. Ironically, the scene played out exactly as she had planned. Yi Ching Han turned slowly and calmly, dropped a bombshell. I've been waiting for you. You're taking forever. She roared, activating her formation. Holy Demon Domain, activate. A brilliant halo instantly burst forth from under their feet, quickly forming a giant cage of light that trapped both man and demon alike. D2 was shocked as the magic drained the color from his face. In the blink of an eye, his minions were writhing in agony. Terror was evident on his face. No, how is this possible? Before he could steady himself, Yi Ching Han continued to channel her energy and unleashed her finishing move. She gave a firm order to finish them off. Seeing the situation turning sour, D2 screamed in a panic. D3, D4, why aren't you guys getting your asses over here? Instantly, a dark shadow flashed by, blocking the crushing attack of the finishing move. Witnessing this, Yi Ching Han was stunned. Still more companions? The seal was just lifted. There shouldn't be so many Emperor Realm fighters. appearing all at once. Shortly after, a series of other demons appeared, most notably a female demon with eyebrows arched high in provocation, her mouth curling into a wicked smile. At this moment, D3, the third leader of the twin-wing demon clan, spoke with disdain. I didn't expect this world to be so pathetic. Looking around, there are only 2 half-decent ones. Remember, 1,000,000 years ago, even the previous twin-winged king couldn't conquer this place. Die-4, the fourth leader, pouted in response. Forget it. The more pathetic, the easier it is to take. Seizing the world's roots will take less effort. Having said that, this girl looks pretty tasty. With skin that tender, she'll probably be crunchy and delicious when chewed. Dai Ling, the supreme leader of the twin-winged spirit demon clan, cast a seductive glance. Leave that man for me as an appetizer. Finish this quickly, don't ruin the great king's grand plan. Feeling disrespected, the demon lord's pride flared up. He roared, "You think you can handle me all by yourself? How arrogant." He unleashed a heavy punch toward Dai Ling, but she effortlessly dodged it, even wrapping her arms around him suggestively. "Oh, little handsome, why act so weak? In a life-or-death battle, one must prioritize taking out the strongest first. You wouldn't expect me to wait to be ganged up on, right?" The demon lord, frustrated, continued to launch attacks, but the result was just aimless flailing. Dai Ling found it increasingly amusing. "Ye Shangxuan, why are you so hot-headed?" The demon lord didn't bother to answer, crazily lunging to attack, but Dai Ling just let out a weary yawn, looking completely bored. Immediately after, she pointed a finger at the demon lord's fist. Instantly, an invisible wall blocked him. The demon lord gritted his teeth. "Damn it, how is this possible?" Dai Ling looked at him with a provocative gaze. "Ye Shangxuan, do you think I'm underestimating you by facing you alone?" After saying that, she delivered a thunderous punch to the demon lord's chest to vent her frustration. "But you know what? The truth is, we are the strongest ones here." The demon lord panicked and hurriedly raised his hands to block, but Di Ling attacked relentlessly like a storm, leaving him terrified and barely able to defend himself. Whoosh! A sharp tail suddenly whipped toward him. The demon lord hurriedly hunched over to dodge it by a hair's breadth. Di Ling laughed giddily. "Ye Shangxuan, your spiritual energy is so unstable. It seems you're already severely wounded, right? If so, I'll humbly oblige and send you on your way." Hearing this, the demon lord brushed it off. "Today, I'm afraid it'll be hard to escape." Having said that, the demon lord suddenly used a spell to blast Di Ling away. He turned back, growling. "If I'm going to die, I'm taking you with me." She burst into loud laughter. "Ye Shangxuan, I'm afraid you're just not at my level." Meanwhile, on this side, Yi Qinghan was also struggling to hold off the attacks of 2 other demons. D3 snuck up from behind, intending to ambush her, but she sensed it. She immediately summoned her spear and thrust it forward. Even so, Dai 3 easily parried the attack. Yi Qinghan was knocked back and fell to her knees, spitting out a mouthful of blood in pain. D4 watched the scene and laughed gleefully. "Ye xin he ha ha, ye shi ni. I'll have to play with this one slowly." The corner of Yi Qinghan's mouth was still stained with blood. She knelt down, her heart in turmoil. "Is it really over? Shangxuan, you must be safe in the lower realm." It was just deep in her despair. The fourth slowly reached out his demonic hand. Qinghan knew that even struggling was futile. In her heart, she only prayed to see him one more time. But in response to her desperate plea, a familiar figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He unleashed a blast that wiped out the surrounding demons. Then a voice rang out. "I'm here." Qinghan looked up, unable to hide her emotion as she greeted Shangxuan. "Shangxuan, is it really you?" Watching her, Shangxuan gently reminded her, "Rest easy and heal your wounds. Leave this place to me." He glanced at the demon lord, sighing helplessly. Looks like the demon lord is about to run out of battery too. Seeing the 2 of them, Xier landed on the ground, and Shangxuan instructed, "Tang Yu Yu, leave this area to her." Hearing this, Tang Yu Yu happily agreed. "Okay." She turned to pat the little girl's head, gently instructing, "Xier, wait here for your mentor's wife. I'll be back in a moment." "Okay." Immediately after, Tang Yu Yu dashed off like a whirlwind. Meanwhile, Di Ling had gained the upper hand, preparing to land the finishing blow on the demon lord. "Die, Ye Shangxuan." But luckily, Tang Yu Yu arrived just in time. Seeing the girl suddenly appear in front of her, Di Ling couldn't help but be startled. Are there still powerhouses in this world? "Tang, you didn't even bother to look at her." She patted the demon lord's shoulder and teased, "Little brat, is your strength really this pathetic? You can't even handle a shrimp?" Seeing her, the demon lord asked blankly, "Are you Ye Shangxuan's mistress from the lower realm?" Hearing this, Tang Yu Yu immediately bristled and shouted, What mistress? I am his legitimate wife. She stood with her hands on her hips. She declared confidently, just step back and take a rest. Let me handle this girl for you. The demon lord glanced at Di Ling and warned cautiously, you should be a little careful. This evil demon isn't weak. Don't worry, Tang Yu said, beckoning to Di Ling provocatively. Come on. The shrimp was so angered that she gritted her teeth, and Di Ling roared, how dare you look down on me? You're courting death. Immediately after, she flew into the sky and swooped down to attack. Watching her opponent, Tang Yu calmly clenched her fist. In an instant, she raised her hand and effortlessly caught Di Ling's attack. With her strength, she couldn't even make a single hair on Tang Yu's head move. In just a few short seconds, she easily knocked Di Ling away. She even happily grabbed the girl's tail, her voice full of amusement. Oh? You even have a tail? Tang Yu pulled the tail hard, challenging her. Is having a long tail like this a request for a beating? Huh. Seeing her fall flat, Tang Yu looked displeased. What? It didn't break yet? She flashed a mischievous smile. It seems this tail is very important to you, isn't it? Hey. As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Yu tightened her grip on the tail and slammed Di Ling against the ground. In her hands, the girl was nothing more than a toy, whipped back and forth repeatedly without mercy. The demon lord watched the scene, his jaw dropping in horror. What kind of monster is Ye Shangxuan's woman? Why is everyone around him this perverted? At this moment, Tang Yu was still happily playing around. Di Ling was battered to a pulp, only able to wail in despair. What on earth is happening? Why does this world have such a perverted shrew? Immediately after, the girl turned to dust. Seeing this, Tang Yu happily muttered, Aha, so the tail is your life force. Break it, and you die. Easy. Looking at the demons lying on the ground, feigning death, Shangxuan spoke up. Don't pretend anymore. All of you, stand up. It's as if I've never killed alien demons before. As he spoke, he helped Qinghan up. The demons heard the order and scrambled up, terrified. This power, I'm afraid it's no weaker than our commander. After our clan invaded this world once, the origin was severely damaged. How could it produce someone this strong? Shangxuan pondered and asked, I ask, you answer. One demon mocked, Hey, kid, don't think that just because your strength is a bit higher than ours, you can be arrogant. We are only the vanguard. Seeing them still babbling, Shangxuan shouted angrily. Immediately after, he flicked his hand, creating a wave of energy that struck the loudmouth directly. In an instant, he turned to dust. The remaining two were scared out of their wits. Death or death. This terrifying power seems even stronger than the commander's. Shangxuan pointed to one of them and ordered coldly, I ask, you answer, or die. A thin, sickly demon didn't want to follow in his companion's footsteps and could only tremble in agreement. You ask. Hearing this, Shangxuan began to interrogate him seriously. Tell me, what is your purpose in coming here? The demon recalled and began to explain. We come from the Holy Realm. Because there are too many clan members and the cultivation resources are insufficient, we have to go and plunder the origin of other worlds to cultivate. The origin is the source of a world's energy. Once it is taken away, this world will gradually become a dead land. Hearing this, Shangxuan wondered, you are the vanguard, so who else is above you? What is their strength? What are they here to do? We are the two-winged demon clan, the lowest rank. Above us are the four-winged and six-winged demon clans. We are under the management of the leaders, General Marquis Songdu and Songdu Feng. Because of our low status, we have to serve as the vanguard to scout, if this world is dangerous. If we can't return within 1 month, the main army will assemble. Just like millions of years ago, we are only at the pseudo-emperor realm, but the leaders of the demon clan, the four-winged and six-winged ones, are true emperor realm cultivators. The four marquis generals are at the 3rd, 4th, and 5th levels of the emperor realm, respectively, and our king is at least level 7. Hearing this, Shangxuan analyzed it internally. Songdu King is a level 7 emperor, the four-winged king is level 8, and the six-winged king is level 9. He then asked about their plans. A month later, who will lead the main army? The third one looked at his companions and stuttered, This is hard to say. But under normal circumstances, we shouldn't be unable to survive. He looked at Shangxuan, his tone full of pleading. If we can't survive, it proves that this is extremely dangerous. The leader is going to be even stronger. Hearing that, he immediately retorted, Do you want me to spare your lives and let you go back? The third demon pressed his hands together respectfully. Yes, exactly. My lord, if you spare us, we will absolutely never reveal your true strength. After hearing this, Shangxuan smiled. It was indeed an offer that would make anyone hesitate. Suddenly, two giant hands reached down from the sky, aiming straight for the third and fourth demons. Han shouted in alarm, "Shangxuan, it's not looking good." The two hands immediately grabbed the two demons and dragged them up into the air. The second demon looked down and laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha ha. So what if you figured it out? In the end, we're still going to survive. Thanks for giving us enough time to stall." Shangxuan frowned and asked back, "Survival? Who gave you permission?" Immediately after, he flicked a drop of his crimson blood syrup, which shot forward like a bullet, severing the arm that was dragging his disciple. The creature screamed in terror. How is this possible? As the two demons fell to the ground with a thud, Shangxuan sneered, "If I dared to keep you here, it goes without saying that I have the power to deal with you." Just then, a crimson spatial tear suddenly appeared in the sky. Shangxuan stared at it, his tone turning harsh. "If you want to come out, then come out already. If not, shut your mouth." He launched a drop of crimson blood syrup into the sky and shouted, "You're too noisy." The drop shot straight into the crack, triggering a heaven-shaking explosion. Looking at his companion, Shangxuan gave his instructions. "Qing Han, gather everyone in the upper realm and choose a safe place. I have an important announcement to make." "Understood." After agreeing, she immediately flew off. Shangxuan clenched his fists. Ignoring the plumes of smoke behind him, he turned around decisively and took a deep breath. Wind from all directions was sucked into his body. At this moment, Yu Yu had also just returned. She called out, "My husband." Seeing him, the demon lord looked slightly surprised. "Ye Shangxuan, you are," he explained calmly. "It's a small matter. My energy for breaking through wasn't enough, so I just absorbed a little bit." At this time, at the demon god realm in the upper realm, above the demon king's peak, a majestic voice rang out, spreading everywhere. "Hear me, everyone. The enemy is approaching. This battle concerns the survival of the entire upper realm. No one should think about running away. Their goal is the origin of the upper realm. Once the origin is stolen, this place will become nothing but a dead land." Having said that, Shangxuan declared loudly, "Therefore I have only one request. Quickly increase the strength of the entire demon god realm. All spirit beasts are permitted to slaughter one another, consume spirit cores, and eat flesh. All previously forbidden techniques and secret arts, as long as they can increase your strength and do not harm your own kin, are allowed. Within 1 month, quickly raise your cultivation to the pseudo-emperor stage. When the time comes, I will help you overcome the emperor tribulation. Go." As soon as he finished speaking, the disciples quickly dispersed to carry out the plan. Qing Han approached, asking worriedly, "Shangxuan, are you sure about this?" Hearing this, he just replied calmly, "No, not really. But so what? We'll just give it our all and fight this one battle." Qing Han grabbed his hand, her eyes full of determination. "Understood. With you by my side." Her eyes sparkling like stars, she declared, "No matter the outcome, I am not afraid." Seeing this affectionate scene, Yu Yu was visibly annoyed. She rushed over and shouted, "You green tea bitch, how dare you touch my husband's hand?" Yu hugged Shangxuan's arm tightly, glaring sharply at Qing Han. "Little sister, I'm the head wife here, okay?" Qing Han just smiled and asked back, "Is that so?" Seeing they were about to fight, Shangxuan quickly intervened. "All right. The situation is critical. Stop arguing." He pointed his finger and warned them seriously, "You two should also go and increase your strength. Get ready for battle." The two girls heard this and replied in unison, "Understood." At Manzhou, deep underground, in the spirit death realm, looking at the ceiling stone pillar that was cracking, Shangxuan asked anxiously, "Senior, is there any solution to the current situation?" The figure who heard him spoke calmly. "Has the situation become that dire already?" That person was Emperor Zhu Xuan. His expression turned solemn. His steady voice echoed, "With me and the remains of these old fellows fully suppressing it, I can guarantee you that the alien race, from the 8th level Emperor realm and above, cannot set foot in this land for the next 6 months." Looking at Shangxuan, he paused for a moment. "But there are some things I am powerless to change, unless you can use these 6 months to reseal the alien passage." Hearing this, he was slightly surprised. "How can I seal it again?" Emperor Zhu Xuan waved his hand and called out, "Come here." As soon as he sat down, he transmitted a mysterious burst of power to him. As he received it, Shangxuan frowned slightly, but immediately absorbed it completely. Looking at the massive object appearing before his eyes, he wondered, "Is this the sealing talisman?" Immediately after, Shangxuan exhaled a stream of white smoke, lingering for a long time before dissipating. Emperor Jushuan looked at him and explained seriously. This is the devil purging heaven and earth talisman. I have adjusted it to suit your situation. Combined with your blood, once it is activated, as long as there is not a single trace of alien aura left in the upper realm, the passage can be sealed once again. You must grasp this talisman within 6 months. Also, remember, when you activate it, you must ensure that all the demons in the upper realm have been wiped out. Shangxuan nodded firmly. Understood. Then, the old man confirmed. Are there any other questions? Shangxuan hesitated for a moment and then asked, I wonder if there is a safe way to help ordinary people break through to the Emperor realm. Emperor Jushuan replied, in 1 month, or 2 months at the latest, the alien army will arrive. If you rely only on yourself, even with the addition of Yu and Sheer after they successfully absorb their bloodlines and break through, it will be hard to resist them. After this world's origin has been damaged, becoming an emperor is extremely difficult, let alone in such an urgent situation. He thought for a moment, and then offered a solution. There is one way. Rely on your power to absorb the lightning tribulation. Shangxuan was surprised. I will absorb it? Emperor Jushuan affirmed. That's right. I once said you have 3 types of power in your body. One of them is the lightning tribulation. When they undergo the tribulation, you stand above them and filter out 80% of the lightning's power, leaving only 20%. That way, those undergoing the tribulation will be safe and sound. He warned, remember, you must conceal your aura. Otherwise, you will fail. I hope you can withstand it. Hearing this, Shangxuan clasped his hands respectfully and said, Thank you for your guidance, senior. At this moment, on the ground in Manzhou, seeing him appear, Ye Lingyan ran over happily. Ye Shangxuan. Shangxuan looked at her, frowned, and advised, You should stay in the lower realm. The spiritual energy here is so thin, I don't think the alien race will be interested. It will be safer. Mu Ya and Ye Lingyan looked a bit unhappy upon hearing this. Shangxuan, are you planning to abandon us and go alone again? Ye Shangxuan, we don't care about our lives. We want to go with you. Shangxuan gently stroked the 2 girls' heads and said, Do you trust me? If you do, please stay in the lower realm in my place and take good care of this land. Take good care of the Shangxuan sect. Immediately after, he soared away. Seeing this, the 2 girls shouted in unison, Shangxuan, Ye Shangxuan, we will wait for your return. Half a month later, at the demon god domain, Shangxuan stood beneath the pitch-black spatial rift. Gazing at it, he muttered, Half a month has passed. Even with every trick in the book, not many will reach the pseudo-emperor realm. It looks like this is going to be a bloody battle. Just then, 2 people landed before him. Looking at them, Shangxuan asked, Are you 2 ready? They both replied in unison, Ready. He gave them a stern, focused look. Then find a spot with good energy and get started. Qinghan asked, A good place? Shangxuan pointed straight up at the sky and declared, Where else would be more suitable than right there? The alien races fear the power of the tribulation lightning. With nearly 100 pseudo-emperors undergoing tribulation here, the dense lightning will weaken the enemy's strength. Looking at the pair, he warned, Right here, both of you. Unleash your auras and summon the lightning tribulation now, they replied simultaneously. Understood. The fiery aura continued to envelop the demon lord and Qinghan. Suddenly, the demon lord roared, Give me a massive bolt of lightning. Immediately, it shot straight down toward them, piercing through the layers of clouds. 2 lightning beasts plummeted from the sky. Shangxuan hurriedly activated his ability and shouted, Dissipate. The aura surrounding them intensified even more. Their eyes rolled back into their heads instantly. Right after, it was as if their meridians had been cleared. Looking at them, Shangxuan announced, Now that you 2 have broken through to the Emperor realm, next, I need you to give it. You're all to lead the remaining cultivators. In 10 days, gather all cultivators who have reached the pseudo-emperor realm. We will break through together and fight the demons together. Hearing this, they both answered in unison, Understood. Gazing at the tribulation clouds overhead, Shangxuan calculated, If I can collect the remaining lightning tribulation, it will surely be of great help. Right then, he reached out his hand. At that exact moment, Sheer was suddenly pulled away by a force. Wu Wu screamed in terror, Who dares to touch my Sheer? In the next instant, Sheer was caught by a hand. Seeing who was holding her, she couldn't help but be surprised, Master. Wu Wu also asked anxiously, Husband, did you find Sheer? Shangxuan immediately pointed toward the lightning vortex and announced, Sheer, I have a mission for you. Hearing this, she quickly responded, Master, just tell me. I will definitely complete it. Shangxuan didn't beat around the bush. Sheer, You have a talent for formations. Try to see if you can use a formation too. Capture these remaining lightning tribulations. Keep as much as you can. She immediately agreed. Let me give it a try. Glancing at the other two, Shangxuan spoke. Could you two please find a scripture on formations and give it to Sheer? He then patted Wu Wu's head and instructed, Wu Wu, apart from me, you are the strongest. Stay here and protect Sheer. If there is any movement, take Sheer away immediately. She happily hugged his arm and replied, Don't worry. With me here, nothing will happen to Sheer. Shangxuan looked up at the rift, his voice full of excitement. I hope this gives the alien army a big surprise. In the demon god domain, within the body-severing valley, Shangxuan walked into a cave and pondered, Time is running out. Even with my help for the remaining cultivators to break through to the Emperor realm, it's not certain they can unleash their full power in this situation. The only thing that can enhance their combat power is weapons. The blacksmith in front of him was continuously hammering a blade. That person was Ti-Yun. He was the #1 blacksmith in the upper realm. Seeing him, the old man happily called out, Ye Shangxuan, what wind brought you here? Looking at the old man, Shangxuan said, Seriously, I want to forge 100 weapons. Is 20 days enough? Tai-Yun nearly dropped his hammer. The old man stared at him, looking troubled. 20 days? 100 of them? Kid, do you think this old man is an ox, or a weapon-making machine? There was no need for idle pleasantries. Shangxuan went straight to the point. I have brought you an entire treasure trove of rare metals that I scavenged from every corner of the upper realm. My requirements aren't high. They don't need to be divine artifacts. Just weapons, sturdy enough not to break, and sharp enough not to dull. The blacksmith, Tai-Yun, trembled as he picked up some ore. His eyes suddenly lit up. Heavenly iron, thundercloud gold, heavenly ore. The old man growled in his throat. You scrounged up such a fortune of premium materials just to make me forge ordinary weapons? You're a total spendthrift, wasting such precious gifts. Seeing the old man about to have a stroke, Shangxuan coldly tossed out a single sentence. In short, are you doing it or not? If not, I'll go find someone else. It saves us both time. Hearing that, the old man jumped in surprise and hurriedly waved his hands. I'll do it. I'll do it. Only a fool wouldn't. The young man smirked, satisfied. With that, he didn't hesitate for a moment and slashed a sharp line across his palm. He squeezed out a drop of bright crimson blood. Watching it slowly dissolve into the quenching water, Shangxuan added a final reminder. Remember this well. Every weapon forged must be bathed in this nourishing liquid. 20 days later, Ye Shangxuan became an involuntary nanny, specifically escorting a group of cultivators of the pseudo-emperor realm through their trials. No, their lightning tribulations. This midwifery lasted for 10 long days and nights, only ending when the 123rd mother successfully gave birth to the Emperor realm. Looking up, at the sky still lingering with the burnt scent of divine lightning, Shangxuan let out a tired sigh. This much lightning energy should be enough for me to take a leap to the 5th-tier Emperor realm, right? Just then, the group of newborn emperors he had helped all bowed low in unison, their voices echoing. Many thanks to the great Emperor Ye for his gift of rebirth. Hearing the title Great Emperor, Shangxuan felt his heart bloom. This nickname actually sounded pretty cool. He put on an air of a grand master. With a generous wave of his hand, no need for formalities. Fellow cultivators, hurry and familiarize yourselves with your new power. Shangxuan clenched his fists. His voice turned sharp, filled with iron-willed determination. Soon, we will enter a true death battle. There is no retreat in this fight. Once we step back, the homeland where we grew up will turn to ash. The fire in the hearts of the cultivators was fueled even more. They roared with spirit. Fight to the end! Fight to the end! To the end! At that same moment, the massive rift in the sky began to stir. Shangxuan muttered, calculating. Faster than I thought. Only a month and a half faster than expected. But thankfully, everyone who needed to level up has done so. No sooner had he finished speaking than the demons poured out from the rift, thick and black, blotting out the light. One figure sat majestically on a demonic palanquin in the center. The demon tribe commander, Shuang Yi, Devian, a level 5 Emperor Realm monster, looked down at the mortal world with an arrogant expression, his voice laced with a hint of surprise. A world where the very foundation is shattered like this, yet there's someone here skilled enough to kill my subordinates? How strange. Without wasting another breath, Shangxuan roared, ordering his entire army to grip their weapons tightly. You are all raw recruits who just had a breakthrough. I don't demand you slaughter any specific number of aliens, just give it your all. 100% of your power is enough. After casting a quick scan over the demon leader, he He felt a bit cautious. Meeting a top-tier level 5 opponent right from the start? Talk about bad luck. Shangxuan silently squeezed out a drop of red blood serum, muttering, "The bait is ready. I need to lure the biggest fish to bite first." Instantly, the bright red droplet shot out, piercing through layers of space, heading straight toward the sky. The demon leader saw this and let out a savage, mocking laugh. A bunch of primitives from a lower realm trying to ambush me? What a joke. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood bullet from Shangxuan slammed into the energy sphere the brute was cockily holding, causing it to explode. The leader couldn't hide his utter shock. What the hell is this? What kind of overwhelming power is that? Seeing his opponent struggling, Shangxuan didn't miss the chance to taunt him. You call yourself a big boss? Is that really all you've got? My last attack almost sent you packing to the afterlife. Provoked and losing his pride, the leader flew into a rage, swinging his massive battle axe and screaming, "You lowly native! You've successfully angered me. I'm going to take your head as a war trophy." Shangxuan wasn't one to back down. He immediately dove into the fight and shouted back to his allies, "I'm leading this boss somewhere else. Take care of the remaining mob yourselves." The demon leader furiously gave chase, his voice filled with resentment. "You arrogant brat! If you've got guts, stand your ground and fight me." Shangxuan darted toward a secluded ravine, calculating in his mind, "This distance should be far enough. Whatever chaos happens here won't affect anyone else." The leader landed after him, mockingly asking, "Why aren't you running anymore, brat?" Shangxuan calmly replied, "I went through the trouble of picking out a beautiful, scenic burial ground just for you. Now, have a safe journey to your grave." The leader scoffed with disdain. "Send me to my grave with your level 3 Emperor Realm strength?" He roared and lunged forward. "Well then, come and try it." Shangxuan immediately raised his hands to catch the axe blade, channeling all his energy to hold it off, thinking to himself, "Damn it, his grip strength is real." Immediately after, a thunderous explosion rang out, and a massive column of energy erupted from where Shangxuan stood, shooting straight into the sky. The leader laughed gleefully at the sight. "Ha ha ha. Is that it? And here I thought you were actually fearsome." Looking at Shangxuan's battered state and hearing him cough violently, the leader continued to mock him. "And you wanted to send me to my grave?" Shangxuan gritted his teeth, his voice filled with frustration mixed with a raspy cough. A 2-level gap is no joke, that's for sure. Immediately after, Shangxuan waved his hand, and more drops of blood serum shot out. "Looks like I need a change of strategy." The leader remained confident that his opponent had exhausted all his tricks and spoke up confidently, "That's enough. I'll send you off quickly." Looking at the monster acting so cocky, Shangxuan's expression turned icy. "I admit it, you are stronger than me," he stated firmly. "But, unfortunately, you don't understand the most basic principle. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit." As he spoke, he unleashed a new technique. The leader saw this and couldn't help but offer a patronizing compliment. "Nice trick, but these childish games are nothing before absolute power." Immediately after, he created a defensive energy ring to envelop himself. The stones infused with blood serum flew forward, slamming into the leader's shield. The shield shattered like glass. He was utterly terrified. How is this possible? Damn it. Devian hurriedly pulled back to dodge the barrage of attacks from Ye Shangxuan, narrowly avoiding a few fatal strikes. But his luck didn't hold up completely. A fragment of his horn was pierced by golden spiritual energy and snapped off. As he gathered his energy, Shangxuan explained, "Your biggest mistake is that when you knew I was a threat, you didn't bother to investigate or probe at all. You just marched straight to your death." The energy in his hands gathered into a massive block. "It's because of his blood. No, this can't be. My defense is useless. This guy's blood can actually suppress alien bloodlines? This shocking news must be reported to the king." Ye Shangxuan watched Devian flee and mocked him. An alien of this rank, and yet he knows how to use a technique to sacrifice all his flesh and blood just to regenerate and run away? Well, at least I gathered some important information. With that, Ye Shangxuan sprang into the air to pursue him, not giving the enemy a moment to rest. He was closing in. Ye Shangxuan kept assessing the situation. His energy is much weaker now. Forget being a level 5 emperor. He probably can't even stand steady at level 4. Is this the price he pays for escaping? But his speed hasn't dropped. In fact, it's faster. Is he trying to risk his life to return and report that my blood serum can suppress you aliens? His eyes never left Devian's back. Ye Shangxuan clenched his blood serum-covered hand again. "Then let me end your life right here." He created a technique even more terrifying than the last. His hateful eyes locked onto his target. Devian, attacked unexpectedly from behind, screamed in pain. Ugh! After regaining his senses, he whispered to himself, "That hurts, but an attack of this caliber won't kill me." Yi Shangxuan was surprised. His defense increased again? At this moment, on the main battlefield, Yi Qinghan was single-handedly brawling with 3 giant aliens, unleashing powerful attacks. Other girls were also fighting non-stop. Yi Qinghan panted, exhausted, thinking, I wonder where Shangxuan got this weapon that can suppress the aliens. He's been gone for so long and still hasn't returned. Dealing with that boss all by himself, could something have happened? Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of DVN zooming through the sky. She immediately guessed, huh? Is that the alien from before? DVN looked down at the chaotic scene below, a wicked smile spreading across his face. Finally, I'm back, he roared. Be a meat shield for me. Ye Shangxuan, chasing closely behind, smiled faintly. Is that so? DVN just lunged forward, before crashing into an invisible wall. He was stunned and shouted, a formation. Ye Shini appeared, her hands constantly, channeling spiritual energy to maintain the formation. Seeing the little girl standing at the center, De Yuan wondered to himself, a little brat is the core of the formation? Ye Shangxuan quickly flew to her side. He ordered, Ye Zini, give it everything you've got to hold the formation and completely seal this alien off. Ye Zini replied happily, yes, master. A violent wave of demonic energy swirled around De Yuan's body. A mere formation from this primitive world, and managed by a little brat. Wants to trap me? The demonic energy grew even stronger. He roared, break for me! Ye Shini's eyes turned sharp. She shouted, in your dreams. Boom. She unleashed an attack aimed directly at him. The powerful blow sent De Yuan flying backward. Blood spewed from his mouth. He muttered in despair, how is this possible? Suddenly, a hand from behind grabbed his head. It was Ye Shangxuan. His voice was full of contempt. Indeed, a normal formation wouldn't be able to trap a 5th-level Emperor Realm cultivator like you. But unfortunately, right now you are only at the peak of the 3rd-level Emperor Realm. De Yuan's face was filled with panic. Yi Shangxuan roared in anger, his hand releasing a massive surge of spiritual energy. With that fatal blow, it caused a terrifying explosion in the sky. The blinding light forced both humans and the alien invaders on the ground to cover their eyes. As the smoke and dust gradually cleared, Ye Shangxuan's figure appeared along with the upper half of De Yuan. He had been beaten so hard his teeth were knocked out, his clothes were in tatters, and his mask was shattered. He looked pathetic beyond words. Ye Shangxuan placed his hand on De Yuan's forehead. Let me see how many more troops you aliens have left and what your strength is. A stream of golden light swirled deep into De Yuan's memories. The light grew stronger, and the agony on his face was extreme. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a place crawling with countless alien invaders, their momentum sky-high. A figure sitting on a throne looked down and spoke, it seems you are all gathered. The 6-winged king crossed his arms arrogantly. Your mission this time is the source of the 10 realms. The 4-winged king continued, addressing De Yuan. Your strength is the weakest, so you shall lead the way to that realm which has never been conquered. 1,000,000 years have passed, and that land has been eroded by demonic energy, making it difficult for strong cultivators to emerge. I give you 1 year. Suddenly, a hand with long, jagged claws slammed onto the armrest. Peering into memories, are you? So it's the 6-winged king. He slowly walked down. This is interesting. It seems De Yuan is already dead. His face was grim with glowing red eyes. Let's see what your true strength really is. The scene returned to the protagonist. Blood sprayed from Ye Shangxuan's mouth. He hissed. Damn it. Ye Shangxuan panted. I read De Yuan's memory. I didn't expect to be discovered by that guy. He must be at least a 9th-level Emperor Realm, or even higher. I have to let it go this time. Ye Jini flew over and called, Master! Du Yu also approached, asking with concern, Husband, are you okay? Ye Shangxuan gently patted her head to comfort her. Don't worry, I'm fine, he suddenly shouted, his voice echoing across the battlefield. We won the first round. We must wipe them all out. Everyone below, hearing this, became even more fired up. Rushing into the battle with tremendous momentum, Ye Shangxuan thought to himself, the outcome of this battle is already decided. What matters is the next one. I will use the soul projection technique and leave immediately. Surely he won't be able to detect my real strength, right? In that case, will he send someone to scout or launch an all-out surprise attack? A mysterious, authoritative voice echoed from the 9 heavens. So it was just a brat at the 3rd-level Emperor Realm. Ye Shangxuan, hearing this, could not hide his panic. The sky began to turn a deep blood red. That voice continued, full of disdain. A mere third-level Emperor Realm cultivator was able to kill De Yuan? This world is actually quite interesting. All three of them looked up at the sky simultaneously. Shangxuan was extremely anxious, thinking, I've been discovered. What will this alien king do now? The voice continued to monologue. It seems your world is not so ordinary after all. I hope you can entertain me a little. Don't get destroyed too soon. The voice vanished. Shangxuan let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. It seems he is still too arrogant to deign to take action personally. He clenched his fists, his eyes determined, and told himself, as long as monsters of that level don't join the war, we still have a chance to survive. The scene shifted to the alien world of the evil demons. Three mysterious and powerful figures were reigning supreme. At the highest position, below them were thousands of low-level alien invaders. The six-winged king sat nonchalantly on his throne, chin in hand, and spoke. How interesting. That world, even after its source was damaged, can still produce an Emperor Realm expert? He gave a sinister smile, his red eyes glowing. Moreover, it's not just an ordinary Emperor Realm. Someone who can cultivate to that level on their own must at least be from a higher-level world. I didn't expect such an interesting surprise this time. The four-winged king asked in surprise. A higher-level world? He turned to the six-winged king to offer his opinion. My king, if the opponent is from a higher-level world, why don't we lead the troops personally? In any case, sending a commander-level force like the Emperor Warriors would be better, wouldn't it? Why choose an Emperor General, who is only a 5th or 6th level Emperor Realm? The six-winged king replied, Lead personally? 1,000,000 years ago, my older brother fell in that very world, simply because he led the army himself. Do you know how much the territory of our winged clan shrunk after that battle? Furthermore, a 3rd-level Emperor Realm killed a 5th-level De Yuan. This kind of strength to fight above one's level. Even you couldn't do it, could you? Who dares to guarantee that there are no other experts hiding in that world? The four-winged king listened intently. A moment later, he hesitated. Seeing this, the medicine king interrupted. No need to rush. Attacking a higher world must be done slowly. Just let more of our clan's minions die there, letting the red blood of our race spread across that entire heaven and earth. He raised a hand high. Let our blood continue to corrode that realm. By then, it will be our home turf. As for the Imperial War, sending a general of that caliber to their death would be a total waste. The 4th Medicine King bowed respectfully. Your Majesty is wise. The 6th Medicine King wore a sinister smile. Her voice was filled with schemes. A higher world that hasn't even had time to develop. Oh, my late brother, you really did leave me an unexpected gift. The scene shifts. A warrior swings his blade, slicing through the chest of an alien monster. The creature hits the ground hard, its body surrounded by the corpses of its kin. The warriors of heaven and earth have taken them all down. Lei Mozun observes from above before descending. Yay, looks like you've cleared the place out, he says. Yi Shangxuan asks, What are our casualties? Lei Mozun replies confidently. We wiped out 110,000 demons, including 18 at the 2nd level of the Emperor Realm, 78 at the 1st level. On our side, we only lost 3 people. It's a total victory. Thankfully, we had your weapons. They actually pierced through the demons' defenses. Without them, we never would have won. Ye Shangxuan says nothing, calculating in his mind. Lost 3 people, huh? Our Emperor Realm forces are limited, while the aliens, judging by the memories of that guy, are endless. After thinking for a moment, he speaks. I see. This was a surprise attack. Casualties are to be expected, but I hope things improve next time. Go find Yi Qinghan and have her help me train everyone. Teach them how to use the demon exorcism formation. Lei Mozun bows. Ye Shangxuan stands with his hands behind his back, looking down at the land covered in lingering black smoke. Good thing I can absorb this, using the battle to fuel my growth. If nothing goes wrong, I might be able to use this chance to break through to the 5th level of the Emperor Realm. He raises his hands. The black smoke below is drawn in by an invisible force, and all the demonic energy on the battlefield gathers toward Ye Shangxuan. He smiles, excited. Time to break through. As he raises his arms, the black smoke swirls upward, and purple heavenly lightning strikes down from the sky. They all converge toward him, forming a sphere of mystical purple light that envelops his body. He watches the lightning intently, thinking to himself, I've seen so many people go through their tribulation. Yet my own lightning tribulation is still this weak. It's not even a threat. The bolts of heavenly lightning strike the ground. It creates a massive explosion. Ye Shangxuan's eyes glow white, and he keeps muttering while absorbing the heavenly lightning into the orb. I should make good use of this surplus tribulation lightning. Suddenly, he turns to the side and shouts, "Sheer!" Sheer runs over and replies, "Master," Yi Shangxuan says hurriedly, "open the formation. I want to contain all this lightning." She immediately casts her spell. "Yes, master." Without a moment's hesitation, he blasts the newly gathered heavenly lightning into the formation. The master and apprentice watch as the interior fills with purple bolts, lightning dancing crazily. Sheer exclaims, "This lightning is so powerful. It almost broke the formation." Ye Shangxuan explains, "Powerful is good. When we face those tough aliens, it'll be very effective." He watches his student retract the formation. He ponders. The sealing talisman requires at least a 7th level Emperor Realm cultivation. Luckily, I can absorb demonic energy to strengthen myself. Senior Di Juxuan asked me to use the talisman within half a year. I don't know why, but with the current situation, it's a chance to see how strong the next wave of aliens is. The scene cuts to Linglong Realm. Manzhou. Di Juxuan sits there, muttering to himself. "It seems you all have felt it too. Our successor has won a resounding victory in this battle. But this is just the beginning. The real danger is still to come. This time, he killed the alien leader, their king. They will definitely realize this is a high-level world." Di Juxuan raises his hand, and blue spiritual energy radiates, filling the space with crackling sounds. He continues his monologue. "If nothing unexpected happens, that alien king will send troops 3 times within the next 3 years to fill this world with their demonic aura. Only then will they launch a full-scale invasion to conquer us. But he doesn't know that our successor can absorb the demonic energy of their kind. His plan to use demonic energy to erode the world's foundation will likely fail. Now, we must see if our successor can break through to the 7th level of the Emperor Realm and seal the alien passage within the next half year." 20 days later, Yi Qinghan. She is teaching everyone how to operate the formation. Standing high above, she keeps instructing the disciples below. The demon exorcism formation has incredible destructive power against demons, but it also requires your absolute synergy. Remember, the 10 of you are one entity. No one is allowed to be afraid. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan raises her hand and shouts, "Activate the formation." Everyone below obeys and immediately unleashes a surge of golden power toward the sky. Tang Yu sees this, her eyes glowing with excitement as she cracks her knuckles. The formation is complete. Let me test its power. With that, she lunges straight at someone standing in the formation. Instantly, Tang Yu is repelled by the formation's barrier. She shakes her wrist, feeling awkward. "Wow, that's tough. The countershock is really strong." Yi Qinghan speaks up. "This demon exorcism formation is a single entity of 10 people. You want to pierce through one person's defense? Unless you can take down all 10 at once." She glances around, giving them a challenging look. "The shield is a given. Now, let's see how much your firepower has been upgraded." Hearing this, a young man enthusiastically steps forward, clenching his hands into a seal. "Let me try." Dazzling golden light begins to swirl around him. "Power of the demon exorcism, aid me." Suddenly, he clenches his hands into fists and strikes rapidly at Tong Yu. Tong Yu isn't one to back down. She clenches her fists as well, purple spiritual flames erupting fiercely on her right hand, her face glowing with pure excitement. The 2 fists collide with a flash. The 2 streams of spiritual energy clash violently, creating a shockwave that knocks them both back. Tang Yu is pushed away. Her feet dig deep into the ground, leaving 2 long trenches. "That punch, it wasn't any weaker than mine," she mutters to herself. "With this damn formation backing you up, your attack and defense are on par with a 3rd-level Emperor Realm cultivator now, aren't they?" She pauses after regaining her footing, her eyes full of doubt. "Wait, you spent 10 whole days just so one person among you could enter the fray?" Yi Qinghan immediately clears up the confusion with a calm expression. "Exactly. Only one person can fight at a time. But even one person is more than enough." She finished, raised her hand and shouted, "Deploy the formation, seal them off." Everyone obeyed immediately. The spiritual energy surrounding their bodies suddenly became more violent than ever before. Du could not help but be shocked as she was surrounded by ribbons of spiritual energy that crazily intertwined, soaring high into the sky. Suddenly, she felt a terrifying pressure descend. Unable to withstand it, she was forced to hunch over and squeeze her eyes shut. "What the hell is this? My body suddenly feels so heavy. It feels like an invisible elephant is sitting right on my back." Yi Qinghan hovered in the air, looking down, and gently explained, "Inside this array, all demonic energy will be suppressed. Simply put, the demons will be visibly weakened." Du smiled bitterly. "Playing dirty like this? Then this array is invincible, isn't it?" Yi Qinghan continued. "Of course, It still has weaknesses. After all, there are only 10 people. If we are too greedy and seal too many demons at once, the demonic energy will become too thick, and we might suffer from cultivation deviation. We would be the ones backlashed. She landed gently on the ground. She continued her lecture. But there is a fix. A group of 10 is a minor demon sealing array. 10 such groups deployed at the same time will form a grand demon sealing array. At this moment, Diep Hini had chosen a spot and sat down cross-legged. A flow of spiritual and mental energy continuously circulated around her. Yi Qinghan continued enthusiastically. 10 people make a minor array, 100 make a grand array. With that double suppression, almost no weaknesses exist. Luckily, Heini improved this sealing array. That girl is truly a natural-born array genius. The scene suddenly shifted to the Demon King's palace in the Ta Demon God realm, where 2 ghastly skulls hung loosely on the door. Diep Thuong Huyen was fumbling with a giant talisman, his mouth constantly mumbling. Spells more difficult than a university entrance exam. He waved his hand, drawing complex talisman strokes in the air. Instantly, Diep Thuong Huyen's drawings transformed into a golden smoke. But he didn't stop whispering. Universal Spirit Dispersion, Middle Cave Mystery, Void Emperor Tomb, Tai Nguyen, 8 Directions of Divine Power, Obey Me Naturally, Spirit Protecting Talisman. He started drawing another one, then cursed under his breath. Damn it, wrong again. Boom, an explosive sound sent him flying backward, his face smeared with dirt. Diep Thuong Huyen stared ahead, coughing violently. The whole process of drawing the sealing talisman must be completed in one go. Just one mistake, and the talisman will explode. He scrambled to his feet, still grumbling. This is so annoying. Demanding high cultivation is one thing, but this is way too hard. Diep Thuong Huyen looked up and suddenly saw the spatial gate cracking, accompanied by thunderous rumbles. Boom, 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 he muttered to himself. Not good. Looks like the alien tribes are coming again. I wonder how those kids are doing with their array training. On the other side, Yi Qinghan, the demon lord, and Du were also staring intensely at the spatial gate. Diep Thuong Huyen hurriedly rushed toward the 2 girls, shouting happily, Thuong Huyen, husband. The demon lord also turned around in surprise. Oh, brother Diep? Qing Ye Han is now Diep Thuong Huyen? He landed with a serious expression. It seems the second alien invasion has begun. Stick to the plan. Yi Qinghan frowned and clenched her fists. Got it. She waved her hand and shouted the command, deploy the demon sealing array. Everyone shouted in unison, yes. Diep Thuong Huyen put his hands on his hips and reminded her, Hini, just like last time, you stay hidden in this area and set up the array to observe the situation. Diep Hini nodded seriously, yes. Then she flew high into the sky and began deploying the magic array. Diep Thuong Huyen stood below, looking up angrily. Let me see what level of alien troops you send this time. The alien creatures began to crawl out from the spatial gate. A strange, twisted laugh rang out. It turned out to be the Demon Clan commander, the 4-winged Imperial Lord. A tough character at the 5th level Imperial realm. He looked down at the minions below and gritted his teeth. Is this the world where that Imperial Yuan perished? Killed, while the core of this pathetic world was damaged? What a bunch of trash. Leading such a group only brings shame to the entire Medicine Demon Clan. Diep Thuong Huyen looked at the Imperial Lord and thought, still a 5th level Imperial realm, is this alien king looking down on me? Or does he have another scheme? Suddenly, the Imperial Lord swung his blade, pointing straight at Diep Thuong Huyen, and roared, You are the leader of this dump, right? I'll give you 2 choices. 1. Surrender. 2. Die. Diep Thuong Huyen showed no fear. He looked the Imperial Lord straight in the eye and said sarcastically, Still, just a 5th level Imperial realm. Your clansmen already died here. On what grounds do you think you can beat me? The Imperial Lord remained extremely arrogant. You natives actually dare to compare yourselves to me? Diep Thuong Huyen crossed his arms and sneered. So arrogant, huh? Then let me show you just how strong we natives are. Start. Yi Qinghan heard this and clenched her hand. Got it. Activate the array. A giant magic array appeared right before their eyes. Golden and blue light streams intertwined, creating a solid dome. The Imperial Lord gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on his 2 blades. A mere magic array? And you want to block me? Break for me. A giant purple light burst from his body, covering the array. He panted heavily from the energy expenditure, but ironically, the array remained completely intact, not a single scratch. The Imperial Lord was stunned. Diep Thuong Huyen boasted, To deal with you, I don't even need to make a move myself. Anyone here is capable of sending you to meet your maker. He pointed at one of his disciples. You, go up. The disciple couldn't believe his ears and stammered, Me? Then he thought to himself, oh my god, that's a 5th-level Imperial realm. Yi Qinghan seemed to notice his anxiety and spoke up to reassure him. Don't worry, the minor demon sealing array. It can withstand an attack from a level 3 Emperor Realm expert, and this Great Wind Demon formation can easily handle a level 5 one. It shouldn't be much of a problem, he said, turning back. He clenched his fists, looking at her with determination. Well then, let's put it to the test. A wave of indescribable pride surged in his heart. A level 5 Emperor Realm? To think I'd actually have the chance to face an opponent like this. The disciple shouted, gathering all his courage. You demon, let me show you what I'm made of. Seeing this, the Emperor was so furious that he ground his teeth. You dare send a level 1 Emperor Realm brat to insult me? He swung his purple blade and pointed it straight at the disciple, roaring, Die! The disciple fearfully raised his hands to block, eyes fixed on the incoming blade, thinking, he's too fast. I can't possibly go out like this, can I? Suddenly, the Emperor's saber stopped cold, blocked by a golden halo radiating from the disciple. That light was powerful enough to halt the destructive strike. The Emperor was stunned. Just a level 1 Emperor Realm cultivator, how could he block my attack? The disciple finally snapped out of his trance, staring at the light surrounding him, lost in thought. This must be the defensive power of the Great Feng Demon Array. It's incredible. He arrogantly raised a finger. Hey you pathetic demon, did you skip breakfast? You can't even break through my defense? The Emperor let out a roar of pain. Ah, you. The disciple was now channeling all his energy into a massive counterattack aimed at the Emperor. He smugly thought to himself, what a total piece of trash. He can't even crack my defense. He felt an overwhelming sense of joy. It was pure ecstasy. Even a level 5 Emperor Realm demon can't do a thing to me. Yi Qinghan stood to the side, observing the battle with a furrowed brow. She thought, if this drags on, the spiritual energy of the weaker ones within the formation might become unstable. She turned to Ye Shangxuan to voice her concerns. Ye Shangxuan crossed his arms and calmly replied, no need to rush. I'll make my move at the decisive moment. This alien is still quite guarded. We need to provoke him until he loses his mind. Plus, we need to use this formation to boost the morale of the other cultivators. We can't always rely on me alone. Upon hearing this, a radiant smile spread across Yi Qinghan's face. She looked at Ye Shangxuan with deep admiration. I understand. As expected of Shangxuan, you always look at the bigger picture. He kept his eyes on the Emperor struggling against the disciple, not forgetting to add a mocking remark. Is this the full extent of your power? How pathetic. You can't even break the defense of a level 1 Emperor Realm cultivator? Tisk, tisk, tisk. The Emperor seemed to feel the scorn in Ye Shangxuan's gaze and whipped his head around, glaring at him with pure hatred. All of you, die! Die! Yi Shangxuan's eyes lit up, thinking, the opportunity is here. He formed a brilliant golden ball of light around his hand. Once the orb had accumulated enough energy, Ye Shangxuan launched it with a loud shout. Die! The Emperor saw the light orb rushing toward him and stood frozen, staring in shock. What is this? He was completely restrained by his own purple energy and couldn't move. His alien subordinates panicked, shouting, Commander! Commander! Yi Shangxuan looked at Yi Qinghan with a look of trust. Their commander is dead. I'll leave the rest to you. She responded decisively. Understood. Yi Qinghan turned and shouted to the disciples. The demon leader has been eliminated. Disband the Great Feng Demon Array. Use the Lesser Feng Demon Array to wipe out the remaining demons. The disciples chanted in unison, Yes. And they didn't disappoint their master, quickly and cleanly finishing off the remaining aliens. Ye Shangxuan looked at the pile of alien corpses on the ground, lost in thought. That was easier than expected. Although the Great Feng Demon Array is powerful, the main reason is that the aliens they sent were too weak. The first commander was level 5, and the second one was 2. In the memories of the alien I absorbed, there shouldn't be such a shortage of strong fighters. Could that alien king be sending them here to die on purpose? Alien king, what exactly are you plotting? Absorbing their energy isn't even enough to break through. If the next commander is still just level 5, reaching level 7 within 3 months will be impossible. It seems I need to prepare a different plan for next time. Scene transition to the demon realm. The six-winged king sat proudly on his throne, his voice filled with amusement. Interesting. So, the troops I sent were all wiped out? It seems that realm is not as simple as it looks. He frowned and gritted his teeth. Perhaps having just one contingency plan isn't enough. I have to go see for myself what tricks that realm has up its sleeve. Now, who should I choose to go to their deaths? How about you? A majestic general with snowy white wings, the six-winged battle general, level 7 Emperor Realm, appeared and knelt on one knee. He clasped his hands respectfully. "Greetings, my king." The six-winged king rested his chin on his hand. "You're fast. Get up. I have a mission for you." After hearing the order, the battle general stood up. "Whatever the command, my king, I shall obey." The six-winged king pointed to his own eyes. "Gather the 5th squad. In 1 month, head to that realm and become my eyes. I want to see the truth about that place." The battle general replied firmly, "Yes." Just as he turned to leave, the six-winged king stopped him. "Don't be in such a hurry. Come here." The general knelt again, bowing his head. "My king, do you have further instructions?" The six-winged king brought his hand up to his eyes. "I already said, if I want you to be my eyes, obviously I have to give you my eyes." He plucked out one of his own eyes, holding it in his hand. The eye was wrapped in a grayish-black aura. Then, the six-winged king held it out toward the general. "Don't be nervous. This is your honor." The battle general panicked, cold sweat pouring down his face, but he had no choice but to obey, embedding the eye onto his own forehead. "Thank you for your grace, my king." Back to Ye Shangxuan, he was sitting on a mountain peak, sighing wearily. He stood up, looked down at the landscape below, and muttered, "With no more alien presence, the scenery here feels a bit better. But even after absorbing so much alien energy, I'm still a little short of breaking through. I guess I should go find the seniors and ask for their advice." Ye Shangxuan entered a stone cavern filled with remains. He looked at one skeleton and pondered, "Why do I get the feeling that the energy of these seniors has improved significantly? Or am I just hallucinating?" He reached out to touch the hair on the skeleton. "I remember this skeleton didn't have hair last time." Suddenly, a voice echoed through the cave. "Hey, Junior, stop ogling the few strands of hair on my old friend. If he wakes up, he'll shave your head. Come over here." Ye Shangxuan approached the source of the voice, looking around. "So, these seniors still have a chance at resurrection?" Before him stood a triangular tower, surrounded by golden chains. He bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Senior Emperor Jiuxuan." The senior's face darkened as he spoke. "Skip the formalities. Why are you here this time?" Ye Shangxuan sat down across from Emperor Jiuxuan. "Senior, there are 2 main things. First, the alien forces that the alien king sent over were not strong at all, as if he was intentionally sending them to die. I still don't understand why. Second, under these circumstances, the ones the alien king sent over aren't very strong, almost like they were sent here just to die. I still don't understand why, Senior. In this situation, expecting me to break through to the level 7 Emperor realm within 3 months is almost impossible." Emperor Jiuxuan comforted him. "Don't worry, the time just isn't right yet, because the previous alien king perished here millions of years ago, so it's only natural for him to be cautious. Those previous attacks were just probes." Ye Shangxuan frowned. "The ones coming next will be much stronger." Emperor Jiuxuan looked at Ye Shangxuan with a strange expression. "This is also a great opportunity for all of you. If that alien king had launched a full-scale assault from the very beginning, your chances of winning would have been a pipe dream." He asked, "So, Senior, are you saying I should just wait?" The old man didn't hesitate to reply. "That's right, no need to rush. If you still can't break through by the end, you'll still have me. At most, this old bag of bones will just have to step in and handle it himself one more time." Ye Shangxuan cupped his hands. "I am ashamed, Senior, but this is my era. So, let me handle this minor trouble." Emperor Jiuxuan stroked his beard and laughed. "Very well. It seems this old man didn't misjudge you. Now, back to business. How far have you learned with my sealing charm?" Upon hearing this, he immediately used his finger to draw a character in the air. "I am ashamed, Senior. The first part is fine, but I still can't grasp the final step." Ye Shangxuan pointed, and a golden character appeared before him. He spoke up. "Please, Senior, guide me." The old man looked at the character. "The final step? Perhaps it's because you're too focused on the form? If you want to grasp the perfection of the charm while trying to craft a perfect one, then before you truly master its essence, doing both at once will double the difficulty." Emperor Jiuxuan reached out and drew a complete charm. "Don't be so fixated on the form. Forget about its shape and structure. The most urgent thing right now is to master its essence. If you can't master that, everything else is just empty talk." Ye Shangxuan gazed at the charm characters that Emperor Jiuxuan had just drawn. "I understand now." 3 weeks later, Ye Shangxuan had learned how to draw a complete charm. He lowered his hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Finally, I succeeded." He created a sealing tremor charm, and it exploded, blowing away everything in front of him. Emperor Jushuan picked up a fragment of the charm and praised, "Not bad. At the level 5 Emperor realm, you've already managed to unleash 1/10 of this charm's power. Furthermore, this kind of sealing force can suppress the alien significantly. If combined with the alien suppressing power you acquired that day, even a level 7 Emperor realm alien could be dealt with." Suddenly, night fell, and dense demonic energy spread everywhere. The old man gritted his teeth. It seems the aliens are coming again. But the fluctuations in this energy are a bit strange. Ordinary aliens couldn't possess this kind of aura, but it's too weak to be an alien king. Go back quickly. Be careful this time. Ye Shangxuan frowned and said loudly, "Understood, senior. Take care." In the middle of the void, many people were watching attentively at the spatial gate. Yi Qinghan reached out and shouted, "Set up the formation." Suddenly, a figure flashed by. Lu Wu was surprised, and Yi Qinghan was not much different. It turned out to be Ye Shangxuan. Yi Qinghan looked at him. "Shangxuan." Lu Wu giggled, her voice bright and clear. "Husband, you're back." Ye Shangxuan replied calmly, I'm back." Then, he frowned, looking at the spatial gate, thinking, "Thank goodness I made it in time. This aura is vastly different from before. No wonder Senior warned me to be careful. But why haven't the aliens appeared yet? To be safe, I should draw the sealing charm first. Even if I can't seal their passage, I can at least suppress their power." Before Ye Shangxuan could finish drawing the charm, a beam of purple light leaked out from the spatial gate. Ye Shangxuan was surprised. "Huh?" Lu Wu and Yi Qinghan widened their eyes in unison. "What's going on?" Ye Shangxuan's face darkened. A sense of anxiety welled up in his heart. Why is there a heavenly tribulation striking the aliens' passage? There clearly wasn't one last time. Millions of years ago, this world was attacked by aliens, damaging its very foundation. Senior also said this alien aura wasn't right. Could it be that these aliens have a powerful origin? Are they of the alien king's bloodline from millions of years ago? The Heavenly Dao of this world sensed a familiar aura, so it proactively descended with a heavenly tribulation. A crimson hand with sharp claws was tearing through the spatial gate. Shards gradually appeared, glowing brightly. That demon had already slipped into this space. He spread his wings, standing tall against the blood-red sky. So, it is the Scorching King. As expected of a higher world, the Heavenly Dao has already taken shape. Dijon barely brought my eye with him, only to be suppressed by the Heavenly Dao and nearly perished in the spatial turbulence. What a pity the Heavenly Dao has loopholes. I think that's thanks to Kakata. Even though he died in this world 1,000,000 years ago, he still caused severe damage to the Heavenly Dao here. Let me see if there are any formidable characters in this realm. He sat on a throne that appeared from the void, to the shock of everyone below. Another person stepped out of the spatial gate. It was a level 7 Emperor Realm expert, Dijon. Yi Shangxuan saw this and frowned, shouting, "Level 7 Emperor Realm." He narrowed his eyes, thinking, that's not right. If he were only level 7, he couldn't have triggered the heavenly tribulation to make the Heavenly Dao wary like that. Yi Shangxuan turned back to warn her, "Tell the others to fall back. This opponent is not something the formation can handle." Yi Qinghan replied, "Understood." Suddenly, a foot stepped forward. It was Dijon, calmly approaching. Those standing not far from him were blown away by the demonic energy. Dijon spoke as he walked, his voice arrogant. No wonder the others couldn't conquer this realm. It turns out the Heavenly Dao exists here. Before entering the battlefield, everyone else in my group had already died due to the spatial disturbances caused by the Heavenly Dao. This is the strongest being in this world only at the 5th level of the Emperor Realm? His long, slender fingers with sharp nails reached out and grabbed something. It turns out Dijon was pulling out a blazing red sword, pointing it straight at Ye Shangxuan. A 5th level Emperor Realm cultivator is barely qualified to be a ghost under my blade. He gripped the sword with both hands and raised it high. "Let's finish you off quickly." With that, Dijon swung the sword down, and a swirl of black smoke appeared behind him. It was a devastating swing, but Ye Shangxuan easily dodged it, causing Dijon to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Ye Shangxuan turned his head back, grinding his teeth. Too fast. Dijon didn't give up. He stood back up and swung the sword again. Die! They both lunged into a fierce battle. A moment later, Dijon relaxed. Smugly, he said. "One down." He looked up. "Now, time for the second 5th level Emperor here." Du and Dijon locked eyes and flashed wicked smiles. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind him. "You're so confident, have you really taken me out?" Dijon, hearing this, panicked and spun around. From within the black smoke, someone was slowly stepping out. Seeing this, Dejan was stunned. You're not dead? Ye Shangxuan smirked. Your power is not bad. But it's a shame. You're still nowhere near breaking through my defenses. Dejan roared in anger. I can't break your defense? He flapped his wings and charged forward. Then let's try again. Ye Shangxuan calmly dropped a chilling remark. What a pity. You've lost your chance. His hand suddenly flashed with brilliant golden light, and from it, a blinding golden chain shot out, sealing him tight. With that finished, Ye Shangxuan turned calmly to the soldier beside him and held out 3 fingers in a friendly gesture. Brother, let me borrow your toy for a second. The guy was still glued to the battle ahead. Startled, he stuttered. Huh? Oh, sure. Without a second's hesitation, he drew the sword from the soldier's waist. Ye Shangxuan strolled leisurely toward the restrained enemy. You truly are a cautious one. You went all out the moment you started, hoping to send me to the afterlife in a heartbeat, but unfortunately, you're overconfident. You must have been sure that a 5th-level emperor like me would vanish after just one of your moves, right? Remember this well. Next time you go out to kill someone, please confirm they've completely stopped breathing before you start celebrating. He finished, and swung the sword. The golden chain snapped. Dejan was freed from his restraints, but that was also the moment his life ended. King Wu, my lord, I'm sorry for failing you. Ye Shangxuan stood watching the corpse for a moment, then muttered, Dead? Why does it feel so easy? A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. This time, the senior had warned him to be extremely careful. Even the Heavenly Dao had to be wary, to the point where he didn't even dare to let a single drop of his blood spill. Yet, the enemy had fallen so pathetically. In other words, the real threat he needed to be on guard against hadn't shown its face yet. Suddenly, Dejan staggered and collapsed, his hands digging into the ground. His eyes blazed. But even more horrifyingly, in the middle of his forehead, a third eye slowly pried itself open blood-red and full of malice. Du screamed, Husband, watch out! Ye Shangxuan jumped in shock, reflexively spinning around in an instant. A punch like a mountain, Dejan's strike had reached right in front of Ye Shangxuan, fast as lightning. He leaned his head back, avoiding the blow by a hair's breadth. But Dejan didn't give him a break. He pulled back his leg and delivered a earth-shattering knee strike, sending Ye Shangxuan flying downward. He had to drag his feet hard against the ground to finally come to a stop, his brow furrowed in confusion. What the hell is going on? This guy clearly died already. Dejan's body at this moment only held a single red eye in the middle of his forehead, and it was muttering, Controlling this body is truly a pain. He clutched his chest, feeling the infuriating stiffness of the corpse. Suddenly, a stream of pitch-black demonic energy poured out of Ye Shangxuan. It turned out he had just sliced his own neck to release the demonic aura, just to regain some sense of comfort. Above Dejan's head, a fiery red vortex suddenly appeared. He had to raise his hands to cover his ears. This suppression from the Heavenly Dao is truly annoying as hell. Suddenly, a bolt of heavenly lightning from the vortex struck straight down. Dejan lazily reached out to grab his blade, not even bothering to look, and swung it in a smooth arc, slicing the lightning apart. Around his sword, now wrapped in a mystical purple aura, Dejan relaxed and admired his hand. Well, it's just a clone anyway, and the suppression isn't that strong. It's acceptable for now. He turned his head and flashed a ghoulish smile. Now, shall we warm up and make things interesting? Ye Shangxuan stared intently at the figure in front of him. He asked, You are the king of the alien race? Dejan smirked, offering a friendly smile that was skin-crawling. Well, you're not entirely brainless, are you? You guessed it right. I'll reward you with a round of applause. I have to admit, you're not bad. A 5th-level emperor who managed to take down my 7th-level emperor general. Plus, your cultivation speed is shockingly fast. Last time I checked, your aura was only at the 3rd level of the emperor realm. Can this rotting world really produce a son of destiny like you? But it's a shame you're still young and naive. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished, leaving Ye Shangxuan in shock. Incredibly fast. Dejan used his long legs to deliver a thunderous kick, but Ye Shangxuan managed to raise his arms to block it. He cursed inwardly. This speed is many times faster than before. Blasted back, Ye Shangxuan held his numb arm, grinding his teeth and calculating. This power is also far beyond the old body. Dejan kept his smug smile. Surprised, aren't you? Although the power of this body only stays at the 7th level of the Emperor realm, the same source of energy, through my hands versus that general's hands, are 2 completely different concepts. Kid. He lifted a leg and unleashed a barrage of kicks. Ye Shangxuan could only grit his teeth and block the blows. In his mind, he was constantly analyzing the enemy's strength and speed. Even though it was overwhelming, strangely, it was still within the range that he could handle. Is he toying with me, or does he have some other scheme? Two of his fingers secretly flickered with golden light. He began tracing complex talismans in the air, while his opponent stood with arms crossed, laughing mockingly. What's the matter? Not going to fight back? Is that all the power you've got? That's surely not everything you've got, is it? Ye Shangxuan frowned, feeling extremely annoyed. Trying to provoke me, huh? He quietly reached behind his back, his 5 fingers having been connected to golden threads for some time now. Fine. Let's see just how formidable a 7th-level Emperor Realm expert truly is. Countless golden threads shot out from the void, rushing toward Daijan, but he just stood there motionless. He let the threads bind him tightly. Oh, interesting. You still have the energy to set up traps while fighting me, Ye Shangxuan? He tightened his grip. The magic sealing talisman in his hand glowed brilliantly. Dijon lowered his head and let out a disdainful laugh. Not a bad trick. Seems like you're from the same sect as the one who used those binds earlier. You can even suppress my bloodline aura. If you used this to pin down someone at the same realm, they'd be hard-pressed to escape. Commendable. Truly commendable. Too bad it's nowhere near enough to deal with me. Snap. The threads shattered one by one. He picked up a piece of the wire and muttered, "All right, your little child's play is useless now. If you don't have any other trump cards, bring them all out. Don't hide anything." Ye Shangxuan fell into deep thought. Could it be that the sealing talisman he was most proud of had no effect on this guy? No. It wasn't that it had no effect. It was just that the suppression time was too short. Moreover, during that brief moment, he had countless opportunities to attack, yet he didn't. What exactly is he planning? Seeing Ye Shangxuan silent, Dijon spoke up, his tone impatient. What? Out of moves? Or are you planning to surrender? If so, hurry up and call the one hiding behind your back to show themselves. Dijon stood high above, arms crossed, looking down with a condescending air. Ye Shangxuan repeated, "The one hiding behind my back?" He nodded. "Isn't that right? Just a while ago, your cultivation was only at the 3rd-level Emperor realm, and now you've jumped to the 5th, and you have the strength to defeat my commanders. Based on your little cat-and-mouse tricks alone, that's impossible. Furthermore, the 3 armies I sent to your world just evaporated without a trace. I can't sense a shred of their aura. That proves this land has someone strong enough to completely erase my bloodline aura. That person must be the true powerhouse here, right? We're at this point now, and you still want to hide it? Don't you find it ridiculous?" Ye Shangxuan turned his face away, intentionally dodging the question, but the gears in his head were spinning furiously. He kept sending those small fry here, intending to let their bloodline aura pollute the origin of this world. So that's what it was. But it seems he still doesn't have the full picture. Then I have a chance. By letting him think there's someone else, he won't use his full strength against me. This is the moment to capture him alive. He waved his hand and repeated his previous words provocatively. "Want to meet the one behind me? Heh, let's see if you're even qualified first." Dijon remained extremely arrogant. "I told you these cat-and-mouse tricks are useless against me." As soon as he finished speaking, countless golden threads surged from nowhere, binding him tightly, leaving only his wings on his back exposed. This time, Ye Shangxuan replied, "I know it won't work for long, but it's more than enough to temporarily seal you so you can't run around." Dijon's blood-red eyes revealed surprise. He heard another clear voice ring out. A young girl with delicate bare feet stepped forward. "Yes, Master." Beneath Ye Shier's feet, a massive formation circle appeared. At the same time, 3 other layers of formations appeared right above Dijon. The blood streaks in his third eye began to boil. The power of the lightning tribulation from the formation circle, a massive beam of purple spiritual energy, carrying the power to destroy heaven and earth, crashed down. The binding threads on Dijon were incinerated in an instant. His entire body became tattered and charred black. Ye Shangxuan sighed in frustration. Still not dead? He chanted a spell. A sword appeared in his hand, and he lunged forward. "Then die along with this broken body of yours," Dijon roared frantically. "I admit your methods are quite good, but even the heavenly lightning couldn't kill me. Do you think a mere piece of equipment can do anything to me?" Swish. Ye Shangxuan's sword didn't hesitate, stabbing straight into his third eye, piercing through it easily. Dijon froze, unable to believe it. How? How is this possible? Watching Dijon collapse, Ye Shangxuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Consider that taken care of, he thought. Thanks to the heavenly lightning and the distraction of the sealing talisman, the guy didn't notice. The sword had been coated with his own blood. Next time they meet, he'll definitely be more cautious, but at least this time, he managed to protect his trump card. Ye Tianhan and Tang Yu rushed over, Let me heal you, my husband. Are you badly hurt? Ye Shangxuan waved his hand. I'm fine. You go help Xinger recover her spiritual energy first. She answered gently. All right. He jumped down beside the corpse. After all, he's a 7th-level Emperor Realm alien. Better absorb him first and worry about the rest later. At the main base of the demonic realm, a giant hand squeezed a nearby rock, grinding it into fine powder. The Winged King was furious. Very well. Even when I personally took action, I couldn't lure out the one behind him. They're hiding really well. And what kind of weapon was that the guy used that could easily break my defenses? That world truly isn't simple, he muttered. Too bad I still haven't managed to get any information about the one behind him. What kind of strength do they have? It must be some old monster from 1,000,000 years ago, perhaps still severely injured, which is why they don't dare to show their face. It seems my eldest brother's defeat back then wasn't without some contribution. A figure entered. It was the 3rd Winged King. The Winged King reached up to cover one eye. It's nothing. I was just distracted, checking the situation in the small world, and suffered a minor, negligible injury. Third, you've come at the right time. I have a mission for you. The 3rd Winged King knelt on one knee. My king, please give your orders. It's nothing major. There's a high-level world with a damaged origin. Go there and handle it. If you can occupy it, that's great. If not, at least lure out the powerhouse of that world. Remember, leave a wisp of your origin power. That way, even if you die, I can still help you use that origin to be reborn. The 3rd Winged King bowed respectfully. My king, rest assured, I will definitely bring back this high-level world. Having said that, he strode away. Just as he turned, deep down, the 3rd Winged King felt nothing but contempt. You couldn't finish the job yourself, so you pushed it onto me? Clearly, you're just sending me to my death. If you're going to be heartless, don't blame me for being ungrateful. He headed straight for the Winged Clan's Origin Pavilion, thinking to himself, the Origin Pavilion, the most dangerous place, is also the safest. This is the ideal spot to hide it. The origin power of our elite warriors. Big brother, I'll be waiting for you here. The gatekeeper cupped his hands to greet the 2 kings, but the 3rd Winged King waved him off. No need for formalities. What wind blew you? Before he could finish, the 3rd Winged King reached out and crushed the necks of both guards. As he spoke, he pressed his fingers against their foreheads. Tisk, tisk. It won't be long before I am your only king. He gave the order, and both guards replied in unison. Divided soul, these 3 really aren't used to this. The 3rd Winged King caught sight of a sound transmission jade slip in the guard's hand, and a plan flashed through his mind. Deep within the Imperial Palace, the Winged King received a message from the jade slip, reporting that the Second Highness had left the Origin Sand, reaching the peak of the 8th-level Emperor realm. He sneered, smart kid, but that's enough. After all, he carries the royal bloodline. If even his bloodline can be wiped out by the enemy, then there's no need to hesitate. High above the world, Ye Shangxuan clenched his fists. He let out a long breath. Middle stage of the 6th-level Emperor realm looks like, this is my limit for now. Before the next battle with the alien race, it's unlikely I'll break through to the 7th-level Emperor realm. Luckily, that alien king didn't get any useful intel this time. At least he won't dare to make a move personally so easily. Suddenly, a blazing red spatial gate tore through the sky. Ye Shangxuan was startled. What is this? How did the alien race arrive so quickly? Emerging from the rift, the 2nd Winged King, no, the 3rd Winged King, stepped out. He gritted his teeth, looking down at the ground. Is this the place? Doesn't look like anything special. Ye Shangxuan focused his senses. Although the aura was only at the 8th-level Emperor realm, the pressure was vastly different from the 7th-level one he fought before. Furthermore, this aura is exactly like the royal who possessed that body earlier. Another royal bloodline? Looks like a brutal battle is coming. But if I can absorb this royal bloodline's aura, I might just break through to the 7th-level Emperor realm. Suddenly, the sweet voices of 2 girls interrupted his thoughts. Shangxuan, husband. The 3rd Winged King crossed his arms, scanning the area. A guy at the 6th level, a few at the 4th, the rest are just small fries. Looks like you're the big boss of this dump. Ye Shangxuan smiled, replying, that's right. Anything you want to teach me? He then turned to his companions. You guys can't help in this fight. Back away, now. Everyone nodded and quickly retreated. The 3rd Winged King asked arrogantly, you're only at the 6th-level Emperor realm, and you dare to take me on alone? Ye Shangxuan replied, I'm not fighting you. I'm just protecting this land. Well then, come and get it. The 3rd Winged King provoked him instantly. Ye Shangxuan lunged forward, but before he could strike, the 3rd Winged King grabbed his wrist. The enemy acted strangely friendly. Hey, don't be so hasty, let's talk first. Yi Shangxuan gritted his teeth. A sense of unease rose within him. The guy's strength was overwhelming. Both his speed and power were far beyond ordinary aliens. He struggled to break free, throwing a punch. Die. Then we can talk. Two massive forces collided, but the third winged king remained calm. You need to understand one thing. You can't beat me. Can't beat you? Ye Shangxuan chuckled coldly. How do you know that? He flicked two fingers, firing a drop of crimson blood. The tiny droplet streaked forward with terrifying speed. The third winged king barely managed to dodge it. His forehead was beaded with sweat. Yi Shangxuan said, "You dodged it? All right, let's keep going." The third winged king panicked and quickly waved his hands. No, no, no. I surrender, okay? I surrender. Ye Shangxuan insisted, maintaining his defensive stance. What is this alien up to? He clearly doesn't want to fight me, but now he's suddenly giving up. He asked suspiciously, "What kind of scheme are you plotting?" The third winged king acted weak, pointing to the tiny wound on his hand caused by the blood drop. Hey, I've been pierced. How long is it going to take for this to heal? Why must we always resort to killing? Even if I am an alien in your eyes, not every one of us wants to devour this heaven and earth. As for me, I'm just a pawn sent by my boss to be cannon fodder. If we can talk peace, that's obviously better, right? Yi Shangxuan stood still, coldly replying, "Not of my race, surely an alien." The third winged king raised a finger in protest. Wait. I strongly disagree with that statement. In this world, there are no eternal enemies, only partners who haven't found common ground in their interests yet. You won't shake hands with me, only because my offer isn't attractive enough. Now, listen carefully. What if I told you I have a secret technique to help you send my boss to his grave? To keep this little world of yours safe. How about that? Doesn't that make it worth sitting down and negotiating? Yi Shangxuan was somewhat surprised. Help us take out your king? The third winged king gritted his teeth, clenching his fists with a hateful expression. That's right. We share the same royal bloodline, so why does he get to be king and I don't? My ambition isn't as big as his. I have no interest in conquering other worlds. I just want to rule over the winged race. Becoming the only king is enough. We share the same goal, so why not cooperate? How do we cooperate? Ye Shangxuan countered. The third winged king put his hands on his hips and explained, I know my king like the back of my hand. I can reveal his next plan, and his fatal weakness to you. All you have to do is simple. Help me get rid of him. Yi Shangxuan crossed his arms. I'm only at the 6th level Emperor realm. Why would you believe I could take him out? Don't be so fast, the third winged king tried to persuade him. I wouldn't have offered to cooperate if I weren't sure we could win. The specific reasons are a secret for now, but I can tell you this. After my king arrives in this world, there will be a period of weakness where his strength drops drastically. It's not that you won't have a chance. Furthermore, I'll tell you his weaknesses. We've fought many times. Essentially, there are 3 spots he never lets me attack. The horns, the tail, and the spot between his eyebrows. You can try aiming for those 3 spots. Yi Shangxuan stared at him. I'll tentatively believe what you're saying, but you said you're cannon fodder. If you don't die here, won't your king be suspicious? Maybe you should just die first. Then I'll consider working together. The third winged king laughed bitterly. You really do have a deep grudge against my kind. Fine. Actually, I never intended to survive anyway. Instead of both of us getting hurt and giving the king a chance to devour this world, I might as well die here, he thought to himself. Luckily, my core has been moved away long ago. Dying here won't cost me much. Thinking this, he said smugly, So, are you going to do it? Or should I take care of myself? Is this alien serious? Yi Shangxuan was still skeptical. He said, Do it yourself. The third winged king raised his hands. You really are careful down to every detail. Suddenly, he roared, and endless black demonic energy poured from his abdomen. That's right. Once I'm dead, within 3 days, the king will personally lead his army here. You'd better prepare yourself well. As his words faded, his figure vanished into thin air. Ye Shangxuan reached out, snatching the lingering aura. No more than 3 days left. Time is running out. I have to make a breakthrough fast. At the otherworldly demon race's realm, the Li Duer king sat on his throne and roared in fury. He's dead? That old fool barely lasted a single stick of incense before being wiped out. Even though he left behind most of his essence, he was still an 8th level Emperor realm expert with royal blood. To be killed in under a stick of incense? It seems the true powerhouse of that world is no less powerful than I am, he bellowed, then slumped back into his throne. At least, aside from that powerhouse. The others are insignificant. We only need the full force of our army to crush them. Even if it costs us, we can wipe them all out. 2 days is enough to gather the clansmen. Besides, the third elder's aura has already corroded a portion of that world's essence. If we can't fully consume it, we must strike fast and win quickly. The fourth Doer King quickly stepped forward and bowed. My king, you summoned me? The lead Doer King glanced at him. Gather the army. In 2 days, follow me to launch our conquest. The fourth Doer King knelt on one knee and looked up. As you command. The lead Doer King gestured and added. After all, the second Doer King has already died in battle. Hearing this, the fourth Doer King grew furious, his hands clenching into fists. What? Not only did my troops fail, but even the second Doer King was defeated? The lead Doer King rested his chin on his hand and commanded, to prevent any unforeseen accidents once the army is gathered, tonight you must head to the Essence Pavilion and leave behind your essence. As you command. I understand. At the Essence Pavilion, 2 guards, now controlled by the third Doer King, whispered to each other, the king has truly begun to mobilize the army. Just as I predicted, within 3 days, the king was bound to act. So soon? It seems I overestimated him, thinking it would take 3 days. Quiet, someone's coming. The 2 guards hurriedly bowed. Greetings, fourth Doer King. Back in the upper realm, in the 9 profound continent, Ye Shangxuan sat cross-legged, surrounded by billowing spiritual energy. Suddenly, he sprang up, threw his hands toward the sky, and shouted. A surge of terrifying spiritual energy erupted from his body and shot straight into the heavens. He felt an unprecedented rush of excitement. Finally, I've broken through. No wonder the predecessor said I had to reach the 7th level Emperor realm to unleash the full power of the seal and block the passageway for the otherworldly beings. So it turns out that from the 7th level Emperor realm and above, one can touch the great Dao and form a weak connection with the Heavenly Dao. Only with the help of the Heavenly Dao can the seal reach its maximum power. That otherworldly king's strength certainly isn't limited to the 8th level Emperor realm. He's likely at the peak of the 9th level Emperor realm. If not for him helping me comprehend the great Dao, I doubt I could have broken through just by absorbing ordinary otherworldly beings. Now, it's time to resolve the final problem. Ye Shangxuan finished drafting a massive talisman. He arrogantly threw his hands toward the sky and shouted 4 words. Heavenly decree, assist the righteous. Instantly, a brilliant golden surge of energy spiraled and enveloped the talisman. Ye Shangxuan surveyed his work with a smug expression and a toothy grin. With the lightning of the heavens backing this seal, this should be enough to send those otherworldly pests back to where they came from. Go, baby. With a flick of his wrist, the terrifying talisman obediently flew toward the designated space portal and was sucked in cleanly. As soon as those uninvited guests disappeared, the gloomy sky began to brighten up again. The thick black clouds started to dissipate. Ye Shangxuan looked smug and satisfied. The spatial rift of those otherworldly beings has been patched up. The world is at peace again. This time, I have to thank that royal-blooded otherworldly idiot for giving me a chance to show off. And as for cooperating, keep dreaming. Even if you swore an oath to live in peace, my ultimate goal is to never let you step foot in here. Somewhere else, 8 otherworldly beings were huddled together, with the lead Dwer King sitting prominently in the center. An otherworldly soldier ran up to report, my king, aside from the troops busy plowing the borders to fight over small worlds, all the brothers have gathered. The lead Dwer King nodded. Good. The time has come. Suddenly, whispers began echoing from a deep pit nearby, growing louder by the second. The 2 otherworldly gatekeepers looked up with their jaws dropped and eyes wide. What the hell? The spatial gate is sealed shut. That little brat played us. The moment his vessel died, he locked the door and bolted it. This is annoying. If the king can't get through, what's the next plan? The 2 started whispering, heads together. Meanwhile, the lead Dwer King stood before the space gate, which had now turned into nothing more than a solid stone wall. He was so angry he hissed, "What on earth is going on? Have you investigated it yet?" A subordinate squeaked, "My king, the path is locked. Or rather, we can't locate the world on the other side anymore. Could it be that they've patched up the spatial crack? Nonsense. Fixing it that fast? Fat chance. It's definitely a seal," another insisted. The lead Dwer King suddenly burst into an eerie, twisted laugh. A seal? Something that only happens once in a million years? This is interesting. You think you can stop me with that? You think this passageway is some public market that you can open and seal whenever you please? He held up his hand with long, sharp claws, and a drop of deep crimson blood from the tip of the lead Dwer King's Finger dripped down, piercing through space and heading straight for the endless sea of the 9 profound continent in the upper realm. The drop of blood landed at the bottom of the deep sea. Emperor First's thoughts suddenly flashed, receiving instructions from the king. You want me to break the seal and reopen the spatial path? He sat slumped at the bottom of the ocean, feeling utterly helpless. My king, oh my king, you're making things so hard for your loyal servant. I just burned through a mountain of essence to escape that damn stone pillar. I'm still recovering. Plus, the big shots in this place are terrifyingly strong. Even the commander gets beaten up by them. Just by myself, how am I supposed to break this god-forsaken seal? Emperor First roared. I need more payment. If this job goes through, I need enough essence to get me promoted straight to commander. No more talk. Suddenly, a water vortex appeared, and an authoritative voice boomed from within it. I agree. Hearing this, Emperor First immediately changed his attitude, bowing respectfully. I shall obey your command. A wave of pitch-black demonic energy engulfed him. Deyi's body slowly took shape. He looked up, his face beaming with excitement, feeling that his strength had recovered significantly. All right, let's go check out that seal. I have to find a way to pry it open. As he spoke, he launched himself toward the surface of the water in midair, where Ye Shangxuan was still diligently pouring his spiritual power forward. Reinforce the seal with some extra energy to be safe. He wiped the sweat from his brow and breathed a sigh of relief. That should hold for now. Just then, Yi Qinghan rushed over, looking thrilled. Shangxuan, did you really manage to cast the seal? The demon lord Lei looked on, mouth agape in shock. Are we finally safe? Ye Shangxuan turned back and answered calmly. For now, yes. But to prevent any future risks, it's best if everyone works harder on their cultivation. She nodded seriously. You're right. The demon lord Lei echoed. Absolutely. Ye Shangxuan looked up and waved his hand toward the heights. Shire, you don't need to guard the perimeter anymore. Shire looked down from above and replied obediently, Yes, master. He walked away nonchalantly. But he didn't forget to turn back and instruct the two. You can stay here and keep watch, or find a place to train on your own. I have some business to attend to. Both of them agreed happily in unison. Ye Shangxuan raised his hand and slashed through the air, opening a spatial portal, and stepped through with ease. The demon lord Lei witnessed the scene and couldn't help but stare in wide-eyed wonder. That's insanely powerful, opening a portal so effortlessly. When will I ever reach that level of cultivation? The water bubbled, and along with a faint aura of demonic energy, Deyi stealthily poked his head out again. Seeing Yi Qinghan and the others, he calculated, the strongest one finally left. I'm not sure if I can take on the 3 remaining by myself, especially that little girl who sets up the formations. He dove back down, deciding to wait patiently for the right moment. The scene shifted to a place filled with giant boulders, where a figure suddenly landed. Di Qishuan, you've arrived, haven't you? A gravelly voice echoed from inside a stone cave. Ye Shangxuan bowed his head, clasping his hands in a respectful salute. Senior, I have arrived. Di Qishuan stroked his beard, praising him. In just half a year, you managed to seal the passage of the alien race. I certainly didn't misjudge you, he replied modestly. Senior is too kind. Then, Ye Shangxuan knelt on one knee. Senior, I came here this time to seek your guidance regarding the seal. After the alien passage is blocked, will there still be any lingering dangers? And how long can this seal actually last? The old man retorted. It seems you've already sensed that something is wrong, haven't you? He frowned, looking at his own hand. When I was casting the seal, I clearly felt an extremely strong spatial vibration. If it weren't for you, Senior, saying that a level 7 Emperor Realm cultivator could do it, I would have thought I was on the verge of failure. Even though it seemed stable on the outside, I always felt this seal was very fragile. That's why, after reinforcing it with another layer, I immediately came here to ask for your opinion. Di Qishuan's expression turned grave. I had already anticipated this situation. Perhaps because the alien passage has been expanded, the spatial power there has become much denser. That is why your talisman couldn't cover it completely. There's no other way. After the old seal was broken, this passage is essentially experiencing a second opening. The alien realm on the other side is a great world. When 2 worlds, large and small, come into contact, they have the potential to consume each other's power. World-level power like that cannot be easily contained. But you don't need to worry too much. Even if this seal doesn't last for 1,000,000 years, it will definitely hold for tens of thousands of years. By then, you can reinforce it again, and you'll be able to buy yourself another few tens of thousands of years. Ye Shangxuan breathed a sigh of relief. Is that so? That's great news. Suddenly, An extremely strong surge of demonic energy radiated from a nearby tree. The old man was startled and turned around sharply. Demonic energy? How is that possible? Is it possible there are still aliens left behind? That's absurd. All the aliens that came out of that passage, I handled them personally. I couldn't afford to be careless. Although the seal looks solid on the outside, it wouldn't be hard to break it from the inside. You must return to suppress the seal immediately. Check all the areas where demonic energy is being emitted. He immediately replied, Yes. The demon lord was also preparing to leave. I'll be heading out first. I also need some time to digest the progress I've just made, the demon lord Lei said. Yi Qinghan spoke up softly. Very well. As soon as she finished speaking, he leaped away and disappeared. She looked up, watching his silhouette fade away, and then turned to tell herself, I must also start rebuilding the holy domain. I can't rely on Shangxuan for everything. At the very least, when it comes to guarding this seal, I can help him. I need to summon the remaining disciples immediately. The golden seal was still hovering there. Seeing that everyone had left, De Yi stealthily emerged from underwater again. He stood on the surface of the water, flashing a ghoulish smile. Finally, they're all gone. He then shot up into the sky. He stood there, admiring the seal, and laughed wickedly. Spatial passage seal, huh? Let's see how I should go about dismantling you. De Yi gathered his strength and threw a punch straight into the center of the seal. He had no intention of breaking it foolishly with brute force. A crack immediately appeared at the spot he struck. Seeing this, De Yi became even more excited. It's cracked. It's so thin and fragile. Its defensive power is only equal to a level 2 or level 3 Emperor realm. If that's the case, I won't hold back anymore. He funneled demonic energy into his fist, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. Suddenly, a shooting star was streaking rapidly toward him. De Yi was startled. So fast? The star grew closer and closer, and it turned out to be Ye Shangxuan, flying over like lightning. He gritted his teeth. An alien? It's only at the Emperor realm, level 2. How could it have survived? De Yi frantically threw punch after punch at the seal, mumbling, Break faster. As long as I break it, the passage will open, and once I slip in, I'll be free. If not, it's a dead end. Break for me. He gathered all his strength for one final punch. His hand pierced through the talisman, and the seal shattered into pieces. He laughed madly and provokingly. Ha ha. Spatial passage, don't dream anymore. A demonic voice rang out from behind. Ye Shangxuan had already appeared and grabbed the alien by the neck, his gaze as sharp as a razor. You only broke the first layer of the seal. The key to the seal lies in the second layer. The alien De Yi panicked. How is that possible? Ye Shangxuan tightened his grip. Even though I don't know how you managed to sneak in here, you're going to die first. I'll find out everything from your memories. Wait. A dignified voice suddenly sounded. He was surprised. The voice turned gentle. The voice of the senior, beneath Ye Shangxuan's feet. A golden vortex appeared. The ninth emperor called out to stop him. Hold on. Don't kill it before the passage opens. Killing the otherworlders might be fine, but the path is currently sealed. If you kill it, the otherworld king might track the essence left behind by the deceased to pinpoint our location. Ye Shangxuan looked down at the ninth emperor in his hands, confused. But he's already dead. On the other side, the person couldn't help but sigh in frustration. In the other world, the six-winged demon king covered his face with his hand. Only his blood-red eyes were visible, finally dead. You dared to use this opportunity to bargain for benefits with me? Pity. You didn't know that from the very beginning what I was waiting for was your death. Let me see where your essence dispersed. Found you! He widened his crimson eyes and thrust his hand through a spatial rift that had just formed, wearing a smile that would terrify anyone who saw it. Finally, it's open. Ye Shangxuan stood high above, thinking, incredible speed. The otherworlder just stopped breathing, and their king was already able to locate us. And reopen the passage immediately. Tang Yu screamed. Husband. Ye Xier stood beside her, looking ahead with a mix of excitement and anxiety. Master. The Thunder Demon Lord was stunned. What? What on earth is happening? Yi Qinghan couldn't hide her shock either. Ye Shangxuan quickly turned to assign tasks. Thunderlord, Qinghan, both of you, gather all the Emperor Realm cultivators immediately and set up the formation. The decisive battle is about to begin. Both of them shouted, Understood, and flew off immediately. He turned to Xier and gently patted her head. Xier, do as you did before. Merge with the world to stay hidden, and set up your strongest formations. Layering them on top of each other is fine too. The girl nodded happily. Ye Shangxuan glanced at Tang Yu. As for you, forget it. Just fight freely. Just remember to protect Xier. She pouted. Got it. He stared straight ahead, heart filled with regret. I didn't expect that, just as things were about to succeed, it would all fall apart. I wonder if what the six-winged demon king said was true. If I could force the otherworld king into a weakened state, when would that be? A giant black and red vortex was forming. Its gravitational pull was terrifyingly strong. Ye Shangxuan frowned. Too fast, he jumped up. And this horrifying demonic pressure, it seems this is the final battle. From the vortex, a portal swung wide open, and an endless number of otherworlders began to pour out. Ye Shangxuan stood high up, watching the scene. Otherworlders swarmed out like an anthill that had been poked. He muttered in desperation. Heaven and earth, holy gods. Do these guys reproduce asexually? Why are there so many? Fighting until the end of time probably wouldn't finish them off. The six-winged demon king stepped out calmly. Upon hearing his voice, Ye Shangxuan felt his blood run cold. The six-winged demon king sat arrogantly on a throne just created from demonic energy and looked up. Meeting again, little friend. I don't believe that this time, the person standing behind you still won't make a move. Ye Shangxuan quickly regained his composure. You can try and see, who knows, maybe the moment you croak, my backup will appear. A general of the otherworlders, a demon lord, roared, insolent, a mere native of this world dares to spout such nonsense. Then he knelt respectfully. King, this person is one of the leaders of this world. Let your servant handle him. The six-winged demon king waved his hand, shaking his head. No rush. It's not your time to act yet. He is just an outer circle leader. For you to personally step in would be a waste, and you might be ambushed. Just send the main army to crush them. Battalion 1, 2, 3, attack. Wipe them all out. Over 10,000 otherworlders shouted in unison. Obey, Ye Shangxuan observed thoughtfully. He isn't acting himself, but sending the army first. It seems he is still wary of the senior, right? On the contrary, that's a good thing. Before he knows the truth, he won't dare to act recklessly. I can use this opportunity to increase my strength. I just don't know how long I can drag this out. A foot landed softly. The Thunder Demon Lord shouted, Emperor Ye, we are here. But then he paused, looking at the sea of otherworlders and gulped. This is way too many. Yi Qinghan was somewhat worried. How are we supposed to kill them all? Ye Shangxuan surged with spirit. His face darkened. If we can't kill them all, we'll just keep killing until they're terrified. Everyone, start, the whole group shouted in unison. Understood! Without a moment's hesitation, he charged straight into the sea of otherworlders. As soon as he arrived, Ye Shangxuan unleashed a barrage of consecutive attacks. Yi Qinghan shouted, Set up the formation. Attack! The crowd of cultivators immediately channeled their spiritual energy, determined to fight to the death. A disciple let out a yell and dived in. Ye Shangxuan fought while analyzing. The otherworlder army is large, but their strength isn't too high. Trying to use human wave tactics to destroy us in this situation is nearly impossible, unless the enemy has some other tricks. Another team of otherworlders advanced. He was alert. The assassin squad. This is bad. A disciple had just unleashed a beautiful kick while feeling smug. This otherworlder army is just mediocre. Yi Shangxuan turned back and shouted, Careful, assassins! The disciple was stunned. Otherworlder assassins? Fortunately, Ye Shangxuan had already flashed over like lightning, kicking away an otherworlder assassin who was about to stab the disciple from behind. The disciple turned back, cold sweat pouring down. Heavens! They got that close and I didn't even notice. I almost lost my life. He cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Emperor Ye. Ye Shangxuan reminded him. It's nothing. Don't lose focus during the fight. Always stay alert. The assassin squad, the six-winged demon king, sat high up, calmly enjoying the battle. He stroked his chin. Interesting. Aside from that leader, the others are only Emperor Realm levels 2 or 3. Yet they can slaughter my army so easily? This formation is also interesting. Daisha, a 4-winged demon general level 7, stepped forward, cupping his hands. King, let your servant go and wipe out those natives. The 6-winged demon king pointed his finger. Go, I permit it. Daisha was overjoyed. Yes, he thought triumphantly. The chance to earn merit has arrived. Thinking this, he charged forward without hesitation, rushing straight at a green-haired disciple. Die! He attacked from behind. Clang! The 6-winged demon king found it amusing. Impressive. This is just a formation, yet it can allow an Emperor Realm level 2 cultivator to be attacked by an Emperor Realm level 7 and only suffer minor injuries. Furthermore, the formation wasn't even broken. Daisha saw that the disciple was still alive and turned back with a look of shock. Impossible! He's not dead? I don't believe you can block my second punch. Daisha charged again. Suddenly, a hand blocked his punch. It was Ye Shangxuan, speaking in a tone full of disdain. You aliens only know how to bully the weak, don't you? Ye Shangxuan's grip tightened, making Disha scream in pain before he let go and mocked him. Even at the 7th level of the Emperor realm, killing you is as easy as killing a dog. Disha broke into a cold sweat, visibly anxious. Ye Shangxuan didn't waste any more words. He lifted his foot and kicked Disha away with force. Get lost. Turning back, he asked the disciple, Are you all right? The disciple clutched his chest, saying, Thank you, Emperor Ye. Ye Shangxuan reassured him. It's nothing. This alien Emperor realm expert was never your match. Keep fighting. He stood tall and imposing, arms crossed over his chest. What's wrong? Scared? Liu Yuang frowned in deep thought. I never expected him to slaughter so many that my own army is now panicked. He pointed his finger and shouted, Kill him. Whoever succeeds will be rewarded with a portion of the royal bloodline essence and promoted to general. The alien troops, hearing this, erupted with excitement and charged forward. Ye Shangxuan took a combat stance. Liu Yuang remained deep in thought. Even though this guy is only at the 7th level of the Emperor realm, his power is truly extraordinary. It's better to finish this quickly. He made his decision. Daimie, take him down. Dimi, the Grand Commander of the Demon Race and an 8th level Emperor realm expert, bowed respectfully. As you command. Just as Ye Shangxuan was focused on the battle, he suddenly felt a wave of horrifying killing intent from behind. He immediately spun around and dodged a fatal strike from Dimi. Ye Shangxuan leaped far back. He thought to himself, an 8th level Emperor realm expert? Good thing I sensed his presence. Otherwise, just as Ye Shangxuan was distracted, Dimi appeared and landed a direct kick into his stomach, sending him flying into the air. Dimi crossed his arms, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Aren't you quite arrogant? Didn't you say you could kill our kin as easily as dogs at the same level? Ye Shangxuan stood up and wiped the blood from his lips. I did say that killing you lot is like slaughtering dogs. I originally planned to save my trump card to give your king a surprise, but it seems I have to use it now. Rows of alien corpses fell around Ye Shangxuan as he began to draw in all their demonic energy. It formed a massive ball of energy. Liu Yuang, who was sitting comfortably, suddenly stood up in a panic. How is this possible? He stared, grinding his teeth. How can he absorb the life force of my clansmen after they die? That is an ability only a top-tier royal bloodline possesses. Even I, with my abilities, cannot absorb energy infinitely like that. Ye Shangxuan remained focused, gathering the massive flow of demonic energy. Liu Yuang slumped back into his chair, his mind spinning. Who exactly is he? I recall that this infinite absorption technique could only be done by my older brother. An alien soldier asked in confusion. My king, could it be that this guy also has our royal bloodline? Liu Yuewang stroked his chin. Royal bloodline, right. Millions of years ago, the previous king, who was my own brother, visited this realm. It seems these people must have taken his bloodline. The alien was astonished. Is that so? That is truly unforgivable. Liu Yuang furrowed his brows. No wonder I have sent armies to attack this realm so many times, yet the origin of this world hasn't been eroded. Brother, you really left me with a difficult problem. Around Ye Shangxuan, the demonic energy had condensed to the point of being thick. He sighed, thinking, it's a pity it's only enough to break through to the 8th level of the Emperor realm. If all these guys died, maybe I would have had a chance to reach the 9th level. But in this current situation, I can't delay any longer. Ye Shangxuan raised his hand to the sky and shouted, Heavenly Tribulation, descend for me. The sky immediately darkened, and lightning filled the heavens. As the alien army panicked, countless bolts of lightning crashed down, striking many of them. A blinding blue light enveloped Ye Shangxuan. He opened his eyes and clenched his fist. Now, it's my turn. Let's test our skills again. Dimi remained arrogant and unfazed. You haven't even finished your breakthrough, yet you dare to attack me under the heavenly tribulation? You want to die? He swung his fist, but Ye Shangxuan easily caught it. Ye Shangxuan smirked. Did you think I was going to fight you hand to hand? Naive. My goal from the start was to use the heavenly tribulation to blast you to death. A massive bolt of lightning from the sky struck Dimie's wings directly. He shrieked in extreme agony as his body was charred black by the lightning. Ye Shangxuan gloated. As an invader, the heavenly tribulation is far more lethal to you than it is to me. You should thank me for helping you weather the tribulation. Dimi, furious, strained to shove Ye Shangxuan away, but one of his arms had already been blown to bits. Ye Shangxuan tossed the remains aside. Lost an arm and severely injured too. Do you think you can still defeat me? Now it's time for me to torture you. With that, he raised his fist to attack. Ye Shangxuan unleashed a palm strike filled with thunder and lightning right onto his head, making Dimi stagger away. His charred wings were now only enough to keep him hovering, unable to move. In the next moment, Ye Shangxuan appeared right in front of him. He was now left defenseless, and before Dimi could even understand what was happening, Ye Shangxuan grabbed his face violently with one hand. Winds began to pick up, swirling crazily toward his palm. Sparks of electricity constantly flashed, creating a scene like a miniature storm, ready to suck in and crush anything it caught. Sensing the moment was ripe, Ye Shangxuan calmly declared, "Come now, contribute to my final breakthrough." The moment he finished speaking, the space exploded. A surge of unruly power that challenged heaven and earth swirled violently. The poor demon could only let out a few pathetic cries. Arg! 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 The scene that followed could only be described in 2 words: horrifying. The life force on the demon's face was completely sucked away by an invisible force, leaving his eyes sunken and his entire body withered and emaciated. He looked like nothing more than a skull wrapped in a layer of wrinkled, old skin. Surrounded by thick, demonic energy, Ye Shangxuan simply joined his hands. The demonic energy that had been rushing out now obediently swirled and was absorbed back into his body. Thanks to this forced source of nutrition, Ye Shangxuan had enough resources to continuously break through his cultivation level. And then, the 8th level of the Emperor Realm was finally conquered. He let out a long breath and clicked his tongue, thinking, "Pity, I only reached the 8th level. I'm still a novice." Thinking this, Ye Shangxuan glanced at Liu Yuewang and muttered to himself, "The trump card of absorbing demonic energy has been revealed. Now, I have only one final trump card left, this hot, fresh blood." The Li Dui King, currently being scrutinized, just lazily propped his chin up, showing no signs of being rattled. He muttered to himself, wondering if there was any chance to clear out this troublesome bunch once and for all. The Li Dui King kept his detached, leisurely attitude while criticizing his opponent. "Truly a clever trick," he remarked, "using the heavenly tribulation to send one of my great generals to dust, while simultaneously breaking through to the 8th level of the Emperor Realm. Now, my other great generals can't do a thing against him." He quickly reached a conclusion. Initially, he had been hoping for the mastermind behind this, a true powerhouse of this world, to reveal themselves. But as it turned out, the threat from this kid wasn't any less significant. A flash of cruelty crossed the Li Dui King's eyes. He turned to the Si Dui King and said coldly, "Go, kill him for me." The Si Dui King, with his brawny, towering physique, immediately clenched his fists and bowed respectfully. "As you command." His body shot forward at a terrifying speed, tearing through the air and leaving a haunting purple trail of cold light. All the demons around began to scream and cheer in excitement. A bird-headed demon shrieked, "Oh, the Si Dui King has made his move. That brat is done for." A one-horned demon nearby chimed in, "He's dead for sure. He's dead for sure. Long live the Si Dui King. Smash his skull in." Yi Changxuan could easily sense the overwhelming power from the Si Dui King. He immediately got into a stance, calculating silently, "This aura, it's definitely not something to take lightly. Better to focus on defense for now." Even though he had braced himself, when the Si Dui King unleashed a thunderous kick, channeling all his power, Ye Changxuan still couldn't block it completely without getting hurt. Ugh! A terrifying surge of power was blocked, then rebounded, and boom! An entire mountain exploded. The 1,000-year-old mountain, which had witnessed countless ups and downs, suddenly had its peak mercilessly sheared off. It was hard to imagine what a cultivator taking that hit head-on would turn into. After the first blow, Ye Changxuan had already consumed quite a bit of his spiritual energy. He still hadn't fully synced up with his opponent's pace, thinking to himself, "Is this guy really at the 9th level of the Emperor Realm? The speed and power are weird. It feels like he's only slightly ahead of the 8th level." On the contrary, the Si Dui King landed with a smug look filled with extreme excitement. He even grinned at Ye Changxuan, but his words sent shivers down people's spines. "You're not bad. You took a kick from me, and you're not dust yet. It's just a pity that with your current state, even if you were given a boost, you wouldn't be able to survive a second hit." As he finished speaking, a fist wrapped in swirling demonic energy lunged forward again. Yi Changxuan stood still, seemingly not having reacted in time. The shock wave from that punch alone created a terrifying explosion, destroying everything around and triggering a violent earthquake. Bystanders would have assumed that even a god would struggle to survive. As the dust and rocks settled, the scene slowly became clear. Yi Changxuan had fortunately blocked the deadly blow, but was sent flying a mile away. Meanwhile, the Si Dui King remained hovering high above, completely unscathed. He muttered to himself, The situation is truly hanging by a thread. That was dangerous. I almost kicked the bucket there. Feeling that things were getting increasingly difficult, Ye Changxuan made up his mind. The gap in cultivation levels is too big. A direct head-to-head confrontation is a guaranteed loss. In that case, the only way is to use a dirty trick. No sooner said than done. Before his opponent could regain his composure, he suddenly leaped up and threw a punch straight into his face, shattering the armor helmet. The Si King's face was revealed, still wearing a smile that couldn't hide his inherent cruel nature. Haha, you're aiming for my helmet? Don't you think this cat-and-mouse game is too boring? Before he could be smug for 3 seconds, Ye Changxuan suddenly did something that not even a demon could have expected. He spat a mouthful of fresh blood straight into the king's face, a move outside of any scenario. A tactic so dirty it was earth-shattering. The blood getting into the Si King's eyes felt like concentrated acid, making him scream in agony. Arg! My eyes! Ye Changxuan wiped the blood from his mouth and smirked provocatively. It doesn't matter if the method is dirty or not. As long as it works, it's a good method. With that, he slipped behind the Si King while the king was still staggering from the loss of his sight. Let me send your pair of wings on their way first, shall we? Ye Changxuan grabbed one wing with each hand and decisively used all his strength to tear them off. Because his eyes were blinded, the Si King could do nothing but scream frantically in helplessness. Arg! Arg! Ye Changxuan continued in a calm tone. Don't worry, the other two will soon be snapped off by me to complete the set. The Si King had completely lost the upper hand, his mouth only emitting meaningless groans. Hu Arg. Ye Changxuan raised his leg, preparing to deliver a finishing kick. Since you have no wings left, just obediently lie flat on the ground for me. Get down, he shouted and kicked the Si King straight on, sending him crashing to the ground with a terrifying force, completely flattened. Only then did the Si King have a chance to look up and ask Ye Changxuan, looking absolutely pathetic. Beyond description. My eyes. My wings. What on earth is that blood of yours? He struggled to crawl up, his 2 empty eye sockets staring down, continuing to ask in desperation, Why can't my eyes heal? Ye Changxuan landed gently on the ground, shrugged at the question, and replied in a half-joking tone, You tell me. The mocking answer angered the Si King to the extreme. The pride of a powerhouse had been mercilessly trampled. He was overcome with shame and rage, desperately lunging forward while screaming, Don't think that just because I'm blind, I can't kill you. His words were grand, but the Si King's attacks now lacked any real power. They looked no different from a blind cat playing with a mouse. Ye Changxuan dodged easily without breaking a sweat. As he dodged, he slowly analyzed, his tone full of provocation. Eyes destroyed, wings gone. Now you can only rely on sound and aura to perceive the outside world. He continued speaking, while nonchalantly dodging the opponent's chaotic punches and kicks. You can't even keep your balance. Yet you still want to take my life? I'm afraid that's a bit difficult. Now is the perfect time to strike. As he finished, a thunderous knee strike found its mark in the Si King's vitals, sending him flying into the air. He couldn't help but spit out several mouthfuls of pitch-black blood. Not stopping there, dozens of consecutive moves rained down onto his already shattered body. Blended into the sound of painful collisions was the incessant, miserable screaming of the Si King. Arg! 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 Ye Changxuan coldly uttered 3 words. Go to hell. He unleashed the final decisive blow, sending the Si King flying away, just as fast as he had first appeared. The only difference was that this time, all that awaited him at the end of the road was death. The 4th-winged king's final words were filled with doubt and pure disbelief. He couldn't understand how Ye Changxuan could possess such heaven-defying power. He died in agony. Not bad for a 9th-level Emperor Realm cultivator. You're quite tough. Meanwhile, the 4th-winged king was still lost in his own thoughts, completely unaware that the situation had changed. He was still obsessively analyzing Ye Changxuan's true identity. What on earth is going on here? How could he hide it so well? I still haven't detected a single trace of the powerhouse behind him, but if it's based solely on the strength of that brat alone, the strength I sensed when he first followed me, it was clearly unstable. It's impossible for him to have broken through that quickly. Even if he absorbed demonic energy, it doesn't make sense. He kept thinking, unable to find an answer. He wondered, where is that person hiding? Is this world a realm within a realm? Does another plane of existence even exist? It was only then that the 4th-winged king remembered the person he had sent out. His mind held no thought of failure. Why is number 2 taking so long? It's just an 8th-level Emperor Realm brat. Is it really that much trouble? The voice continues. Is it really that much trouble? A scene he had never dared to imagine appeared right before his eyes. Ye Shangxuan was sitting on top of the fourth winged king, punching him repeatedly with a calm expression. The fourth-winged king's composure shattered instantly. He worried, he lost, and he's being sat on and beaten by an 8th-level Emperor Realm brat? The fourth-winged king spoke with a voice, filled with disappointment and scorn. You are truly a disgrace to our royal winged clan bloodline. Having said that, he lunged down, his hands with sharp claws bursting into blood-colored flames, reaching out as if to snatch his prey. Naturally, Ye Shangxuan also sensed this deadly threat. The king of the winged clan finally decided to make a move. Has he? In the blink of an eye, the force-winged king closed in on Ye Shangxuan. His posture at that moment looked just like a giant eagle preparing to grab its prey and devour it alive. In the nick of time, Ye Shangxuan suddenly shouted, "Xiar!" The scenery shifted instantly. A little girl with fiery red hair was deeply focused on controlling a massive formation beneath her feet. Xiar opened her eyes, revealing distinctive red and purple irises. She whispered a command. Activate the formation. Heavenly Inversion. A massive, glowing cubic structure appeared. As it approached Ye Shangxuan's position, its size became so immense that both man and demon had to look up in awe. The sixth-winged king still didn't understand what was happening. With the aid of the formation, Ye Shangxuan grabbed the corpse of the fourth-winged king, who had just died, and threw it toward the fourth-winged king. He easily deflected it, and the lifeless body fell to the ground in the sight of both man and demon. Ye Shangxuan laughed. Ha ha ha. The 9th-level Emperor realm is indeed strong. Even using all my might, I still couldn't kill you. Against a 9th-level Emperor realm cultivator like you, that level of attack is only just enough. The force-winged king could hardly believe his ears. Someone dared to look down on him. He roared in anger. You dare mock me? Demonic energy gathered in his palm, and he growled cruelly. That loser deserved to die, but today, you must die along with him. Along with his declaration, a massive energy orb, red as the blood of 10,000 vengeful spirits, shot straight at Ye Shangxuan. From high above, Xier once again manipulated the formation, indirectly shifting the situation to keep Ye Shangxuan alive. The entire attack was warped and slammed into the ground, creating a terrifying shockwave. Taking the opportunity, Ye Shangxuan slipped behind the Force-Winged King. He temporarily escaped danger. A turn of events even the Force-Winged King hadn't anticipated. Clearly, the two spatial inversions had cost Xier a great deal of energy. She panted, trying to regulate her breathing. Even though she could still control the formation, she thought to herself, his power is terrifying. Those two spatial inversions have almost drained me completely. Ye Shangxuan wasn't doing much better. He quickly calculated the situation. It's lucky I have Xier's heavenly inversion formation. It's just a shame that, given her current state, she probably can only pull this off one more time. The Force-Winged King realized Xier was providing support. He looked up at her and said coldly, "A spatial formation, huh?" He clutched his face and laughed maniacally. "Just an 8th-level Emperor Realm brat, and yet you've managed to thwart me twice." His horrific expression signaled a storm of rage about to descend upon Xier. He roared, "You deserve to die 1,000 deaths." As he finished speaking, the Force-Winged King charged up a pitch-black energy orb, ready to swallow everything. "I'll kill you first." He closed in on Xier instantly, a death blow ready to land. In that crucial moment, Ye Shangxuan shouted at Xier, creating an escape path for her. "Xier, reverse it. It will drain you more. But remember, you are standing inside the formation yourself." Hearing this, Xier seemed to snap out of it. Her beautiful, lively eyes flashed. She activated the formation once more, and through some method, she made the Force-Winged King unable to reach her, not even by an inch. Xier appeared as if she had teleported right beside Ye Shangxuan and replied, "Thank you for the guidance, Master." Ye Shangxuan continued, "Your only goal now is to make sure he can't attack us. Actually, the energy drain won't be that high. Moving on, everything depends on you now. Stall for time while I break through." Shi Ni obediently replied, "Yes, Master." Dai Shangxuan focused his mind, crazily absorbing the demonic energy swirling in the air. A 9th-level Emperor Realm cultivator had died. He refused to believe he couldn't break through again. The Demon King of Medicine was, of course, no fool, and immediately realized his intentions. "You're trying to break through again?" He gritted his teeth, full of resentment, while still preparing to launch an attack. "Do you really think my tribe is your walking blood bag?" Just then, two massive currents of demonic energy churned in the air, violently absorbing everything around them. It was impossible to tell which was stronger. The Demon King of Medicine quickly sensed the shift. He realized a harsh truth. Could it be that he couldn't defeat this brat? He hid his expression. It was unclear if he was furious or intrigued. He thought over and over, is this truly the bloodline of my older brother? Even though he couldn't win, the Demon King of Medicine was quick-witted and found another plan. In that case, I'll destroy your formation first. With a single slash, he easily shattered Shini's formation. The young girl didn't expect the situation to turn so quickly and cried out, how is this possible? The moment the words left her lips, he appeared right behind Shini. She could clearly feel the icy aura on the back of her neck. The Demon King of Medicine finished his thought. It's time for you to die. The Demon King of Medicine's face twisted into a grotesque, deathly smile. Die, he hissed, just as a ghostly hand was about to touch Shini. She was stunned, but just when everything seemed doomed, Di Shangxuan appeared just in time to save her and launched an attack at him. The Demon King of Medicine was completely unfazed and chuckled. You want to hurt me with this trick? Not a bad idea. After saying that, the Demon King of Medicine gathered his strength. Crimson lightning appeared around him, looking terrifying. He said calmly with the poise of a superior being. But do you know? Even the Heavenly Dao of this world has to fear me by 3 parts. You still want to use the Heavenly Tribulation to hurt me? He launched an attack at Di Shangxuan, so fast the naked eye couldn't track it. Clearly, he had been wounded. A stream of blood couldn't be held back and slowly flowed from the corner of his mouth. But Di Shangxuan quickly took advantage of that, spitting a mouthful of blood straight at the Demon King of Medicine. The Demon King of Medicine taunted, do you think a little blood can easily restrain me? This time, the Demon King of Medicine fully regained his dignified air. He said, I have always been wary of these petty tricks of yours. If you don't want your disciple to die first, before Di Shangxuan could react, a lethal blow struck. The Demon King of Medicine spat out the words, cold as ice, then you die first. Suddenly, the sky, which was already dyed a blood red, shone brightly with a terrifying surge of power. The silhouette of Di Shangxuan, with the Demon King of Medicine's hand piercing through his stomach, was clearly printed against the sky. All 3, Yi Qinghan, Tang Yuyu, and Di Shini were frozen in shock by the sight. Yi Qinghan cried out in pain, Shangxuan, my husband. Tang Yuyu also screamed almost at the same time, Master. Di Shini did the same, and all 3 rushed forward to catch the falling Di Shangxuan. The Demon King of Medicine looked down. It seems the important people have all appeared. As he spoke, he prepared to launch one more strike down where Di Shangxuan was lying, intending to finish everyone off at once. Suddenly, with a loud whoosh, a massive column of water erupted from the lake at dizzying speed. It knocked the Demon King of Medicine high into the air, cutting off his intended attack. The Demon King of Medicine escaped the water column and said, finally, you've decided to show yourself. In front of him was an old man with white hair and a beard. Di Xuan sighed and replied, still a step too late. He flew to Di Shangxuan and said, luckily, he can still be saved. All 3, Yi Qinghan, Tang Yuyu, and Di Shini cried out in unison, Senior, you must save him. He placed his hand on Di Shangxuan's pulse to check his wounds. The Demon King of Medicine watched from behind, arms crossed, watching the show, and spoke in a tone as if he were afraid Di Xuan wasn't alert enough. Go ahead and save him. Don't worry, I won't stop you. Be my guest. He sat loftily in the air, asking casually, with these fatal injuries, you want to save his life? I wonder how much of your original life force it will cost. The Demon King of Medicine even pretended to be worried and asked, later, I wonder how you will deal with me? Hearing this, the 3 of them were frightened and cried out, Senior. Di Xuan gently reassured them, don't worry. This disaster was caused by my era. I won't let a genius of this era fall like this. As he finished, he channeled his magical artifacts, and warm golden rays of light wrapped around Di Shangxuan. Heal, he commanded. Yi Qinghan was stunned by Di Xuan's true ability, sacred martial decree. And at this level, Yi Qinghan immediately asked, Are you the supreme ancestor of the mysterious Heaven Palace? He smiled kindly and didn't deny it. Little girl, it seems you are the current palace master of the Green Sea Immortal Palace. After so many years, your lineage has had it rough. The Demon King of Medicine didn't care about their conversation and just stared at Di Shangxuan's wounds, slowly assessing, unexpected. To actually be able to save him, interesting. Di Shangxuan lay motionless for a moment before dizzily opening his eyes. Tang Yuyu was overjoyed and hurriedly supported him. My husband, Yi Qinghan, at his side, also hurriedly called out, Shangxuan. Di Xuan stroked his beard, his eyes reassuring. Don't worry, there's nothing serious for now. Supported by Tang Yuyu, he hurriedly came forward. Thank you, Senior. Di Jushuan nodded slightly in approval. You have done well enough. An 8th level Emperor Realm cultivator using wits to take down a 9th level Emperor Realm cultivator is already a miracle. The next part is time for us old, immortal geezers from the previous era to show what we've got. The next second, he channeled his energy to create a sacred domain. A circle protected the 3 people inside. Di Jushuan instructed, "Stay in here to avoid being caught in the crossfire." He cast a sharp, cold gaze toward the Demon King of Medicine. "Now, it's your turn," he sneered. "You are indeed at the same level as me, belonging to the 9 Dao heavenly barriers, just one step away from surpassing the 9th level Emperor Realm. But your origin essence seems to have been damaged. Is that a wound left over from when you killed my brother? With these injuries, and having wasted your origin essence to save someone, how much of your full power can you actually unleash? 70, 80%, or only 50, 60? Di Jushuan frowned deeply. Your analysis is correct, but who told you that I am alone? The Demon King of Medicine was stunned and subconsciously blurted out, "What?" Di Jushuan raised both hands high, his eyes turning stark white, and shouted, "Initialize formation." Instantly, 10 rays of light shone from the ground. White skeletons slowly climbed up from beneath the earth and gathered into an army. Di Jushuan stood in the middle of the bone army, staring at the Demon King of Medicine. "Do you know why I arrived late? Because I needed time to set up this formation. I needed to awaken the final lingering regrets of my old friends. They weren't great heroes, nor did they care to save this world. They simply wanted revenge, to be avenged after dying at the hands of the human race. They had no such regrets, but dying at the hands of you freaks neither man nor bird that they found insulting." Hearing this, he flew into a rage, baring his fangs as he lunged forward. "You're asking for death," the Bone Army immediately countered. He was sent flying, clutching his face and howling in pain. "Ugh, ah." Lu Yiwang gritted his teeth, his expression filled with bitter resentment. "A mere formation is actually able to hurt me?" Di Jushuan raised an eyebrow. "A mere formation? There are 98 formation masters in total. The weakest among them is a powerhouse at the 9th stage of the Emperor Realm, drawn from the 9 paths of the Heavenly Pass. You really think it can't hurt you? Why? Why can this world produce so many powerhouses?" Lu Yiwang lowered his gaze, grinned, and replied, "I admit, I underestimated you, but a bunch of dead people, what can they really do to me?" He then raised his hand and signaled, shouting, "All troops, attack." Immediately, an army of his minions surged forward. Di Jushuan's side did not back down. They clasped their hands and channeled their energy. The 2 sides clashed, but the minions of Lu Yiwang seemed completely unaffected by the attacks. Floating high in the air, he cast a cold, indifferent glance at the chaotic scene below. "Just as I scripted in my head, these damn toys are, after all, just damn toys. Even with the ability to detect living breath, they just mindlessly throw themselves into the fray like fools. These minions, even if they were fierce as tigers or wolves in their prime, once they've turned to dust, do they really have enough breath to unleash many more attacks, Ye Shangxuan?" Di Jushuan replied with a calm expression. "Maybe not many, but enough to see you off, that's for sure. Since you don't want to move, let this old man invite you to exercise a bit." With those words, he summoned a shimmering longsword. Then, he transformed into a streak of light, lunging straight ahead. At the same time, the Bone Army below didn't just sit still. They launched a barrage, bombarding Lu Yiwang repeatedly. The poor guy had to struggle with the attacks from one side, while keeping his eyes peeled to defend against the sword strike from the other. As a result, he couldn't avoid taking a few decorative wounds on his body. Lu Yiwang hurriedly spread his wings, shielding himself and blocking the incoming energy orbs. Looking back to see his precious wings riddled with holes, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. What the hell is this? This measly little formation is actually able to scratch me? Not just a scratch, but it left scars. And the wounds were stubborn, refusing to heal. Seizing the moment he was stunned, Di Jushuan swung his sword in one clean, smooth stroke, accompanied by a taunt. "What's wrong? Why are you staring blankly like that? Scared out of your wits?" At the same time, the Bone Army below was no slouch either. They coordinated seamlessly, creating a chain of continuous, rapid-fire formations that left their opponent no room to breathe. Lu Yiwang was forced to curl up, tucking his body behind his wings, only daring to peek out, muttering angrily, "What a bunch of annoying flies." "Annoying, you say? Well then, let me help you deal with all that annoyance in one go." Di Jushuan swung his blade again, unleashing a flurry of consecutive strikes. Under the relentless assault from both fronts, Lu Yiwang could only hop around, frantically dodging, without a single chance to counterattack. He panted heavily, the corners of his mouth twitching into a self-deprecating smile. It's been a long time since I've been backed into such a pathetic corner. Ironically, Dijuxuan, on the opposite side, was also exhausted. His breathing became ragged. Finally, the time has come. He glanced at the bleeding wings of his opponent, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Look at that, your newest wound has started to heal, proving that your trash formation is running out of juice, right? The old man didn't bother to deny it, nodding sharply. The energy is indeed running low. After all, it took quite a lot to clean up such a swarm of alien scum, thick as ants. But following Dijuxuan's gaze, Lu Yuang's minions were lying scattered, turning the ground into a graveyard. Yet, he didn't even spare a glance at his subordinates. His eyes were glued solely on Dijuxuan. Now is the time for me to turn the tables. Bracing for the thunderous attack, Dijuxuan spoke slowly. You're too hasty, young man. My formation is indeed running low on energy, but the most succulent source of demonic energy, you hasn't kicked the bucket yet. How could my fallen brothers rest in peace? As soon as he finished, he raised his finger to the sky, drawing a complex formation. Myriad Immortal Demon Sealing Formation. Activate. Lu Yuang was struck with sheer terror as he saw a world-destroying attack crashing down on his head, only managing to let out a cry. What the? A thunderous explosion echoed out. The ground where Lu Yuang had just been standing had now turned into a deep, gaping crater. Ye Shangxuan turned around, bewildered, and asked, Senior, did he kick the bucket? The old man calmly replied, the king of the alien race isn't that easy to kill, but taking that hit full on, even for him, he must be. Seriously injured and bedridden for months. Yi Shangxuan's jaw dropped in disbelief. Even that didn't kill him? He's seriously tough. From the depths of the pitch-black crater, a thick, bloody mist rose. Lu Yuang slowly floated up, his voice stammering with bitter resentment. It's been a long time. Millions of years, perhaps. Aside from my big brother, you are the first person to make me taste this level of injury. Dijuxuan stroked his silver beard, nodding modestly. Oh my, thank you. You're too kind. I'm blushing now. Lu Yuang clenched his fists, his arrogance returning. But, do you know? We of the demon-human race, once we break through to the peak of the 9th stage of the Emperor realm, we can activate our own inherent divine ability. Inherent divine ability? Dijuxuan looked skeptical. Hearing this, Lu Yuang burst into loud, mocking laughter. Looks like you really are just an old, country bumpkin who hasn't seen the world. Well then, today, let me broaden your horizons, and let you witness the healing divine ability of this Lu Yuang. Immediately ghastly purple tentacles sprouted out, latching tightly onto the wounds on his body. In no time at all, Lu Yuang's entire body had returned to a perfect state, without a single blemish. He was extremely smug. You are strong, truly very strong, old man. If it weren't for me luckily comprehending my race's divine ability, I fear I would have fallen here today. But it's a pity for you, your chances are all used up. Dijuxuan watched him silently for a moment, then suddenly burst into a long, hearty laugh. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yuang, seeing this, roared furiously. What are you laughing at? The old man looked at him and chuckled. Is that really your destined divine technique? I thought it was just a cheap parlor trick that any brat from the royal foreign clan could do. He then pointed his sword at a spot on the guy's body and remarked, try looking at your arm now. The guy looked down at his arm and gnashed his teeth. What in the hell is this? Why is this wound still here? Dijuxuan. Seeing the guy's face turn pale, he calmly explained, your self-healing trick is truly a spectacular display. It's flawless. No matter how heavy the injury, as long as you're still breathing, you can patch yourself up. But unfortunately, it only works on physical wounds. Who heals the side effects along with the wound? Lu Yuang, your expression looks pretty ugly. Did you think your formation didn't contain poison? Why wouldn't it? Dijuxuan admitted bluntly. When dealing with pests like you invaders, winning is all that matters. Any tactic that works is a good tactic. After he finished speaking, he lunged with his sword, catching Lu Yuang off guard. He could only brace for the hit. Dijuxuan continued his mockery. So, how is it? Do you feel your body getting heavy and your energy flowing as slowly as a snail? Seizing the moment the guy was distracted, he stabbed his sword right into the guy's stomach. Ugh! The guy cried out in pain. But the old man didn't stop talking. Don't worry. That's a perfectly normal reaction for someone who's been poisoned. Lu Yuang gnashed his teeth and clutched his chest. You think I'll be scared just because I'm poisoned? After he finished speaking, he did something that would make anyone shudder. He tore off the piece of flesh infected with the poison and used his divine technique once again, confidently declaring, "As long as I remove all the infected parts and internal organs, then use my divine technique to regenerate my body. What is this tiny bit of poison to me?" Even Di Juxuan felt a shiver of fear in his heart. "You really are a devil. I'm surprised at you. How could a human even think of such a cruel method to use on themselves? I absolutely cannot let him fully recover." Lu Diwang sneered at him. "I've already removed all the poison. With your snail-like speed, you still want to kill me? Keep dreaming." He swung his fist, delivering a powerful blow to Di Juxuan's chest. "Arg!" The old man groaned in pain, sent flying backward. Lu Diwang smirked, acting superior. "That took some effort, but it was worth it. After all, that old man wasted even more energy than I did, just to save you." The scene shifts to the origin room of the demon tribe. A figure resembling Lu Diwang appeared. "Looks like the time has come," he muttered. He waved his hand, sealing the spatial crack in the sky. "I'll close this door first so you have no way to return, and then I'll swallow the origin you left behind to revive yourself. You've fallen into a prolonged battle and exhausted your strength, and now your origin is about to be devoured by someone else. By the time the backlash hits, you'll definitely be at your absolute weakest. I don't believe you'll survive this time." He ventured deep into the origin room. He slowly walked up to a 6-colored pill, picked it up, and swallowed it. "Congratulations, Six Lu Wang, Big Brother is back." He returned to the battlefield. Six Lu Wang was in a state of extreme arrogance, wagging his finger as he looked at Di Juxuan. "Old man, you've lost. Both your reaction speed and your strength are not even a fraction of your peak. If you hadn't been foolish enough to choose to save people and force me to consume so much of my origin by using poison, perhaps you might have had a chance to win. But sadly, you chose to save people." The old man clutched his chest, breathing heavily, but then slowly raised a finger. He looked at the guy with a mysterious gaze. "Tisk, tisk, how pitiful. You, on the other hand, have no one to save you." Lu Diwang frowned. His gaze suddenly fell upon the spatial crack above, which was slowly closing. He was in total confusion. "What the hell is this? The spatial passage? Why is it closing on its own? The origin I left in the clan is gone without a trace. Who the hell devoured it?" Below, Yi Qinghan cheered with joy. The spatial crack disappeared on its own. Dai Shangxuan was a bit suspicious. Lu Diwang stammered, "Could it be that some hostile force took advantage of this moment to attack my clan?" Di Juxuan stepped forward and spoke slowly. "It wasn't a hostile force. It was me working with the 3 Luwangs of your tribe," he continued. "After you led your army away to attack, your rear was left wide open. That was the perfect opportunity. Looks like that time is now." Hearing this, Lu Diwang felt his whole body turn cold. He gasped and stood frozen. Di Shangxuan added mockingly, "What kind of king are you to let your own clan members want to overthrow you like that? Your own brother wants to destroy you to take the throne for himself. Tisk, tisk, tisk. What a family tragedy." He clutched his face, unable to believe the harsh truth he just heard. "Impossible. My brother wants to kill me? My chance," Di Juxuan thought. In a flash, he opened a bottle of medicine, smeared the liquid onto his sword blade, and with all his might, lunged forward and stabbed it through the guy's chest. Ugh. Lu Diwang was caught by surprise and cried out in pain. Di Juxuan immediately backed away. Lu Diwang frowned, his face full of disgust. "You think you can kill me with just this?" He yanked the sword out, gnashing his teeth. "After I finish dealing with you annoying gnats, I'll go back and deal with that traitor." But just then, Lu Diwang realized something even more terrifying. Why? Why can't I heal myself anymore? Di Juxuan looked at the medicine bottle in his hand, biting his lip as he thought. "It's a good thing I kept some of Shangxuan's blood when I was healing him. I have to admit, this kid's blood is truly the bane of the foreign clan. Its corrosive power is so immense that even his destined divine technique has to bow down." The old man took the opportunity to summon his sword again. He gripped his weapon firmly and charged. Now, the tables had completely turned. Lu Diwang looked at him, then down at the wound on his chest. "Not only can I not heal it, but this wound is also constantly eating away at my internal organs." Di Juxuan slashed his sword again. "Arg!" the guy cried out again. Lu Diwang, by now, was likely driven mad by the corrosion. He gritted out in hatred. "Even if I die, I won't let you live in peace." His whole body began to crack, and blood steamed as he let out a piercing, heartbreaking scream. "Ugh! Arg! He's going to self-destruct." Seeing this, Di Juxuan hurriedly backed away, speaking in disbelief. Lu Diwang closed his eyes tight, gritting his teeth, thinking to himself, "Self-destruct? Huh. It might cause some damage to this world. but that isn't my goal. Found it. The origin of the eldest brother has indeed merged into this world, but I never expected that the one who absorbed the most wasn't that man, but this little girl. However, it hasn't been fully activated yet. Once he locked onto his target, he gathered all his remaining strength and lunged forward, muttering, "Third brother, you want to kill me? How could I ever let you live in peace? I'll show you why you can only ever be a three-winged pill king. Under the suppression of our bloodline, you're nothing but a piece of trash." Ye Shangxuan was panicked and hurriedly stood in front of the other three. He wasn't trying to sacrifice himself, so why was he rushing toward us? He lunged forward and delivered a devastating punch to the protective barrier. Ye Shangxuan turned his head. "The senior's barrier won't hold much longer. Everyone, get out of here now!" "Tong," you shouted, grabbing Shini's arm and pulling her away. Then, she turned back and whispered to him, "Husband, don't worry. I will protect Shini." Only after she was safe did Ye Shangxuan stay behind to face the Ludui king. "Are you so obsessed with killing me that you'd even resort to mutual destruction?" The Ludui king sneered with utter contempt. "Kill you? Do you really think you're worthy? The one I want to kill is the clansman who betrayed me. Even if I can't kill him, I won't let him live in peace." Hearing this, Ye Shangxuan was still confused by his true intentions, his face full of deep thought. The Ludui king suddenly swerved around him and lunged straight toward Tang Yu's group. A flash of terrifying realization crossed Ye Shangxuan's eyes. Killing a betrayer of his own kind. What on earth was he planning? Could it be related to the alien bloodline? Besides me, only you and Shini are here. As this thought struck him, he roared, "Shini! You, run!" The two of them stared in terror as the Ludui king charged toward them. He bared his teeth in a savage grin. "Thinking of running now? It's too late, my dears." He lunged forward, waving his hand to blast Tang Yu away, and said with disdain, "A mere third-rank Emperor Realm warrior thinks they can escape my grasp?" He turned his head to look at Ye Zini and reached out, his hand clamping tightly around her throat. Shini struggled in desperation. The Ludui king murmured to her, "As expected, the bloodline of the eldest brother. Third brother, so what if you manage to kill me? Do you really think that just because of that fragile royal bloodline, you're fit to be a king?" He raised two fingers, formed a bizarre formation, and tapped it straight onto Ye Shini's forehead. Her eyes immediately went blank. "Stop it!" Ye Shangxuan, having finally caught up, shouted frantically to stop him. By now, the Ludui king was extremely weak. A single blow from Ye Shangxuan was enough to make the Ludui king's eyes bulge. Even in his final moments, the Ludui king curled his lips into a smile. "It's over." His hand, which had been gripping Ye Shini's throat, loosened, and he tossed her into a spatial rift that had just appeared. Jini fell into the void, her eyes filled with despair, only hearing the Ludui king's last words, "Go on, and properly discipline that traitor of the winged clan." Before everyone's horrified eyes, Ye Shini vanished. Shini, Tang Yu, and Ye Shangxuan shouted in unison. Ye Shangxuan clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot. He gritted out each word. "What exactly did you do?" The Ludui king's face was twisted in a grotesque grin as he replied, "Nothing much, just awakened the eldest brother's bloodline inside her and gifted her the rest of my remaining power. What could you possibly gain from doing that?" Ye Shangxuan stared, pointing at his face. The Ludui king tilted his head and mocked, "Gain? I'm already at death's door. What do I need to gain? I just wanted to make that traitor suffer before I die. Unlike you all, my winged clan plunders and devours the world purely for the sake of survival. Now that I'm dying anyway, whether I kill you or not doesn't matter anymore. But knowing how difficult it is for the Holy Realm to survive, and that a traitor has emerged from my own winged clan, and it's my own third brother, I absolutely cannot let this stand. Even if I have to die, I must drag him down with me. You have to admit, this world is truly the bane of my winged clan. The eldest died here, and I am about to die here too. Well, kill me. Kill the monster who wants to devour your world." As he spoke, he turned his back and slapped his chest defiantly. Ye Shangxuan's eyes contracted. His expression was extremely agitated as he grabbed the Ludui king and said, "Tell me, where did you send Shini?" The Ludui king looked at the despair in his eyes and sneered, "Why would I tell you? We are enemies, aren't we?" Before he could finish his sentence, his entire body shot backward, and a second later he exploded into a brilliant fireball in the middle of the sky. Ye Shangxuan squinted as he watched him vanish into ashes, murmuring, "Even at the very end, you still had to play such a vicious trick." He returned to where everyone had gathered, Before his feet even touched the ground, he asked, "Senior, do you know?" Before he could finish, Emperor Jushuan interrupted. "I have a general idea of the path to that place." He covered his mouth and coughed violently. Cough, cough, cough. "Senior, you," Ye Shangxuan said, worried. He quickly supported the old man's staggering frame. The old man waved his hand, reassuring him, "It's fine. This old man should have been in the grave long ago." Being able to hang on for another 1 million years and seeing the destruction of the alien race with my own eyes, I have no more regrets. Besides, I can still survive for a few more days, until you set off for that world. That won't be a problem. It's just that with your current strength, going there is still quite dangerous. Therefore, you should absorb the remaining aura of the alien race. It also happens to prevent this upper realm land from being eroded and damaging the foundation of the world. He nodded decisively without a moment's hesitation. Emperor Jushuan raised both hands to the sky, creating a gigantic magical formation. The blood energy of the alien race scattered across the ground gradually converged to form a massive energy sphere. Ye Shangxuan's pupils turned a shade of white. One day later, 9th rank Emperor Realm. After a day of cultivation, Ye Shangxuan clenched his fists, feeling the power surging within his body. This feeling is so strange. Is this the 9th rank Emperor Realm? But why does this power still feel far inferior to the Lu Dui King from before? He slowly walked over to Emperor Jushuan. The old man saw his confusion and asked, "Broken through, have you? Feel like something's not quite right, don't you?" He narrowed his eyes and nodded. "That's right." The old man leaned on his staff, stood up with his frail body, and signaled, "Follow me." Tang, Yu quickly hugged his arm, her eyes pleading, "Husband, I want to go too." Ye Shangxuan's expression turned serious. Your strength is still weak. It would be too dangerous there. Wait until I find Xini. I will bring her back immediately." She still refused to let go, gripping his sleeve tightly. "No, I am Xini's teacher's wife. How can I sit by and do nothing? I must go." Emperor Jushuan glanced over at Yi Qinghan. "Little girl, you come over here too." Her face brightened, and she nodded repeatedly. "Yes, ancestor." Immediately, the four of them transformed into 4 beams of light and soared away. Scene changed to the spirit world. Under a giant mandragora tree, Emperor Jushuan led the way and began to explain. Now that the alien race has been wiped out, and there are no more external enemies, the world's foundation is gradually recovering. With your abilities, it is enough to break through to the 9th rank Emperor realm. Therefore, I'll give you a quick rundown on this cultivation level. Truth be told, reaching the 9th level of the Emperor realm is actually where the true journey begins for every cultivator. It's the path to breaking free from the shackles of heaven and earth. At this stage, you finally get to touch and grasp the essence of primordial power. The alien races are different. Their ancestors were already transcendent beings, so their bloodlines naturally carry that primordial power from birth. But for our human race, or to be more precise, at least within this world of ours, no one has reached that state of transcendence yet. So, before you can comprehend that primordial power, even if you've broken through to the 9th level of the Emperor realm, you'll still feel like there's a path ahead, but it's incredibly blurry, as if shrouded by a thick layer of fog. You can't see through it. He rubbed his chin, nodding as he realized. So that's how it is. Emperor 9 Mystery continued. To put it simply, primordial power is the product of evolution. Once you've refined your internal energy to its absolute limit, it has many miraculous uses. As long as a single wisp of essence remains, you can be reborn from the brink of death. At the 9th level of the Emperor realm, what you are cultivating is this very primordial power. As for the cultivation of it, well, it's easier said than done. It is a process of constantly improving the quality of your essence. When the quality reaches a certain level, a heavenly tribulation will descend to destroy your primordial power. The heavenly tribulation here is completely different from the ones you've faced in the past. It holds no mercy, not even a glimmer of hope, because cultivating primordial power means absorbing the essence of the world for your own use. This is something that heaven and earth absolutely will not tolerate. Only by cultivating a primordial power strong enough can you survive the destruction of heaven and earth. That is why this particular tribulation is also called the Heavenly Barrier, a true battle to fight for your life against the heavens. Of course, there are ways to cheat. For example, the alien races that have invaded us. The essence they absorb and plunder is taken from other worlds. Therefore, when they break through, the Heavenly Barrier is much simpler. However, cultivators who break through this way are also the weakest. If I hadn't been clinging to life for over 1 million years, my essence would have been ruined long ago. I could have dealt with that six medicine king with just one hand. After all, back then, I was the only one who surpassed the heavenly barrier of the 9th level, while that alien king was just someone who had already transcended but chose to stay in this world. Hearing his heroic story, he looked at him with eyes full of admiration and asked, "That transcendent king from a million years ago must have been incredibly powerful. How were you able to defeat him, senior? That is just too impressive." Emperor Nine Mystery waved his hand modestly. "Don't flatter me too much. Truth be told, it was mostly thanks to my old friends, who stepped in to help. If I had to rely on this old man alone, it would have been hard to accomplish." Now that you understand a little bit about the situation of the 9th level Emperor realm, he stood up and looked at him seriously. "Regarding your future cultivation, just keep refining your essence, energy, and spirit, until they evolve into primordial power. To be honest, you broke through too fast. Your foundation of essence, energy, and spirit is currently too weak. Unless your physical body is absurdly strong, you have no way to become a true 9th level Emperor realm expert." Ye Shangxuan cupped his hands and bowed respectfully. "Thank you for your guidance, senior." The old man spoke slowly. "But time is of the essence. After all, you should go save your disciple first." He turned his head to rummage through the mossy wall, muttering, "Let me think, where did I put that book?" After a moment of searching, Emperor Nine Mystery pressed a dent in the wall. The stone wall began to shake and cracked, with pieces of earth and rock falling away to reveal a scene that left Ye Shangxuan somewhat astonished. Emperor Nine Mystery squinted, scanning the bookshelf. Layers of mud and sand had sealed it into a single, solid block. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He cheered and reached down to pull out a tattered book. "There it is! I found it!" Emperor Nine Mystery brushed off the dust and excitedly walked over to hand the book to Ye Shangxuan, babbling as he explained. "A million years ago, those demonic, wicked bastards fumbled around with the formation diagrams in this forbidden book to open the gate leading to the alien world. In theory, this cursed formation is quite hit or miss. It doesn't always open in the same place. Luckily for you, you have the bloodline of the aliens in your body. Just use fresh blood as a catalyst, and I guarantee you'll get exactly where you want to go without worrying about getting lost." He took the book with endless gratitude. "Thank you for showing me the way, senior." Emperor Nine Mystery stroked his beard and waved his hand, acting as if it were nothing. "Why be so formal? You should focus on stabilizing your realm first. Although you haven't cultivated primordial power yet, with the status of a 9th level Emperor realm expert, you have enough power to roam freely and protect yourself. Given the tense situation with the alien races, they've likely thrown all their forces into the fray. There probably aren't many masters left guarding their home base. But, just in case, it's better to be cautious." All three stood up, and Ye Shangxuan cupped his hands, bowing respectfully. "I will obey, senior." Then, this junior will take his leave to stabilize his realm. We shall set off in an hour. You go out first." Emperor Nine Mystery nodded slightly, then turned to wave Yi Qinghan over. His eyes were full of hidden meaning. "The little girl named Yi Qinghan, right? You stay for a moment. I have a few private words for you." Yi Qinghan was dazed for a moment, but she quickly walked over and obediently said, "Yes, Grandmaster." Emperor Nine Mystery looked at the girl in front of him, his eyes contemplative, mixed with a hint of nostalgia. "A million long years have passed. I truly didn't expect that my bloodline would still have descendants to carry it on. And your natural talent is so rare and hard to find." Yi Qinghan couldn't believe her ears and stammered, Grandmaster, you are too kind. How would I dare claim to be extraordinary?" The old man waved his hand, his tone full of comfort. "Don't be so modest, granddaughter. A million years ago, that life or death battle was too brutal and ended so abruptly that my bloodline actually left behind very little inheritance. Yet, you were still able to reach this cultivation level. That alone is enough to show just how extraordinary you truly are. I have a task I wish to entrust to you." Yi Qinghan's gaze immediately became firm. She nodded without hesitation. "Grandmaster, please give your orders. As long as it is something I can do, I will absolutely not refuse." Emperor Nine Mystery narrowed his eyes, his expression suddenly becoming unusually serious. "Actually, this might be a bit difficult for you. I hope you will not leave with Ye Shangxuan." "Grandmaster, why is that?" Yi Qinghan blurted out, her voice filled with anxiety. "I know perfectly well that you have your eyes on that boy." Di Jushuan sighed and explained. "But the situation is different now. That boy and the girl with him both carry the blood of the otherworlders, so even if they reach their territory, they won't be seen as enemies. But you are different. You are a pure human. If I had already ascended to the transcendent realm, it wouldn't matter. But as it stands, 100 years ago, I was only one step away from that gate. Who would have thought I would run into the otherworlders? Back when no one in this world had achieved transcendence, the human bloodline in their eyes was always weak, nothing more than an easy meal. Bringing such a walking snack along will not only endanger you but also turn that boy into a freak in the eyes of his own kind. Yi Qinghan clenched her fists, her face clearly showing her unwillingness to accept this. Is there really no other way? The old man remained silent for a moment, before replying, There is. First, a transcendent must appear in this world to help the human bloodline ascend once more. Second, you yourself must become a transcendent, or perhaps those two kids could pull it off. Yi Qinghan sighed softly, letting out a mournful sound. Grandmaster, I understand. Diju Xuan gently reached out and patted her head, comforting her. But don't be discouraged. With your talent plus the things I am about to pass on to you, you have every hope of becoming a transcendent. The next things? Master, what do you mean? Yi Qinghan looked up, her eyes hesitant. Diju Xuan puffed out his chest and smiled proudly. I am going to pass on my entire lifetime's worth of cultivation to you. Upon hearing this, Yi Qinghan was startled. Her eyes flashed with extreme worry. Grandmaster, you want to pass your cultivation to me? But what about you? Ch. It's fine. Diju Xuan waved his hand to dismiss her concern. This old body has no hope of breaking through anymore, and I won't be around much longer anyway. Instead of letting this lifelong cultivation rot under 3 feet of dirt, it is better to pass it on to a descendant who can make good use of it. Besides, that boy is about to leave. Once he leaves, this land will be completely void of powerhouses. What if something trivial happens, like an invasion by the otherworlders? Someone needs to stand up and take responsibility, right? But Grandmaster, Yi Qinghan was still hesitant. Seeing this, the old man pursed his lips and played his trump card. All right, let me put it another way to make it easier to understand. If you want to shorten the time to catch up with that boy, if you want to find him and fight side by side with him, the only path is to accept my inheritance. Only then will you be qualified. Yi Qinghan sighed, finally bowing her head in acceptance. Yes, I will follow your instructions. Diju Xuan put his hands behind his back and nodded with satisfaction. No more hesitation. We start right now. Sit cross-legged, circulate your energy, and guide the qi to your dantian. Relax your mind completely. You and I will merge our energy meridians. Only then can you fully absorb my cultivation. As soon as he finished speaking, Diju Xuan raised his hand and drew a complex magic circle, thinking to himself, after 1,000,000 years, the otherworlder threat is finally about to be resolved. This old man can finally go reunite with his old friends. He tapped a finger to the center of Yi Qinghan's forehead. Instantly, a surge of earth-shattering power engulfed them both. Yi Qinghan sat perfectly still, focusing on absorbing the swirling energy flowing into her body. As Diju Xuan passed on his power, he kept reminding her, calm your mind and steady your breathing. Absorb it with all your might. Your cultivation is still shallow. Receiving such a massive amount of power all at once will definitely be extremely painful, but you must grit your teeth and endure it, or all our efforts will go to waste. In the distance, Ye Shangxuan and Tong Yu were walking when they suddenly felt a shockwave of energy. He exclaimed in surprise, Senior, he's passing on his cultivation. Within the magic circle, Yi Qinghan also looked at the old man with worry. After the transfer is complete, won't Senior 1 hour later, Diju Xuan's body was withered, his life force almost completely exhausted. Ye Shangxuan hurriedly ran over, his voice full of worry. Senior, Diju Xuan spoke in a weak, raspy voice. No need for many words. His eyes held all the final hopes he had for the younger generation, and he carefully voiced his wishes. Before I close my eyes, seeing this world handed over to talented juniors like you, I can die with no regrets. We shall set up the formation here to open the pathway. This place was originally a boundary used to suppress the otherworlders. Below this will be where I pass away. But for millions of years, I have never stopped thinking of ways to suppress them. The power to seal the demons has long since blended into every inch of soil and every blade of grass here. So, even if this body dissolves, these old bones of mine can still help you guard the passage, preventing any unexpected incidents and not letting a single otherworlder have the chance to escape. Hearing his heartfelt words, Ye Shangxuan pressed his lips together and took hold of the old man's trembling hand. He looked straight into Diju Xuan's eyes, his own gaze determined and sincere. Then, this junior will respectfully obey. Ye Shangxuan let go of his hand, walked to an empty patch of ground, and began to draw the magic circle. He held the book in his hand and thought to himself, I hope I can find Sheer soon. At least don't let the distance between us be too great. He dripped a drop of his own blood into the center of the magic circle, but strangely, the drop of blood just sat there, completely unabsorbed. Ye Shangxuan frowned. How can this be? My blood cannot fuse with the array. Diju Xuan sat weakly behind him and spoke up, his voice broken. Your blood is the natural bane of the otherworlders. It's to the point that even setting up an array leading to them is impossible. Here, let the girl beside you do it. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu didn't hesitate, cut her finger, and dripped a drop of blood onto the array. Immediately, the magic circle shone brilliantly. Ancient characters began to activate. Go in. Diju Xuan nodded at them. Both of them stepped into the magic circle and bowed with deep gratitude. Senior, take care. Yi Qinghan looked at their backs and shouted, Shangxuan, you two, travel safely. Got it, he nodded decisively. Once the two figures vanished, Yi Qinghan exclaimed in surprise, why is the spatial passage still expanding even after they've gone in? Diju Xuan put his hands behind his back and squinted his eyes with solemn authority. Trying to show off in front of me, are you? He poured all his remaining strength into a single palm strike at the crack, causing the spatial rift to gradually close until it disappeared without a trace. Diju Xuan slowly sat down, looking at her with an entrustment in his eyes. From now on, this world must depend on you. Yi Qinghan nodded, her voice choked with emotion. Yes, Grandmaster. Farewell, Grandmaster. As the elder of 1,000,000 years breathed his last farewell, his eyes slowly closed, drifting into an eternal slumber. Scene transition. After being sucked into the spatial rift, Sheer felt herself floating in a boundless void. She woke up dazed, her head spinning. Ugh, what the hell kind of place is this? Sheer sat slumped in the middle of the empty space, looking around in bewilderment. Master? Mistress? Where did you go? Suddenly, a severe headache struck her. She clutched her chest tightly, feeling as if tens of thousands of strange, unfamiliar memories were flooding into her brain all at once. Our winged human race was never inherently powerful. We relied entirely on our king to fend off powerful enemies. Once the king falls in battle, you have succeeded in becoming a transcendent being. From that moment, you will awaken the ultimate supernatural power, heavenly erosion. Heavenly erosion not only allows our bodies to radiate an aura that can corrode everything it touches, but once the prey is eroded, it converts into our own energy. This is the weapon that allows us to devour the very essence of a world. Today, I shall pass on the method to cultivate the heavenly erosion technique. As the successor to the throne, you must master this power completely. As for the healing technique, that is an ability etched into our blood. Once your cultivation reaches a certain level, we will naturally comprehend it. Sheer froze, muttering to herself. What the hell is this? Cultivation memories of the alien race? But why can I see these things? Could it be that just like Master and Mistress, I also carry the blood of the alien race? Was that the reason the alien race captured me and Mistress under the Manzhou underground? She closed her eyes, trying to follow the instructions in her memories, relaxing her mind and using her will to let the blood energy envelope her body. The heavenly erosion is operating on its own. I can actually cultivate and use it. Sheer tried releasing a stream of heavenly erosion power. Seeing the energy suddenly erupt, she couldn't help but be shocked. The energy here is unbelievably dense. Where on earth is this place? After composing herself, Sheer decided to sit down. Forget it. I'll take this time to cultivate and break through first. Only with real strength can I protect myself. And it will also give Master and Mistress enough time to find me. Meanwhile, Ye Shangxuan and Tang Yu had traversed through space and landed in a dense forest. He looked around, his face full of skepticism. Is this really the demon world? Why does it look so normal? It didn't feel right. Tang Yu stood beside him, also looking suspiciously at the lush, green landscape below. Those alien creatures always radiate such thick, black miasma, so how can their world be this pure? Is there some mistake? He tilted his head, looking at her with determination. It's fine. I'll use the blood-guiding art to find Sheer. We'll know immediately if she's in this world. He closed his eyes, pressed a finger to his forehead, and started chanting. Luckily, Sheer shares the same alien blood as us, and she has human blood too. In this world, the only person who could possess both, besides us, is likely just her. A bright red thread of blood stretched from his fingertip, snaked into the air, and then slowly disappeared toward a distant direction. Not long after, his eyes lit up. Found her! She is definitely in this world. It's just a bit far. He took off and signaled to Tang Yu. Let's go. While we search for Shire, we'll try to learn about this strange world. Better to be careful since it's our first time here. She nodded and quickly flew after him. Scene transition. At Star Cloud City, the two of them blended into the crowded stream of alien beings and entered the city. As soon as they passed the gate, Ye Shangxuan turned to Tang Yu. This world's fashion sense for these aliens isn't half bad. If we want to blend in, we might need to change our clothes. Tang Yu looked expectant. Then what should we pick to look good? After wandering around shopping for a while, Tang Yu ran into the fitting room with an armful of clothes. A moment later, she walked out, twirling around excitedly. Husband, does it look good? It looks great. He smiled and nodded. Then, he pointed to a nearby tea house. Luckily, the currency here is also spirit stones. Let's go sit at the tea house across the street for a while and listen for any news. Sure. Tang Yu nodded. As soon as they stepped into the tea house, they both picked a spot near the window that was easy to observe from. He watched the alien beings of all shapes and sizes bustling back and forth and whispered, so many races, and their cultivation levels aren't low either. Tang Yu felt a bit frustrated. I've been watching for ages, and my eyes are tired, but I haven't seen a single human. He took a sip of tea and sighed. It seems the senior was right. The human race has yet to produce any transcendent beings. It's a good thing Qinghan didn't come here, otherwise, she might have really been snatched up by them as an appetizer. At a secluded table in the corner, a beast man was whispering to another individual who looked like his master. Third, young master Ye Shangxuan. I just caught some news there seems to have been a major change within the winged human royal line. That Ye Shangxuan guy raised an eyebrow. Oh? A major change? Tell me the details. Let's hear it. Ye Shangxuan pricked up his ears, trying to eavesdrop, but he only caught a few words. He pretended to sip tea, eyes darting over, thinking to himself, winged human race. Is that the name of the alien race that invaded our world? Did something happen there? Could it be related to Sheer? The subordinate immediately spewed out everything he knew. They say the former king of the winged human race, the one who became a transcendent being 1,000,000 years ago, suddenly disappeared without a trace. Although their new king could rely on the special heavenly erosion technique to prevent other transcendent beings from invading, but rumors say recently their new king was replaced by someone else. Furthermore, this new king isn't one of the noble six-winged, but is actually the lowest-ranked two-winged one. The third young master, Ye Shangxuan, smirked, his eyes gleaming with deep interest. Even a two-winged one, whom the winged human race always treats like trash, can become the new king. Looks like there's a good show to watch in the winged human internal affairs recently. The subordinate chuckled and explained, Ye Shangxuan, two winged ones in the winged human race are at the bottom of the barrel in both talent and strength. Now that someone like that has become the new king, sir, do you think he can fully control the heavenly erosion technique? Or should we try to get involved? The third young master, Ye Shangxuan, folded his fan and tapped it lightly against the subordinate's head. You think only you are clever, huh? The winged human race is a juicy piece of bait. Anyone who isn't drooling over their ginseng divine ability could dominate an entire region, even without a transcendent. A legacy spanning at least 5,000,000 years, those top-tier clans might turn a blind eye or act aloof. But for the smaller clans, I'd bet my life they're already eyeing this piece of meat. It's bound to descend into chaos soon, but even if there's a share to be had, there won't be much left for the likes of us. It's best not to touch this muddy water. He paused, then suddenly turned his head, his sharp gaze cutting toward Ye Shangxuan. It seems like a friend here is very interested in our conversation, isn't he? Ye Shangxuan was startled. Frozen, staring at that look, he cursed internally. Damn it, I've been exposed. How? I was clearly just listening in. I didn't do anything. That divine ability, what a pain in the ass. Ye Shangxuan stepped forward leisurely, bowing politely. I never expected to run into two friends from the spirit clan in such a tiny city. Truly rare, truly rare. Ye Shangxuan curled his lip, thinking, the spirit clan? He didn't realize we're human? Wait, what the hell is the spirit clan anyway? Don Yu cast a probing glance. How did you know we are from the spirit clan and not human? Ye Shangxuan laughed heartily. This young lady from the spirit clan is joking, right? Since the dawn of time, the human race has never produced a single transcendent. They are nothing but a tasty meal for other clans. They have no right to set foot in this holy realm. Even if they're lucky enough to arrive here, they're just high-quality livestock. And since they're just food, how could they possibly walk around? As freeler and brazenly as you two? Ye Shangxuan couldn't help but be amazed. So, that's the prevailing theory, huh? Ye Shangxuan flicked his fan, looking relaxed. You two spirit clan friends wouldn't know, which is only natural. After all, humans are the race that most resembles the spirit clan in appearance. However, you two shouldn't be so wary. While humans and the spirit clan look similar on the surface, their cultivation potential is worlds apart. Human meridians are born blocked. Out of 1,000, you might get one who can cultivate. The spirit clan, on the other hand, are the darlings of the heavens everyone can cultivate, and their breakthrough speed is like the wind. How could they ever be grouped with such lowly trash? He cupped his hands and smiled politely. My wife and I haven't been in this region long, so we aren't very familiar with the situation. Many thanks for the guidance, brother. Small matter, small matter. Yi Shangxuan waved his hand. It's just that, moments ago, you two seemed very concerned about the news I heard. Surely you're interested in the current state of the winged clan, aren't you? He quickly raised his hands in denial. Brother, you're joking again. My wife and I have mediocre strength. How could we dare to covet such a major event? Ye Shangxuan maintained his mild expression, but his eyes were full of hidden meaning. Not high strength? Huh. If your strength at this age isn't considered high, then I must be at the very bottom of the food chain. But, since you've said so, then let's just pretend this never happened. You're too kind, brother. He nodded, smiled, and stood up. My wife and I have things to attend to, so we won't bother you any further. No problem at all. Please, go ahead. Yi Shangxuan didn't stop them, and smiled in response. Once the two figures were far away, the brown bear subordinate stepped forward. He chuckled and asked Ye Shangxuan quietly, Are those two really from the spirit clan? 80 or 90% likely, he nodded. I've heard since I was little that the spirit clan is incredibly arrogant and looks down on all other races. But looking at them today, I've gained a new perspective. Even though I tried to lower my tone, their speech still exuded a cold, distant quality. They were polite on the surface, but that frigid aura couldn't be hidden. Still, this is truly interesting. Who would have thought the spirit clan would also be eyeing the juicy target that is the winged clan? I wonder what interesting things are hidden in the winged clan's legacy that could attract even them. The brown bear subordinate smiled sycophantically. Master Ye, do we need to report this to the clan leader? Ye Shangxuan turned around and gestured. I've already planned to do so. Let's go. Understood. Switching scenes to the Tiger Clan territory, a branch of the main clan. Inside the main tent, a stern voice rang out. I hear the winged clan is in turmoil. The one who just spoke was Hu Miu, the Tiger Clan's strategist. This is an inevitable phenomenon, he continued. Ever since their previous king died in the lower realm, they have had no transcendence left to hold the fort. Now that internal strife and power struggles have broken out, it's just the natural order of things. Sitting across from him was the Tiger Clan leader, Hu Tian, a first-level transcendent. He stroked his beard, deep in thought. So, in your opinion, does our clan have a chance to intervene and gain some benefits? Hu Miu replied firmly, It is not suitable. Oh, and why is that not suitable? The king raised his eyebrows, puzzled. Hu Miu immediately explained seriously. Firstly, the winged clan has existed for over 5 million years. Their foundation is unfathomable. They are absolutely not something a small clan like us can meddle with. Secondly, there are countless eyes staring at the winged clan, this fatty piece of meat. If we jump in, we'll only be inviting disaster. This endeavor would do more harm than good. Thirdly, our clan has only been in this holy realm for a short time, barely 100,000 years. Frankly speaking, in the eyes of the winged clan, we are nothing more than ants. Even if they can't defeat the other clans, it is entirely possible they would drag us down to serve as their cushion. Hearing this, Hu Tian nodded, acknowledging the logic. Just then, Ye Shangxuan's brown bear subordinate ran in, panting loudly. What's the rush? Hu Tian frowned. The subordinate bowed respectfully. Reporting to the king, the young master has discovered traces of the spirit clan, and they seem very concerned about the current turmoil of the winged clan. They likely want to carve up their territory as well. Hu Tian immediately laughed. Interesting, interesting. The spirit clan has shown themselves too, and they have designs on the winged clan? Tell me in detail, what exactly happened? The subordinate recounted the entire story from beginning to end, from discovering them at the tea house to the conversation. Having heard it, Hu Tian stroked his beard, lost in thought. Even the spirit clan, one of the 5 great clans, is moved by this. What secret is the winged clan's territory hiding? Hu Miu, who had been listening all along, suddenly stood up. King, he said, the situation with those 2 spirit clan members might not be what we think. It's very likely those 2 just want to use the opportunity. To increase his influence within the spirit clan, he decided on his own to set his sights on the winged clan's territory. So what? Hu Tian raised an eyebrow. Even if it's his own scheme, they are still members of the spirit clan. As he said this, a flash of undisguised hatred gleamed in Hu Tian's eyes. The spirit clan has always acted so holier than thou. If we spread the news that members of the Spirit Clan have appeared and are eyeing the Winged Clan's territory, the Spirit Clan will have no choice but to swallow their pride and accept the accusation. With their arrogant nature, explaining would only be a hassle. Besides, the Spirit Clan is already one of the 5 great clans. No other race wants to see them continue to grow stronger. So, this is the best opportunity. If we just leak the news that the Spirit Clan wants to seize the Winged Clan's territory, other clans will definitely not be able to sit still. All it will take is one little spark, and this peaceful holy realm will fall into chaos once again. And only in times of chaos can small clans like ours find a chance to rise. Hu Miu smiled with satisfaction, nodding in approval. My king, that is truly a brilliant strategy. Hu Tian waved his sleeve decisively and turned to leave, leaving only one sentence hanging in the air. Watch over the territory well. I must personally pay a visit to the Beast Clan Alliance. Hu Miu immediately bowed, clasping his hands together respectfully. Your servant will strictly obey your command, my king. Only after his son's back had disappeared did he raise his head, his aged face beaming with unconcealable pride. Ah, Hu Tian, I really have a knack for raising a son who is truly capable, and to bring back such explosive news. Scene change. Outside the city walls, Tang Yuyu walked beside Ye Shangxuan, unable to help but sigh. I can't believe it. In this holy realm, our human race is so weak that we are treated like trash. In a secluded corner of the tea house, Ye Shangxuan took a slow sip of tea, his sharp eyes fixed on her. Besides the Winged Clan, did you manage to gather any other information? You nodded repeatedly, her face full of pride. Of course I did. Then she began to chatter incessantly, recounting everything her ears had accidentally picked up. This holy realm is truly a chaotic melting pot. There are countless races. Almost every clan has at least one transcendence expert guarding it. Otherwise, they'd just be vassals to others. Among them, the 5 most powerful ones are the Spirit Clan, the Spirit Core Clan, the God Clan, and the Beast Clan. Oh, speaking of the Beast Clan, their situation is a bit complicated. They aren't a single clan but a mixed alliance consisting of countless different Beastman tribes. The guy from before was definitely from the Foxman tribe, a branch within that mess. As for the Spirit Clan, one of the 5 great clans, they are different. Their members are few, but every single one of them is a genius, and their arrogance is truly on another level. She cleared her throat and continued smugly. Earlier, that Foxman guy mistook us for members of the Spirit Clan, and the whole tea house was thrown into an uproar. Quite a few people were so scared they jumped right out of their seats. Thanks to that fatal misunderstanding, I managed to gather a whole basket of interesting intel. Yi Shangxuan looked satisfied, reaching out to pat her head affectionately. Well done. Bringing you along was truly a wise decision. When it comes to these small details, you are 1,000 times more meticulous than I am. However, the smile on his face quickly faded, replaced by a contemplative look. However, this investigation of ours might have caused a deadly mistake. Tang Yuyu blinked in confusion, looking at him. What do you mean? Ye Shangxuan analyzed slowly, his voice becoming serious. We were mistaken for members of the Spirit Clan, and those people are convinced that the Spirit Clan is plotting against the Winged Clan. If the Spirit Clan is truly as arrogant as you say, then for a superpower that high and mighty to be eyeing the Winged Clan, it proves that the Winged Clan is hiding some sort of extremely terrifying treasure. Yu clapped her hands together and exclaimed, Right, exactly. Yi Shangxuan nodded. And it's even worse than that. If your information is correct, the 5 great clans are currently in a fragile state of balance. Now that they believe the Spirit Clan is about to swallow the Winged Clan, they will definitely never sit idly by and let the Spirit Clan grow stronger alone. In other words, we have unintentionally turned the Winged Clan into a target for the whole world. Tang Yuyu covered her mouth in horror. Oh my heavens, doesn't that mean Xier will be in extreme danger? He nodded, his face hardening. Yes. If, before dying, the Winged King really did hide Xier in their territory, then her situation right now is hanging by a thread. We must act immediately. While most clans still think we are members of the Spirit Clan and dare not stop us, we must rush to the Winged Clan's territory. Without a moment's hesitation, she tightly gripped his outstretched hand, and the two transformed into a streak of light, dashing away. Scene change. At the Beast Clan Alliance territory, Hu Tian finally arrived at his destination. He stroked his beard, his footsteps slow but full of calculation. Finally here, he whispered to himself. As long as this news is released and stirs up this Beast Clan alliance, a great chaos is inevitable. This alliance was already a mess to begin with. Now all it takes is one small spark to set it ablaze. Inside the Grand Hall, A deep, authoritative voice rang out. Well, does anyone among you want to go claim that pathetic territory of the Winged Clan? Just then, a guard's voice echoed in. Reporting. The Foxman clan chief requests an audience. He says he has something of utmost importance to report. The man sitting on the main chair sneered. The Foxman clan chief? Eh? If I remember correctly, that man's name is Hu Tian, right? That man was the first great alliance leader of the Beast Clan, Hu Ba, someone who had surpassed level 5. Hu Ba waved his hand lazily, signaling him to enter. As soon as Hu Tian stepped in, he bowed deeply, his attitude so respectful it was servile. Reporting to the first great alliance leader of the Beast Clan, we have just received explosive secret news. The Spirit Clan is plotting to seize the entire territory of the Winged Clan. What? Impossible. A large man sitting to the side immediately stood up, his face filled with agitation. He was the third alliance leader of the Beast Clan, Bao Sheng, also a powerhouse who had surpassed level 5. The others in the main hall began to whisper and gossip, their eyes filled with suspicion. The Spirit Clan wants to set their eyes on the Winged Clan's territory? Even though their clan is small, their strength is nothing to joke about. They could be ranked first or second in the world. With that arrogant and conceited nature of the Spirit Clan, there's no way they'd set their sights on a tiny place like the Winged Clan. Is this intel even reliable? Another person sitting next to Tiger King said with a somber expression. He raised his hand, and the entire hall fell into dead silence. That was Lang Jue, the second leader of the Beast Alliance, who had also surpassed the 5th rank. Tiger King squinted as he looked at Hu Tian, his voice full of suspicion. How much of this news is accurate? The old man didn't hesitate and nodded firmly. 90%. Tiger King nodded, then waved his hand. I know about this. You may leave. Hu Tian wasn't satisfied and hurriedly spoke up. Alliance leader, this is the Spirit Clan. We can't just keep our mouths shut. A cold flash of murderous intent flickered in Tiger King's eyes. He pointed his hand toward Hu Tian. Since when does a mere clan leader like you have the right to talk back in the Alliance Hall? Huh. Where did you put the rules? A formless blast of power surged forward, sending Hu Tian flying out the door. The old man struggled to sit up, only hearing Tiger King's roar echoing from inside. If there's a next time, tell your entire Fox clan to come and collect your corpse. Hu Tian could only grit his teeth and bow in submission. Yes, Alliance leader. He dusted himself off and stood up, burning with hatred inside. Damn it, treating me no better than a lowly Spirit Clan lackey. Sooner or later, you will regret this. But just after taking a few steps, the corners of Hu Tian's mouth curled into a sly smile. Regardless, the news has been released now. I don't believe that, faced with the expansion of the Spirit Clan, you can just sit still without moving. Inside the hall, Tiger King swept his gaze over his subordinates. If the Spirit Clan has personally taken action, then the matter of dividing the Winged Clan's territory will be put on hold for now. If you think you can compete with them, that's just wishful thinking. However, not competing doesn't mean letting the Spirit Clan swallow that fat piece of meat so easily. I have to do this. And the other 3 clans will surely think the same. So, is there any clan willing to go as the vanguard and put the Spirit Clan in their place? The entire room suddenly plunged into a terrifying silence. The Beast Clan leaders, some looked at the floor, others stared at the ceiling, avoiding his gaze. Tiger King roared in annoyance. Just hearing the words Spirit Clan, and you're already as cowardly as rabbits? His threatening gaze stopped on the Dog Clan leader. Dog Clan, you go. That man trembled as he stood up, his face pale. He wore a smile that was uglier than crying. Alliance leader, you overestimate me. How could I have the qualifications to go and fight against the Spirit Clan? He was the Dog Clan leader, Chu Tian, whose cultivation had only barely surpassed the 3rd rank. Tiger King knit his brows, his voice cold as ice. What's wrong? Are you not even going to listen to my words now? Chu Tian was scared out of his wits and hurriedly bowed. It's because I misspoke. Regarding the Winged Clan territory this time, our Dog Clan is willing to give our all. Tiger King was finally satisfied, walked over, and patted Chu Tian's shoulder hard. That's more like it. Don't worry. Your Dog Clan is part of the Alliance. Of course, I wouldn't let you walk into a death trap. Telling you to block the Spirit Clan is just to test their movements. He leaned close to Chu Tian's ear and whispered, if the Spirit Clan only causes trouble on a small scale, you don't need to worry at all. After all, your strength is mostly just for show anyway. And if they really want to swallow the Winged Clan's territory, that's my business. When that happens, it won't be your turn to risk your life. Just go with peace of mind. Nothing big will happen. Hearing this, Chu Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, I obey. But then, Tiger King tilted his head to look at him, a crafty smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Oh, right. I heard that recently, the relationship between you and the Monkey Clan has been quite close, right? Qiu Tian jumped, waving his hands frantically. No, that's absolutely not the case. Our dog clan has absolutely no contact with the Monkey Clan. I beg the alliance leader to be clear. Tiger King laughed and reached out to pat him. Brother Dog, why are you so tense? I was just joking. Of course, I trust you. All right, go do your job. Don't disappoint me this time. Qiu Tian bowed. I will definitely complete the mission. Everyone, leave. Tiger King waved his hand. All the beastmen left one by one, leaving only the 3 leaders of the alliance in the room. Lang Jue then stepped forward. Boss, is doing that a bit too much? Aren't you afraid of scaring those small fries into running away? Tiger King snorted coldly, his face full of contempt. Running away? Let's see if they have the guts to do it. His voice suddenly became chillingly icy. That damn monkey dared to take his entire clan out of the alliance, and even dared to lure other clans away. I want all the clans to see clearly what kind of end awaits anyone who dares to get involved with that monkey. I want to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. As for you, Dog Clan, go make arrangements. After the matter with the Winged Clan ends, I don't want to see his clan exist anymore. He glanced at Bao Sheng, the 3rd leader, who immediately understood and nodded firmly. After assigning the tasks, Tiger King became a bit pensive. He stroked his chin and muttered, thinking it over, the Spirit Clan is really keeping an eye on the tiny territory of the Winged Clan? Could it be that they are hiding something very interesting there? Otherwise, with their personality, even if you paid them, they wouldn't even glance at it. Number 2. Go and investigate what exactly the Spirit Clan is after there. If you catch any lone Spirit Clan member, capture them alive for interrogation. Remember, don't touch the ones that are too strong to avoid alerting them. With their arrogance, if someone is captured, they won't lower themselves to demand the person back. Oh, right. Also inform the major clans that collaborate with us to see if we can take this opportunity to cut down the Spirit Clan's influence. This is the real big deal. I wonder how those old geezers will react when facing this golden opportunity. Go. Scene transition to the Spirit Clan territory. Clan leader Ling Yun, an expert who had surpassed the 7th rank, was squinting at the sky. Suddenly, 2 streaks of light flashed and vanished. Ling Yun frowned. Sound transmission technique? What are those little beastlings up to? Did someone from my Spirit Clan go missing? And they even intend to occupy the Winged Clan territory? Ling Yun glanced behind him with disdain and ordered, go investigate who is bold enough to run over there. If anyone is impersonating us, kill them without mercy. A shadow appeared out of thin air and bowed in obedience. Go. Ling Yun suddenly curled his lips into an unpredictable smile. If you think I have designs on the Winged Tribe, then I have no choice but to take this place. Truly, I'll let you all open your eyes and see, even if it's just wild speculation. The things the Spirit Tribe has set their sights on are not yours to contest. Inside the Winged Tribe's territory, the 3-winged king was sitting cross-legged, cultivating. Strange light radiated from within his body. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open and bolted upright. The 3-winged king clutched his face, his entire body trembling with ecstasy. Ha ha ha, I've finally broken through the 8th heavenly pass. His eyes were bloodshot, his lips curling into a crazed smile. Eldest brother, didn't you always look down on me? Didn't you always think that because I didn't have a pure royal bloodline, I could never break through the 5th heavenly pass? You were wrong, completely wrong. If my bloodline isn't pure and the root is insufficient, then I will simply devour your very origin, changing fate against the heavens before I die. You still wouldn't pass the 9th heavenly pass, but I am now almost catching up to your level. The Heaven Samsara divine art, it turns out you've all been using it the wrong way. Absorbing your own kin, that is the most optimal path. The origins of other races aren't compatible. Trying to strengthen oneself that way is as slow as a snail. He stretched and stepped outside with an overwhelming aura. Standing before the Winged Tribe's retainers, he saw unconcealed hostility in the eyes of everyone. He raised his voice, his tone echoing everywhere. I know you don't accept me. You don't accept me as the new king of the Winged Tribe. After all, I was just an ordinary member. But there is one undeniable truth. I possess the royal bloodline. Until the Winged Tribe produces a new successor, only I, the one who carries the blood of royalty, can inherit the Heaven Samsara divine art and hold the root of the Winged Tribe's existence. As he spoke, he raised his hand high, and a sphere of purple energy appeared. He clenched his hand, and a thick, pitch-black mist carrying a pungent scent of blood spread outward. The winged tribe's royal bloodline relies on the Heaven Samsara divine art to isolate the origin energy of invaders. This is the shield that protects our existence. The three-winged king sighed. Currently, the eldest brother and second brother have sacrificed themselves during the winged tribe's expedition. We are like a snake without a head. If I didn't control this black mist, the winged tribe would have been wiped out long ago. Therefore, even if you are unwilling or unsatisfied, you will grit your teeth and endure it for me. Wait until you are strong enough to become transcendent figures. Only then will you have the right to chase me away. Now, do you still have any objections? His powerful roar caused the space to freeze. After a moment of eerie silence, the crowd collectively knelt and shouted, "Greetings, new king." Seeing their reaction, the three-winged king was extremely satisfied and smugly muttered, "Eldest brother, do you see? Even if I am only a two-winged, so what? Doesn't the throne of the winged tribe's king still belong to me in the end?" He turned his back and gave an order. 8 generals, follow me into the origin pavilion. I have something important to discuss. As you command, great king, the crowd respectfully replied. The group followed him into the origin pavilion. Just as the heavy door closed, one of them spoke up. "Great king, what is the urgent matter?" The three-winged king tilted his head, his voice dropping. "The former king is gone. Countless other tribes are eyeing our territory. Although I have ascended as the new king, relying solely on my own strength is likely not enough. This layer of black mist can only block those at a certain level of power. Therefore, I hope you can help me raise my cultivation level." The group looked at each other in confusion. "Help you raise your cultivation level? How should we do that? Please speak plainly, great king." The three-winged king could not hide his greed in his eyes. "It's very simple. Release your origins so I can absorb them." "What?" The group was furious. One of them roared, "Great king, absorbing the origins of our own kin is strictly forbidden by the late king." But as soon as he finished, the three-winged king acted. A hand grabbed his head. "See above. You said it yourself. That was the late king's order, but the late king is dead now." The man's eyes were full of resentment, his body gradually shriveling up amidst the horror of the others. The three-winged king smirked as he looked into his eyes. "It seems you are very unsatisfied with me." After draining the life force of the unfortunate one, turning him into ash, the three-winged king glanced at the rest, his voice cold as ice. "Remember this. I am currently the king of the winged tribe, and you are merely subjects. Regarding my orders, you only have 2 choices: obey or die. Obey?" Seeing his brutal actions, the group could no longer suppress their anger. "If you slaughter your own kin, are you still fit to be king? How could the royal bloodline produce a failure like you?" The three-winged king twisted his wrist, his eyes full of mockery. "A failure? Open your eyes and look at the current situation of the winged tribe. We are being eyed by smaller tribes from all 4 corners. Further away, we could be swallowed by large tribes at any time. If I weren't strong enough, how could I control the black mist to block powerful enemies and save the winged tribe from annihilation? If I wanted to kill you, you would have died long ago. Understand? But I didn't do that, because only if you willingly offer your origins can I absorb the most perfect source of energy. I did all of this just for the whole tribe, even if the methods are a bit cruel. In this moment of life and death, we have no other choice." As he said this, he stepped forward and grabbed the blade that was pointed at him. "Choose. Either kill me or save the whole tribe." The blade fell to the ground with a loud clatter. The group looked resigned and pained as they spoke. "Great king, we hope your decision can save the entire tribe. For the sake of the tribe." A second later, they all sat down in a circle. As he began to unleash his own essence, the third medicine king sneered, looking at the energy orb containing the life force of the 8 generals. He muttered, "What a bunch of fools. So easy to deceive. It was so simple, and yet they voluntarily handed over their essence for me to absorb." He gazed at the orb in his hands, his eyes filled with extreme greed. Scene transition. In the beast territory of Yun Beast City, inside a small, dilapidated eatery, Ye Shangxuan and Tang Yu were sitting down to rest. He looked at the map he had just bought on the table and couldn't help but sigh. As expected, I should have invested in a proper map. I never imagined we would have veered so far off course. We almost turned into savages out there. Tang Yu nodded in agreement. "That's true. The map clearly lists 3 strongholds governed by powerful tribes. After determining their direction, he folded the map and looked at her. We need to get through these strongholds quickly. After all, we aren't truly from the spirit tribe. If we get discovered, the consequences will be unimaginable." Yu smiled and nodded. "Understood." Ye Shangxuan glanced toward the shop counter, an uneasy feeling rising within him. Strange, why do I have the feeling that we're being watched? He caught sight of two beastmen staring straight at them, their gaze blatant and unashamed. It seems I wasn't just being paranoid. Their target must be me and Yu. He found it strange. The spirit tribe was a powerful clan, after all. Logically speaking, these small fries shouldn't dare to target anyone who looks like they belong to the spirit tribe. Could our identities have been exposed? Just as he was lost in his own speculations, his whole body suddenly froze. Wait a second, I think I've picked up some new intel. His ears pricked up, engaging his eavesdropping mode. The information came from two passers-by outside. Did you hear the news? It seems the spirit tribe intends to wipe out the medicine human tribe. The person next to him nodded. I heard. That rumor has been spreading like a plague lately. Who knows what kind of treasure the medicine human tribe is hiding to attract the attention of a big shot like the spirit tribe. Ye Shangxuan pursed his lips, his gaze deepening. So that's how it is. The intelligence I gathered earlier about the medicine human tribe was accurate after all. Great. Now we've brought trouble upon ourselves. These beastmen must be wanting to capture him and Yu to interrogate them about the so-called treasure at the medicine human tribe. Thinking this, he tossed two essence crystals onto the table. With one hand, he pulled Yu up and dashed outside, leaving her surprised. Damn it, they're running. The three beastmen saw this and kicked their table aside, jumping to their feet. The beastman in the middle, wearing a hat, was a commander from the Beast Alliance, part of the wolf tribe Lang Dao. He had reached the second heaven realm, his eyes sharp. He glared coldly in the direction the two had just vanished. Humph. These spirit tribe members aren't very arrogant, are they? Lang Dao growled, ordering, chase them down for me. The strength of these two spirit tribe members surely isn't high, otherwise they wouldn't be running for their lives like this. Regardless of the cost, capture them, and there will be a heavy reward. As soon as he finished speaking, the other two turned into streaks of light and dashed off. Understood. Lang Dao slowly stepped toward the table they had just vacated and muttered, good thing they left a scent behind. You fools don't realize how keen the sense of smell is for us beastmen, do you? He tilted his head back and sneered. I want to see how long you two little mice can keep hiding. On their side, shortly after leaving the eatery, Tang Yu tilted her head and asked, Husband, what's the matter? He replied in a low voice, We're in big trouble. The beastmen want to capture spirit tribe members to probe the situation specifically. Why the spirit tribe is preparing to attack the medicine human tribe. To put it bluntly, we probably attracted them here ourselves. Hearing this, Tang Yu grew anxious and stammered. This is just too unlucky. Is there this much infighting between the tribes in this world? He tilted his head to look behind them. In his line of sight, 6 figures were already in hot pursuit. He frowned. This is bad. Their speed suggests they have some beastly talent or divine ability. Plus, this is beast territory. We have to get out of here quickly, or the situation will only get more complicated. Ye Shangxuan didn't hesitate. He immediately pulled Tang Yu into his arms. He stared straight ahead. Hold on tight. I might not be able to look after you. I'm going to use my full speed. Yu's eyes lit up, and she squeezed her husband's hand. Go for it. High in the sky, a massive streak of light tore through the space. The group from the Beast Alliance was forced to stop, as expected of the Spirit Tribe. This kind of speed, I'm afraid even if our clan's bloodline awakened a divine ability, we might not be able to catch up. And that's even without him unlocking the first heaven stage yet. The captain, Lang Dao, curled his lips triumphantly. But he thinks he can get away just like that? This is my beast territory. He pulled out a communication device and commanded the person on the other end. They are flying toward the Yun Beast mountain range. Surround the entire mountain range for me. Yi Shangxuan and Yu had landed somewhere quite far away. He rubbed her head, sighing in relief. Yu turned her head, looking up at the sky, and muttered, That's strange. They didn't put their full effort into the chase. A second later, he leaped onto a high tree branch, scanned the distance, and said, There are 2 possibilities. Either our flight path matches their intent, and they have an ambush waiting in these mountains, or they have a way to track us. They simply wanted to force me to go all out to exhaust my stamina. After straining his eyes to scan every direction, he concluded solemnly, The airspace above is completely clear, not a bird or a fly in sight. Meanwhile, the lovely Yu had pressed her ear against the ground. After only a moment, her willow leaf eyebrows twitched. Every footstep, every breath of the enemy was captured by her ears. 3, then 4, wait, there are 6 of them. She immediately whispered to her husband, There are 3 directions, each with 6 beastmen rushing toward us. You pointed toward the remaining direction. Her voice was full of doubt. Only that direction is empty. It could be a massive trap. Ye Shangxuan jumped down to the ground, raising an eyebrow with a knowing look. Oh, a classic encircle, 3, leave one? It seems the tiger wants to leave the prey and exit after all. He narrowed his eyes at the direction you had pointed out and decided, then we'll just charge straight into that exit and see what happens. You nodded repeatedly. Let's do it. So, the two of them sped off, unaware that in a hidden corner, someone was smirking while following them. The man sneered. They know damn well it's a pit of fire, and still jump in. Is it the courage of the desperate, or the naivety of rookies? They think I'm leaving them a real escape route. What a joke. The man pulled out his communication device again. A commanding voice echoed through the comms. Ling Jue, the prey has entered your territory. You better catch them, don't let them get away. Upon receiving the order, Ling Jue couldn't hide his excitement. Oh? They've come to my turf, have they? As the leader of the Wolf clan and a first-rank Heavenly Light cultivator, he carried himself with immense, imposing pride. He smirked to himself, muttering, "Huh, this big catch is already in the bag." He then turned to his subordinates and shouted, "Set the formation, surround them and wipe them out." His lackeys roared in unison. "Yes, sir." In a flash, they scattered in all directions, conjuring a massive energy barrier that tightly sealed off the area where our young couple stood. He suddenly stopped right at the edge of the formation, looking up at the energy veins pulsing in the air. A trap formation, huh? She finally realized what was happening. No wonder there wasn't a soul chasing us this way. Turns out they were holding back, setting a trap right here. Ye Chengxuan observed the barrier for a moment. He turned to her with a sly smirk. The guys guarding this formation are just small fry. Besides, in their eyes, we're still members of the Spirit Clan. Her eyes flashed with a spark of wit, her brain working faster than a computer. I see. Even so, the Spirit Clan is a force to be reckoned with. If they send high-level experts to suppress us, it would be no different than lighting the fuse for a war between our two clans. Ye Shangxuan nodded in agreement, then soared up to the front of the magical formation, muttering to himself, I just don't know how much this piece of junk can take before it breaks. Without another word, he unleashed a powerful palm strike against the barrier. Yet, the damnable barrier, after taking his hit head-on, merely rippled and swayed a little before standing firm as if nothing had ever happened. He frowned, murmuring, its limit seems to be on par with the full power strike of a third heaven expert. How annoying. He bowed his head, lost in thought. I could blow it up, sure, but that would be a waste of time and energy, and the explosion would be like a megaphone, broadcasting our location to the entire world. As for dispelling the formation, that's even more of a headache than breaking it. Best to slip away now before things get complicated. She nodded instantly. He pulled out 3 talismans and quickly scribbled a mini formation onto them. Using the aura from the talismans to draw the enemy's attention, he threw them in 3 different directions. Go, you little guys. Hope you can buy us some time. Finished, he grabbed her hand, and they vanished in a heartbeat. On the other side, the guards looked up at the perfectly intact formation and sneered. Running away, are we? Lang Jue took a deep breath, using his superior sense of smell to sniff around. The aura is everywhere. Clearly a cheap trick to distract us. He curled his lip in contempt. You Spirit Clan folks think you're clever? Those 3 directions only have 1 scent each. Only this direction is thick with the scent of the 2 of you. When you were taught the basics of tracking, were you skipping class? Or did you not know that we Beast Clan members are the masters of hunting down trails? Or is this a trap you set on purpose, ready to sell out your comrades to escape alone? Thinking this, Lang Jue turned to his subordinates and gestured. You 3, chase that direction. The lackeys bowed respectfully. He pointed in another direction. The rest of you, follow me this way. Remember their scent? Split up and move quietly. I'll take the lead to draw them out, and you lot circle around to flank and attack. With his orders given, he set off eagerly for the hunt. Let me see, he muttered to himself, if the legendary arrogance of the Spirit Clan allows them to abandon their own comrades. Ye Shangxuan naturally sensed the aura closing in at a terrifying speed, and he couldn't help but feel a sudden pang of anxiety. This is insanely fast. Fast beyond belief. My 3 talismans have basically turned into scrap paper. Damn Beast Clan with their goldfish brain memories. He cursed himself silently. They're the Beast Clan. Their noses are even sharper than police dogs. How could I have forgotten such a fatal detail? With that thought, he stopped in the middle of a clearing. He looked toward the direction of the incoming aura and gritted his teeth. I'm afraid they've already marked our scent. Me and you. Those talismans only have my scent. If we keep running, we'll be torn to shreds sooner or later. Seeing his face darken, she patted his shoulder anxiously. Husband, is something wrong? Ye Shangxuan looked down at her then, his voice firm. They're the Beast Clan. Their sense of smell is far sharper than ours. There's no escaping this. We might as well strike first and seize the upper hand. Since they think we're fake Spirit Clan members, the cultivation level of those sent here probably isn't too much higher than mine. The guy cocky enough to chase us down like this must be the big boss used to lure us out, while the small fry sneakily surround us. If I take down this leader in an instant, even if it's just from shock or fear, it should be enough to keep the others from making a move for a while. After plotting out his perfect plan, he looked at her and ordered, "Hold on to me tight." She understood, wrapping her arms around his neck, legs locked around his waist, giggling. "Don't worry, I've got a grip like a pincer." Instantly, both of them charged straight toward Langju. On his side, the guy was muttering, "Weird, why did the aura stop moving?" Just as he was dazed, Ye Shangxuan and Yu shouted, "Go to hell." Langju watched the fist inches from his face and froze for a split second, but the instincts of a master helped him retreat in the blink of an eye, dodging the earth-shattering attack. Langju smirked, saying out loud what Ye Shangxuan was just planning. "Seems you've gotten smart. But as long as you've got that scent on you, don't even dream of escaping us. So you have no choice but to attack head-on, right? But you're just a 9th stage Emperor Realm cultivator, and I've already broken through the first heaven level. Even if you don't run. This is just the final struggle of a trapped beast." Ye Shangxuan, with Yu on his back, charged again. His voice was cold. "Whether it's a struggle or not, we'll see." Lang Jue didn't hold back anymore, swinging his fist. "You little brat! I'm gonna break your arms and legs first." The two fists collided, creating a shockwave that radiated outward. Seconds later, they separated. Lang Jue was already sweating, rubbing his wrist while looking at him. His eyes were full of disbelief. "You're a whole major realm lower than me, yet you blocked my punch? Not bad for the Spirit Clan." The man's eyes were now filled with caution. "This body is too tough. On my own, this might be a hard fight. Good thing my lackeys are almost here." Ye Shangxuan was also lost in his own thoughts. Weak. How is this power so weak? Compared to the Winged King, this is child's play. Could it be that my body has actually surpassed my current cultivation, and I just lack the resources and opportunities to break through? Lang Jue, with his inherent arrogance, curled his lip in provocation. "Give up. Don't bother resisting. Since you're Spirit Clan, just obediently surrender, and I'll give you a painless death." Yu, from behind his back, stuck her tongue out and made a face. "You're the one who should surrender. Your whole family is in trouble. Just you wait. My husband is going to hit you until every one of your teeth falls out." Yi Shangxuan knew how to play along. Looking at her, "Sure, let's knock them all over the floor." Lang Jue gritted his teeth, the eyes of a beast flashing with killing intent. "Looks like you don't want the easy way. You want it the hard way. Come here." With that, he swung his fist and charged. This time, he gently grabbed the guy's wrist, and with his other hand, launched a massive punch, slamming it into Lang Jue's gut, making his eyes bulge in terror, saliva flying everywhere. This power, how is it possible? Before he could even utter a word, he had already swung his fist again, aiming straight for that foul mouth. Ye Shangxuan's eyes shone brightly, thinking, "Sure enough, after absorbing the vitality of the Winged King, my body has grown so many times stronger. I'm afraid I could even go toe-to-toe with a second heaven expert." Lang Tuyet is now nothing more than a pile of rags slumped on the ground. He wheezed. How is this possible? There's no way. You're clearly only at the 9th grade Emperor realm. How are you this strong?" He stepped forward, lifted his foot, and looked down at the old man from above with an arrogant tone. "It's not that I'm too strong. It's that you're just too weak." Right then, a group of lackeys appeared and shouted, "Commander, we're here." At that same moment, Diep Thuong Huyen's boot landed in the most elegant way possible, right on Lang Tuyet's chest. It gave the guy another chance to cough up a rainbow of saliva. The couple bared their teeth in a savage grin, glancing sideways at the wolf tribe. "Oh, you're finally here?" Seeing the scene, the blood drained from the faces of the group. They stammered, "Calm, Commander." Diep Thuong Huyen stared them down. He smirked. "Your commander has already lost. So now, do you guys want to try your luck?" The cowardly subordinate stepped back, still stuttering. Don't you push your luck." Diep Thuong Huyen casually turned his back and provoked them. "Not gonna attack? Fine, we're leaving." Tang Yu stuck her tongue out to mock them. The wolf pups could only stand there paralyzed, watching the two walk away before looking at each other in confusion. What do we do now?" "I don't know. Save the commander first." Once they reached the edge of the barrier, Tang Yu asked curiously, "Husband, why didn't you just send that beastman to see his ancestors for good?" Diep Thuong Huyen, walked and explained slowly. If he dies, his subordinates will just be taken over by someone else, and they'll keep hunting us down. But if he's just severely wounded, it's not certain anyone else will be able to command his lackeys. As he spoke, he patted her head affectionately. Diep Thuong Huyen threw a punch at the barrier in front of them. Tong Yu, standing behind, saw him punch repeatedly, and couldn't help but exclaim, "This barrier is stubborn. It's taken 6 of your punches and hasn't even budged." Diep Thuong Huyen tilted his head and smirked smugly. He added, "As long as our scent is on them, we can't escape their pursuit." The barrier shattered. The two strolled out of the barrier, and Tong Yu excitedly suggested, "Then let's take the waterway." Lang Dao looked up at the sky where the barrier had just vanished, muttering, "The barrier is gone? Looks like these spirit people are only famous for nothing." It didn't take long for Lang Tuyet to wrap things up. They aren't as strong as the rumors say. He sneered and signaled his subordinates, "Let's go. Let's see how pathetic those 2 spirit people are now. They've been caught. I wonder if they can still keep that arrogant spirit person look, right?" On this side, 2 of Lang Tuyet's subordinates were struggling to treat his wounds. A moment later, he raised his hand to signal, "Enough. The wounds are temporarily suppressed." Suddenly, Lang Dao stepped forward, his eyes bright with fake admiration. "Lang Tuyet, brother, well done. It was you who made the merit of capturing those 2 spirit people. You really opened my eyes." His eyes suddenly flashed with suspicion. "Oh, and where are the spirit people?" Lang Tuyet's face turned pale as he stammered, I couldn't beat them." Hearing that, Lang Dao's rage boiled over. He rushed forward, grabbed Lang Tuyet by the throat, and hissed, "Couldn't beat them? You are a dignified First Heaven light ranker, yet you tell me you couldn't beat someone at the 9th grade Emperor realm?" The 2 subordinates behind them saw that, and their legs were shaking like leaves. "Lan Lang, commander, that spirit person is truly very strong. Our commander was also severely injured and hasn't recovered. Please, Lang commander, have mercy." Lang Dao turned his head and glared at them. 9th grade Emperor realm, and you can't beat them? A bunch of useless trash. And you want me to have mercy? The Beast Alliance doesn't raise useless people. As he finished, he squeezed his hand hard. He crushed Lang Tuet to death and threw the body to the ground. Lang Dao glanced at Lang Tuet's subordinates with an ice-cold voice. "Choose. Either be a useless piece of trash and lie down here with your commander, or follow my orders." He added a warning tone. "Remember well, you belong to the Beast Alliance. Your families do too." They finally surrendered and knelt on one knee in unison. "Blue Wolf Commander, just give your orders." Lang Dao smirked in satisfaction. "That's more like it. This is what the elite of our Beast Alliance should be like. You have only one mission. Find those 2 spirit people. Then, at all costs, even if you have to die, you must hold them back." Below the river, Diep Thuong Huyen unfolded the map and spoke. "We've finally reached the edge of the mountain range." Yu nodded and continued. "Once we leave these mountains, that place will no longer be under the Beast Alliance's jurisdiction. They surely won't be bold enough to keep chasing us, right?" The 2 folded the map and kept swimming forward. He didn't forget to caution her. "Better to be careful. But let's get out of here first and then figure it out." Yu nodded. "Understood." Arriving before a cliff, he calculated silently. "It seems we are out of the mountain range." Diep Thuong Huyen waved his hand, signaling her to wait down below. "I'll go up and check the situation." Yu gave him a sultry look. "Understood, husband." Just as he poked his head above the water, he came face to face with a beastman. Both were stunned for a few seconds. Diep Thuong Huyen thought to himself, "Damn it, there really is an ambush." The guy's face turned pale. He was about to scream, but the sound hadn't even left his throat when he was decapitated by a slash. Diep Thuong Huyen sighed in relief. "Good thing I reacted fast." But right behind him, a low voice from Lang Dao rang out. "Found you." Diep Thuong Huyen whipped around, his eyes wide. He blurted out, "Not good." Lang Dao and his lackeys stood there with their arms crossed, smirking. "I knew you'd take the water route." Then he looked up and shouted, "Everyone, get out here now." Immediately, countless beastmen who had been lying in wait appeared simultaneously, surrounding the entire river. Diep Thuong Huyen looked at the massive army of the enemy, swallowed hard, and thought, "That was fast. Looks like they've been camped out here waiting for a long time."